Well, despite my best efforts to sabotage the start of this show, we are here, we are live, we are on the air.
A little panic.
Little panic there for a second. But,
Fat fingers.
Fat fingers caught
Almost
in the
turned
way.
everything off.
Yeah, that's right.
That wouldn't have been good 2 minutes before we were supposed to go on.
2 minutes, I'm looking to plug in my phone charger, and Rock and Roll Brian out here, he's got it all set up, and you were plugged in, and so I was like, well, I just start moving this, and then
Thanks a
Fat
lot,
Fingers
Mike.
turned off the power strip, and Rock and Roll Brian's like, oh, he's wait, we're okay, it's on battery. So, yes, so we are here, we are up and running, we are live here at Broncos training camp, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and after a couple of years of being across the street over at the Fan Zone, which was fun, we got a chance to, hear from a lot of fans, all the horns honking as people would be driving by. It was cool. But Stoke, even though it's quiet and we can see rabbits running around, it's nice to be back inside.
Oh, it's great to be back inside. Actually, I was back inside last year. I got to spend a couple hours here during practice, and then we had to go over for the other half of the show. But it's good to be here. I've never done morning show here. Never have.
What do you think?
It's a little bit cool. Mm-hmm. Love the weather. Just put on a little bit of a jacket or a pullover.
Yeah.
No, it's great, though. What a beautiful morning it is. It's going to be a great day. Friday, too. And first practice open to the public. It's going to be great, man. Looking forward to it. Love training camp. Love being inside here, like you said, Mike, right by the action. So going to be a great day, man. Going to be a great training camp. I'm fired up.
Yeah, it's peaceful here. It's quiet. It is the calm before the storm.
Nice.
And it's quiet right now because a lot of times, sometimes we'll get the lawnmowers out here, the blowers, and all that kinds of stuff. But that's okay.
It's relaxing.
It's the sounds. It's the sounds of training camp, right?
It's like Zen. It's very calm and relaxing.
Uh-huh.
You're spot on. That's. It's just a beautiful morning, and you got a little bit of dew on the grass.
Yeah.
Perfect setup. But like not many cars in the parking lot. You only got like 4 cars in the parking lot right now. So the calm before the storm.
Yeah, we've been coming out here. I've been coming out here for a long time. It was always fun. We'd be out here early, myself, Sandy Clough, for example, and Mike Shanahan would be here ridiculously early. He'd be getting a workout in over there in the weight room, and then he'd, walk by and say hi. Pat Bolin would be getting in early morning workouts. Of course, we remember the iconic moment when Russell Wilson pulled up in that SWAT team pickup of his, came rolling out wearing his own jersey.
Oh, gross.
How could anyone ever forget
It was at that moment, I'm not going to lie, it was at that moment I went, maybe some of these warnings that our Seattle people have been telling us, maybe we ought to pay a little closer attention.
Believe in it.
Yeah. When you look back on it, it's even worse now than when it was.
It is.
Then.
It was cringy then.
Very cringy. But now we got Bo. We're in a much better spot now. And look, man, I mean, we were out here a couple days ago, Mike, and watching this offense and watching this defense, and they got a chance to be a really good football team this year, and seeing Bo try to take that next step in year 2. It starts in training camp.
And actually today is officially day 1 of training camp. These last couple of days have been the acclimation practices.
Will it be pads? Are they putting the pads on?
You think the pads will be popping? I doubt it.
So no pads, but then what's
I doubt it.
Okay, well, what's the ramp-up period then if you can't?
I don't know. I mean, phase 1, phase 2, OTAs, mini camps, mandatory mini camps.
I used to hate the first day of pads. You know why? The defensive guys. Because they love putting the pads on, right? Because you're running around for, these offensive guys are running backs and the wide receivers. They're just running around these 3-4 days, and you can't hit them, you can't touch them, right? And then all of a sudden you put the pads on, they start chirping. They start chirping a lot. So because all those guys want to do is hit, right? They want to hit you. They're tired of watching you just run around and just having to tap off on you. So those and they don't really hit much anymore. But still, those defensive guys, they love putting the pads on.
I want to kick their ass.
They love talking, huh?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
They love
offensive
chirping.
guys. You offensive guys don't talk that much?
Not much. Every now and then you would have the offensive line, they never talk, right? Every now and then you would have a receiver that might be a little bit of a chirper. running back wise, not many running backs were talkers. So not many guys on the offense, but the defensive guys, that's all they do.
You strike me as somebody that could be a chirper.
Well, it depends on the situation. When you're in training camp, I'm not trying to chirp anybody. I'm trying to be their best friend, right? Why? Because I don't want them to hit me, right? I mean, if they can, I want them to, teammates. We're teammates.
Thump up, little tap.
Yeah, we're teammates. Yeah. So, and again, it was a different era when I played. Those guys would hit you in practice.
Right.
So I always tried to be very nice to all the defensive guys.
Defense is usually ahead of the offense at the start, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, they're usually ahead. Those guys don't have to think much. Seriously, they
very
don't.
Good, very good.
They don't have to. Offensive guys actually
subtle
have
jab.
To,
I like that.
Offensive guys actually have to think and process things. Defensive guys, what do you think? Like, okay, let's just take, for example, Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper today.
Okay.
What do you think they're really thinking about? Let me just try to sack the quarterback. Or let me not let the running back get outside of me if they run outside towards my side. That's it, really.
Well, but what are you thinking about?
Oh, my gosh, coverages, plays, did Bo check here? So you're thinking about a lot of things. And for offensive guys, early, you're still, unless you really know the playbook. So sometimes if you haven't learned the playbook yet completely, if it's new, then you have that on top of everything else. So, yeah, offensive guys, you have to make adjustments to what they're doing to you. So, that's usually why defenses are early on, even in the season. You watch the season, usually you see lower scoring games early on because it just takes a while for the offense to be on the same page.
I have a feeling, though, this offense is going to be winning their fair share of days early on.
That's a good thought.
I get the feeling that this offense is ready to pick right up where they left off.
That's going to be something fun to watch and interesting to watch to see if that's the case or not. I'm a little bit hesitant because you still got a young quarterback, right? You still have a young quarterback, and when you look up at the wide receiver position, you're just it's not Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson out there. But I hope you're right.
All right, we are off and rolling. We've got a lot of Broncos stuff to get to. It's also a Friday. It isn't just me Friday, where, of course, it's tradition. Just giving you a chance to get stuff off your chest that have built up over the course of the week, stuff that you've listened to, watched, read, talked about, whatever, but you want to share it with us. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Give it to us in the form of, is it just me? And, of course, we always want opinion. We want humor. We want plenty of snark. Work in a Brandon Stokley Cajun word or phrase of the week, and you get bumped right to the front of the line. We are live from Broncos training camp, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Good to have you with us here on a Friday as we kick this thing off next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Courtland Sutton?
Do we realize that Courtland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoker from my friends over at Embers Living. I got some great news for you. We got a golf tournament going down. Embers Living Golf Tournament's Friday, August 22nd, and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee time's 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They got so many giveaways. They're giving away a pizza oven and free dinner on Saturday night. You also get Oakley's, polos, breakfast burritos, free golf balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and you get a $50 Embers gift card. 2-man team. It's going to be an absolute blast. Remember, August 22nd and August 23rd. You can register at embersgolf.com. And at Embers Living, you know they're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat, infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. You can't beat it, fellas. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience. And don't forget, golf tournament, August 22nd and 23rd. Go to embersgolf.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride. Hi, it's Evie. This July, Foundation Chevrolet is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive that Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Auto always know where to go.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
That's right, nice and quiet right now, but the Broncos will be out here practicing in front of 800 fans. And, you know, for those of you who've been coming out here for years to training camp, just to give you a sense of just how dramatically things have changed around here. The practice fields are the same. The indoor practice building is still the same. The original building and offices and everything still the same, but they are doing a massive build-up project where the hill used to be. And so for watching the berm, yes, we learned all about berms yesterday. But for those of you who will be coming out to these practices, you are going to be, so let's say right next to us is stands are set up where you'll be sitting up in bleachers, being able to watch the practice. And I would recommend, if you're one of the first people to get here, get up to the last rows of the bleachers so you get on top of the action a little bit more, see a little bit more. But you'll be sitting watching the field with the berm, the hill where it used to be, on your left. So, and they're already working this morning. We just looked up the crane. Giant crane here is already moving. Hey, they don't mess around.
Moving.
They're not messing around.
They aren't messing around. They are getting things done. So, I think when you look at where the fans are going to be and where just the whole setup and how they've done it this year, with obviously it's not ideal because you're building the new facility over there and you have limited space. They've done a great job accommodating us in here. Also making sure that some fans can come and watch the practice. 800 a day, really cool, putting those stands right outside the practice field where they are. So they've done a really good job, like I said, in unique, different circumstances this year. But that will be ready. I mean, it's going to be ready next year, the new facility. And, I mean, the thing is attached to the indoor somehow, some way. I don't know how they did it, but it's massive, and it's gonna be awesome.
It is gonna be awesome. Although, how important is it? Like, say for you as a player, we were kind of puzzled by Michael Porter Jr.'s comments when he posted a video going to Brooklyn and raving about their practice facility and, look at the 2 courts and the full-length windows that overlook Manhattan. Great view, for a team that stinks, and meanwhile he's like, oh wow, we didn't have this in Denver, and granted, the Nuggets practice court is probably one of the worst in the NBA. I'm sure the Avalanche practice facility is one of the worst in the NHL. Hasn't stopped them both from winning a championship in the last few years. So how much of this stuff matters to you, the player?
I mean, you're looking to get paid. Right? I mean, did it stop Jamal Murray from signing with the Nuggets? Oh, the practice facility stinks.
Right.
No. I mean, how much are you paying? Okay, perfect. You're going to practice wherever. That stuff is way secondary. It's nice to have a good facility. The Broncos have a great facility, by the way. They redid this a couple different times over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and it's really nice in there. But, upgrading it, that's great. But, ultimately guys want to get paid, and you want to go play for a winner. All that other stuff, that's nice to have, and it's when you have a good facility and you got good training facilities, good food, all that stuff is fine and nice and good to have, but ultimately you want to get paid.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I think it does matter because you've got
you're telling me.
Well,
okay. I'm sorry. I guess you're the one that went through 4 or 5 different teams and contracts and went to all kind of different facilities but it matters.
While I appreciate,
tell us your experience. No, go ahead.
While I
can't wait to hear your
while
experience,
I appreciate
Mike.
the snark, I love it. You are aware of these NFLPA rankings that have grades that have become a big deal over the last couple of years, where organizations are graded for all kinds of different things, including locker rooms, including the way that they take care of their family and workout facilities and all that. And it gets publicized, it gets put out there. And if you're a team that gets an F, with a poor locker room. I mean, we've seen a couple teams who've gone out and completely redone their locker rooms just because of the grades that their players gave them. So, maybe in your time you guys didn't care about all the bells and whistles, but it would appear now that today's player does. That's the only point I'm making.
Well,
and I didn't have to put my cleats on the grass to be able to make that observation.
No, I know what you're saying, which is great, though. The survey's been really good. It has, but it's because it's shamed some teams into doing things better.
Yeah.
Right? Travel, your facilities, stuff like that. But tell me the last time that you heard a guy didn't sign with a team because they had bad facilities. Or because, I didn't sign with the Arizona Cardinals because they got an F for how they treated families. Has anyone ever heard that?
Right.
I've never heard of a player not signing with a team because of the NFLPA survey. I'll wait.
I haven't heard that either.
Okay, thank you. Case closed.
But what if the money's even? What if the offers are even? Then what's going to tip the balance?
Look, that was a good question, Mike. I'm proud of you.
Or snark.
I
love it.
It's Friday. We're at training camp.
Exactly.
We're going to have fun. So
I
busting
think-
some chops over
I think
here a
you
little
did
bit.
chirp a little bit more than you let on, but okay.
No. So then, Mike. So you have a priority list, right? Everyone might be a little bit different. Money is right. Guess what's probably next? Are you winning?
Yeah.
Right? Are you winning? Do I have a chance to win? Right. Then next is like, what city do you live in? Like, where's my family going to live? Are you single? Do you have a family? Do you have kids? Those things come into play. And then you might get to, okay, facility. But that's probably lower on the list when it comes to priorities of where you're going to sign.
Well, it is definitely going to look nice. It's definitely going to be state-of-the-art, and it's definitely something the players are going to love.
You know what I thought about, Mike? Because every facility or team that I seemed like I was with, when I left, it seemed like that's when they upgraded their facility, right? So I'm like, you got to be kidding. Leave Baltimore, right? We're in a dump. We're in the old, like when you saw the Mayflowers leaving, the trucks leaving, that's where we were, okay? My first 4 years. And then I left. Guess what happened? Brand new facility. Brand new, beautiful facility. Go to Indy. It's a fine facility, whatever. I leave. Guess what? Upgrades everywhere. They got team game room, players lounge, all this stuff, right? So it seemed like every place I left, they upgraded. So, Mike, when I was walking by here coming in today, they made one of the rooms that we walk by, like the team lounge, game room for players, right? A couple years ago. I think Hackett did it.
Yeah.
Oh, Hackett, because that used to be our room, media room.
Yes.
That used to be the media room.
Yes. I spent.
Yes. So that used to be the media
room.
I think Hackett took it from us and made it like a player's lounge, right? A game room. And so, but when I walked by it today, I thought, oh my gosh, I wonder what the new facilities players.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Player game room / lounge is going to look like in that new facility. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, Mike Kliss here early.
Oh, Kliss
sniffing out stories.
He is just stalking around.
You
this place.
never knows what he could shake loose. Shake the trees. See what.
There was a couple fans out here early too.
You know what? It's awesome.
5:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
2 people out there.
Now, a little bit of friendly advice. You got a ticket. You're in, and the seating is the seating. I don't know if you have to get here that early.
No.
3, 4, 5 hours before practice starts. But hey, if you just,
they want to tailgate.
If you're like a kid on Christmas morning, you can't wait to get over here. Get over here. But I'm just saying, you don't have to be here.
You don't.
Crazy early lined up. So
right, because there's not going to be a huge long line. You're going to have 800 people in, right? And that's going to be it. So you don't have to. But some people want to get here early. Maybe that's tradition. That's what
there's
they do.
always.
First day.
No. It's always. There's
right.
always. I mean, every camp I've ever gone to, there are always hardy, loyal Bronco fans early here, ready to go, and they are fired up. And why shouldn't they be fired up? There's a ton of expectations surrounding this team. How is the team handling these extra expectations this year? I thought Quinn Miners, the belly, with a fresh haircut. He got rid of those glorious locks of his. Quinn Miners, I thought, summed it up perfectly, and you'll hear what he has to say next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Todd Whalen and Advanced Tax Solutions, the people I recommend you turn to for any tax or payroll or IRS problem. And Todd is going to be hosting a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, to answer all kinds of questions, including what if you haven't filed in 3 or more years? Can you still get a refund if you file late? What do you need to know to get back into the system? People often ask, hey, am Am I going to end up in jail? How far back does the IRS require you to file? What if the IRS filed returns for you? If you moved, you wouldn't know the IRS filed for you until the IRS has garnished your wages or levied your bank account. Know and understand where you stand with the IRS. How much trouble are you in? Could you be in? What does the IRS do to tax protesters? To sign up for the free masterclass, visit advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan or call them at 303-753-6040. Advanced Tax Solutions, right here in Denver with over 50 years of experience in IRS tax resolution and tax debt relief.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples, that was easy.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Beautiful, beautiful morning here as the Broncos kick off the official start of training camp coming up here in just a little bit. You can watch us out here.
Or try to.
Or try to. My Wi-Fi is bouncing in and out. But
I don't like. How is mine's perfect?
Yeah, but
My Wi-Fi's perfect.
You're already being like lectured to by Johnny Fever back in the studio because apparently you're moving around. You got a floating head.
Yeah,
you're slouching.
Right,
You're slouching. You got to sit up straight. Sit up straight, Brandon Stokley.
I mean, what are we in the classroom? I mean, seriously, I'm trying to do radio. I'm not doing TV. I'm not doing, whatever they call these things. So, like, I just started relaxing a little bit. Next thing I know, Rock and Roll Brian is over here moving my computer around. So, I'll try to do better. And you can't even get on.
I can't get on all of a sudden.
Well, that's because you got a 2010 laptop that you're using.
Yes, it does.
Then why is mine
I use this laptop.
fine?
I use this laptop every single day. Every single day.
Well, when you get out in the elements, some laptops separate from other laptops. Okay?
Are you saying that
I'm a separator? Mine's separated.
You're creating space?
Yep.
That's what you do.
Exactly.
That's what you do. You create
Got
space.
a step.
You create
Got a
space.
Step and speed.
Step and speed. That's right. That's right.
I'm kind of a big deal.
The attitude surrounding this Broncos team, it's a different feel. It really is. It's a different vibe around this team already that you can feel. And I think it was summed up really well by Quinn Miners yesterday when he was asked specifically about, chasing and overcoming, and is this the year to overtake the Chiefs? But he expanded the answer a little bit more. Here's what Quinn had to say.
I'm not looking at any teams right now. I'm focusing on this Denver Broncos team right now that we're trying to develop. There is not anything we're circling anywhere on anything. That is for you guys to do. That is not what we do. This is the storylines that you guys want. We're not taking any of that cheese. We're here to work, and we're here to become better. And that's just the bottom line. A lot of people have been sleeping on us. And that's okay. We know who we are, and that's pretty much it.
Not going to take the cheese.
Not taking any of that cheese. I love it. I mean, that's the right approach, right? I mean, you don't sit there and circle games on your schedule. I mean, you play the Titans the first week, and it's like, okay, let's get ready to try to beat the Titans. You're not looking ahead to when do you play the Chiefs, and you got that one circled because you got to beat the Chiefs this year, and you got to overtake the Chiefs. That's not how you operate as a player. So I love that approach. That's a right approach. You're out here just trying to get better right now. You're not worried. Like he said, those are our storylines, all these different things that we talk about. The players, they're focused on getting better and, hopefully playing a good game week one.
Yeah, and it's while Sean talked the other day about how you can't be afraid to acknowledge what's out there, what's being said, and what your ultimate goal is, you do try to keep the focus small at the beginning, right? And I think that there would be plenty of ammunition he has at his disposal if he ever gets any kind of sense that this team is reading their press clip and smelling their own fumes a little bit, right? Because they still haven't got off to a good start the last couple of years, so he can dangle that in front of them.
That's right.
And the fact is, hey, look, folks, don't feel like you've arrived. Kansas City Chiefs have won this division 9 straight years, all right? So until you prove that you can surpass them, surpass the Chargers. Until you can prove that you can do that, you guys haven't achieved squat yet. So I don't care what people are saying about you. I don't care if you're, the new NFL AFC darling. I don't care if Bo Nix is the quarterback on the rise. I don't care. You still got a lot of things to prove to me and to everybody and to yourselves starting right from the beginning of this season.
Yeah, I think that's a good message. I mean, you got the Chiefs in your division. They've been to the Super Bowl 3 years in a row and won 2 of them. So, and to your point, I mean, they won the division 9 times in a row. So, like, hey, you finished 3rd in the division last year. So you still have the Chargers in your division. I mean, you got Baltimore, you got Buffalo. I mean, so the AFC is tough. I mean, and again, you look at their starts. Last year they started 0-2. I mean, so slow starts, your division. You had plenty of things if you're Sean Payton and you want to get that message across and get their attention at all if you need to. But I really don't. I don't think he's going to have to do that. I don't think these guys think they've arrived. I really don't. I think they realize where they are. I think they realized they took a step forward last year, but they haven't accomplished anything yet. I mean, how long has it been since they made the playoffs? 2016, right? I mean, winning season, 2016. So you just point towards that. I mean, you have one winning season and you have one playoff appearance, and you think you've arrived. I don't think that's their mindset at all.
Yeah, and you do want them to have confidence. You know, you don't want them to be just, completely beaten down. You haven't done anything yet. You guys are worthless. You got to stay hungry and all that kind of stuff. If you want them to have some confidence, right? You want a little bit of swagger, and I have picked up on that just in the first couple days that we've been out here. The feeling of newness, and that feeling of what's next. It feels like a lot of that is gone now, and it's just, okay, we know who our core guys are. We know who we're building around. We've got the same coaching staff in place, and now let's just go out and let's show people what we can do. Let's continue to build, and I think that I don't get any sense of arrogance around here. I don't get any sense of, these guys got big heads. But I do sense kind of a quiet confidence that this team feels like we're coming, we're here, and we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and that comes from Sean. I mean, you're right, and that comes from having the consistency with your coaching staff and your front office and all those things. That's why it matters. That's why when you change a coach every year or two, it is hard to win. It's hard to be successful. So being able to have the consistency of Sean Payton, the rest of the staff, and then a lot of the core guys. Because when you change coaches, what happens when you change coaches? You change a lot of players. And then you change philosophies. Yeah. And now you're looking for different types of players. And it's hard to have any kind of sustained success when you continue to do that. But when you have the consistency that they've had here, now going on to year 3 with Sean Payton, those are the things that you get, Mike. Right? That's what you get. You got a core group of guys now that have been here for a few years and that know they know what's expected, and now you can look to take that next step.
On this Is It Just Me Friday, here's one for you. Is it just me, or Sean Payton is seeing come to fruition what he said was one of the biggest reasons he came to Denver was ownership and the direction they were going? And he said something interesting, Sean did. And we're not just talking – I know the texter's talking about the building and the money that's being put in and how everything is first rate and everything like that. Sean was asked the other day, what's tougher, to build and improve to the point where you've arrived or to sustain it? And he said, well, they're both difficult, but I'll tell you this. There are a lot of places in this league where you are never given the opportunity to build to that point. And he laughed with the idea being, this isn't one of those places. And when we heard from him the first time he took this job, he talked about the things he was looking for in a new job. And first and foremost was ownership. And, when you think back, Stoke, to what that period was like when we were hearing about all the potential ownership groups, I don't think it could have worked out any better. I don't think it could have worked out any better than when it did. It certainly could have been a lot worse.
Oh, my gosh, no. They hit it out the park. Very fortunate, Broncos country, to get the ownership group that you got, right? And to see the commitment. That's what Sean's talking about. You got to have a commitment from ownership that, you know what, we want to win. And if you don't have it, it is hard to win in the NFL. Look around. Look at the Cardinals. You can look at certain organizations, the Jets. I mean, you got to have that commitment from ownership. And Sean realized that the Broncos had it here. And to your point, that was one of the first things that he said. That's what he was looking for, that kind of commitment from ownership. And, very fortunate, because you look around the NFL, Carolina, and how bad some of those owners are and what it can do to your organization. And so very, very fortunate to go from where we were. You're selling the team you don't know, and you're very fortunate.
Well, we want to hear from you, Broncos country. How are you feeling? Well, how would you sum up, if you had to use a word or a couple words to describe how you feel right now as a fan about this team? Are you cocky? Are you confident? Are you skeptical? Are you worried? Let us know, along with your best Is It Just Me's, as we continue on from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Broncos training camp next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fellas, what has happened? I got some great news for you. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament, it's coming up Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times, they're at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They have so many great giveaways. They're giving away a pizza oven, and you get free dinner on Saturday night, and you also can get free Oakleys, polos, breakfast burritos, golf balls, hats, and you get 2 full days of golf and a $50 Embers gift card, 2-man teams. Fellas, you can't beat this. Don't forget, August 22nd and August 23rd. You can register today at embersgolf.com. My guys over there at Embers Golf, they're the absolute best. I got full custom fitting, and I absolutely love my golf clubs. They got 2 hitting bags and whatever you need. All the apparel that you can think about, all the major brands and some smaller brands also. My guys over at Embers Golf will get you taken care of. So do what I did. Go online to embersgolf.com and schedule that custom fitting. Take your golf game to the next level. And don't forget, August 22nd and August 23rd golf tournament. All you got to do is go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com. Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep. $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
Evie and Auto always know where to go.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending and nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text CASH to 231231. CASH to 231231. CASH to 231231.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Live here from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It is nice and quiet right now, but it's gonna be awesome here in just a little bit. We got 800 Bronco fans ready to come through the gates and get up in these new bleachers. No more Hill. Hill's gone. The berm's gone. But you're gonna really enjoy. And for those of you who've been coming out here, you're just gonna be like, your mouth's gonna be open for a while. You're gonna be like, whoa. I mean, things have changed around here, but practice fields are still the same, and we're going to be watching this team go through their practice here in just a little bit. And I asked the question as to how Broncos country's feeling right now about this team. You know, is there a quiet confidence? Is there a bold, brash, almost arrogance about Broncos country right now? Some reaction here on the RamosLaw.com text line. One word, okay, hyphenated word. Depends on the NFL script. Oh, jeez. Already we're into conspiracy theories here. You know, the whole idea. You know, they got some people out there who think this.
Why would you even read that?
This
Evans?
whole thing is
be
script.
better. We don't read
people
trash.
People think.
No.
Hey,
No.
listen.
No.
Hey, there are plenty of people out there that think this thing is
if
not out and out
No.
scripted, it's at least
How is it scripted?
Rigged.
How? Okay, rigged is different than being scripted.
Right.
Okay,
I
so,
don't.
Like if you say, hey, you know, the NFL wants the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes to do well, and that's why they always get the flags. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I
Maybe that's what they
right,
mean.
but not scripted.
Not the actual game scripted out.
Okay.
No.
Well, that's what you said. That's two totally different things.
Do you think that the NFL is rigged?
No, I don't. I don't.
I'm here.
I just think that's a slippery slope. What do you are you communicating with the referees? Oh, we got our first lawnmower appearance.
All right.
By the way. BTW.
I love the lawnmower.
We got lawnmower appearance. That's no. I mean, so what would happen? What would have to happen for that to happen? You would have to go to the referees and say, hey, we want Patrick Mahomes to win this game, and we want the Chiefs to win. If it's a questionable call, give it to them. I mean,
that's the implication. That has
because
been
of the implication.
claim.
No, and sometimes it looks that way. But now you got to take a step back, Mike, and think, okay, gambling is very prevalent, and so what's the next step after that? And if you get caught doing that, if you're the NFL, you know what the punishment would be for that?
Collusion.
It's yes, exactly. I mean, so to think that actually happens nowadays, I can't go there. I just can't. You think Roger Goodell gets on the phone and like, hey, calls up the head referee crew. I need this one for Kansas City.
No, I don't think it's as blatant as that. And I've never felt that way. I think as long as sports has been around, the good teams tend to get the friendly whistle. The good teams tend to get the benefit of the doubt. And I think that applies to all sports. I think it applies to, hey, I guarantee you, for all the people who are crying about, Kansas City getting this unfair advantage, I guarantee you there were plenty of people in Kansas City at the time that they kept losing to the Patriots who were crying that the Patriots kept getting the friendly whistle. I'm sure that when you guys had it rolling in Indy or you had it rolling here, there were probably times that you guys got the benefit of the whistle. Because Peyton Manning was out there. And it, the same thing happens. I think we're starting to see more with Nikola Jokic. He's starting to get more of the benefit of the doubt. If you're Nathan McKinnon and you get tripped down, hooked down, or held, you're more likely to get that call than maybe somebody else is. So I think it's one of those things, and I'm going to use the Sean Payton line. If you don't like it,
play better.
Play better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think,
and then you'll be the benefit of the whistle.
That's right. I think you're spot on.
I would love to get to the point here in 5 years where all of America is crying about how things are rigged for the Denver Broncos.
We're going to be a problem.
Yep, I love it. No, I think you're spot on there, though. I think that's what ultimately happens is the better players get the better calls, right? That's just the way that it goes. So, yeah. But I think the Broncos hopefully are, on the move to be one of those teams.
Some more of you out there, what are you feeling about the Broncos right now? Feeling pretty damn good. But I would feel a lot better if Nick Bonito would have a new, nice contract. Yeah, I got to admit, I'm a little surprised that we've had nothing happen yet. Not one deal to their big three.
Yeah.
Zach Allen, Courtland Sutton, Nick Bonito.
I thought that maybe one of them would get done, and I thought it would be Courtland Sutton. And I'm still expecting him to get done, though. He'll get done before the season.
But can I ask you an honest
question? I'm very
question?
confident in that.
What? I mean, what? Why? Why aren't these deals done? It's not like this is snuck up on anybody. This stuff has been talked about for months. What is the holdup?
Yeah,
on these deals?
I don't know. Not sure.
You never really were in a position of strength when it came to contract negotiations. You pretty much just.
You taking a shot at me right now?
Pretty much just took
felt like a shot.
You pretty much took. Well, I mean,
what's the offer? First off, yes.
I think he's a
where do I sign?
Where do I sign?
You want to offer me a contract? Done. I'm in.
You never did any hold-ins, holdouts?
No, none of those. I did do a holdout once.
Did you?
Yeah, my rookie year. I missed like 2 or 3 days of camp. I've told that story before.
I want to hear it again.
Yeah,
I've never heard it.
We don't have time.
Come
for it
on,
right now. We don't have
story
time
time
right now. We don't have time.
We have time.
We don't have time.
How long does it take?
Okay. Anyway, I'll make it quick as possible.
All right. Now hold on. I wanted a better story. Well, hold on. We'll carry it over. We'll carry it over.
That's fine. But I'm not overly concerned, Mike. I don't know why. All these things are different. These contract deals, right? And so, you don't want to just all of a sudden, if you're the Broncos, you get, you send an offer and they send you a counter offer and you say, okay, that's good. Sometimes you got to use your leverage, right? And I think eventually, I come out here and I watch and I see Courtland Sutton and how he runs routes and the leader that he is, and I say, you know what, that's just a guy that he's the best wide receiver that we have by far. And you want to keep him happy, right? I mean, he was all in last year, and it looked like that, we'll give you incentives last year. We'll amend your contract and give you incentives, and then, take a look at it this year with 1 year. We're not going to do 2 years left on your contract and redo it. So I have a feeling that it will get done, but not sure why, Mike. I mean, all these contracts are a little bit different.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, is it just me, or the idea that Nikola Jokic gets the benefit of the doubt from the referees is laughable? True, he's not a free throw merchant yet.
Yeah.
He is nowhere near SGA territory. It has gotten better, okay? It was laughable just a couple of years ago. It's gotten better, but you're right.
A little bit
better. It still has a ways to go. And I just don't think it's ever going to happen because I think a lot of times the big guys, they just –
Well, it's like Shaq.
It's like, you're a big guy. You're supposed to take a little bit more punishment.
That's right.
So we are live from Broncos training camp, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It's Is It Just Me Friday, giving you a chance to get those hot sports opinions off your chest. Also, coming up next, we'll hear from one of the newest Broncos about maybe something that this team possesses more of that they haven't had lately. That's next.
How much pressure is Sean Payton under this season?
This year's lineup here, man, he has hit it out of the park in his first 2 years. He has flipped this roster over with George Payton. They went from 7 wins to 10 wins when we haven't even been close. We finally got to the playoffs. We have a winning record. No, I'm not letting y'all do that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Many different symptoms for low testosterone. Mine was running out of energy later in the day. For other guys, it can be sleeping poorly, putting on weight, less productive workouts, feeling sad or depressed, loss of sex drive. If any of these are happening to you, contact my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I did for my low T. Glad I did. People there are experts. They know their stuff. Plus, incredibly caring and compassionate. They know that this is a big step for you to take. They put me on a customized low T treatment plan, and it has worked. Plenty of energy throughout the day on into the night. If you think you may have low T, here's an easy way to find out. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes. Get your energy back, clear that brain fog, sleep better, be more of a stud in the bedroom. Schedule a consult, just $99. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Empower.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples, that was easy.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Beautiful morning out here in Bronco Land. Welcome to Bronco Land, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. As we are here, we are field side, nice and quiet, but we got the sounds of training camp early morning. The lawnmowers are going, the blowers are blowing, and
getting ready.
We are getting ready, and we are glad you are with us. As one of our texters just put it, pumped you guys are out there today. This is my favorite week of sports radio. Go Broncos. And yeah, we will see the first official training camp practice today, and 800 fans will be on hand. The tickets have already been scooped up, and a much different look with all the construction going on. As you have you been out here before and you know where the hill, the berm was to be able to watch practice? Well, that's gone now. That's where all the new construction's being done. So there are stands set up right to our left. So as you sit looking out at the practice field, the berm would be to your left, and you'll get a great view of all the construction going on. But we are excited. We're excited about this season. We're excited about this team. We're excited about the expectations. It's an Is It Just Me Friday. We give you a chance to get all your hot sports opinions, Broncos and beyond, off your chest. Just hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Stink will be along here in about an hour. But listening yesterday, we got a chance to hear from one of the new free agent acquisitions, the safety Talanoa Hufanga, who talked a lot about picking up Vance Joseph's defensive scheme, but kind of emphasizing what one of the strengths he possesses as a player. Here's what he had to say.
I never looked at it differently in terms of, I think a lot of coordinators, with me just being kind of the player I am, was never the most gifted, wasn't like a fast 40 guy, was more of like an intellectual player, so I had to play that way. So I think that's what he expects out of me, is to be an intellectual player, a guy that goes out there and makes calls and makes adjustments. But I'm still learning the defense as much as I can. I got great guys around me. Brandon Jones has definitely been a help diving into that playbook and helping me play fast.
Stoke, is it just me? This is my own Is It Just Me? Is it just me? Please tell me if I'm wrong. I know you will relish the opportunity to do so. But it seems to me like the Broncos' collective football IQ has gone up in the last few years. Just watching the way they play, but also just listening to these guys, the way they talk. I feel like there's been an uptick of overall seriousness, maturity, and football intelligence that I'm picking up on over these last couple of years. You?
Yeah, no, I think you're all over it. Just high IQ football players, guys that like to compete. You got the right guys in the building. I mean, that's big. That's a big part of trying to change the culture, is getting the right guys. And that's what you've seen them do when you're drafting and you're signing guys in free agency. It's not always just bringing in the most talented guys, right? You want football players. You want guys that love football, that love to compete, and that have high football IQs. Guys like Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw. I guarantee you, he's one of those guys also. So yeah, when you start putting those things together, now all of a sudden you look up and you're a 10-win football team.
How much do you have to have? How much IQ do you have to have on your team? You got what? You got about a 53-man roster. Maybe 48, 47 on game day. I mean, what do you need? I mean, how and where does it need to be most, on the offensive or defensive side of the ball?
Well, I think both sides of the football. Because when you defensively, I joked earlier about those guys. They don't really have to think all that much, right? It's kind of like just go attack. But the secondary wise, I mean, you have a lot of adjustments that they have to make depending on what you're doing offensively, right? Where's your strength? You're motioning and shifting over here. So, offenses nowadays do so many different things to try to confuse those guys. You need to have high IQ guys on the defensive side also. So I would say both. I mean, offensively, I would say the running back position, right? I mean, you just kind of go to the 2-hole, the 4-hole, the 6-hole, the 1-hole, the 3-hole, the 5, whatever the case may be. But offensive line, that's a hard position to play.
Yep.
You need to be smart and have some kind of football IQ to be able to play that. So I don't know. I think just overall, you just want a lot of guys that are football guys that love to compete, but also to the point of a Hufanga. They're high IQ guys, and they know football, and they can handle the week-to-week adjustments that you have to make.
But it seems so simple, right? Right? We want smart football players. But yet you just tell when you watch a Sunday of football, there are a lot of dumb teams out there. There are a lot of undisciplined teams out there. There are a lot of teams that just don't do smart things. So if you feel like there's more of that right now here – so is this what about Sean Payton, George Payton's strategy as they go about bringing in players? Are they putting more emphasis on IQ than they are, just out and out football talent? Are they because maybe some teams do put more of an emphasis on, all right, maybe this guy still has a lot to learn. Maybe his football instincts aren't where we want them to be. But geez, look at the talent. It just jumps off the screen. I mean, is this a conscious decision?
Well, it's a
the
fine
way that
line.
They've gone out?
It's a fine line, right? Where you got to have talent. You got to have guys that can go out there and play. And I think sometimes, where teams get themselves in trouble is they overlook the other things because the guy looks so talented. And we can fix this, we can help him here, and we can do this to make him, better in a certain area because the guy's just so talented. And then it just doesn't work out for you, right? I mean, you see it all the time. So sometimes it does. Sometimes it does, but when you can find the perfect mix of, hey, the guy has all the other intangibles, but also he's a good to really good football player. Now you have something, and that's what the Broncos. Then when you put all those guys together, what do they say? The sum is greater than
the individual parts.
Bam! There you go. I wanted to see if you knew that. Good job.
Yes,
you nailed it.
Yes.
So you know what comes to my mind is like the New England Patriots. And who they drafted, and their especially their defensive guys, because Belichick wanted smart guys, high IQ guys, competitors, and those they might not have been the most talented guys, but they fit what he needed and what he wanted.
And they don't make any secret of the fact that when they were rolling there, a lot of times their mentality was, we're not necessarily going out to just flat out win the game. We just want to make sure we don't make the mistakes that are going to lose us the game. And we figure that if we stay away from making those kind of mistakes, that eventually over the course of 60 minutes, the other guy will crack first. The other guy will make a mistake. And I've heard this line used before, and
It's my line.
No, but I believe. Well, no, here's the line. You know what I'm going to say?
Yeah, my coach
that
told
more
me
games are lost in the NFL than won.
Yeah, that's my line. My coach told me that my rookie year. Schlereth said it the other day. I said, that's mine. You can't do that.
Listen, one thing you're going to have to understand here, okay? You have now become his intellectual property. You say something on this show that he really likes, don't be surprised if during one of his NFC South broadcasts
or podcast,
yes, that he uses it.
Okay.
And you'll be watching TV, you'll be like, what the heck? That's my line. He steals. He's a stealer.
He's a stealer.
He's a stealer.
He's a thief.
He's a thief.
No, but my rookie year,
history.
my wide receiver coach, Milt Jackson, the late great Milt Jackson, that's what he told us. And I had to think about it for a second. Mike took me a second, and I'm like, okay, more games are lost in the NFL rather than won. And then when you take a step back, there's so many teams that do dumb things.
Yes.
They just do dumb things to lose football games. Just don't screw it up, and the majority of the games you'll win because the other team will. And that look, you see it every Sunday. You really do. You see teams just do the dumbest things just to give football games away. And so if you just don't do that, don't screw it up, you're going to win a lot of football games.
Coming up next, we'll hear more from Talanoa Hufanga.
Did you want story time? You totally – you
I
said
know.
you wanted me to
I
tell
do
the
want story
story
time.
about
I'm thinking,
holding out.
Here's what I'm thinking. I think it'll be a great what's trending moment. All right? We'll save it for what's trending. We got a little longer time there. I want you to be able to tell that holdout story. You being a malcontent.
Yes.
You being a prima donna coming out of Louisiana Lafayette. Brandon Stokley. Coming up next, did a lot of so-called smart NFL evaluators really blow it when it came to Bo Nix's skills coming out of college? That's next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
My buddy Todd Whalen and Advanced Tax Solutions are giving you a great opportunity to get all of your tax, payroll, IRS questions answered for free, as Todd's going to be hosting a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, to answer all these questions. What if you haven't filed in 3 or more years? What if the IRS filed returns for you? If you moved, do you know if the IRS even sent you notices that you never had forwarded to you? How far back does the IRS require you to file? Am I in danger of going to jail? These are the questions that you're asking, and maybe you're having difficulty getting good, easy to understand answers. They will do this with this free masterclass. To sign up for this free masterclass with Todd Whalen and Advanced Tax Solutions, visit advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan or call us at 303-753-6040. Advanced Tax Solutions, right here in Denver, with over 50 years of experience in IRS tax resolution and tax debt relief.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-494-6139.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Hey, Stoke here from my friends at Roller Auction, a leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years, and they got some great upcoming auctions. What a week it's been. Had some unbelievable auctions that went down this week. Got some better ones going on next week. One of my favorites, a government fleet vehicle and equipment auction, ending Wednesday, August 6th at 9 o'clock in the morning. This thing is packed full of some big-ticket items you're going to get great deals on. Got SUVs, sedans, pickup trucks, utility trucks, police vehicles, trailers, various municipality equipment, and so much more. Also going down, a City of Aurora impound vehicle auction that will be in at 1 o'clock on August 6th, and a Cherry Creek school bus auction ending at 3 o'clock on August 6th. This is what I love about Roller Auction. They're always updating and adding new auctions every single week. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. Go see it all at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Calm before the storm. Nice and quiet out here right now, but the Broncos will be out here in just a little bit with the first official practice of training camp in front of the 800 fans that will be here. They've already scooped up their tickets to be able to come out and watch practice today, so we look forward to it. We'll have you covered all throughout the course of the day here on The Fan. Yesterday we heard from one of the newest Broncos, safety Talanoa Hufanga, and he was just kind of asked about, playing safety here as compared to playing safety in San Francisco, but in the process, he gave a really cool endorsement of one Bo Nix.
First and foremost, I think he's just a smart player. But then it's like, okay, you get on the field and you see how accurate he is, what kind of arm he has. I think that kind of, especially the first day of OTAs, like first ball was over everybody's head, and I was like, wow, like you have to account for those kind of things. And not every game that you play in the NFL, you're going to play a quarterback that can launch it that far. And so for him, he has that ability to just get it over the defense's head, and so that changes your perspective on how to play him. And so far, just see it as a teammate that he is, great person, great player, and just seeing how he handles himself in the locker room, in the cafeteria, and all that, I'm excited to play with him.
Stoke, for the staggering number of people who make evaluating college talent and their ability to play in the NFL, for the staggering number of people who do it, I am stunned at how many people got it wrong when it came to Bo Nix's skill set, specifically his arm. Like, when he was drafted, you remember what was being said? Oh, this guy's he's a check down merchant. He hardly ever throws the ball down the field. He's a dink and dunker. That's what you're getting.
How'd that work out?
And how did that work out? Instead, we saw a guy who, throughout the course of the season, never an issue with arm strength. To me, the best throw of the year was that step back into the end zone, plant the back foot, and just throw a dime piece for 60 yards to Marvin Mims for that touchdown against Cleveland on Monday Night Football. That was hot. That was hot. Put a tie on the door and close it, because that's how hot that was. So now that we've had a chance to watch Bo play for a year, and you see him out here again last couple days, contrast that with what you were hearing about him coming out of college. Did the evaluators just completely misdiagnose this guy?
Well, he was drafted 12th. It wasn't like he was drafted, like Tom Brady.
No, but he was the sixth quarterback taken.
He was, but, everyone's looking for someone a little bit different, when it comes to the style and how you play. So, look, I think in the system he played in, too, when he played for Oregon, right? They do a lot of those bubble screens and jet sweeps and things like that, right? So, so that's all you can do. You're playing in a system that you're playing in, right? And so sometimes it highlights certain strengths and doesn't show what you can do in other areas. And I think that's probably what happened with Bo. He really didn't, he wasn't in an NFL style of an offense. That was a college, more of a college offense there. And so you just do what they ask you to do. And so sometimes teams don't know what you can do because – the games are so different, and how you call the game in the NFL compared to college is so different. So, can you transition from playing quarterback in a college style of an offense to an NFL? That's hard to evaluate, right?
You think so?
Yes.
Really?
I do.
You don't
That's
think,
why
even within the offense that they're playing, you can't measure a guy's really truly evaluate a guy's arm strength?
Why do you think there's so many misses? So many misses at the especially at the quarterback position. Why so many misses where, guys are drafted high, top 5, top 10, and they don't ever work out?
Well, I think that's more between the years than it is the physical attributes. I think plenty of guys had the physical attributes. They just didn't have the head. They didn't have the mindset. They didn't have the intelligence to be able to take that talent.
Well,
and Max, this was the opposite. This was a guy who plenty of people said, "Oh yeah, he's smart. He's a whiteboard warrior. He'll get up there and he'll be able to, regurgitate all your plays and all that kind of stuff, but he's limited physically. That's the part that they got wrong.
Yeah, but also I think, the game moves so much faster, right? So you obviously it doesn't matter if you're smart. You still have to process quickly and then be able to execute. So, I think that's why you see that it's so hard to predict and project at the quarterback position, because you might be very accurate in college. You might have a good arm, a live arm, a strong arm, but, man, when things are moving that fast in the NFL, some guys can take that jump and some guys, they can figure it out and other guys can't. And that's you don't ever know. You don't know. I mean, until you get in the fire and you throw them out there. I think that's why it's really hard to evaluate those guys and to predict and project what they're going to be.
It's funny, though, because with all the attention that's given to, especially the quarterbacks coming out of college, the fact that it took, only a few days out here watching last year's practices to be like, wow, he's a lot more mobile than I thought he was. He's got a lot more quicks. He's a lot more athletic than I thought he was. And then as the season unfolds, you're like, his arm's plenty strong. There's no issues with him being able to throw the deep ball or have, plenty of zip with it down the field. So it just, I don't know, it just kind of struck me that in a time and a place where we are so hyper vigilant about these quarterbacks and they are poked and prodded and looked at it in every possible way, that so many people seem to miss a lot of these things with Bo. So, hey, their fault, our benefit. So,
God bless Bo.
Well, I mean, right now it looks like it might be a really good draft class for quarterbacks. I mean, you look at Drake May, he's off to a good start. Obviously, Jaden Daniels off to a good start. So, we'll see with Caleb and McCarthy and Penix.
There have been some grumblings about Caleb Williams in Chicago.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, year one. Let's see what it looks like.
I'm talking about these last couple the first couple practices already.
Year one, but also, Mike, you got to realize what. New coach, new system. So you're learning all over again, right? Now, so what happens? You're thinking a lot. And see, that's the issue there. When you get a young quarterback and all of a sudden you got to reset him into a new system, he's got to learn things instead of building off of the year before. That's why what the Broncos have going on right now is so huge with the, we keep talking about the continuity between general manager and head coach, right? And you have that, and then now you have the young quarterback. Now you got something. It's hard whenever every year or two you're moving on, your new system, new players, and what happens to the players? I mean, like Caleb, he's got to learn a whole new offense. That's not easy.
Is it just me, or this offense to me is still suspect? I'm excited for the season, but the offense is still giving me worries. It's an interesting thing with this offense, because last year, despite what we all agreed was not a whole lot of, obvious talent on this offense, a lot of unknowns, they still went out and averaged 25 points per game, a number that they hadn't come close to over the last 8-9 years. And they did that without a whole lot of talent on paper, and they seem to have upgraded their talent. The young talent that is coming back is a year more experience. But, if you just, think about the different parts of this football team, there still are a lot of unknowns. We don't know yet if they have a true running back playmaker. We still don't really know what they have at the wide receiver position. Evan Ingram we're excited about, but, that's still kind of an unknown. For all the optimism that surrounds Bo and this team, there are a lot of still kind of unknowns, isn't there, when it comes to this offense?
Yeah, but more knowns this year than last year, though. I feel much better about them this year. Oh, gosh, yes. I mean, look, you can say unknowns about the running back, but J.K. Dobbins, I know he's a really good running back. Right? Can he stay healthy is the question with him. Harvey, we'll see. Right? I mean, they loved him, obviously. So I'm excited about him. And then also, Mike, I think it can't be worse than last year. It just can't. Yeah. It's impossible to be worse running back room than they had last year. So that will be upgraded. And then you look around, Evan Ingram will help this passing game out a lot. Tight end, Evan Ingram. And then so I understand, and the receivers will be better. I mean, Mims is here another year. You got Franklin and Vele and those guys, one year under their belt. So I think the wide receiver room will be better. So I feel much better. And then you look at the quarterback. I feel much better about the talent this year heading into the season offensively than last year. Now, look, there is no, top tier. We don't have, Saquon Barkley in the backfield. We don't have Jamar Chase at wide receiver. I get it, but the other thing that makes me feel good about this offense and that it's going to be fine, Sean Payton. He does do a good job, man. Him and that staff, they do a really good job of putting a game plan together and making it work, figuring it out with what they have. And so I was a little bit concerned last year. You know what? I was a little bit nervous, Nelly, about all the personnel groupings, but he uses guys to their strengths, and he did a great job. He did a great job with that offense. So that's the other thing I look at and say, okay, like top-tier talent at some of the positions, maybe not, but Sean's going to put them in the right place to succeed.
I'm confident that maybe by the time we get to the end of this season that there'll be more identifiable offensive
like who?
Stars.
Like
okay,
who?
I'm not saying
who would those guys be for you? It would be my question. Harvey.
And a receiver other than Cortland. I still like Troy Franklin.
I know you do.
I like Troy. I've been saying this since February. I think if I had to pick, when this season's all said and done, the most improved player on the Broncos, the breakout player for the Denver Broncos this year.
God, that would be awesome.
I would go with Troy Franklin. And I know he frustrated people last year, and I know my logic is kind of weird. Not the first time you've heard weird logic from me, people.
And it won't be the last.
And it will not be the last.
Promise.
He's an idiot.
Promise. But, for everybody who was upset that, he dropped some deep balls. There were some misconnections between him and Bo. But they were there. That's the thing. In a league in which a lot of receivers never make it because they can't create that kind of separation, he was open. He was open to drop a ball.
Yeah,
he was open.
He
was open to be missed.
Yes.
Okay, that's not good, but
you got to catch the ball. You know that, right?
I get
That's
that.
a big part
That's
of
a
it.
big
It's
part of being a
big part
receiver.
of it.
You got to catch the ball.
Big
okay?
part of it,
But
Mike.
the fact that he was open,
right?
That for a lot of guys, they never figure that out. You know what? I'm kind of confident that as a guy who did what he did in college and why he's in the NFL, I'm kind of confident the catching the ball thing will happen. He'll be able to figure that part out.
Hopefully.
If he already has the ability to create that separation and get open, man, that's a good foundation to start from.
Yeah, I think that the expectations for Troy Franklin were so out of whack last year. So out of whack from people. And it was a slow start from him, but he's got something there. So I hope you're right. I hope we do see him emerge this year.
All right, coming up next, we're going to get to what's trending and a little story time with Stoke. We love our story times, and Stoke's going to tell us about the time he was a selfish, malcontent,
prima donna,
diva holdout. That's coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Okay, for my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Fellas, summer, it's here. This is the time you should feel your best, rested, sharp, full of energy. But if you feel like you're missing a gear lately, low testosterone might be to blame. That's where my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can come in and help you out. Most men wait a year or longer to get help. Fellas, stop procrastinating. Jeff and his team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they'll get you taken care of. Life's too short to not feel great, not have energy. And fellas, did you know early to your mid-30s you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and it happens gradually. And before you know it, you just don't feel like the same person you did in your 20s or early 30s. Like I said, start taking your health seriously. Pick up the phone and call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This segment on 104.3 The Fans brought to you by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest equipment.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Just an absolutely beautiful morning out here as we get set for the official start of Broncos training camp. The last couple days have been acclimation days. Jeez. Unbelievable.
They never acclimated us.
Yeah, were you guys ever acclimated?
No.
Did you guys ever go through a ramp-up period?
None of that.
Huh?
Unfortunately, no.
No.
I'm jealous, though. Looks like it's really nice to be acclimated.
What?
It looks like it's really nice to be acclimated.
There you go, big fella. Do you guys do they do the conditioning tests to kick off camp like they used to? There used to be some brutal conditioning tests. I know McDaniels had a real ball buster of one.
Yeah.
For a while there. That you
Josh?
Had to,
his was
you had to pass in order to get to start camp, right?
300-yard shuttle.
So what was that?
50 yards. Down, back, down, back, down, back. That's 300. So you do the math real quick.
Right.
50,
nope.
50.
Any breaks in between the 50s?
No.
Or did you have to get them done by a certain amount of time?
Exactly.
Okay.
You had a time that you had to finish. So I forgot how many of those we had to do. But
and it was different based on your position. Right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Course, yeah.
The big guys, they get more time. The wide receivers, this is the number you need. And I crushed it. I mean, I crushed it. I was ready for it because I was here the whole time. But that's one of those, like when you do those shuttle drills, you have to train for it.
Yeah.
That's not something that you can do all these different things and think that you're just going to do that and be able to and be okay and pass it. No, you have to actually train for that for that test. Because if you don't, man, your legs on that that third one, I think we had to do, I don't know if it was 6 or 5 or 6 of them or something like that. You have so much rest in between. But by that third one, your legs are shot. And so but if you know what you're doing and you train for it, you're okay. But man, you would have some guys that come back and they just couldn't pass it.
Right.
They just couldn't do it. So
and you couldn't practice until you passed the test.
Exactly.
Right? You'd have to just continue to work out.
Yeah, exactly. They work you out on the side, so you'll be with the weight coach or whoever else. So until you could actually pass the test, because I guess, the thought process is, they don't want to throw you out there if you're not in shape. What's going to happen? You're going to get hurt, right? And so I don't know. Every team's different when it comes to the conditioning test.
I don't think they do them here, right?
I haven't heard
anything like that.
And we also I think with Coach Shanahan, if you were here in the off season and you participated in 90% or more of the off season, you were exempt because they knew you were in shape.
Right.
Because you're here, you're working. So why do you need to do the conditioning test when you spent the whole off season here working and training? And so, but if some people do their training other places. Now you have to pass the conditioning test. I'll give you a quick story. You want another story time?
I love story time with Stoke.
Baltimore signed me in 2013 when the Broncos didn't want me back. I don't know if you knew that story, and they wanted Wes. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You only remind me of it probably once a week. Once a week.
Usually the over/under is 1.5.
1.5. No, but so I show up to Baltimore. Ozzie Newsome called me. He's like, "Hey, want to see if you're ready to play. We're taking a look at our young receivers, and but want to make sure you're in shape and you still want to play. And if these guys aren't getting it done, I'm going to give you a call back here probably in a couple weeks." And I said, "Okay, perfect." So sure enough, I'm driving in my car. I see Maryland area code. I'm like, "Oh, here we go. This is going to be it." So answered it, Ozzie. "Hey, want to bring you in? Take a physical and sign you." I'm like, "All right, perfect." So fly out the next day. They had a conditioning test, right? They had a conditioning test. And I think this one was 5 back, 10 back, 15 back, 20 back. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, I hadn't trained for it. So when you train for conditioning tests like that, when to, so you have 12 seconds, 15 seconds, you know how to time it up so you're crossing the finish line right on time, right? So however many I had, like 6 of them, well, the first one, I'm amped up, right? I'm in shape. I'm in shape.
Right.
And Ozzie Newsome was out there, and then just the weight coach. That was it, right? And so I do the first one, and say I had 15 seconds. I finished it in 11. And I said, uh-oh, bad move. Bad move, because I didn't know how to plan it out to cross the finish line at 15, so I really screwed up. My legs were so shot by then, because all I was thinking was, I said, you know what, they're not going to sign me because I'm going to fail this conditioning test, and then I'm going to have to call my son. That's what I was thinking about when doing it. I'm going to have to call my son and tell him I failed the conditioning test. I said, I'm not failing this thing. There's no chance that I'm going to fail this thing. But I looked at Ozzie after the first one. I said, that was a rookie mistake. Rookie mistake by me. But I ended up passing it, thank goodness.
But your legs were shot.
They
afterwards.
were done. They were absolutely done. And then Harbaugh came up to me. He's like, "Hey, we had a practice at the stadium that day." He's like, "Hey," and it's the first day. I'm like, "I don't know any of the plays or anything." He's like, "Hey, what do you want to practice today?"
You're like, yeah, sure, coach,
right,
sure,
yeah,
can't wait.
I'm like, "No, I don't."
Oh, you told him no.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was thinking to myself.
Yeah.
I was like, hell no, I don't want to practice today. I can
right.
barely walk right now. My legs are I don't know anything. I just flew into town. Can you give me a day here?
Right.
And but I said, yeah, of course, I'd love to practice. Turns out that because when I signed some kind of procedural deal, I couldn't practice that day. Thank the Lord. My legs were done. I was shot after that.
So, because everybody listening, so many people listening right now played some level of football, high school, college, Pop Warner, that kind of stuff. We all remember those grueling practices, okay, and running drills. Oh, I still have nightmares about running drills. So, okay, well played. Little mean, but well played. So, McDaniel's one, 650s. Okay? Everybody can picture running a 50-yard dash, and you had to do 6 of them. How much time did you have to finish all 6? Do you remember the time?
No, so what you do, it's a shuttle. So you start at the goal line, you run 50 back 50 all in once.
Right.
Okay? So you do it's 300 yards.
Yeah.
Total of 300 yards. I forgot the time that you had to finish it.
I know, I'd be fascinated to know
and I forgot how much time you have in between each set.
But it's a time thing. If you fail it, if you don't make it, it's because you didn't get it done with a certain amount of time. I'm just kind of curious how much time you had to have to do 300.
I wish I
like
remembered.
Wow,
you think I remember that, Mike?
How
long ago that was?
But that's the kind of stuff that I think is the source of nightmares. That's the kind of stuff you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, ugh.
I was ready.
You were ready?
I was ready.
All right. More story time with Stoke. So we were talking about contracts getting done or not getting done, holdouts, hold-ins, and I was busting your chops, figuring that you were a constant underdog throughout the course of your career, and you were never in a position where you had the hammer and you had the leverage to hold out. But turns out you actually did.
My rookie
time.
year.
Yeah.
My rookie year. So I got drafted by the Ravens in the 4th round. They had a 1st-round pick, 2 4th-round picks, and like a 7th-round pick. That's it. So they only back then it's different. Now back then you have a pool of money that you had depending on your draft picks, and so there was 2 4th-round picks, me and an offensive lineman. Well, turns out they gave like all the money to the 1st-round pick. So they were telling me and the other 4th-round pick here's your signing bonus you're supposed to get. It's all slotted, right?
Yeah.
You kind of know you get a little bit more from the guy than the guy that was drafted behind you, and a little bit less than the guy drafted in front of you. It's pretty simple. So just give me what I'm supposed to make. That is it, right? That's all I want. And turns out they say, well, we can't give it to you. We don't have enough money. What do you mean you don't have enough money? How do you not have enough money to pay me what I'm supposed to get? Then they say, well, let me tell you this. This is what we're going to do for you, right? This is what we're going to make you earn it. We're going to give you just a little bit of this money, but the rest of it we're going to make you earn.
Oh.
Yeah. I said, so I'm like,
how nice of them.
Right, exactly. So I'm like,
Wow.
well, this isn't right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm thinking I might play 2 years, 3 years. I'm hoping to play 4 or 5 years, and I mean, this is a good chunk of money. I go back. If I don't get it, I'm gonna be crawfishing. You know, I'm gonna be back in the swamp.
Yeah.
So I need this money.
A slurper.
Yes, I'll be slurping them crawfish. So they say, we'll let you get it back if you reach certain incentives, playing time incentives, right? So the first year was going to be like if you played 15% of the offensive plays, and if I didn't get that, the next year was like 25% of the offensive plays, something like that, right? And I'm like, this is not right. So me and the other 4th-round pick, we were going to hold out together.
Okay.
Like, hey, we got to do this together, right? We're 4th-round picks.
Solidarity.
And sure enough, so after the training camp started, I'm still back in Louisiana. It started, and I'm like, what the heck? This is not ideal. Brian Billick, the head coach, called me.
Oh.
He's like, do you know what you're doing? This is you should not be holding out. You know you're a 4th-round pick. And I'm like, what the bleepity
And you got an agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm like, this is not how I want to start my NFL career, right? And so it turns out the other guy broke. He broke. And he ended up signing his contract. So now I'm the only one.
The only draft pick.
Not signed.
You're the only holdout on the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah. I'm it.
Oh,
4th-round pick, Mike.
Oh, man.
4th-round pick. So then it was like 2 days into camp, I was just like, screw it. Like, I got to get to camp, man.
Yeah.
I got to get to camp. So I ended up just going. They broke me. You
caved.
I signed the contract, and but I ended up my 3rd year. Last year of the contract, I ended up making the playing incentives, thank goodness. And it ended up being a little bit more. So they did throw that into it, where it was a little bit more than what it would have been. But I had to earn it. That was stressful. So that was my whole.
What were some of the veterans like when you finally
Oh.
showed up? They must have been giving you all kinds of
my-
grief. Who
oh.
are you, rookie? Who are you to hold out? Who are some of the veterans on that team?
Oh, my gosh, Tony Saragusa.
Oh, jeez.
Tony Saragusa.
Oh.
So I hated that guy with a passion. No, literally, I hated him.
Really?
I hated him. They would shoot paintball guns at people walking from the hotel to the cafeteria. So I was just so scared. I was so scared for my life with those guys. And Tony Saragusa would sit at the top of the steps, okay? And then I ended up dislocating my shoulder, like the second practice I was there. So I didn't practice for a few days, and he would sit up at the steps, and he'd be like, "You already hurt, rookie? You're not making this football team." And I'm like, oh, my gosh, please. And then the next day I'm walking out. I'm like, please don't be sitting on the steps. And there he is, and he's loud, big Italian, right? He passed away. I ended up loving the guy. He ended up being a great teammate. But that first, he made you earn your stripes, right?
Yeah.
And then he would go up to my receiver coach. He's like, this guy's already hurt. This rookie's already hurt. He's not making this team. There's no way he's making this team. You talk
man.
about scared to death.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh. Nightmare stuff.
I
Nightmare
bet. Ah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I
It
don't
was
know.
different back
I don't know
then.
how everybody else feels about it. I love that. I love these stories of what you guys went through. That was awesome. That was cool. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Stink will be here in about 20 minutes. But first, let's get to what's trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
Well, it's Bo Nix's world right now, and we are all just living in it. We talked about this yesterday, that if you just picked up on all the talk this offseason about the rookie quarterbacks, Bo Nix maybe got more positive run during this offseason than anybody, maybe even Jaden Daniels. And it continued yesterday. Dan Orlovsky on with Pat McAfee, how much he likes Bo and the Broncos this year.
I think Denver's going to be absolutely awesome. They'll have the best defense or second or third best defense in football, and I think Bo Nix will only improve with their offensive line and be top 6, top 7 in the league. So I think if I had to pick 2 other teams that I really believe, like deep down, full roster can get there, it would be them. Obviously, Cincy with their defense is massive question marks. Their offense can score with anyone, but the Chargers, I want to see how good their weapons play on the outside. But those would be 2 teams outside of those top 3 that I'm like, yeah, watch them.
Yeah, so he's talking about the AFC championship contenders beyond the big 3 of Kansas City, Buffalo, and Baltimore. He easily, clearly puts the Broncos right there in that next level.
Yeah, I love it. Look, I mean, I'm optimistic. I'm fired up on this team, and I think he said it perfectly there. You look at this defense. I mean, he said it. I mean, we've been saying it. Where are the holes? I mean, where are the weaknesses on this defense? I mean, they have none. So, he's talking about them being the best defense in the league. Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. And if you've got a great defense, you got a great special defense. We've seen it here. What you can do, especially when you get in the playoffs. Football's different in the playoffs. It's cold. It's a little bit, it's just different in the playoffs. And if you got a great defense like the Broncos should, you have a chance.
Do you like all the positive buzz that's around Bo right now, or do you kind of wish that he was still kind of laying in the weeds a little bit?
No,
and people
I like
are
it.
overlooking him.
Like either you got what it takes to be able to handle that stuff or not, and so that means he had a great year last year. That's a positive when people are this high on you after year one. I mean, that means you did something last year. So, and then Bo's. He's not the type of guy that's going to be reading his press clippings and thinks he already has made it. So you don't have to worry about those things. No, I think it's a positive and a good thing.
Next in what's trending, Cam Newton, who is, he's doing a lot of TV, podcasts, that kind of thing. Well, he doesn't like the idea of guys that played football, guys that played in the NFL, coming out and telling people that this guy isn't good or this team isn't good if they weren't good players themselves. Here he was going off on ESPN's Ryan Clark and the aforementioned Dan Orlovsky.
Ryan Clark. Okay, let's pull up your stats. Second team All-SEC. We cannot relate. Undrafted in 2002. We cannot relate. Then you have 1 Pro Bowl in 2011. We cannot relate. So if you want to unlock Petty Cam, and everything that Cam Newton has ever said on this 4th and 1 show has always been backed by merit and logic, but some way, shape, form, people keep attacking Cam the person, or why he didn't jump on the fumble, why he didn't do this, or comparing and contrasting. So when I compare and contrast you guys' statistics and Dan Orlovsky, never mind.
Wow.
There's so much to unpack there. First of all, I always get a kick out of anybody talking about themselves in the third person. Okay,
that's always relate.
You can, and then that was actually pretty cool. You can't relate. You can't relate. You can't relate. So what about it? Dan Orlovsky, who is just a career backup scrub who ran out of the back of the end zone. Are we supposed to be listening to him?
Yeah,
tell us what's up.
Yeah, I think you can be a good analyst. You can be you can have a good football mind without being a great player, right? I mean, there's a lot of great coaches that aren't great players, right? So, I think he's a little bit off there when it comes to that. There's a lot of great players that aren't great evaluators or analysts.
By the way, does the Bronco fan in you smile that he still carries around the defensiveness about that fumble in the Super Bowl and all the criticism he got for just staring there and looking down like, ooh, it's like he's holding like a lantern over it, like, ooh, looks nasty down there. I think you're going to stay away from that.
Don't want to go near that.
Don't want to go near that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's what everyone brings up.
You can tell he's tired of it. Good. Keep bringing it up.
Exactly.
Keep bringing it up. Next in what's trending, J.J. Watt has had enough with training camp stats. So, and I'm 100% with J.J. So it's funny. You saw this during the OTA season. Shedeur Sanders, let's say, would have an OTA practice, and you would have people breathlessly reporting, Oh, my goodness. Shedeur was just cutting guys up today. He was 12 of 13 for 137 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no picks. And J.J. Watt thinks this is just ridiculous if you try to track quarterback stats during training camp practice. He said, quote, I used to think it was always just people joking, but now seeing them seriously reported, you have no idea what the purpose of that practice period is, what the goals are, what the context is. It could be a strictly third and long blitz period where every play is skewed to the defense's advantage. Coaches could be asking the quarterback to focus specifically on one route concept. D-line may be focusing only on bull rushes one day or just speed rushes for one period. Training camp stats are insane and ridiculous, according to J.J. Watt. Here.
But we did it. We all did it here over the past 7-8 years when it's, Simeon versus Lynch or whatever the case may be.
Well, I tried to go just by the eye test.
I know.
Stats.
I didn't
Right.
either. But I'm saying a lot of media members did during that time because you're comparing, Jared Stidham versus Bo Nix.
Right.
So it kind of.
But it's like if you're like, all right. The other day I'm watching them do practice, and the Stidman was back there, and they were doing 7-on-7. Okay, and the defense was doing their job, and there was nothing open downfield, or he was reluctant to pull the trigger and throw the ball downfield, and so he just threw it to the, Michael Burton outlet. It was a completion, and it went for, mythical 7 or 8 yards.
Right.
But it was on that play, the defense clearly won.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm with J.J. Watt. Look, you don't know what teams are practicing, what they're trying to accomplish. We remember the great line, one of the all-time best lines. Pat Shurmur.
That's true.
You remember what he said?
We're actually practicing.
Trying to throw incompletions.
Thank you, Pat.
There we go. If you're scripting that and you are a media member and you are, watching that and you say, that's 2 incompletions right there for, whoever it is. Well, guess what? Pat told us they were actually trying to throw incompletions, and that was a drill. And Pat was a little defensive there, and he's like, y'all don't know what y'all are watching. Well, Pat, I do know what I'm watching.
Right.
That was one of those end-of-the-game drills where they run, the quarterback sprints out and he throws it out of bounds. So that's where that came from. But to J.J. Watt's point, we don't know. We don't know what the coaches are asking them to do. So it is a little bit unfair. But hey, welcome to 2025.
Yeah.
Right. That's just the world that we're living in right now.
Finally, the news came down right at the end of our show yesterday. Hulk Hogan passing away, and boy, watching and seeing all the tributes to the Hulkster and Hulkamania and what he meant to making pro wrestling a real mainstream sport. I came across a lot of good video. I came across this one with Mean Gene, Hulk, and Randy Macho Man Savage. And
the handshake?
The handshake.
You
remember that one?
I just saw it.
All right, here it is.
Hulkamania, 2 mega powers meeting here tonight. Hulk Hogan, what is happening?
Well, Mean Gene, we really don't know what we're dealing with here, man. And I'm just kind of a little worried about locking up here.
It's all right.
Because we just might blow the whole planet up, Everybody knows that Hulkamania is the strongest force in this universe. But when I hit that ring and I saw what the madness was all about, I realized there was a whole nother universe out there, a whole nother frontier, and the power of the madness and the mania just blew my 24-inch guns out.
Gotta love it.
Really, the list is very small of people who've come along in their chosen industry and profession that you can say that person is almost singularly responsible for being able to lift their sport into the mainstream.
Yeah.
Like that.
No, exactly.
And
he was that guy.
I think he was that guy, right? That's fair to say.
I watched a documentary on, not on him specifically, on I think it was on Vince McMahon and wrestling and where it was and where it is now. And you realize how big of a part of where it is now is because of him. And, obviously, we grew up and we all watched it. And, there was no bigger star than Hulk Hogan.
No. So, sad to see him go, but what a legacy. he leaves. That'll do it for what is trending, and also story time with Stoke. That was good.
Yeah, that was a
good
lot.
Stuff.
That was a
Tony
lot.
Siragusa.
Oh, man.
I mean, this. You know what?
Oh.
That's like the classic. It was
just,
bully at school.
Yes.
I'm going to see you
every day.
Once 3 o'clock, once that bell goes off, nothing's going to be able to save you.
Exactly.
I mean,
I tried to avoid all the veterans, and I wouldn't even eat dinner. Like, I did not want to go in the cafeteria. All of a sudden, they start banging on the table. And that means that they're going to ask a rookie to get up and sing, and you got to tell your signing bonus. So I had to get up there and do it. And when I told my signing bonus, they all laughed.
Really?
Yeah, because I didn't get
didn't
what
get
I was.
one.
Yeah, they're like, oh, man, they got you. They started looking at Ozzie Newsome. Hey, y'all got him.
Really?
I'm like, oh, my God. Very
my
embarrassing.
Goodness.
Tough time.
Tough time for Brandon Stokley. There had to be some moments of self-reflection in the dorm room about,
do I really want to do this?
Am I good enough? Am I smart enough? Can I do this? I mean, you had your stand in front of the mirror Stuart Smalley moment right there.
No doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
It was not fun. Very, very uncomfortable.
That is funny. Good stuff. Good stories. I thought only Mark Schlereth could spin a tale, but Brandon Stokley could tell himself a pretty good story. Speaking of Stank, he's here. He's ready to join us coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. If you got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer, it might be costing you more than you think. Higher investment fees, missed opportunities. Don't let that money snooze while you hustle. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can help you optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. It's time to take control of your financial future, and I know sometimes you just forget about the 401k. You don't look at it for a while. Don't be that guy. Let my friends at Trajan Wealth help you out, and they'll give you a free review. And Trajan Wealth is a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's a family-owned and veteran-led company by Jeff Jr. with wealth management and retirement planning services. Ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation. Call Trajan Wealth today, 720-405-3300. They have offices in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, as we welcome you in, I got to bring you behind the curtain here a little bit, all right? And we're getting all the technical stuff set up because we want you to be able to watch our show and other shows either at DenverSports.com, on our YouTube channel, and we got all kinds of cameras being set up and everything. And I'm getting yet another reminder that Brandon Stokley does not like people. Brandon Stokley does not like people around him. He gets very uncomfortable, because everyone's telling him, hey, you got to move here. Your head's floating in the shot. You got to sit back, sit up straight. You're slouching.
Right.
You're slouching. And you're getting – I could sense the agitation radiating off you.
High anxiety. I'm just trying to do radio.
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for TV. I didn't sign up for podcasts. I just trying to do radio. I just want to do radio. That's it. And it's all this other stuff. So, yeah. Makes me uncomfortable.
TV star, do you want to give him any advice?
Look at him. Look at him. He is ready to go hit the links. He looks great. He's just he's a handsome fella. And but I get it. You just want to go in, come in, get your business done, get out.
That's it.
Right? Get out, get your business done. Richie is just working the camera over here. He's got it all over the place. I don't know what's going on. I'm on the stream. Hi, guys.
I was proud of myself this morning because I did remember my laptop, and then I went back in because I knew I needed my charger because I haven't used a laptop in a while because they wanted us to put it on camera. And I did all of that, got it here, got on the Wi-Fi, hit the link, and I was ready to go, good to go. And then all of a sudden now,
you know what it was?
It's not working.
It was like your wife. There was a lot of what?
Ba 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah,
a lot of that.
Johnny Fever's in our ear. Hey, Stokes, sit up a little bit more straight. Richie's like, hey, can you shift the camera this way? Hey, can you?
The wife is like, ba, 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 ba. A lot of instruction.
A lot of instruction.
We're going to get it for the first day. First day. You don't want that.
You don't want that. Guys, it's awesome to be out here. The changes. Mark, this is your first time out here in a while.
Yeah.
These changes, the construction, the new look here. What do you make of it all?
I think it's going to be great. The fields look the same, so the fields are great, but all the construction's amazing. The new facility is going to be incredible. It's attached to the indoor facility. It is going to be, it is going to be top-notch, no question about it, and which is great. That's one of the things, that's one of the recruiting tools nowadays, right? It's like college football. You got to recruit them with your facility. You got to get the best of the best locker room. Got to have some lounge chairs, if not, you're not signing free agents because they want to be able to lounge around them free agents, right? They want to be able to kick their feet up in the new digs, and these digs are going to be sweet.
Especially the defensive guys, right, Stuck?
Yeah. I just think overall, like you're setting a standard, a winning culture, right? And when you and it's all those other things. It's about nutrition. It's about recovery and rehab stuff. And when you have the best of the best and you're able to put it all in one building, that goes a long way in building that culture and sustain and just being a winning football team.
Mark, is this like your dream scenario? You're here on a football field, getting ready to watch football, and yet literally not maybe 30 yards from us to your left are two giant cement mixers.
Yeah, that is. If they just had the lawnmowers running right now, you want to talk about Shangri-La. Just roll the lawnmowers. Let's get some yard work done.
Mix some cement.
Let's pour some foundation. Throw some rebar in there, and let's go. Yeah, it's awesome.
For you guys, I know it's been. Let me give you guys a chance to wax a little nostalgic here. I think it's awesome, but you guys might pour cold water completely on this, but I know it's been a while since the two of you played. But when you're out here in this environment and it's training camp, do you miss it at all? Stoke, anything that is there part of you that's like, damn, I wish I could dial the clock back.
Well, you miss walking into the building. You miss walking into the building. I mean, that was, you don't get that camaraderie anymore. Now I walk into a building to go to work and I sit next to you for 4 hours, right? So
we're best friends.
just not quite the same,
Not the
Evans.
same
It's not the same as walking into those doors right there. Next thing you know, you're just in the cafeteria, then your buddy's sitting next to you and you're chopping it up. And then the off season, you're talking about where you're going to play golf, get a little workout in, and during camp here, after practice is over, it's like, all right, we're going to go eat, and then look, hey, I'll see you on the card table, right? We're going to be playing cards for a couple hours, so you just can't replace that, and you can't find it anywhere else. And so I miss that part of it. I don't miss getting injured. I don't miss being tired and sore and all those things, but it's the other things that you can't replace. That you miss.
I like. Do I miss it? No, not. I mean, I did everything I could do. My relationships were more with the head trainer and the assistant trainers. I wasn't playing cards with the fellas. I was in rehabbing all the time and doing all that stuff. Bucket ice.
You were friendly with the ice machine.
Yeah. But that part is great. The camaraderie. I've been blessed that I have jumped right into radio, right into television, and have a lot of – it's not exactly the same, but the camaraderie, the goofing around, the connection, it's very much like, for me, my whole life is very much like it was as a player. Like I still have those type of, ridiculous relationships, those goofy conversations, those things that, are somewhat inappropriate, like the things like, the locker room was just one of those, like, there's no political correctness in it. And a lot of that is the same as the kind of stuff that we have, the camaraderie that we have as a group. And so anyhow, I don't really miss it. I mean, I miss some of the big games, some of the competition. But I still, my whole life is kind of built that way.
Don't miss the grind, though, huh?
No.
Stoke, listen, if you don't feel like you're getting enough camaraderie, tell you what, come into work, bring your jockstrap. And when you're not looking, I'll put a little icy hut in it or something. Okay, will that make you feel better?
No.
We cannot relate.
No, I'm good. I appreciate it.
Well, but Stokley, like during the breaks, you go and you sit on the couch. Like, we could stay in we could do some team building stuff.
No.
Maybe have one of them trust falls.
Yeah.
You want to have a trust fall?
Yeah.
No,
like
see,
you stand
you
on
leave.
the top.
You leave.
Like if you stand on the top of this table,
Yeah.
and you just fall backwards, and Mike and I will probably catch you, and that would build the team camaraderie.
Exactly.
Trust fall.
No.
With Stokley. I think we
I'm
should
good.
do it.
I do leave usually during our breaks, and I do go sit on the couch by myself.
You're a loner.
A little bit sometimes, yeah. But I talk enough during the show. I don't want to talk during the break.
Oh, okay.
You follow me?
I got you.
And then I need to get away from you most of the time,
Jeez,
Evans, just
wow.
for a little break from you. Like you recharge the batteries and then get ready to go back again. No, but I just think that, it's and now I'm jealous, though, because now it's camp's easy now.
So easy, isn't it?
It's easy now. Camp used to be a stinking grind. Like, buckle up for 2.5, 3 weeks of just being a stinking grind. You never knew when you were going to get out of your meetings at night. Like, they have a time that they have to get these guys out of meetings now, right? And so, but you miss it. You miss the cards with the fellas, those types of things, and that's the stuff that you can't really replace.
It's amazing having. This is what my 27th. Broncos training camp. My first one was you guys, Mark, getting ready to defend your championship. Mm-hmm. So it was for the second Super Bowl year, and it was up in Greeley.
Been 84 years.
And not only has training camp changed, through the eyes of you guys who used to play, but for those of us who've covered it for a long time, man, up there in Greeley, you guys beat the snot out of each other twice a day. I mean, it was just like I couldn't believe it.
Did you go up there and stay?
No.
You drove back and forth every day?
You know, back in the day, the fan had unlimited budget. You know, no, I drove up and back from Lakewood to Greeley every day.
Wow.
Boy, did that suck. But anyway, yeah, you guys just compared to what goes on here now. I mean, you guys killed each other.
Yeah.
Killed each other.
Different world now.
Different world.
Yeah,
it
it's
totally
you know.
is.
So
and it's better. It's better. Certainly, I think for the players and their longevity and things like that. And I think the players have more of a voice where you really didn't have a voice. You couldn't speak up, but now players have a voice, and teams listen. To your point, Michael, we were talking about earlier, like the NFLPA does a survey. Well, if you get a bad grade, it's embarrassing. They shame you into fixing certain things, which is a great thing.
Yeah,
that's great because you used to not really have any kind of voice at all.
Yeah, Washington. I saw this on the internet yesterday. So the Washington Commanders, they got an F for their facilities and their locker room and everything. They come back to training camp and it's completely redone, state of the art, everything. And the players were all jazzed about it. But Stokes right, that was in direct response to that survey, them getting an F, and they completely upgraded the locker room with, all the bells and whistles in everybody's locker and, the lounge chairs and the games and all that kind of stuff. Ping pong tables. That's the downfall of a football team. You start putting ping pong tables in there, Stoke, and the next thing you know, guys are willy-nilly. Willy-nilly, I tell you.
So ping pong's out, but Papa Shot's in. Papa Shots are okay?
Yeah, we got to have a mature team to have a Papa Shot.
You guys had Papa Shots in.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the best Papa Shot player on the team back then?
I thought
I remember Rod Smith being pretty good.
We didn't really nobody really played that much.
Really?
It's probably the kickers.
Papa Shots, it's like cool for a week, and then no one plays it. We have one in our –
Really?
We have one in our studio, and no one plays it anymore.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Simmer plays it. He'll go shoot 5 or 6 shots, and that's it.
Yeah,
it's a waste of space.
I'll walk by and throw one shot up.
That's it.
Swish it, and
always leave on a make. That's the rule. Always leave on a make.
Oh, you always have to leave on a make.
But, guys, and I think back to what we went through just a couple years ago when the ownership was in flux. And we didn't know who was going to buy the team, and we were getting to know all the potential people and groups that were involved. Mm-hmm. And I look around here now, and I see what is being done. I see the commitment to building up the facilities. I see the way that the team is being run. I just get the overall vibe that is around this team. And I know when we think about our teams, we don't always think about ownership first. It kind of maybe falls into the background. But I'll tell you what, I don't know if it could have gone any better with the group that took over this team and what it means for this franchise now and moving forward. When you think about what could have happened and how it might have impacted how the Broncos looked today and moving forward to what it actually is, I think it was a massive, massive development in the history of this organization.
Oh, it
really was.
I mean, well, that's the group, they set the standard. And if you don't have that right, you're not going to get anything else right. Just look around the league with the bad owners. I mean, they just can't get it figured out. And so, if you don't have the right owners in place, you're not getting Sean Payton here. But obviously, Greg Pinner and the Walton Pinner group, they set the standard for everything else, from the top down. And when you got that figured out, you're going to have a chance. And you see it happening just a couple years in, and it's like, okay, new facility going up. You didn't need to do the new facility. They just renovated this thing. It's awesome in there, the old one. And so, but they're building a brand new one. The fields, everything is first class. And now you have a chance. It's already hard enough to win in the NFL. I don't know if you knew that, Mike. But it is very hard.
You guys remind me
right,
every
Mark?
single day.
Yeah, he's like,
so
it's
hard.
not that hard. It's not that hard. I won't say 12 though. I won't say 12. It's pretty easy.
Winning 10 games
Winning
is so hard.
It's not
Going 10-7 is so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I know, but he won't go. He won't go to 12. He won't go to 12.
I mean, that's the next step.
You're trying.
Yeah.
You're trying
that's
hard.
The next step.
But one thing, Mark, when I started covering the team. When late 90s, early 2000s, the one thing if there was one constant answer I heard when players were asked about Pat Bowlen, it was always, what do you need to win? What do you need to win? What do you guys need to win? And he would go out and take care of it. And I kind of get the sense with this group there's that same kind of mentality in place. What do you guys need to win?
Oh, I don't think there's any question. And I think that's Mike Shanahan that started that, and I think Sean Payton has carried it over. So Mike Shanahan was like, hey, listen, man, these are the things, if you're going to hire me, these are the things that I'm going to demand. Like, I'm demanding things. Like, back when I first came in the league, on the road you had to share a room. And that's how it was before Mike Shanahan got here. And he said, hey, man, if I'm going to be your head coach, each guy gets his own room on the road. Like, that's non-negotiable. You're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. And it wasn't that way before he got here. And so you don't think those things matter, but they matter. Like, that stuff matters. And it was the little things. Just everything was done in a first-class manner that made it as easy as possible for you as a player. Right? Hey, man, I need a new pair of socks. You think it's funny. You think it sounds stupid? There were some organizations that charge you. Hell, the Arizona Cardinals, the first round, this is like a year ago, their first-round pick got his check, looked at his check, and there was a deduction for the T-shirt or the collared shirt and the hat that he wore in his introductory press conference. They charged him $60 for a hat and a shirt. And it came out of his check. Dude, this is the stuff that goes on in some organizations. And so Mike set that standard for Pat Bowlen, and Pat Bowlen ran with it, and it was an unbelievable place to play.
Yeah, I mean, there's a standard, right? And when you have that standard and that culture, I mean, we wanted it to change. From a losing culture and hoping that Sean could change it and flip it over. But it starts at the top. If your owner isn't committed and he doesn't have that standard or they don't have that standard, then you got no chance. Yeah. I mean, you absolutely got no chance to win in the NFL. And so, but back to your original point, I mean, you look back and you think, oh, man, David Tepper bought the Carolina Panthers, a few years before the Walton Penner Group bought the Broncos. Just imagine if it was flipped.
Right.
And what this team would look like right now. They can't get out of the way in Carolina. What starts at the top, and then, Greg Penner gets here and first order of business, he hires the right coach. I mean, every other year we're running through coaches and quarterbacks. All of a sudden you get the right guy and the right leadership. They hire the right people. And then now you look at the new facility, going to be a new stadium probably at some point here in the next 5-10 years. You got the right coach, you got the right quarterback. It's like we're back.
Yeah, and while we're blowing bubbles at Greg Penner, I'll keep it going here because when he showed up here, remember he admitted, look, I don't know a lot about football. I don't know a lot about running an NFL team and owning an NFL team. And what I really was impressed by is here's a guy who's a gazillionaire, and he easily could have just come in and said, hey, look, I'm just going to run this thing like a business and I'll let the football people. But he immersed himself in all things, the draft and free agent. He really made it a point to learn what this whole NFL business is about. And here was a guy who kind of humbled himself to be able to admit what he didn't know and how he had to learn, and I think that's gone a long way towards seeing what we see out here, truly a commitment to win, and it's a great thing if you are a Broncos fan. I think we've all been kind of wondering, how are the players viewing this season and the increased expectations that are around this team. I thought it was a very interesting answer from Quinn Miners. Ty, I think you have that ready to go, in which he was specifically asked about overtaking the Chiefs this year, but I think his answer reflected really the team mindset as they go into this season of high expectations.
I'm not looking at any teams right now. I'm focusing on this Denver Broncos team right now that we're trying to develop. There is not anything we're circling anywhere on anything. That is for you guys to do. That is not what we do. This is the storylines that you guys want. We're not taking any of that cheese. We're here to work, and we're here to become better. And that's just the bottom line. A lot of people have been sleeping on us, and that's okay. We know who we are, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, I love that approach. I mean, we do as media members. I mean, that's kind of what we do, right? We highlight games, we circle games. As a player, I mean, you're trying to grind through camp. And then you're looking at, okay, who do we play the first week of the season? We're playing the Titans. You're not worried about the Chiefs right now or the Chargers right now. But us as fans, media members, that's what we do. But as players, that's you're not even thinking about that stuff.
Really? I mean, it's not. It's not.
Do you think they're thinking about the Chiefs
Well,
right now? I mean, Mark.
This is.
Are you awake over there?
Yeah,
This fall asleep?
This
No.
is
You
a.
can
This
talk.
is. This
No,
is
you're
a.
part of the show.
I think I'm going to get heat stroke.
Yes.
Like I'm sitting
See,
in
I
the
told
sun.
you. I told you. I
I'm
said.
sitting,
I go. Let's put Mark in the sun.
Yeah, I'm in the sun, and it just dawned on me.
We thought we planned this.
Why? It dawned on me while you guys were talking. I was like, damn, I'm hot. I'm like really hot.
He's got jeans on. He's
I
got a dark
jeans,
T-shirt
I got
on.
hot coffee and my Stanley thermos. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to be great. Now I'm just like, and I'm not a sweater. I told you guys, I don't sweat a lot, but I'm starting to overheat.
He's gonna be like a dog. Dogs don't sweat. Pretty soon he's just gonna be like.
Yeah, I'm just going to be
Give him
panting
some water.
over here. Yeah.
No, but I was just I was waiting for, I thought Mark might want to
Might
talk.
just-
He didn't talk for 5 minutes, and then he's just kind of staring blankly, like a blank stare on his face, and it's just and I'm like, what is going on with Mark? Are you okay?
That's the first sign of heat stroke. That's the first sign of heat stroke.
Do we need a cold towel?
Right, we
Get
need
him
a cold towel. No, I'm with you. Your training camp, man, you're trying to get through. You're trying to get better every day. You're trying to make sure you stay healthy. And you're trying to become the best player that you can become. You're not thinking about who we got in week 6. Most players don't even know. Most players don't have any clue. I bet you if you surveyed this Broncos team and say, hey, who do you guys play week 3? There's not one guy that would know who they play in week 3.
No, probably not. But these players today, I mean, they don't live in a complete vacuum. They're aware of, but they're out there on social media. They see what's being said, and they know that the Broncos have been talked up this offseason as a team on the rise, and I think that's why Quinn said what he said. He's acknowledging the cheese is out there. The rat poison's out there. We can't fall for it.
Right, of course. I mean, of course I mean, you're aware of what people are saying and what the expectations are here in Denver, Colorado for the Denver Broncos. You get all that stuff, but it doesn't mean you're paying attention to it. I mean, you see it, but it's not like you're delving into it and worrying about it or thinking about it or studying it. There's so much on your plate as a player, and there's so much pressure on you to perform, and you put more pressure on yourself than the team or anybody else could put on you. So it's not like they're sitting there thinking about, hey, we just gotta grind and overcome Kansas City and what are we gonna do? And I hate those guys. It's just not like that. It's not like we have that. I can't stand Kansas City, but the players are just like, man, I got other things. They got other fish to fry.
Yeah, the season's so long. You just kind of you're not really thinking about the end. And I mean, because I was on a lot of good teams, and we had high expectations from people on outside of the building. Mark, same thing with the Broncos teams, Washington. But you're not even thinking about that stuff. That's so far away. You don't even care what their expectations are. So it's we think the Broncos are going to be good. They're getting pumped up nationally and locally here, which is a great thing. But at the same time, that's not affecting the players.
All right.
You guys are both kind of bad teammates right now. I've noticed.
I told you, pull up here to the side.
You're so spread out. You guys spread
Don't we look
out
comfortable?
on purpose. Yeah,
Don't we look comfortable here?
Certainly, you did.
We still have our sweatshirts
Yeah,
on.
I know. Simply, you guys, it's chilly inside this tent. There's no sun in here. And you purposely spread out so I didn't have a lot of room. And then Rock and Roll Brian came over here and put the chair in the sun. He's part of it.
He did.
He was part of it. This has all been orchestrated.
So it was 6:45. We're sitting here. We're like, what are we going to do with Stink when he gets here? And Stokes says, well, just put him at the end of the table. I go, nah, put him out there on the corner so he can get a little sun too.
Yeah.
So, thank me.
Probably going to get a burn.
You could wear shorts. I know you're deathly embarrassed of your turkey
no.
legs there. You
It has
could wear
nothing to
shorts,
do-
you know.
I'm not embarrassed of my turkey.
You
They
are.
what
You
they, no,
are.
They are what they are.
You
I
hardly
just
ever
don't-
wear shorts.
I'm not a shorts guy. I'm just not much of a shorts guy.
Is it because you're embarrassed of your legs?
No.
Do you have bad legs?
No.
Bad legs?
No, my legs are great.
Heavy legs?
No, I don't
What's
have-
wrong with his legs, Evans?
I don't know, but he's always wearing pants. And
my left knee's actually bigger than my quad.
Ah, see.
But
I knew
that's not
I knew
what
there was
bothers
something
me.
he was self-conscious
Yeah,
about.
no, it's not self-conscious.
Therapy. We can help you with that. We'll help you overcome
scars,
that.
You
What do
know?
you mean?
I don't want to frighten the young children.
You know what other NFL, you know what the Bronco players look at? Oh my God, is that what's in store for me?
They're like, look at this freak show.
Is
I
this-
retire.
is
I
this-
retire.
Yeah, that's right. Is this what's going to happen to me if I continue to play? Oh my God, look at that guy. He's a mess.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next, I'm noticing a trend developing with the way that Sean Payton and George Payton are putting together this football team. Why are they doing it, and does it make sense? That's next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friend Troy Hansford. Hey, listen, if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to do it. Sell your house, get top dollar. Believe it or not, my boy Troy still offering his $5,000 guarantee. If he can't sell your house at the price you guys agree upon, plus the timeline you agree upon, get this, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is nobody. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a boatload of money marketing his listings. Got 100 families or so right now, as I speak, approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and dial him up, 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money, 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Silterhar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with zero money down and starting at just $399 a month. Silterhar Motors, conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Get some activity out here as some of the Broncos personnel staff out here getting the field ready, getting everything set up. All the water stations are being set up. Got to get those water breaks. Love those Vic. Remember those Vic Fangio hydration breaks? Just would take all the momentum of practice and just bring it to a screeching halt.
That's why they were so good. Right? Like all the attention to detail. No stone unturned. Remember what you're going to fight for what? Every blade of grass or what was this?
That was death by inches.
Death by inches.
Yeah.
So we got
intelligent
planned water
observation.
breaks.
He's talking now all of a sudden. You know why?
He's in the shade.
He's in the shade.
He
He's
has
happy
moved
now.
to the
Body
shade.
temperature, cool down. It's like I got an alert on my phone. I was sitting in there, and then my phone, you know how it goes, overheating, temperature alert, and your phone shuts down? That's how my body did it. If you just went, temperature alert, boom, 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 boom.
Soft. Talanoa Hufanga spoke yesterday. Mike McGlinchey spoke the other day. We're going to hear from Dre Greenlaw here in the not-too-distant future. What do all three have in common? They're all three former 49ers. And McGlinchey the other day talked about what you're getting in a couple of 49ers in Hufanga and Greenlaw.
Well, I mean, obviously the play speaks for themselves. I think Huff and Dre are two of the best at their positions across the league, and they are monstrous additions for us defensively. But the two of them bring such an energy, especially, defensive side of the football is a very emotional, energetic kind of style of play, and you can feel Dre Greenlaw when he steps onto the field. You can feel Huff when he makes plays in the box or takes a chance on a great interception, and those two are going to help us tremendously this year, and happy to be back on the same side as them.
Stink, I'll start with you because you've done some 49er games over the last few years. If you look at some of the big free agent moves that Sean has made, McGlinchey, Hufanga, Greenlaw, the fact that they're all former 49ers, is that just merely coincidence, or is there a reason why you target former 49ers?
Well, one, because you understand the commitment they have as 49ers. You understand how they were coached, like the just the level of coaching Kyle Shanahan demands, the culture that has been built in San Francisco. You already know that is the culture that you are establishing here, the work ethic that you're establishing. Those guys play. Those guys played by Warner. They learn from him. That was one of the things that Hufanga came in. When he came in, he attached himself to Fred Warner and was like, teach me how to play the game the right way. Hufanga is a guy that has been mentored his whole life, going back to college at USC. I think it was USC, by
Palomalo.
By Palomalo. They are such quality people and such quality players. So when you get it from a program like San Francisco, hey man, there's no learning curve. They're going to come in here and they're going to be basically guys who help establish the culture that you've already put in.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to find good players, right? And 49ers have had a lot of good players, and they can't keep them all. So, obviously, when you have a lot of success, well, there's a reason why, because you got a lot of talented players. So they've done a good job of finding those guys, but you can't keep them all. So I think it's just kind of one of those things where it's a little bit of a coincidence.
You think it's just a talent thing? You're not – as you try to establish a culture, a certain way of doing things that you hope could be sustainable?
Well, you want the right guys.
So
certainly you want the right guys, but just because you're in San Francisco doesn't mean you're going to be the right guy here. I mean, not all those guys are the right fit here,
Yeah.
but you find a guy like Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw. I mean, they seem like they check a bunch of the boxes, and obviously McGlinchey's been really good taking over the right tackle spot, so he checks a bunch of the boxes. I think, as an organization, you see the guys the Broncos are drafting and signing in free agency. They're trying to find the right guys. Well, you look at what they do with San Francisco. You're trying to find really good football players, but also guys that have all those other intangibles too and check all those boxes, which those guys do.
Oh, it's my turn now? Are you just looking at me? I thought you were going to reestablish something.
No, I thought you had something.
No?
No?
Oh, I know.
He just kind of got his feet kicked up today. He wants us to do the heavy lifting
I'm
today. I
telling
can
you,
sense that
Well,
from early on.
it's training camp. It's day one. I got two guys who between them played 18 years in the NFL, something like that,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm leaning on your I'm leaning on your expertise today.
I know. I get it. I mean, I think it's great. I think.
See, I guess I'm guilty of reading too much into it, I guess. Maybe that's my fault because I'd like to think that there are some organizations out there that just do things better than a lot of other people, and that if you're able to bring those kind of players in when you're trying to establish something yourself, I don't think it's a coincidence. Stoke, you think it's a coincidence? I don't think it's a coincidence.
Well, I don't think it's a coincidence. There's certain teams that have established a culture where the guys play hard, they do things. I'm not saying that every team doesn't have guys that are professionals, but some teams have more professionals on their team than other guys. And so, you want to lean into that. But if there's a great player that has played at some team that hasn't had great success, it doesn't mean that guy can't come in and fit into your culture. This is just an abject. What we've got going on here, by the way, just behind the curtain, like Richie and Amanda trying to put this camera up, they've been struggling with 2 segments now of trying to figure this thing out, and it is. Yeah, I mean, it's just they're all over that. Now we got the music.
Oh, there's some bass there.
There's a lot of bass
Whoa,
there.
I'm feeling that.
But I think, you look at the
Thumping
49ers.
in my chest.
The 49ers this year.
Is this good for
Mike.
my heart? I might have to go back to the studio.
Is this going to put you into AFib?
Yeah. What are we doing over here?
I just think that, this year, when you sign Hufanga and Greenlaw, right, I mean, there's a reason why they were available. I mean, the 49ers were tearing that thing down to a certain degree. They had to pay Purdy. Those guys had both been injured. And so I think it was just kind of a coincidence that we were fortunate to be able to sign both of those guys because, you know what, if they were healthy, they probably wouldn't have been the 49ers would have kept probably both of them, and we probably wouldn't have had a chance to get them. So I think you're looking for good players that like I said, that check a lot of the other boxes, and the 49ers find those guys, and they've had a lot of success with those guys.
You're right, Mark. We deserve a lot of credit for the amount of concentration that we've been able to keep in this show, despite the beehive of activity going on around us. I mean, we got cameras are being moved here and there. Things are being pivoted. People are walking behind us. Richie's on my computer. Don't open all the tabs, all right?
Yeah. I don't know, the Commodore 64. I don't know how many tabs you get. Can you open more than one tab on the Commodore 64, or has it just got one tab at a time? Dude, was that like your kid's first computer when they started school?
That's right.
22 years ago?
That's what I was telling them.
Yeah. The one before this one was pink.
Yeah.
For my daughter, Lily.
Yeah.
All right. We are live out here at Broncos Park, presented by Common Spirit, as we are getting set. We got about 800 fans. That's how many fans capped off for all the practices. I think it's very cool of the Broncos. It would be real easy just to say, hey, look, all the rules and regulations. We got all this construction going on, and, we don't want to risk anything happening. But instead, they still found a way to carve out 800 fans to be able to come out and watch. You got bleachers that you're going to be sitting on now instead of the famous hill. If you're one of those first people that get here, my recommendation, get up to the top of the bleachers. That way, the higher the better. You get a better view of everything going on the field. But it is impeccably laid out here, as the Broncos always do. They make it very easy for the fans to be able to watch, and you'll be able to be out here watching, just like Pittsburgh Steeler fans were able to watch yesterday as Aaron Rodgers' first pass as a Steeler was returned for a pick six. Did you see that?
Yeah, but I mean,
he sucks. He's done.
Who cares? Yeah.
Thank God he didn't come here. Thank God your source was wrong.
He'll take
the source that I'll take to my grave.
He'll take it to your grave right after you tell Stokley.
Just one person. Just one.
Just one. That's it. That's it. You
oh,
can
that's right.
trust me.
I forgot. I told Stoke. That's all right.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Cortland Sutton?
Do we realize that Cortland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Business banking that feels like smoothly scratching your signature out on your first commercial loan as you realize with that final exhilarating swoosh that this is only the beginning. That's feel-good banking, where smart solutions and people-first customer service make running your business a little smoother. Experience it today when you call, visit a branch, or go to efirstbank.com. First Bank. Business banking for good. Member FDIC. Subject to approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One specialize in alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. You can do exactly what I did. You can start your journey toward pain-free today. That's right. They're a phone call away, same-day appointments. Don't live in pain any longer. Call them at 303-367-2225, 303-367 back. They're a complete medical center. They've got x-rays, they've got MRIs, they've got physical therapy, treatment options, all under one facility, guys. And I love the fact that when I went in, they educated me. Here's why you're in pain. Here's what we're going to do to take that pain away. And they just literally changed my life. I live with excruciating pain. They really checked me out of life. You know what I'm talking about. You quit going and playing golf. You quit going to the gym. It's all about pain management, guys. Couple of short visits. I was back on the golf course, back in the gym, sleeping through the night. I owe them a debt of gratitude. They could do the same thing for you. 303-367-2225, 303-367 back, or you can find them online at spine1.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more.
By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
The official start of Broncos training camp. Apparently these first 2 days that we covered like it was training camp, those were acclimation days, Brandon Stokley. Acclimation days. Did you ever go through acclimation days?
We didn't have any kind of acclimation.
Ramp-up period?
There was no ramp-up period. It was like, hit the ground running, let's go. You know, first day of practice usually was full pads. You're just going, right? So I don't know. Again, very jealous. I like acclimation, but we didn't have that. It's probably good for the guys, right? You're trying to, slowly work your way into football shape. A lot of them, you're not in football shape. So you've been working, you've been running and doing all those things, but you haven't been, doing a ton of routes and things like that to get in football shape, and then you put pads on top of it. Yeah, I mean, that's the times we were living in.
We didn't have acclimation day. We had brain swelling day.
What was that?
Well,
what
so
was that like?
the first time, because Stokes right, we full pads, 9-on-7, 1-on-1s, team period, beating the snot out of one another, and you had as a lineman, whether it was a D lineman or an O lineman, you had a headache for about 4 days because your brain had to get callous.
Oh,
so it got a little swollen during those times. It wasn't used to hitting people.
Yeah.
So there's a little swelling in there.
Yeah.
You walk around with a headache for 3 or 4 days until it gets callous and gets used to it, and then your brain, the swelling goes away, and your headache goes away.
Yeah.
So that was the acclimation period.
Yeah,
It's like
science.
Well, it took 3 or 4 days to get the swelling out.
Of course the NFL didn't hide concussion information from you guys.
No,
of course not.
That's just your brain swollen.
Hey.
It's not used to all that jarring.
Your brain's got to get toughened up.
Right.
Get a few
It'll be
scars.
fine.
Get a few scars on your brain.
We got to build a callus on it. Callus on the brain.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable. All right, so we got a chance to hear from Talanoa Hufanga yesterday, who's played on some really good 49er teams, and he was asked, because this is what the Broncos are aspiring. This is what the Broncos are trying to build to. Not only get back into the mix, but stay in the mix. Stay in the mix as a perennial playoff team, AFC, and hopefully Super Bowl contender. Hufanga was asked, what's the common denominator among all teams that compete year after year?
I think the common thing, I would say, is having your core group of guys. Because your core group of guys leads the guys, the rookies, the new guys. And that was something that they had there. When I came in, it was like you had a guy like Fred Warner, a guy like Nick Bosa, and it leads. And then you come in here, place that has a quarterback that's on the rise, that is taking that step to lead. That's a core guy right there. You got Garrett Bowles offensively. Evan Ingram, it's a guy that's a core guy. And you're bringing that defense along with Alex Singleton and all these Passatan. Those are core guys, and I think that's what leads to building the right way. It's a fresh start every year. Don't matter, and we got to take this fresh start, and we got to prove it to ourselves that we can do it.
You guys both played on a number of teams that had that kind of sustained success. Is that the common denominator?
Yeah,
right
yeah. I mean, I think so. I look at my teams when I was with Baltimore, good teams, and with Indy, good teams. I mean, you got the core group of guys, and then, when you have that, you have a chance. And certainly, you like for one of those guys to be a quarterback, and that's kind of what the Broncos are doing now. When you look at some of these core guys that they've had and they're building around, then you have the quarterback on top of it. Now you got a chance to do something special. So, but it's hard to have that when you're changing every year and you're changing your coaches and you're changing your general manager and you're changing philosophies. Everybody's going to be changing. And so the Broncos finally have something here where they can build off the previous year or two and that continuity that you need to have the core guys that Hufanga was talking about.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because when you have that established, the coaches don't have to blow the whistle and stop practice and say, hey, guys, we're not playing hard enough. We don't have the – like it's your veteran players that have set the standard that basically say, hey, man, let's get our stuff together in the middle of practice. Like you'll have a period where all of a sudden you'll get in the huddle and go, ain't good enough, let's roll. And so then you become the coaches on the field. You become the guys who set the standard. It's no longer like when you have that core group of guys, it's no longer the head coach's team. It's no longer the coach's team. It's no longer Greg Penner's team. It's no longer, Rob Walton's team. It's your team. You guys are the ones that are going to go out in the field. You guys are the ones that are going to set the standard. You guys are the ones that are going to go out and execute. And so you take ownership of that. And when you have core guys like that take ownership, everybody else has to fall in line.
How many do you need to have? Are we talking like 5 to 7, 7 to 10, 10 to 15?
I'm not putting a number on it. Like when I used to come out to practice when Peyton Manning was here, you needed one. One. That's what you needed. And I'm telling you, you were here. You watched that guy practice. Like,
changed overnight.
Stokely would run a route, and he'd run it at 10 instead of 12. And, I mean, Peyton would be out of the hut. Like, he'd be on the field, like, throw the ball, and then he'd walk over there, and he'd cuss somebody out, throw him out of practice. You needed one.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends, right? I mean, obviously, if you have a guy like that, you don't need really anybody else. Because they set the standard. And it's not just during the season, during training camp. It's also during the off season. So, but, the more the merrier, obviously. And it's nice that if you have a guy, they had a guy like DeMarcus Ware on the defensive side the year they won, the Super Bowl for a couple of years. They had him there. So when you have guys like that, you have one on offense, at least one on offense, one on defense. Now you have a chance.
All right, so let's play a little game here. Let's just say for the sake of your argument, you need a good core of 7 guys, okay, who are not only really good players.
Well, you have 7. You have 7 on your mind. You just said, like, we just told you only have to have one. Oh, go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt you. I just did. But
if you don't have a Peyton Manning,
all right,
then I think you're. All right. I mean, I'd love if Bo gets to the point that he's like Peyton Manning. Then it can just be the one.
Right.
But until then, I think you need a little bit more. So let's say 7 guys. You think I'm obsessed with 7?
Yeah.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
You can't do your abs in 6 minutes. No, 7's the key. 7's the key.
All right. But all right, do you see on this team right now a core of 7? Who would they be? I mean, let's just try to see if we can come up with them. All right, you got Bo.
Some of them it's hard because we don't know. I mean, I don't know about Hufanga and Greenlaw. I mean, they both seem like they could be.
They're incomplete. They're incomplete right now. Okay. Based on
Zach Allen would be a guy, right?
Okay.
Zach
PS2.
Allen would be there. PS2. But just because you're the elite player doesn't mean that you're one of the guys. So on the teams
but PS2 I've just watched and heard his maturation over the last couple of years.
I get that, but sometimes those guys are out in the water. Like, that's why you want strength in the middle of a football field. That's why you want a safety. That's why middle linebackers and safeties call the defense, right? You want guys that are in the action all the time. Sometimes a PS2 can be out there in the water playing one-on-one with somebody, go shut that guy down, and you never hear from him. He never gets a ball thrown his way. And so it's really hard to impact. Come on, you guys, let's roll. I'm out here playing patty cake because they're not going to throw the ball at me. So sometimes that's hard for a guy to really feel invested in that.
Bo.
But I'm not saying he can't.
I know.
I'm just saying.
All right. Well, I'll put PS. I mean, the guy's the reigning defensive player of the year. I feel comfortable putting it in as my core. One of my core guys.
You got to have.
You talking about core guy like leader though,
both,
or just
both player and leader? You got to play.
Right.
You got to be able to play. First of all, that's the prerequisite.
You got to have a quarterback. Obviously, you got to have a couple offensive linemen.
Yeah, but some great players don't lead.
Yeah.
You know that, right, Mike? Some great players don't lead. Just because he's a great player doesn't mean he's a great leader.
I get that.
Well, I don't
but
think
if you're
you do.
but if you're going to talk about
doesn't sound like he does,
but
Mark.
if you're going to talk about your
does it?
Doesn't sound like he gets it at
he
all.
just
All right,
thinks
but
he just thinks automatically if you're a great player, you are the leader. That's not
right.
Like Von Miller was never as great as Von Miller was. He was never.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But you're getting it backwards. I'm saying, we'd love for you to be a leader, but the prerequisite is you got to be able to play too. I agree with you. Just because you're a really good player doesn't mean you're a leader.
So
like whenever an athlete comes out and says, "What's your idea of leadership?" Oh, I believe in leading by example. Done. Right there, you just told me you don't want to be a leader.
So one of the things that every team I was ever a part of, even Shanahan would come up to me at times in practice and training camp, go, you're the guy that sets the tone offensively. And he would come to Zimmerman and I. And because if you guys aren't setting it up front, if you guys aren't setting the tone for toughness and everything else, then nobody else is going to follow that. And we had wide receivers that set the tone as well.
Right.
In the blocking
Rod,
game.
Ed, yeah.
Yeah, Eddie and Rod. And anyhow, so there's a lot of different ways to put that together.
All right. Coming up next, you got 3 players who have yet to sign a deal. Where am I going to get my boost for training camp with these guys getting signed? And specifically, what's going on with Courtland Sutton? I still think there is more that meets the eye here when it comes to Courtland Sutton. I'll explain. These guys will react next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, the 4th of July may have passed, but my friends at Siltahar Motors like to celebrate all July long. Take advantage of these great deals during their Summer of Freedom sales event, Freedom from Interest, with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles, freedom from payments for 90 days, freedom from down payments on a new lease with 0 money down and starting at just $3.99 a month. Siltahar makes it easy to do all your car shopping at sthmotors.com. There, you can check out their entire inventory, Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, and Mazda. Also get an estimate on your monthly payment with their estimate calculator. Get your trade value. Apply for credit. Hey, you can even get your new car delivered right to your front door. Siltahar Motors, rock solid, locally and family-owned for over 60 years now. You have any questions or concerns, reach out to my guy, GM Greg Larson. Good dude, straight shooter. Siltahar Motors, sthmotors.com, and conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth. The Summer of Freedom sales event, free from interest, free from upfront payments. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auction for over 40 years, and they got some great upcoming auctions. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. The best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. Who doesn't love auctions? Roller Auction always delivers. August 6th, and then at 9 o'clock in the morning, got a government fleet vehicle and equipment auction. It's always one of my favorites. Got SUVs, sedans, you got pickup trucks, you got vans, you got utility trucks, dump trucks, police vehicles, trailers. This thing is unbelievable, packed full of some great items that you're going to get great deals on. Also, going down on Wednesday, August 6th, is a City of Aurora impound vehicle auction. It's got SUVs, cars, trucks, 4x4s, a little bit of everything in that one. And then a really cool auction. If you're in the market for a school bus, guess what? Roller Auction has you covered. Ending Wednesday, August 6th at 3 o'clock, Cherry Creek School Bus Auction will be going down. This is what I love about Roller Auction. They always got cool, unique items you're going to get great deals on. Go see it all at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples, that was easy.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, getting ready for the first official training camp practice as we are getting closer and closer to seeing the players come on out, but the field's being ready to go, and the fans will be let in here pretty soon, and we will have football in front of us. I'll be curious, Stink, to get your impressions, because through the first 2 days, some of the words, some of the phrases that I've heard describing what people are feeling out here, a sense of confidence, a sense of seriousness. Stoke talked about how he was impressed right away at the compete level, right away.
The competers.
They were.
Is that a actual term? Compete level?
That's a phrase.
Like competition.
The competition was there. The compete level was high. No
competition level. I don't know if the compete level.
How do you told me what you thought? You thought
that I said I love how they were competing. Okay. A little bit better than the way you said it.
Compete level just sounds like you've been dumbed down.
Yeah.
Really?
It just sounds like
didn't sound good.
Next to kin type of thing. Like,
yeah.
Really?
There's a
right.
little bit.
He's
There's
right.
a little bit.
Well, how do you
He's an idiot
how would you describe it?
Competition.
Well, yeah, but if you feel like the competition is at a higher level than before.
Why
can't
the level
you say
of competition has increased?
Well, okay, how's that?
Not compete level.
I mean, I must admit, Stoke, I'm a little bit kind of back on my heels when Mark Schlereth is critiquing the way I speak.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said,
that's kind of a shock to my system.
We've been together for 9 years, and you just get dumber and dumber every year. Every single year.
That is so true.
You used to have this great when you work with Sandy Clump, your vocabulary was next level.
Oh my goodness, the words I would use.
Happy,
joy.
Now I'm just like,
Well, I just
compete level high, fire hot, sun is shiny.
Jeez. Well, I am curious to see what your firsthand impression, because what kind of vibe are you getting out here, Stoke, in terms of, are we reading too much into it? I think that along with these new expectations that surround this team, I think people are looking for signs just early on here in training camp that, it's different. Things are different. The way these guys go about their business is different, and they look like a team that's ready to contend.
I mean, that's the way it feels. I mean, when we were here on Wednesday, it just feels different. It looks different. That doesn't mean they're not going to have any bad practices or anything like that, but you can just tell. It's a different kind of atmosphere feeling than it was 3, 4, 5 years ago. This team, I think they believe that they're a good team. They know they're a good team, and when you have that and you have the continuity that they've had the last couple of years, now you got, to Hufunga's point, now you got that core group of guys, and this is what you see. You see good, sharp, crisp, guys going out there competing at a high level, both sides getting better. This is what you see when you have that type of team.
Yeah, this is a team that is built off last year, that has continuity, that added some pieces that everybody understands they really kind of needed, strength in the middle of the defense. And I think ultimately you walk into a situation like that, when you walk into a situation that you got a pretty good team. That. Now, obviously, things can change. Right. Guys can get hurt. You can have some bad things happen to you along the way. But you walk into the locker room. Now, you still know that you got to take care of business. You got to continue to improve. You got to do all those things. But you look at it like we've got a core group of guys that are real professionals that's going to drag everybody else along with them, guys that are making decisions of what kind of football player and what kind of professional they want to be. And we got a real legitimate chance to compete for this division. And so that's exciting. When you come out to practice and all those things are true, everything that everybody says about your team is true, but you guys feel that internally, man, it's exciting to come out here and work because you got a chance, and there's a lot of teams right now that are in training camp that, hey, they're talking a good game. Right. They're talking about how many professionals they have. They talk about how hard they worked in the offseason. They talk about their potential. But deep down inside, they know they're not worth a squirt of urine.
Yeah, and having come out to all these training camps over the last 8-9 years, I promise you, to anybody listening, I'm not coming at this with orange and blue tinted glasses here. There is a different vibe. And I know the vibe that I felt coming out here in the past with, uncertain quarterback situations, unproven coaches, just a sense that, man, you're hoping they're going to be okay. You're hoping they're going to be better. But, deep down, you just don't feel it in your gut. You come out here right now, you kind of feel like you're watching something that not only is already pretty solid. I'm not saying it's great yet, but you feel like something has been established, that there's been a foundation poured, and now it's just kind of a matter of how quickly can you build upon it, which is a great feeling to have, and I'll just speak for myself. I haven't felt it for the last almost decade.
Yeah, I mean, you got something you can actually point to and know for sure. Like Sean Payton's a great coach. He is a really good coach. They have a really good coaching staff. Right? Vance Joseph and that defense were really good last year, and he's a really good defensive coordinator. So, you have shout out. You have a lot of, so you have that in place, right? You need that, and then you look. Okay, I can look at some players and say they're the real deal. I already know they're the real deal. We've seen it. It's not like we hope the Case Keenum works out. We hope this like we saw Bo Nix go out last year and have a heck of a year. So there's a lot more things that we can actually like point towards and like not just hope that they work out for us. Like we know these players, you know, you got health and things like that, but you look at it and you say, man, there's some things there that we couldn't say before because we've seen it. We've actually seen them.
I think Stoke makes a great point as a player. When you know that you have a coach that understands how to scheme, how to put his players in great position. Sean always talks about, when I've talked to him in the past, about mitigating my own issues. What are my issues? Where are my weaknesses? Let's sure we mitigate those and then attack people's weaknesses. But when you're a player and you know, hey, man, my coach really gets it. Like, my coach is awesome. And I know we're going to be put in a position to have great success. And they have that on both sides of the ball with Vance Joseph, with Sean Payton, the guys they have. So that to me is big.
I don't think it's Sean anymore. I agree the first 2 years that belief that you were on the right path. I could see why it would start with Sean. But I think for where they are right now, for where they are, it's the belief in Bo. It's these guys know. I don't care, defensive side of the ball, offensive side of the ball, what position. They all understand that you got to have the quarterback. And I think that feeling that I think I and others are picking up on is the idea that they got the guy quarterback.
You got to have the guy quarterback. I mean, I don't care who your coach is.
Everything you just said about Sean, I agree with. That's fine. But if you were still trotting out Teddy Bridgewater or
Russell Wilson
or Case,
your guy,
my
right?
guy, me and James's guy.
Yeah, you and James's
We're tight.
guy.
Mouse nuts.
Yeah.
But that we wouldn't have that same feeling here. We wouldn't.
That's 100% true. I mean, I would never argue that point with you. We got a guy that we believe in. We got a coach that we believe in. We've got a quarterback that we know can make plays for us. Like that is big time.
Yeah, you got to have the guy behind center. Obviously, I mean, we saw what Belichick looked like without Brady.
Right,
didn't look too good. Right, so if you don't have the players, if you don't have the quarterback, it's going to be very difficult to have success. And as a player, wide receiver, offensive guys, even you hear the defensive guys. We heard Afunga earlier talking about Bo Nix. I mean, when you have the guy that you know under center, quarterback position, he can go out there and make plays for you. Now you know you have a chance every week.
All right, I want to pose this question to both of you. Think about it a little bit here in the break. But it's only been 1 year. But are you both already seen enough, convinced that Bo's the guy, and they got their guy, and they got their guy for a long time? Their answer's coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, I was recently back east for my annual guys trip, and let's just say the years have not been kind to some of my buddies' hair. I stood out for good full head of hair. Of course, there was a time when my hair was receding way too fast, just like some of my buddies. That's when I was introduced to Dr. Tanya Pauls and the hardworking, compassionate people at Advanced Hair Restoration. And you can be introduced too as part of Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. It's on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get all the exciting details today. Find out what I did 20 years ago, that their simple one-day FUE treatment, my own hair started to grow the very next day, came in exactly as Dr. Pauls told me it would, and it continues to grow today 20 years later. This isn't magic. It's not a gimmick. This really could be a game and life changer for you, and all you have to do is commit to a free consultation. The summer sales event on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation. Call 720-459-HAIR and at advancehair.com. That's advancehair.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, getting set for the start of today's practice. Already hearing from some people on the RamosLaw.com text line who are here at training camp. Super excited to see the team today. Kids super bummed they couldn't get Stokley's autograph on their jersey. Miss you guys being outside the facility. Yeah, that was easy for you guys to stop on by and get stuff signed.
Yeah, we had a good setup over there. This is better.
This is
much better. A lot cooler. I like working in the morning. A lot cooler. Great. We get here, no one's out here, and now all of a sudden, 3 hours and 15 minutes later, people are here. The field's getting ready to go. You can hear the fans in the back getting in the stands. They're all out front. It's a cool scene out here. They've done a good job of making a really good situation out of this. They're doing the facility over there, so a lot of construction, and but they've done a good job of it's been a good setup.
Love the passion of Broncos country. I came walking in here about 5:45. There were already 3 or 4 folks in line getting ready to get in here, and they were excited.
Unnecessary.
Probably a little unnecessary. You don't need to be here this early. There's a cap on how many people are going to be here, and it's only 800, so it's not like you're going to be fighting through a throng of thousands of people. But, hey, they're excited. Maybe they woke up and they couldn't fall back to sleep. It's like Christmas morning for them. They couldn't wait to get out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey. Maybe it's tradition.
Talanoa Hufanga speaking yesterday, the new Bronco acquisition, the free agent safety. Always interesting to get new players, especially defensive players, perspective on what they see in Bo Nix. Here's what he has seen so far.
First and foremost, I think he's just a smart player. But then it's like, okay, you get on the field and you see how accurate he is, what kind of arm he has. I think that kind of, especially the first day of OTAs, like first ball was over everybody's head, and I was like, wow, like you have to account for those kind of things, and not every game that you play in the NFL you're going to play a quarterback that can launch it that far, and so for him, he has that ability to just get it over the defense head, and so that changes your perspective on how to play him, and so far, to see as a teammate that he is, great person, great player, and just seeing how he handles himself in the locker room and the cafeteria and all that, I'm excited to play with him.
It amazes me, guys, that for all the people out there who make it their life's business to evaluate these guys coming out of college, how many people whiffed on Bo Nix's skill set coming out of college? I mean, you remember what was being talked about with Bo up through the draft process after the Broncos drafted him. Is he a check down merchant? Is this guy kind of a dink and dunker? Okay, yeah, he's great in front of the whiteboard, breaking down plays and regurgitating plays, but, is his skill set somewhat limited? And, man, it didn't take long. It took only one of the first few practices out here last year to say, oh, wow, this guy's a lot more athletic, a lot quicker than I thought he was. And then the arm strength showed itself throughout the course of the year. Stink, I just think that the so-called talent evaluators out there just major miss when it came to evaluating Bo's skill set coming out of college.
Well, they whiffed. And you look at him in Auburn and how much he ran with the football and did all those things, a little different offense. And then in Oregon, how it was all the underneath game and stuff. He's executing what he's being asked to execute in the college game. And if you evaluated him and say, hey, he doesn't have arm talent or whatever, there's a lot of the evaluators that, honestly, they don't know what they're looking at from a scheme standpoint, what they're asking him to do, all the different things that are endemic to really scouting a guy, really understanding what a guy is. And so, there's a lot of people that whiffed, and then there's a lot of people that are so-called experts that just rely on the other expert that evaluated, right? And so they adopt the opinion without really doing the work. And when you really dug into Bo Nix, what I always said was he's accurate. Why is he accurate? Because he's on time. If you're on time, even if you have not the most talented arm, if you're on time, it doesn't matter. It just truly doesn't matter. Obviously you can't have a puss arm, right? You can't have a pea shooter, but if you're on time with the ball, man, you're gonna be fine. And he's got more than adequate. I would say he's got big time arm talent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think you talk about. I mean, he was drafted 12th overall. You know that, Evans, right? I mean,
quarterback.
So I get it, but it was 12. It wasn't like he was a seventh-round pick. All these teams and evaluators just whiffed on this guy.
Okay.
What do we? I mean,
what do you think? What do you think stands out more?
In the draft?
What do you think is the Bo Nix storyline more? That he was the 12th pick or that he was the 6th quarterback taken? Listen, when he's getting ready to go into Canton, okay. The talk is not.
Talk to me.
The talk is
Canton.
Yeah.
What's he talking to me?
I got him in Canton. How about that for runaway training camp?
Hey, but you won't give him 12 wins. You know what, Evans? The lack of consistency that you have
he's trying to bait me. It's not going to happen. It's
not
going to happen.
I mean, he's got our quarterback in Canton, and yet he won't give him 12 games. He's got the
He's
Broncos
expecting
winning
them.
the division, but he won't give him 12 games.
There's a lot of
He's
respect for the
expecting
division.
them to make a big jump this year. You said they got to make a jump. They got to go.
Yeah, it's a big jump this year. It's going to be great. One game.
Yeah, I'd love to go to 12. But I'm a little bit spooked because of how confident Stink is in the Chargers.
That is
so,
true.
I'd love to go there, but Stink's Chargers have
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
Pumping the brakes a little bit. But no, when he's getting ready to be inducted into Canton, you know what the story's going to be? Not that, what a story, this guy who was the 12th pick in the draft. No, it's going to be, what a story, the 6th quarterback taken in that year's draft.
Yeah, that'd be great. I just think that, to Mark's point, too, college football is different than NFL football. The way they call plays, the way they scheme things. And so what were they asking him to do at Oregon? He took a lot of easy completions there. That was their offense. So, then you get to the NFL, and it's like, and look, where did that report come from about his arm strength? All you do is just put on the tape and then watch him at the combine. The guy's got plenty of enough arm strength. So you just do what you're asked to do.
If people liked his arm strength, if it was obvious to everybody, he goes ahead of Michael Penix. He goes ahead of J.J. McCarthy. But he didn't. So there had to be something out there. Had to be some kind of NFL groupthink that held this guy back. That acknowledged that he's smart and all that and accurate.
We watched him throw the football. You come out here for one day last year. You watch him throw the football. It's like, okay. He doesn't, he's not throwing, he's not Jay Cutler. But he can throw the football. It's like, goodness great. We make too much about arm strength. Unless you don't have, to Mark's point, I don't know what word you used there. That was a weird word.
You ever heard that?
Yeah.
It's not
Pea
like he has
shooter
a
arm.
No. Before that, you said
puss.
Yeah.
It's not like he has a puss arm.
Yeah.
What is that?
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either.
I've been around. I spent a lot of time.
Clarity on that.
I've spent a lot of time around Major League Baseball.
Oh.
And so there's terms like for guys like what kind of arm talent they have. I used one used one
Did
on
you make that up?
No, I used one on Mike a long time ago, and Mike was like, I've never heard that. I can't even remember what the term was about, just about guys who throw hard. And then the text line came to my rescue and said Mike is an idiot.
Did you get that from Tom House? Is that where you got that saying from?
That's good.
Thank you.
That's good.
I'll be here all day.
You know what? That is actually good.
No, but you could come out. I mean, dude, it's like, okay, can he throw the ball 40 yards, 50 yards? Okay, yeah. And he's armed. So, I don't even know where this report came from. He doesn't have a strong arm.
Had to be a reason.
Had to be a reason he went 6. Because he doesn't have the same arm that Drake May has, right?
Right.
I mean, people got all excited about Drake May because he threw a couple of 70-yard bombs. The ball went 70 yards in the air, and then they're like, ooh. And evaluators think that's a big deal. That happens twice a year when you throw the ball 70 yards on some, where it goes 70 yards in the air. And normally most guys can't throw it 70 yards, but it happens twice a year on some Hail Mary. How many times do you think that counts? It just doesn't matter.
Wasn't Bose that touchdown pass to Mims in the Monday Nighter? Wasn't that the longest air pass in the NFL last year?
Now we're not getting it. We're going to get air yards now.
Hey.
Where's my guy Cecil? Where is my guy
Where
Cecil?
are the air yards? Where are the air yards? I will not take a quarterback if he didn't have some air yards.
I think, but, you keep talking about him going 6 and what they missed and that. Look, at a certain point, you just like other guys, you think their ceiling's a little bit higher than his. So that's why you drafted them in front of him. I mean, it doesn't mean that, he was so overlooked. I mean, he was drafted 12th overall, which is pretty darn good. Pretty good.
Pussong.
Yeah,
I've never heard that.
I wouldn't go there because he might slip up, and then it's too close.
Maybe they only use that term in, I don't know, New Orleans or Atlanta or Tampa or Charlotte,
Carolina, yeah.
An NFC South town. Maybe that's just an NFC South thing, Mark? I don't know. You're the expert on the NFC South. Is that where you heard it from?
No. I've spent a lot more time, around professional.
Kill or be killed.
I've spent a lot more.
Dog world.
Right. I know you were hanging around Greeley since 1998, covering things and stuff. But just trust me, I've been around Tom House. I have seen.
Lingo.
Yeah, I know the lingo.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't work in when Bo throws a football, he could really let it eat. He can really let it eat.
Yeah, he can spin it.
He can spin it.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yes.
That's a good one.
He can drive the football.
Hey,
he's not a U thrower. He's a C
thrower. Right. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Elite.
Coming up.
If Joel Klatt would have said that, Mike would have instantly adopted the lexicon of his vocabulary. He'd have been like, oh, my God, puss arm. You're right, Joel. I agree with you. The guy's got a puss arm. I'll just he bows down to the altar of Joel Klatt. It's disgusting. It's just disgusting.
Well, you're right. All right, coming up next. Why haven't we gotten that announcement about new deals for Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, and especially the Cortland Sutton one? Something is going on here that continues to just kind of pick at the back of my brain. I want to share it with these two guys, as long as they're nice. Next.
How much pressure is Sean Payton under this season?
This year's lineup here, man, he has hit it out of the park in his first 2 years. He has flipped this roster over with George Payton. They went from 7 wins to 10 wins when we haven't even been close. We finally got to the playoffs. We have a winning record. No, I'm not letting y'all do that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, plumbing problems are never fun, but I find them extra aggravating in the summer. It's supposed to be a relaxing time, right? Vacations, plumbing issues are a real hassle, but they happen, which is why I recommend Copperhead Plumbing. Been serving Colorado since 2007, local licensed and focused on quality work done right the first time. Your home's plumbing works overtime in the summer. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From water heater consulting to repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered. That loud bang when your sprinkler switches zones, it's more than annoying. It could be damaging your pipes. Copperhead Plumbing specializes in diagnosing and solving water hammer issues. That's just a small sampling of what Copperhead Plumbing can do for you. Avoid this fall scheduling crunch and call now. 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, I'm going to serve up a nice hanging curveball for the two of you to have fun with me, all right? Bust my chops. Okay, you ready? You ready? So, already the start to training camp, a lot of optimism, right? Good energy, right? Real good feel, real good vibe around here. And consider all that, and they still haven't got signings yet from Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, and Cortland Sutton. Just wait until they get the boost from those signings.
Can you imagine?
I mean, it's going to be electric out here.
They'll probably, when you come out of the little locker room thing, there'll probably confetti will be flowing.
Confetti.
They'll have the smoke machine going.
Smoke machine, yeah. You know what? They may make that. The human tunnel, and everybody runs through it, right? All the coaches put their hands together, and then you got to run through as players. Like, it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, all right. I still think it doesn't hurt an organization to be able to have these big announcements, but we're still waiting. And, you continue to hear the common responses, don't worry, they'll get done. But what are we waiting for, guys? Tell me, what is holding up new contracts for these three guys that we've been talking about since literally the end of the season? Months now, Stoke, and still nothing. So what's the holdup?
It's contracts, a lot of money. Talking about millions of dollars, right? So it doesn't happen overnight. And usually, what happens? Deadline spur action. I didn't know if you knew that or not, but that's what happens. So when's the deadline? Deadline's first week of the season. For a guy like Cortland Sutton probably, because he's the one that I think you look at and say, all right, there was a precedent kind of set last year for him when they sprinkled in incentives and they just kind of said, hey, we're not going to mess with your contract with 2 years left on it. We'll take a look at it next year. That's the way it seemed to me. So now you're here. He's been here all offseason. He showed up to camp. So I think he's the one before the season starts that you're probably going to see a deal get done. Now, the other guys, you can do that during the season. I think Cortland's the different one here. And to me, the deadline is the first week of the season. And I think they will. I think they'll get something done with him and possibly the other two also.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt they get something done with all three of them. But, you're working with three different agents. I'm assuming, it's three different agents. You're going back and forth. You're talking about the parameters, the language, how much is fully guaranteed. There's just a lot of things. There's a lot of things that you have to go through. And here's the great thing. Everybody is here. Everybody is working. Everybody is locked in. They're dialed in. So it means to me there's great communication going on right now. There's nobody that's all pissy about it. And so as long as that's the parameter of a restructuring of contracts, as long as we're all on the same page together, we're going to be fine.
I don't know. I think the Cortland one is weird to me. Something feels off about that because we went through this a year ago, right? I mean, we went through all this a year ago, so you would think that the skids would have been greased to getting a deal done by this point, and yet it still hasn't got done, which I think tells me that the Broncos still just aren't convinced that Cortland
I don't believe that at all.
Is a number one or is worth being paid like a number one here. I think they realize what I realize, that this is an ideal time for Cortland Sutton because he's surrounded by a bunch of receivers on this team that are all unproven. There's some talent, there's some potential, but there's nobody who's really stepped forward as a number 2, number 3 guy, and so that really puts Cortland Sutton in an advantageous position. They need Cortland. Bo needs Cortland, but I still think that there's a sense that we just don't want to go to a number that Cortland wants because we just don't think he's worth it.
Well, see, I disagree. I think they appreciate and respect what he brings to the table. I do.
Yes, but that's different.
I think
than
Sean really
paying
likes
a certain number, though.
Cortland Sutton. Well, sometimes you got to compromise here. We'll see what happens. But the reason I also disagree with you there, Mike, and I don't think there's anything bad going on or something that we might have to worry about with what's going on back and forth, is he showed up. He showed up and he's practicing. And he was here all offseason. So I look at that. His actions are telling me, hey, I think he thinks that something's going to get done, and I think the Broncos do really appreciate who he is, on the football field, in the locker room, the leader he is, and what he brings. Like, you can't mess with Bo Nix's development right now. And this is year 2. We're not going to screw around with that, all right? I'm just telling you, they're going to get it done. It's going to be fine. He deserves to get it done, and we need him. He's our best wide receiver by far. He's the guy that's going to be out there every single play. Sean rotates all those other guys, but not him.
Yeah, I agree. I think they have great understanding, great value. They put great value on Cortland Sutton. Then it just becomes the number. Like, your agent says, "Hey, we got to be paid like this," and you're like, "Well, listen, man, that's not the slot we have you in. We're willing to pay you," and that's the negotiation. That's the part of it. And I think ultimately, as a player, you have to understand, like, what your value is, what your worth is, and I think you have to be realistic about that too. And so at some point, that's why they call it negotiation. At some point, you'll be able to get to a number where it's not what you want, but, man, it's a damn good number, and it's a great place to play. I've got an opportunity to be a playoff team, an opportunity to win my division, an opportunity to build something great where I started and it wasn't very good for a long time. Now we've got an opportunity to do something special. I think you have to, as a player, you have to factor all that stuff in, Stoke, and you have to at some point say to your agent, "Hey, man, just get me close to this, and we're going to be good."
Yeah, I think it's a good fit for both parties, too, and both parties realize it, right?
Right.
And, Cortland's a perfect fit for this team. And the Broncos have leverage in this situation. So does Cortland, right? So now you just got to compromise and come to the right number, to your point, Mark, and get it figured out, which I think they will. Because I think both sides do have leverage in this situation, and I think the Broncos realize how important Cortland is to this offense. Yeah, you're kind of rolling your eyes at me.
Because if you realize that this thing has been over a year in the making, and that he had his period of being disgruntled last year, then he goes out and has a very productive year. He clearly is Bo's number 1 target, and we go into the offseason, hey, we got to get a new deal done for Cortland. And then Cortland does all the right things. He shows up at all the practices, all the OTAs. He's being a good soldier and all of that. And there's still no deal done. And we saw receivers get taken care of early on in the offseason process for something that everybody has agreed for 6-8 months now. It's a no-brainer. It's going to get done. Why hasn't it got done? See, I think that what we're seeing here still is a little bit of a tug of a war. You got a tug of man. You've got
forgot about good old tug of man.
There's a little tug of man going on between the Broncos and Cortland Sutton here right now, because I think what Cortland's saying is, hey, you need to recognize that you got to pay me like a number one because I am your number one. I'm your number one because of the relationship I've already established and the track record I've established with Bo. I'm your number one because all your other receivers here are unproven enough that no one's even close to me as a number one. So you got to pay me as a number one. Whereas I could see the Broncos saying, yes, we recognize your importance to our team and our quarterback, but we don't think you're a number one. And no matter how much your importance to the team may be, we're not going to pay you as a number one. I think that there's –
So do you think it's getting done or not? Do you think it's getting done before the season starts? Because you sound like you don't.
I don't.
I do.
I think you're going to see Zach Allen get done before you're going to get
but will it get done before the season? It doesn't matter who gets done first. Don't change.
You just said no, and now
we still have another month and 10 days before the season, month and a half. I'll still hold out that it gets done before the season starts.
I'll say you're not that nervous about it, dude. You're not that nervous.
Well,
you're here and hauling for no reason.
Don't you think that
put it this way, somebody's going to have to back down.
All right, but don't you think
it's either going to
don't you think Cortland?
Breaking news: someone has to back down.
Don't you think?
Don't be a smart ass.
Don't you think Cortland understands that he's not in the same tier as Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb? Don't you think he knows I'm in the next tier?
Maybe, but he also probably looks at it smartly. And by the way, I'd look at this if I was his agent. Maybe you're not in the Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb territory. But you know what? For this Denver Broncos team right now, you kind of are. You kind of are their Justin Jefferson. You kind of are their Jamar Chase.
I'll give you one. Ayuk for San Francisco. He held out. He shuffled his feet. He came in and was at practice but wouldn't participate, and he signed the same damn deal when it came to, it's time to push or get out of the way. He signed the same deal that he had 3 months earlier. And he had to come to the realization, I may be their number one, but this is the level that and Cortland's going to like Brandon said.
That's a great example you just said. Are they looking at Sutton like San Francisco looked at Ayuk?
Sure.
You may be our number one here for us, but we're not going to pay you like a number one.
We're not going to pay you what the going rate for the elite number ones is.
Right.
You're going to get the next tier. And the next tier is really damn good, life-changing money. And so you just got to come to grips with that. And I think Cortland's smart enough. He's been around long enough to understand the value that he brings, and he's got some leverage in that.
Breaking news, Evans. What was the breaking news again? Someone is going to have to what?
Back down.
Someone's going to have to back down.
Speaking of backing down, and we've had this conversation before, the salmon shorts.
Yeah.
The salmon.
I don't know the salmon shorts?
No, I don't know where the shorts end and the legs begin. I just
These
don't.
are nice legs.
I do not know. No, they're not.
They're not bad. They're not bad.
Thank you, Stoke.
Solid legs there. You got solid foundation.
Thank you.
For yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got some squat to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My obligatory Joel Dreesen mentioned today. He once was walking behind me in the hallway, and he just randomly said, "You know what, Evans? You got guard hips."
Okay. Guard hips.
I was like, thanks, I guess.
When your legs are supporting that head, they're gonna get thick. You got thick.
You got to have a foundation
I'm
for
thick.
that thing.
I am thick. Coming up next, wait until you
Soda. Say it with me.
Wait until you hear who Mark Schlereth broke bread with last night. This is good. That's next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Silterhar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with zero money down and starting at just $399 a month. Silterhar Motors, conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
One more, baby. I don't know if I can do it today, Mike.
You can get it. Loud. I want everybody out on the 50-yard line to hear it. Not you're a little subdued. You're a little scared.
Yeah,
a little
you got a lot of
intimidated.
people here.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Stage fright.
Yeah, a little stage fright. Yeah,
I just couldn't deliver.
Yeah,
I didn't want to. I
puckered-
felt peer
you puckered
pressure.
a little bit.
I didn't want to do it. We're here. Look, I mean, Friday, that's our tradition. Led Zeppelin, we're bringing it home. But so the players are out, right? They're all getting warmed up. This is what we want to see. I look over, and who I see? I see Bo Nix, right? Bo Nix over there on the other side of the field. He's getting warmed up. You know what he's doing? Mark?
What's he doing?
Tom House drills.
Yeah,
He's doing Tom House drills. So, but I'm watching him, and I'm seeing him do all these drills, and I'm like,
you were mocking them yesterday.
This is Tom House drills, right? It's got to be Tom House, and it's making me nervous.
Why would you be nervous?
I don't know, because I don't want to change anything up. We don't need to change anything
just
up.
Just a polish.
Are we sure
just
about
adding
that?
a nice sheen to it. Yeah, nice polish. Mark Schlereth had a great dinner last night.
What is this dinner all about?
I did.
Where and with who?
Yeah, more with whom?
Yeah, well, I mean, at Shanahan's with Mike Shanahan.
Oh, Coach?
And, Coach Shanahan and Eddie McCaffrey. Great time.
Eddie Mack.
Great time, yeah.
Did Ed bring his own mustard for the
Yes, he did.
truffle fries?
He has it, yeah. He just squirts mustard in his pocket, and then he reaches in and just takes a little thing. But no, it was great. Great to catch up with Mike and and Eddie, and just it was really cool, man.
Did y'all buy dinner for Coach?
No, it's Coach. Going to dinner with Coach is like going with my dad. Like if I even pull my wallet out, my dad will just beat me down. Like there's a standard, right? So you go to dinner with Coach Shanahan, he's like your dad.
Yeah,
he's taking care of it. Plus, it's his restaurant,
right?
His name's
so I think
on the
he's
building.
getting a discount. I think he's probably getting a discount.
Yeah,
my guess is yes. Yeah,
But it's always such a cool thing to sit down with him and talk about the championships we won, and talk about how the game is evolving, and just talk football and life in general. So it's really cool, the relationship that we have now, based on player coach. Now it's just guys he mentored and just a friend.
So it's just you and Eddie. It's kind of a shame that you didn't have 4 or 5 more guys in that group.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
good job, Stoke. We almost forgot. Ty, play the music.
Come on.
Ty.
If only there were 4 or 5 more former Broncos there, it would have been a real party.
We almost dropped the ball on the first day of camp. Out here,
A lot of distractions
a lot
out
of
here.
distractions.
Yeah.
Some people can overcome those distractions.
Yeah. So when you guys get together for something like that, do you find it being a little bit more like storytelling and remember when, or do you guys kind of get into, the current state of the Broncos, current state of the NFL, college football? Because I know Mike is.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike is on top of things.
Yeah,
now.
Some of it is just kind of reminiscing about like what went on, why we were playing, and some some of those stories and some behind the scenes things that happened, and then obviously how the game has progressed and all the different things that we do in today's game, and we just talk. Sometimes we just sit and talk schemes, and it's just a really in-depth, cool conversation about football, and he's really big, as you just mentioned, into college football as well, and what NIL is doing college football, and some of the concerns. So, and he listens. He hears you, Mike.
He listens?
So I'm just saying, you might want to stay on your P's and your Q's.
Man, I am literally looking over right below where it says Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit, that room that Nathaniel Hackett ruined by turning it into some stupid game room. That used to be the media room. That's where all the Mike Shanahan press conferences were.
Oh.
And let me tell you, I could still feel his glare on me.
Right.
When I asked
I hate Mike Shanahan.
No, I love Mike Shanahan, but
the fact that you said that, though.
What? Said what? That?
Yeah, that.
I never said that.
See, you were trying to get me to say that, so then now you would have audio of me saying that. No, it's not going to work that way.
Yeah.
I see what you were trying to do right there. I'm not going to utter those words, so they'll never have me on any kind of audio saying those words.
Coach listens? Coach listens?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be puckered up right now.
I am a little puckered up.
Right.
I'm actually going to go with the Charger.
He is not going to be happy with your whole Cortland Sutton take. Or the fact that you won't give him 12 wins.
Yeah. Well, classic Shanahan story. I told it to Stoke earlier today. We're way over at the other side there, and Sandy Clough and I are doing the show, and it was 5:45. That's when we used to go on real early. And he was coming out of the weight room. He had just done some kind of workout. He stopped by, and he was chopping it up, saying hello, and you want to pop on? Sure, pop on. So he pops on, and they were going into a training camp where they were coming off 2 straight years missing the playoffs. And so I think Sandy brought up, you've never gone 3 straight years in your career missing the playoffs. And he said, we're not going to miss the playoffs. And we're both like ding, 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 ding. We're like, We got something here. He's like, I'm like, is that a guarantee? He goes, what does it sound like? And he had that. And then he kind of realized what he said, and he had a kind of a little nervous laughter. No! And we, of course, blew it the whole day we just went nuts
Yeah.
with it. Mike Shanahan's predicting the Broncos. So apparently he got home, as the story goes, he got home that night, and his wife Peg was waiting for him at the door. And as soon as he walks in the door, she says, "What did you do?"
Right.
He's like, "What do you mean? You predicted that they're going to go. You guys are going to go to the playoffs." Oh, they. I was just joking. That's not what they think.
Yeah.
So it was.
So did they go to the playoffs?
They went to the playoffs. Yeah.
See, there you go.
Yeah, Mike.
So you basically are the reason. You are the reason that they made the playoffs.
Just like you were the reason that they won the first Super Bowl. Cluffy and I were the reason that year they went to the playoffs.
Hey, congratulations.
Hey, congratulations to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Stoke, when are you going to start pulling your weight?
Yeah, Stoke, do something.
We cannot relate.
I can only do what I can only do. I don't know. I can't. I mean, like, there's a standard here. I guess I got to be better.
So, by the way, real quick, you found out the times. So we were talking earlier today how you just don't do you don't see the conditioning tests that you had to pass, those really rough conditioning tests. And McDaniels had one here for you. A
300-yard shuttle, 50 back, 50 back, 50 back, right? And so you had a certain amount of time, and I didn't. Evans is like, well, what was the time? I'm like, Evans, I mean, this is 15 years ago.
Yeah, but I would think that'd be the stuff of nightmares that you never forgot.
No, that's the last thing I'm going to remember. So, but we have a friend of the show, Brock Ewart. He was listening, and Brock, being the smart guy that he is, he remembered the time. So there's wide receivers, DBs, okay. 52 seconds. You have 52 seconds. He said at some places for wide receivers and defensive backs, it's 50. So running backs, linebackers, 54 seconds. Some places 52. So right around 52 to 54. Quarterbacks, tight ends, 56. Okay. O-line, D-line, some places 60, some places 58. So right around the 58 to 60 seconds.
Could you have done that, Mark?
Of course he could have.
Of course. 6 50s. Down and back, 50 yards, 300 yards.
Yeah.
And
in
under
less than
a minute.
A minute.
Oh, could I do it? Yeah.
Mark.
What?
Why is he like, what do you don't think he could do it?
My first day here.
You don't think Mark's an athlete?
With Rich Tootin.
Not by the end.
We did
You just leaned on people.
Well, we did 120 to the end zone, so 170s. We ran 15 170s for time.
Ooh.
What do you mean? First day of
15 170s.
So you got to go run the whole length of the field, end zone to end zone, hit the corner, and get to the other end of the end zone before
That's
for
dumb.
a certain time.
That's dumb.
Right. That's what I always said. Like
who
if
does
I
that? You run all the way down, then you got to run all the way across.
Yeah. And, right, but the shuttles are stupid. Like if I have to run 50 yards, somebody's going to score.
Yeah, but that's just that. I mean, obviously what they're trying to do is just see what kind of shape you're in.
Yeah.
But you don't see a lot of conditioning tests anymore. We don't hear about them anymore. I'm sure some places still do it.
We used to in Washington. We did a 12-minute treadmill test, and so you started at like 4 miles an hour as an offensive lineman, then 4 or 5. It went up every 2 minutes. By the end of it, you're running your last 2 minutes for, offensive and defensive linemen at 9 or something, and for the receivers they're running at 12 or 13, 14, and you gotta sprint at the end.
Well, you know why you don't need to do conditioning tests anymore? Because you have 2 days of what?
The acclimation.
Acclimation.
And
acclimation time.
And because guys nowadays are getting 4 or 5 more reps during practice.
There you go. All right. We were dry for the first almost 4 hours.
There it is.
Still strong with a couple of them. There you go. Hey, great week, everybody. Thank you so much. Good job to Ty and Johnny Fever back at the studio. Rock and Roll Brian out here. Thank you very much. Richie, Amanda, thank you. We will see you back here again bright and early Monday morning. In the meantime, we got Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly have just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to it. It is a Friday edition of Dover and Cecil. We rock with you 10 to 2 every single weekday. That is what we do, and we appreciate you guys being a part of the program. We are here, Cecil. It is day 3, but shouldn't we officially call it day number 1? Because this is the acclimation period is over.
Yes.
And things are going to get cracking for real today. Guys are already out in front of us doing a little bit of light work before things get going. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we do want to shout you guys out. So it's a little tribe roll call, how we start every single show. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing on this beautiful Friday? Send all that information to the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043, and we'll take a couple minutes at the beginning of the show here to give you guys a shout-out. But, Cecil, it is here. We're finally out live to watch some practice, which we're certainly fired up for. Looking at, the things we want to know today, all the questions we've talked about and debated. We'll get some of those answers today. First and foremost, we're getting our eyeballs on Bo Nix. Let's see what that looks like. Who's going to get the majority of the reps with as RB1? How's guys like Evan Ingram look? And I think maybe one of the bigger questions, what the heck Cortland Sutton going to do today?
Yeah, we're watching with great intent as things are kicking off. First off, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Secondly, it's always great to be out here. It's always fun to witness what's going on with this team and to get the first glimpses of what they can be. And that's the main thing about training camp. And this is the first day. The other 2 days, that was acclimation days. This is the first day. This is the first day of actual training camp, and we get to see, are our predictions more accurate than we had thought? Are they right on the money? Do we have some troubles that we thought were taken care of, right? At the running back position specifically, what does J.K. Dobbins look like? What does R.J. Harvey look like? First and foremost, it's always great to be out here
It is.
In training camp. Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
And look, man, you've been out here a little bit more than I have since all this stuff has started.
How many years for you?
This is my 13th year.
13th year
of Broncos.
Okay,
training camp.
21st year.
Dang.
Yeah, 2004. Me and Patrick Smythe, same rookie class.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude, that's incredible.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Mhm.
Yeah, 13th year for me being out here. I was, stuck in the studio guy for my first couple of years. I didn't get to earn that full-time credential quite yet. So 13th year being out here, and you're right. It's a blessing to be out here. It's awesome that we get this opportunity to give, I think we get an opportunity to kind of speak for fans, put our eyeballs on stuff, and tell Broncos country what we're seeing. If you guys can't be here and if you have questions, hey, I want you guys to tell me about this player. You can also send that information in to the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043, and we'll do our best to give you a report back. The bleacher setup, I think, is actually pretty cool. I know the numbers are limited, and it's 800 folks rather than the thousands that have been here in the past. But it's a pretty good setup, and they've got a good vantage point looking down at the field. I'm not sure what's going to happen when all this construction's done, but I don't know that they need to change much. It's pretty sweet over there.
Yeah, it is pretty sweet over there for the fans, and what a great vantage point that they have. You can see everything. We've actually got not as bad as I had thought. Back in the old tent spot is where we normally were, and now we look at it and we go, all right, hopefully they practice on this field. I did forget my binoculars today.
Oh, no.
I feel bad. I feel bad for a couple of reasons. Finding parking was a bit of an issue, but I got it done. And then I feel bad I forgot my binoculars. But we're going to be able to see and take in what this team is doing. Saw Pat Bryant already dealing with some jugs machines right as I was walking in.
Yeah.
Pat Bryant was there catching passes, and you love to see it. You see his size, because we're field level. And as I was walking right next to Pat Bryant, I'm like, my God, is this guy a huge target.
Mm-hmm.
So a huge target for Bo Nix going forward. It's great to see at field level. Saw my man Frank Crum over there doing offensive line work.
Still got that great hair?
He, always, yes.
Nice.
He did get it cut a little bit. Got married last year.
Oh, so he
but
had
then
to
he just
tighten
grew
it
it back
up.
out. Yeah, because my first response was like, where's your hair? So I'm getting married.
Wife made me cut it.
Okay, all right, I got you.
It's a big day. We're excited for it. You know what else I learned today?
No.
You know Miles, the mascot?
Yeah.
He's a skateboarder.
What?
Found that out today.
How'd you know that?
He was rolling on a skateboard when I pulled up. And I'm like, Miles, you're a skateboarder? And, he doesn't speak.
Yes.
So he just pointed at me, pointed at a skateboard. I think he could sense my skateboard energy.
Right.
And so we kind of
What
broed
shoes?
out.
Oh, I was going to say, are you wearing like some Vans or
No,
some skater shoes?
Knockoff Birkenstocks.
Okay, there you go.
Well,
that'll work.
What I'm rocking here today, but yeah, I learned that. So I'm really excited to see what Bo Nix is. I'm excited to see Pat Bryant, how they work out these running backs. And you know what else I want to see? I know nobody really cares about special teams too much, and I might be the leader of that group, but I actually do want to see Marvin Mims and Jaleel McLaughlin, just so I see the bodies back there as the returners and how often or not they're switching on punt return.
Yeah, I want to see how that looks as well. Jeremy Crawshaw, the punter. Yes, we're starting with punter talk.
Yeah, eat your heart out, Andrew Mason.
But the fact that he has been booming and then busting some, again, defense is on point, best in the league. Bo Nix is the real deal. Why is Mike Evans still questioning that? I didn't get to talk to Mike very much here in the crossover between shows, but
do we need to put him on Kevin's list?
I think we need to put him on the list in pencil.
Kev?
You can easily erase it, but let's put Mike Evans on the list because he was like, is he really the guy? Is he the guy?
Oh.
God, for the love of God, we already know he's the guy. I don't want special teams to kind of take this thing off course. I don't want a bad punt to ruin a game for this Broncos team. Things are too tight in this league. This team is too good. You're going to be in a heated competition in this division with Stink's favorite team, the Chargers, with the former champion Kansas City Chiefs. Like, you've got a lot to do. I don't want a rookie punter to knock things off course.
Don't be screwing this up all day.
Right.
One big thing we also need to keep an eye on is where Mike McGlinchey is. So we found out yesterday that he didn't participate, and then found out in real time as the show was sort of back end of it, he came out and stretched and then did not return. And because Sean Payton didn't meet the media yesterday, there was no, you're not going to ask Quinn Miners or Hufunga about it. So we don't really know what was there. If there was a situation, just precautionary, if that's what the Broncos were doing. But we got to keep an eye out for big 69 today.
Yeah. See where Mike McGlinchey's at. Get this offensive line on point because we know that when they're together, this unit is arguably the best in the league. So make sure Mike McGlinchey's out there, and really just everyone stay healthy throughout this entire process over the next 2 weeks. Everyone stay healthy and get ready for this regular season because it's going to be a grind. The grind starts today, so we're off and running.
Off and running. Looking forward to what we see today, what we hear today from coaches and everybody participating. Again, if you've got something specific that's just been grinding, I got to know about this guy. Hit us up, 303-713-1043. We'll do our best to keep an eye on those players. James from Denver, James from Denver wants you to get a buzz cut. Tell Cecil to get a buzz cut.
I had a buzz cut like 3 years ago. For a whole year, all I did was number one, my hair. For a whole year.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I've done that.
So when you stop doing it, is this now where we're at?
Yes.
All right.
So I stopped from a buzz cut to this.
Yeah.
I'm actually getting a haircut next week. I won't tell y'all what it's going to look like.
You're not going to go like Richie style, are you?
I don't know.
Whoa.
I don't know.
He's getting his hair cut. Not that he's got a guy. Not that Richie's haircut's bad, but you just say you don't want to look like everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a mohawk.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe the skater mullet. I don't know.
One of our texters says, sitting at training camp and curious about rookie wide receiver number 39, Kyrese White's apparent name change, different last name from last year. We'll keep an eye on him. I don't know a ton about him. We have seen some of the players come over. If you are here, I thought it was pretty cool. A couple players coming over to start, stretching out, get fans fired up. I thought that was pretty cool to see. So, yeah, we will certainly be looking at that.
I think y'all need to watch out for number 80, Joaquin Davis.
He shined yesterday.
And he shined rookie minicamp, OTAs, mandatory minicamp. So, Joaquin Davis, number 80, he'll become a fan favorite over the next 2 weeks.
Joshua in Widefield wants us to keep an eye on Jahdae Barron. Tell us how they're using him, how they utilize him, and who is going to lose playing time because of Barron. Says, thanks for the coverage, guys. Let's bow, Joshua from Widefield. So, yeah, we'll certainly be taking a look at that. Alec up in Fort Collins says, I have to take my wife to the airport today from FOCO, which I would normally dread, but that means I get to listen to camp coverage all day long.
Nice.
Alec in FOCO, drive safe. Hope the wife gets there safely and everything all good. Big Perm, I appreciate the birthday wishes, and I appreciate what you're going to do for me on your birthday that I can't say on the radio right
I got to
here.
read that.
I think you could have a good guess.
Nice.
Wow. Someone wants to know how Caleb Lohner's doing. You going to keep an eye on Caleb Lohner
Yes,
today?
and I don't want to say I'll have to completely change my take on Lohner because my take on Lohner is like, why didn't you get
What are you doing?
Luke Lachey?
Yeah.
You got a guy that caught 4 passes, but he's been making plays as a blocker and as a receiver. So we'll put a pin in it. I don't think it's Julius Thomas, right? I don't think it's that level.
I probably wouldn't go
but
there.
Caleb Lohner is a guy that's consistently making plays. We'll see if it continues today.
All right, keep the text coming in. Love hearing from you guys again. What are you looking for? What do you want us to look for? If it's something specific, and tell us who you are, where you are, what you're doing for Tribe Roll Call today at 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. All right, yesterday we got a chance to talk with our boy Mike Kliss. I asked Mike the question towards the end of the show about Bo Nix and Drew Brees, that camp, the work that they did together. Who set that up? I want to dive a little bit deeper into that and have that conversation with you, Cecil. Let's do it next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Attention golf lovers! The City of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old-school, tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must-visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're live out here for day 3 of Broncos training camp. It's really like day 1. That's what we're going to call it here. Is the acclimation period has come to an end. And Cecil, we didn't get a chance to hear from Sean Payton yesterday, but there were still a few things he said on, what would that have been, Wednesday, that really I think we need to dive a little bit deeper into. And before we hear a bit from Sean, you tell me. I asked Kliss this question yesterday, and you and I really didn't get too much time to dive into it. That meeting with Drew Brees, I feel like Sean wants us all to believe that was all on Bo. Bo did that on his own, and it was all Bo reaching out to get better. And as we've talked about, maybe a little insight as to, hey, how do I deal with Sean? That guy's crazy sometimes. Give me a little insight there. You think it was all Bo? A little bit of Drew? Maybe the 3 got together and, group chat and talking about times to go out. Who do you think set that up?
Have you ever heard the way that you do one thing is the way that you do everything?
Yeah, my friend Cecil told me.
Ha! It's Bo Nix. But this is all on Bo Nix. Drew's just chilling in San Diego, man. He's out there. He's got a surfboard.
Yeah.
It's a tiny surfboard because he's a little guy. But, like, he's out there enjoying his life. And, phone rings. Some kid named Bo Nix reaching out saying, hey, how about we get together? And that's where you go, all right, good job. Good job, Bo Nix, for taking that and running with it. Taking that opportunity, having the availability of Drew Brees as another resource. I think in football and in life, we all need to use the resources that we possibly can when they're available. And if you're Sean Payton, of course, I'm going to let this guy talk to Drew all the time. I'm not going to cut it off the way that he did with Russell Wilson. So you love to see that. But I firmly believe this is on Bo Nix to kind of take that brass ring, if you will, and say, hey, what can I learn from you? Tell me everything that you know.
I do. I also really appreciate, at least in my mind, how I think the breakup went between Drew Brees and Russell Wilson. That's got to be Drew calling Sean. So this guy keeps calling me and talking to me about the cold chill of some trophy and won't shut up about how you got to work hard. Can you please get your guy to stop calling my phone? And then Drew Brees then invites Bo to his home and allows him to be with him. It's just such a difference of who those two guys are as just human beings, let alone quarterbacks. So I think I like we said, it's Bo being Bo. I would assume this is, I don't know that it's going to be an annual, hey, Bo at Drew's house, Drew and Bo meeting somewhere to work together. But I would assume that there's going to be, at minimum, conversations throughout the regular season.
Yes.
And then a couple of these workouts during the offseason for the foreseeable future with Drew Brees and Bo Nix.
Because Bo isn't going to wear out his welcome.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
In a similar way that Russell Wilson did. And what happens when that happens? You say, all right, anytime you need me, let me know. That's the conversation. If it's Drew Brees and Russell Wilson, who's like, you got this, right?
Yeah.
You're good? Are we good? Now with Bo Nix, it's like, what do you need? Anything you need, I'm your resource. Just let me know. Never hesitate to call. I'm always here for you. I'll always pick up my phone. And you're welcome in San Diego anytime.
Yeah.
Because that's where Bo and Brees can get on the same page. And Bo, they're almost cut from the same cloth personality-wise.
Yeah.
More fiery than some people think. Faithful men, the belief in God is something that drives both of those men, and Drew Brees and Bo Nix. So they have a lot of things in common away from football. Just kind of who they are, right? Brees told the entire time, you're too short, you're not good enough, when he was at Purdue, and that's why he was a beginning of the second round pick. But Jack Elway, and I always remember this story from John Elway's first combine as GM. And it was a small group of reporters. It was me, Jeff Legwold, Mike Kliss, and Andrew Mason. So it was just us, because Elway didn't talk at the podium. But we were allowed to talk to him privately. And in that conversation, he remembered talking about scouting with his dad and what kind of front office work would allow you to do. You get to scout these guys. And he talked about how Jack Elway loved Drew Brees.
Wow.
It was just like, hey, that guy can play. I don't care what anyone else says. I know that guy can play. So you have that sort of Brees had to prove people wrong in a similar way to the way that Bo has to prove people wrong, including Mike Evans, who's creeping over my shoulder if you're watching on YouTube. Like, that's the thing. Like, you have to continue to prove the doubters wrong. I love this.
If Mike just says, hello, Miss Lady,
Hello,
it'll complete
Miss
everything.
Lady. Right. So you're going to continue to prove the doubters wrong in a similar way to that Brees did. And Brees had to do it even in the pros. San Diego drafted a first-round quarterback to replace him. Mm-hmm. And he had to kind of groom Phillip Rivers for a year, and then he got hurt. So, and then he had to move on, and Miami said no and got Dante Culpepper. How'd that work out?
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, and the Brees had to go to New Orleans, and we know the history there with Sean Payton.
Won a Super Bowl and had a top 10 offense for the majority of his time. Going back to Wednesday, Sean Payton just talking a little bit more about that workout between his QB and his former QB.
Drew lives in San Diego, and he spent some time going there just with the schedule and wanting to know more about the offense. And so I'm sure, I don't even know when he went, but I just know he went. I mean, it was him doing more research at the position.
See, that part where I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I think he knew exactly what was going on. I think he was getting a report back at the end of the day, maybe to the point where, like, Drew was annoying, or Russell was annoying Drew. I'm sure Sean's like, hey, how'd Bo throw it like 3 seconds ago?
Right.
I'll text you again in 5 minutes to let me
Did
know
he
how
pick
the
up that
last
one
drive's
thing?
going. Yeah.
Did he pick up that one thing? And I told you to tell him, but don't tell him that I told you to tell him.
Because that's what I think he wants. Bo's setting this up. Bo's doing all these things. But Sean is kind of he's like if we send Kevin on a date and you and I are out in the bushes like with an earpiece telling him what to say.
Yeah.
That's what Drew and Sean are doing while Bo's out in San Diego.
Yes. And I think that together, this combination moving forward can win another Super Bowl or two. So you kind of have this legacy. That's what we're talking about with Sean Payton. The pick of Bo Nix was a legacy pick. This is who I choose to continue my legacy going forward. Because Russell Wilson, whatever they move on, people won't really remember that with Sean Payton as much. But if this thing works in the way that it can with Bo Nix, it will be never forgotten how Sean Payton was the ultimate quarterback whisperer who got Kerry Collins to a Super Bowl after people thought he was washed with the Carolina Panthers. He got him there with the New York Giants, how he helped develop Tony Romo into a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback, how he took Drew Brees from a guy that San Diego gave up on to then a Hall of Fame level quarterback and Super Bowl champion, and then finding Bo Nix, the one check mark that he has, he's never developed a rookie quarterback. Check.
Yeah.
We're checking that box right now. It's a legacy pick, and that's why when the pick was made, if you weren't on board, you just weren't paying attention. I guess we got some of that going on.
Yeah. Well, and go back to what New Orleans was when Sean got there.
Mm-hmm.
The same state that the Denver Broncos were when he arrived.
Yeah.
I know there was the hope with Russell Wilson and everything, but we knew what this franchise was as he was coming in and off the heels of some just disastrous and honestly embarrassing seasons for this franchise. We are seeing some teamwork in front of us. I am seeing Cortland Sutton out there. Now they're not getting after it too hard. I'm sure
it's
this
a
is going to
walkthrough
ramp
type
up,
thing,
right?
yeah.
But Cortland's out there, and he's getting some work in with the ones and watching Bo Nix throw him a couple of footballs here. So sounds like, and at least it looks like early on, that Cortland's going to continue to be a part of team drills here even without a contract.
Yeah, even without a contract. And you see Evan Ingram catching a pass from Bo Nix right there. Not going to tell you the formation, but expect some more trickery. And that's the thing. When you said Cortland Sutton was out there, I looked to Sutton's normal spot.
Yeah.
He wasn't there.
He wasn't there.
He was in a different spot.
He's
Again,
actually moving quite a bit.
We can't
here.
tell you formations, but just know now with Evan Ingram, with Cortland Sutton, with an emerging Marvin Mims, you have the capability of moving guys around. You have the capability of moving formations, changing things up, and having different looks as we're looking at a completely different look right now on the very next play. So think of the change-ups that are now coming formation-wise. I call it the declaration of influence. The way that they can now, with proper talent, move these formations around, you're going to see a lot of different looks from Sean Payton this year.
Absolutely love it. It's something he's talked about going back to a couple years ago. We want to show some different looks to keep defenses guessing and on their toes. So good sign here, starting things off early. All right, continue to send your text in from the RamosLaw.com text line to the RamosLaw.com text line. Hit us up 303-713-1043. Perhaps you're streaming from the stands up there. Let us know that as well. Love to know what you're seeing from your vantage point. We're going to continue to hear a little bit from Sean Payton. We didn't dive too deep into the Tom House conversation yesterday as Bo had a busy offseason. Some time with Drew Brees, a little bit of time with the arm-throwing legend, the mechanics legend that is Tom House. I want to talk a little bit about that coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the Ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation done right the first time. Protect your home and your wallet. Ask us about installing a Moen Flow system today. Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Live from Broncos training camp. It's day 1 of real training camp. They're acclimated, Cecil. The acclimation process.
Acclimation is done.
Has come to an end. We're all acclimated here. They're doing a little bit of a slight walk-through teamwork and now getting some, running in. Looks like they're going to sit down and do a bit of stretching. What all do you think we're going to see today? I mean, practice will be a little bit longer, right?
Yeah.
But obviously they're not going to tackle because it's still just helmets and shorts out here. What do you expect to see today as far as 2 parts, length of practice and, real football action that we're going to see?
The real football action we're going to see is we're going to see an emphasis on passing game because Sean Payton's had an emphasis on the ground game to open things up in the acclimation period.
That's weird.
One thing that we knew is that Sean Payton wanted to see what these running backs look like. And the running backs got a lot of the love. When the first day of acclimation was out there and it's like, Cortland Sutton didn't do it and all that drama, that was because they were emphasizing the ground game. And Cortland Sutton, you already know he's out there. He's going to be a great blocker. You're not really blocking anyway on these, plays that are going 75% speed or whatever. You're not doing that. So with Cortland Sutton, you didn't need to see him out there as much. And maybe we got a little hyperbolic.
Maybe,
but we're
sports talk.
We're starving for information. What's going on? So I imagine that the passing game, more of these wrinkles. Again, we're not allowed to talk about formations, and we're not allowed to talk about play concepts. So the most that I can tell you is I've seen a few plays already this morning that weren't in the playbook last year.
No.
That one play to Evan Ingram that we talked about when it happened, that was not in the playbook last year. Why? Because you couldn't run that play.
Well, you know what? Staying on that, Kevin, can we skip down a little bit to 16 here because it just fits into the conversation that we're having. Payton was asked on Wednesday about, hey, you brought back a lot of players. We're stoked on the players that were brought in as new pieces via free agency and draft, but there wasn't a lot of turnover on this roster, specifically at key starting spots, which helps a ton of players, but certainly helps the coaching staff. And Sean Payton talked about how those guys returning helps with less of the headache that is install. Here's what Coach said.
The amount wouldn't change, but some of the things that we're installing might change. And I think there is carryover with the roster, and yet there's still a number of people. And to answer your question, though, we manage the amount because how much can you get practiced? Now, there's some tweaks to even today that if we looked at last year's script, there's a couple things that we've done differently terminology-wise. I'm sure defensively the same way. In fact, I know. But it has to match the time on the field relative to, the amount. And when the practices get longer, then obviously you're afforded more installation or you're able to get more stuff done.
All right, so I'm going to talk to me like I'm a kindergartner here. We can't do a lot on the field, so I'm not going to throw a ton of stuff at them to just clog their brain with plays without actually executing that on the field. As more time gets allowed, Sean's going to throw a bunch more at these dudes.
Oh, yeah, get ready for that. Get ready for a ton of work that you didn't see, and get ready for this team to sharpen that sword, right, as we go into the preseason. And really it's the joint practices. The two joint practices they're going to have against the 49ers and against the Cardinals, that's where you're really sharpening your sword to get ready for week one. We are talking about Tennessee as a punching bag. We are talking about Tennessee as a, these guys, they're going to roll over them.
They're JV.
I've said they're going to shut them out. Yeah. You've called them JV. Those guys aren't saying that. Those guys aren't thinking that. Yeah. Those guys aren't overlooking the Titans at all. They know that in week one.
There's a Titans player that's going to hit one of them.
Right.
I'll be sitting on my couch.
Exactly. So they'll be ready for that, and that's where the preparation starts now. And the difference is, I think Sean Payton might save some of this stuff. We've already talked yesterday about the Philadelphia game. Vic Fangio, what's he going to throw at Bo Nix? I think Sean Payton will probably save some of the stuff that we see here for specific matchups, and I'll talk about the Cincinnati game, and I'll talk about the Philadelphia game. I think those two contests are where that Sean Payton might kind of expose a little bit more of his playbook.
With the Cincinnati game, do you think that as a – because I agree with you 100% on the Philly game. You and I have talked about that's like a circle game. I can't wait for it because I want to see how Bo – that's a test. That's a really big test for Bo Nix and Sean Payton. I want to see how they do on the test. The Cincinnati game, to me, that's – all right, are we just aiming for, hey, Bo, hey, Sean, first one to 49 wins.
Well, Cincinnati's got to score on this defense.
That's true.
And
they didn't have a hard time last year
exactly,
doing that.
Right. So we'll see if the defense can be healthy and play on point and stuff the run. With Cincinnati, you've got to still be concerned with that because with Joe Burrow, that's all you're concerned with. But the counter to that is then running the ball. So we're going to see some stuff that you may not see until week 10. You may not see until week 17. The stuff that we see out here, they're getting the reps in, and then it'll go away. Peyton Manning would do this, and players would talk about it. Man, we haven't ran that play since training camp. Mm-hmm. But Peyton Manning would remember it for that situation. Sean Payton, Bo Nix, Peyton Manning, they're all maniacal about playbooks and studying and concepts. So get ready to see some stuff. Wow, I can't believe they did that. And then never see it again until the right moment, maybe even the playoffs.
Yeah. Let's hear a little bit from Sean on Tom House, who Peyton talked to. Drew got to work with number 13 here, Kev. Peyton getting to talk with Tom House.
He's a baseball guy. It's fascinating. He's real smart. You mentioned he caught Hank Aaron's record-breaking home run, literally caught it in the dugout. So he's a baseball guy that really has done a great job with a lot of throwers, and that's the best way to describe him, whether it's baseball motion or football motion. Those opportunities we get to just have a lunch or sit and visit, are pretty special for me. He's pretty sharp.
All right, and then the follow-up to that was, hey, what did Bo and Tom work on? And Sean said there's some tweaks there, but not sure we're going to see it. Here's how Coach explained it.
None of us will see exactly. There's just certain warm-up techniques, if you will. So you're not going to see a different release, but you're going to, it's just, the arm care for a pitcher might be different than the arm care for a quarterback. And then how you warm up, there may be some parallels, but I don't know that we're going to see it, with our eyes.
All right, so you do the work with a guy like Tom House, and he's a legendary, mechanics guy, as Coach Payton's talking about his work with baseball players and pitchers specifically. A ton of quarterbacks work with the dude. And if it's something that we're not going to see, so, are we talking about, like, dropping your shoulder, release point, feet forward, whatever, these tiny little tweaks? Is that all they're talking about there?
Yeah, and for me, it's having that when the drill is live, so to speak. Because it's muscle memory for these guys. And Bo Nix has talked about it, I believe, earlier this offseason, of when he's not thinking now. Because before, he would have to take the snap. He would have to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, make sure his steps are correct, right? And then his scissor step is correct. Have the plant foot. You're thinking about all these things. You just want it to be natural, where you flip up and you get that foot over, but you don't lift it off the ground. Like, there's a lot of different things, and mainly it starts with your lower body. That's why when Drew Lock was here, and I'd always talk about his feet, like his feet were bad. Had the rocket arm, but it doesn't matter. Your accuracy's not going to be as good if your feet are bad. His feet are still bad today. They're not where they need to be. You know what I mean? So with Bo Nix now, you're working on that footwork because that's where your arm strength comes from. As weird as that may sound to some, of like, hey, arm strength, it's all about that arm. No, it's about your base. What's your base like? Working on that, proper mechanics, stepping in, using that hip snap to get your power and your momentum driving from your feet to your hips to your shoulders to your arm, and let it fly.
Sounds a lot like what I say to myself before I hit a golf ball. Like, hey, just do these 17 things right, and you're going to be hitting a good golf ball shot here.
Yeah, but imagine if you didn't have to think about that at all.
Well,
because you were just doing it.
Right. Well, and think about what Bo did from a year ago. Let me make sure my footwork's right. Start with, can I get the play call out? Let me get that out. Let me get to the line of scrimmage, dissect or try to diagnose what's in front of me. All right, snap the football. Is it a 5? Is it a 7? Am I planting here? Am I releasing at the right spot? Oh, and by the way, who's open? Where am I throwing the ball? Now you eliminate all of that, and your first step is who's open, or maybe a quick diagnose. All right, I like this read. I like this as my second, and if that's not there, I'm tucking and running and turning on somebody. But you know what I mean? Like, you have eliminated 5 things to do before, who do I throw to pops into his head.
Well, and the great thing is the mechanics are tied to the route tree. We talk about timing. It's not the timing of the quarterback and the depth of the drop. It's the depth of the routes combined with the depth of the drop and the timing of the footwork.
Yeah.
I love football for multiple reasons. It's war, and I don't like using that term because actual real war, but it's like ballet combination of like gladiator sport. Like, there's all these different things, but the timing that you must have, it's not just the quarterback timing. It's the depth of the route tied to the depth of the drop. And then knowing mechanically, I have to be at this spot so that I can be at this spot when I'm going to throw, because before the snap, I saw them over here, and I know I'm going to go that way.
Yeah.
So it's actually, once you can get down to not thinking, it's really just mechanical almost.
Yeah.
And I don't say that as a like
once
robotic.
You can get down to that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like Drew Brees was mechanical. Drew Brees was a machine. Drew Brees was precise. Bo Nix is getting there.
I love this damn game, man. I love being out here, getting a chance to break this thing down. By the way, wide receivers just catching some footballs in front of us. You can't tell me Broncos country's not aware. Sutton makes a catch, they go nuts. Vele makes a catch, they go nuts. Mims makes a catch, they go nuts. You know who they cheered for on the fourth one? Troy Franklin. Very interesting to me that they're aware of what could be there with Troy and still need to see it be put all together coming up this season. All right, we're going to have a ton to talk about today. Looks like the team's going to start to get to work here sooner rather than later. We're going to go inside the internet, talk a little bit about something Michael Porter Jr. had to say. We'll get into that, and I can't wait for this one, Cease. Mascot ranking. Where does Ralphie rank in college football mascots? We got a list. We're going to share it coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, ED is an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. The condition causes stress, anxiety, depression. Even worse, a man's partner can blame themselves when ED becomes a problem. And you don't want that. You don't want to blame yourself. You certainly don't want your partner to blame them. Sex is an important part of relationships. It's a key part to relationships. Don't let something curable and fixable like erectile dysfunction ruin a beautiful relationship. So what do? You set up your first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's only going to cost you $99. Includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, they're going to tell you to take a test dose right there in the office. And if that test dose does not work, guess what? They're not going to ask you to pay. They don't want your money unless they can help you. But they have success rates at 90%, fellas. I'm going to say that again. 90%. What are you waiting for? ED's not going to cure itself. Start the conversation today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Fly into DQ today for a cosmic collision of flavors in their new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat for a limited time. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters. DQ, happy tastes good.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
All right, what's going on inside the internet that we need to discuss? Well, one quick thing that's happening, you're seeing it on the internet here locally, Cecil, when it comes to Broncos practices. We're live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, is day 2 without Mike McGlinchey. So we said we're going to be looking for big number 69, and not so nice that he is not out here again today.
Yes.
Maybe we'll get a chance to hear from Coach Payton this afternoon, which I assume we're going to. and we'll get to learn as to why he's not
Well,
out
remember last year when McGlinchey had to miss a game? And because there's some fans, not all fans, but there's some fans who take issue with Mike McGlinchey and he's McFlinchy or whatever. It's like we saw a game without him last year, and it was awful.
It was.
It was awful. So you need McGlinchey. He is the mayor out there. And at the tackle position, I know that they're looking to Frank Crum as the future left tackle of this team. So I'm looking to see, okay, who are they, kind of putting over there? Is it Matt Pert? Matt Pert did come back. It's something that we didn't really talk about. I mean, that's a veteran backup tackle, so it's not exactly going to lead the way.
Yeah.
But is that something where to let Frank Crum continue to develop at left tackle, is it Matt Pert at right tackle? Like, what options do they have there? We're going to look over and see who is actually out there. I know Alex Palczewski, as long as he's healthy.
Palcho was all right.
Palcho was, I think, is a future starter.
Yeah.
If it came to be and arose where they needed him, Palcho's that type of guy that could step in and start for this team. So is it Palcho? Is it a veteran like Matt Pert? Pert's played all over the offensive line. We're going to see how that works out. And it's July 25th.
Yeah.
It's your birthday.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of concern right now. August 25th, we've got a concern.
Right. And look, the drop-off from McGlinchey is going to be there. He's a stud at that position. I got to say, Matt Pert, I like that he's versatile, and you want a guy like that on your team. If this team has to rely on him for a significant amount of time at the tackle position, that's not a good thing for the Denver Broncos. That's not a good thing for Bo Nix.
No, it's not a good thing for Bo Nix, and nothing can get in the way of the development of Bo Nix. So make sure, and this is where Zach Strief comes into play. And Zach Strief, fantastic offensive line coach that was actually a really fantastic broadcaster. Once he retired from the Saints, he had called the Saints games. He's really good. Not every former player with a microphone's really good. Zach Strief was. And then he walked away from that lifestyle because Sean Payton talked him into, hey, why don't you come coach?
Because he's like, wait a minute, this is what I get paid for this? I'm out. We're going to keep an eye on Mike. Let's find out if we can get some information today about big 69 Mike McGlinchey.
And Sutton looks really engaged, by the way.
He really does.
Just a quick thing on Sutton as we watch the wide receivers. There's Joaquin Davis. Number 80, I'm telling you, everybody.
That's a good
He's
looking
going to be
body.
a practice squad guy, but number 80, this kid is a stud.
He is tall. He is strong.
He's got length. Yeah.
Look at the arm length. Yeah,
Stud, freak athlete at the HBCU Combine.
All right. I'm going to keep an eye on 80 out there. All right, real quick, a story about Michael Porter Jr. at DenverSports.com.
Yeah.
Our buddy Will Peterson wrote about this. I don't know that Will was upset about the phrasing, but I did see some folks that Michael Porter Jr. told a Bleacher Report, or a reporter that Bleacher Report picked it up, quote, "I'm not even going to lie. They got me working probably as hard as I've ever worked," end quote. And then, by the way, the Nets general manager went on to say after these workouts, Michael Porter Jr. could lead the league in scoring.
Whoa.
So, dude, he is going to take, what'd you say yesterday, 45 shots a game?
Yeah. But no, Kevin said that, and then I said, yeah, he's going to do it for about 50 games. Because if he's doing this now, you can't expect his body to stay right. He didn't miss as much time as,
last couple years he's been good.
It's rumored or people just automatically think with MPJ. But even when you're out there and you're scoring 3 points, the Nuggets needed him out there being the 15-point guy, 20-point guy. He'd be out there, but he'd score 3 points. So we'll see what he does now. We don't need to worry about it.
And also the fact that, he should be working as hard as he ever worked. You just got traded from a championship team because you were the weak link, and the team goes, well, we're going to get rid of you. That would wake my ass up.
You are the weak link. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yeah, and you see the graphic now going on. The internet is undefeated, but it takes MPJ's money compared to what the Nuggets have now in the same amount of money.
Oh,
it's like,
from the players?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're so much better off, and that front office just absolutely crushed it, and kudos to them.
100%. All right, just wanted to mention that quick story. Saw it at DenverSports.com. Thought it was pretty interesting. I also mentioned this these college football mascots. So it's, who has this? ESPN has it, and they actually have divisions. So in the costume division, and I didn't even know about some of these mascots. Dude, Dartmouth's mascot is a beer keg, and it's Keggy the Keg.
How would you know Dartmouth's mascot?
I have no idea. But
Only Drew Spivak knows Dartmouth's mascot.
That's true. But look at Keggy the Keg. I mean, that's one of the cooler mascots I've ever seen in my entire life.
All right.
So that's number 5 in the costume division.
Do people try to do keg stands on Keggy the Keg? Wouldn't that be kind of annoying if you're running around in the costume and someone's
they definitely are trying to do keg
trying to
stands
grab you and trying to pump you?
They're
I
drunk
guess.
college students. Of course they're trying to do it.
Of course they're trying to pump everything.
That's exactly right. I went to college. Well, no, I went to college parties.
I went to community college. Does that count?
Yeah. The Stanford tree gets ranked. Big Red from Western Kentucky, which I literally read this, and it's like, oh, this is just a design a college kid came up with, and nobody really had any other good ideas.
Looks like a fever dream.
So we went with Big Red.
Yeah.
And then they put his face on a helmet, which was interesting.
That was cool, yeah.
Brutus from Ohio State's in at number 2.
Classic.
Classics never die. Number 1's the Duck at Oregon. And I always tell you, the one thing that Oregon's really, really good at is the costume contest.
They can win them
and
all.
they're number 1 right here. Oregon Trail, you guys crush it in the costume contest. Next up is the, what is this, mechanized division? Mechanized, Jesus. Again, some of these I didn't know about.
Okay.
In South Carolina, they got Cocky in the Caboose, so it's just like a train. They have Monty on a Harley, the Montana mascot when he's riding a motorcycle. Again, the Demon Deacon on a chopper at Wake Forest. Buzzin' in the Ramblin' Wreck, Georgia Tech. That's kind of fun with the car and everything. The Sooner Schooner, the thing that Oklahoma rides in, and it crashed that one time. That was kind of fun. Then they have the Human Division, Hawaii. I really want to get to the Live Animal Division.
Yes.
That's where you find Ralphie.
Okay.
Number 5 is War Eagle. I mean, it's a damn eagle.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's at 5.
I know.
Eagles are like
Eagles. It
the
should be
coolest.
number 1.
It probably should be number 1. Mike the Tiger from LSU is number 4.
Yeah.
That's just dangerous.
He's chilling.
To have a live tiger at a game, I don't know that I approve of that. Number 3, again, not sure I approve of this. Remember when Bevo tried to kill Uga, the Georgia mascot?
Yep.
Look at the horns on that thing.
Yeah, and I thought Bevo would actually be a little bit higher. He's at number 3. Bevo's a classic. Bevo is unforgettable.
What is the purpose of that animal?
Longhorn?
Yeah.
To
eat?
Eat.
All right. That's all I needed. I'm in.
Yeah, because you definitely don't rope those.
No, look at the horns on that thing.
Yeah.
Number 2, that's where we find Ralphie.
Okay, and
Ralphie
number 1's
is
got to be
number
Uga
2.
then, right?
Number 1 is Uga.
Okay.
Why? Just because Uga's so cute?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ralphie, I mean, God bless the latest Ralphie they had, but, they could get a little more excitable. A Ralphie that actually wanted to run, that would bring the spirit back of Ralphie. But, yeah, Ralphie at 2. I agree with that. I concur.
You wouldn't flip him?
No, actually, I'd put Bevo up there as well.
Okay.
Maybe Bevo 1, Ralphie 2, and then Uga 3.
I would probably go the same way.
Okay.
Because Uga was about to be destroyed and murdered on live television by Bevo.
This isn't an actually fight, though, between the mascots.
No, it's not.
Because then Ralphie would win. You ever
Well,
seen a
unless it's
buffalo
the-
fence?
No.
You come out to Roxborough sometime. I'll show you where the buffalo are. And there's actually longhorns out there, too. And so the buffalo, where they keep the buffalo, the fence is like 8 feet high.
Really?
Yeah. And then where the longhorns are, your fence is like 4 feet high.
Okay.
Whatever. Yeah.
My buddy Joel just won $11,000 playing the slot machine Buffalo, and every time he'd win, we'd go Buffalo.
Buffalo.
And,
you guys were hammered.
And he didn't give me any money either. So.
Well, you don't have to tell the IRS. You got $13,000 or whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Put his business out in the streets.
My bad, Joel. That's on me. All right, so yeah, where would you rank Ralphie when it comes to live mascots? Let us know on the RamosLaw.com text line. Hour 1 done, just like that. We like to call them quarters. Let's get into quarter number 2. Going back to a couple of things we learned about yesterday. Quinn Miners met the media. Our guy Huff met the media. We're going to hear a bit from those guys here in hour number 2. One of the things that Quinn Miners was talking about is how his team stacks up against the Chiefs, and wait till you hear how he answered it. I think Broncos country is going to love it, and that's coming up next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Cortland Sutton?
Do we realize that Cortland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Phillip, Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes,
Yes, you can, and we appreciate you doing it. Dover and Cecil hanging out live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We're watching the team get after it here. A couple more little individual drills, quarterbacks throwing footballs to wide receivers.
Joaquin Davis hasn't dropped a pass today.
No.
He just doesn't. He doesn't. His game is length, speed, and my ball mentality.
Dude, his size is I'm so impressed with how just the frame.
The way he moves, freakish athlete. Yeah, you love to see it.
Might be one of those guys it'd be tough to hide if he shines in some of these preseason games. So, number 80, that's a name you're going to have to keep an eye on and talk about here throughout the preseason. A couple of quick notes here before we dive into hearing from Quinn Miners. It looks like Paucho is getting those reps in place of Mike McGlinchey today. So Alex Palczewski getting tons of reps here over the next couple of days. And as we both said in that last segment, that's a good problem. I guess it's not good because McGlinchey's not here.
Right.
But it's a luxury that you have a guy like Palczewski behind him.
Well, and think of the backup 3 tackles that they have. They have Paucho, they have Frank Crum, they have Matt Pert. So they have a veteran experience, and Paucho's getting more veteran as well. But Paucho is really good. If Paucho was starting, I wouldn't bat an eye. If Matt Pert's starting, I go, okay, can you help out a guy, maybe get someone over to Chip and help him. And Frank Crum is still a work in progress, although they really like him, and he's pretty much Bo Nix's best friend.
Yeah.
I don't know what Kevin has to think about that, but Bo Nix's best friend is pretty much Frank Crum. Everywhere Bo goes, Frank is there as well. And talk about freak athlete.
Yeah.
That dude's huge and a freak athlete. So they've got 3 really solid, I should say, offensive tackles that they can kind of rotate in case Bolsey has to miss some time, in case McGlinchey has to miss some time. And, again, credit to Zach Strief. You want to talk about a guy that's, like, happy-go-lucky and just, like, the opposite of Sean Payton, but the guy that worked under Sean Payton and played with Sean Payton, and now we're doing some 7-on-7s that looks really fun out there as well. So Zach Strief getting these guys ready. Looks like, J.K. Dobbins with a nice catch there.
And by the way, some fans might have seen that and go, a little bit of a low throw from Bo. Not at all. That's exactly where he wanted to put the ball because coverage was super tight there with J.K. coming out of the backfield. So I just love seeing this part of it. Like I said, we wanted to see what Bo is, the ball placement, things like that, footwork being more comfortable than he was a year ago. And that's what we're seeing here so far.
Are you ready for my day one overreaction?
Oh, please. You're already ready.
Oh, man. Cortland almost got a long one. Riley Moss in coverage there.
Cortland's going to tell him that was pass interference.
My hot take, day one hot take, way too early hot take, is Evan Ingram's your number 2 wide receiver.
Dude.
I might have to change my projection of 69, which I'm hesitant to do for multiple reasons, but, I don't know, man. We always talk about who's the number 2 receiver. Is it Marvin Mims? Is it Troy Franklin? It might just be Evan Ingram.
Well, what we've seen here so far in an hour, if you're a defender and you go,
what
you know what?
do?
I like this guy against Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck following him around all the places without tipping your hand as to what your defense is actually going to try to do.
And I don't think he's the young Evan Ingram. Obviously, he's not. So I'm not looking at 1,000-yard season. But just the versatility that Ingram brings to the field, probably the number 1 takeaway so far, super early again in camp, is the fact that Evan Ingram is just this chess piece that you can use to your advantage, and there's really no way to cover him.
I mean, it just happened. The route he was running that we can't dive deep into,
right.
It brings a secondary defender there because you have to address it. And then where does the ball go? On the outside where that defender came from that opens something up outside of the hash mark.
And as they go through this 7-on-7, not only is Ingram opening things up, I do need to alert people that Tyler Bidet is the second back out there. Now, R.J. Harvey's making this team, obviously. There's no problem there. R.J. Harvey's going to be your leading rusher, second leading rusher, or whatever. But if you're Sean Payton's guy, I've often said, I just want someone to look at me the way that Sean Payton looks at Adam Troutman, right? Guess what? Tyler Bidet might be kind of mixing. Hello, Miss Lady. He might be mixing into the picture a little bit more. Amanda liked that one. He might be working into the picture a little bit more to be like, okay, Sean Payton loves a tight end like Adam Troutman, but he also loves a Michael Burton at fullback.
Yeah,
Sean Payton loves multiple, right? He's got a lot of loves out there, but Tyler Bidet might be a guy that Payton just loves so much you just can't get rid of him.
Tyler's just sitting in the running back room behind RJ and JK and pokes his head around and says, I think I might be able to help out with that running back problem.
I think I might be able to help out with this whole RJJK thing.
All right, I want to hear a little bit from Quinn Miners here. Quinn asked yesterday, everybody knows that the division is chasing the Chiefs, but the Broncos are chasing the Chiefs, and Sean's pretty confident about how that gap is. But listen to how Quinn Miners answers the question, asked about how he is looking at the division champ and getting to the Super Bowl, Kansas City Chiefs.
I'm not looking at any teams right now. I'm focusing on this Denver Broncos team right now that we're trying to develop. There is not anything we're circling anywhere on anything. That is for you guys to do. That is not what we do. This is the storylines that you guys want. We're not taking any of that cheese. We're here to work, and we're here to become better. And that's just the bottom line. A lot of people have been sleeping on us, and that's okay. We know who we are, and that's pretty much it.
Well, you can tell he's not dialed in because nobody's sleeping on the Broncos anymore. But
well, that means he's not reading. He's not actually reading the press clippings.
I've seen that belly, girl. You working on that cheese? Yo, my man, give him 2 pieces of cheese. Hook it up. Yeah, Quinn Miners, you're eating cheese, buddy.
Yeah.
I know that.
The dreads are gone and the belly is back. He's full on Quinn Miners.
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
But I like the fact that how he started that of like, we're not circling anything. It's not for us to go, we got to catch the Chiefs. Man, the Chargers beat us twice last year. Or the Raiders might be up and coming.
Right.
How do we stack up against those teams like the Bengals and the Eagles that are giant tests across the NFL? I like the fact that, and that's how I want everybody to think about this on July 25th. Hey, we don't need to worry. Who cares what the Chiefs are doing right now? Who cares what's happening outside of our 4 walls right here? Let's get right with this team. Let's get right with our playbook. And if we master those things, it doesn't matter who's on the other side of the field.
Control what you can control. It's what the best players do. It's what the best teams do. And while I don't necessarily believe that Quinn Miners, we're not circling anybody. Yeah, you are. I believe you are. I believe you should be. I believe you should have targets. Targets are goals. You can't just float around in space and be like, I'm okay. You have to have targets. We have goals as a show. We have goals in our personal lives, right? And it's more than just financial. It's like personal goals, etc.
Break 90 on the golf course.
You got to put your business out there, right? For me, I don't think Miners was truthful. He just didn't want anyone to continue. What about the game against the Eagles? That's going to be pretty big. You're facing the world champions. You're telling me you don't circle that?
Yeah.
Of course you flip and circle that. You do that because to hit your goals, it's like writing stuff down. You got to write your goals down. You got to circle stuff. You're circling stuff. Sorry, Quinn.
Yeah. One of our texters asked, it's Chino up in Brighton.
What up, Chino?
What up, Chino? What do you guys think about Damari Mathis and P.J. Locke, chances of making the team? I think P.J. Locke is on this team. You say it all the time, put it in pen. I think you put it in pen with P.J. Locke.
Okay.
Damari Mathis is one I'm not quite sure of. He hasn't really lived up to what they thought he could be with this Broncos team. Maybe he is a pretty solid – ooh, that was a close deflection interception there. Solid depth piece.
Right.
But if Damari Mathis doesn't make the team, I'm not losing any sleep. P.J. Locke's on the team.
Yeah, and Damari Mathis, he's on the roster bubble to be sure, and it's one of those things where you go, okay, with so many young, talented corners – how does a guy like Damari Mathis make it? It's a good problem to have. I still like Damari. I like his game. I appreciate his tough mentality, but it's going to be hard to press to make this team. Maybe the practice squad. P.J. Locke, I'm not putting in pin because of that $5 million savings.
Oh, I forgot about that. Kevin told us,
Yeah, so $5 million savings. I think Locke should be on this team. But it's the National Football League, and anything can happen. And that tip pass was from Sam Ehlinger, so I was like,
Oh, it was? Okay.
Sam Ehlinger.
Okay.
So
that's when I looked up and I looked at the number of the cornerback, and no disrespect, Mario Goodrich, but I don't know you. Hopefully everything's all right for you moving forward. All right. Couple more things I want to hear from Quinn, but if you do have questions about guys like Damari Mathis or roster bubble type of people, hit us up at 303-713-1043. I do want to tell you that we have teamed up here at Denver Sports 1043 The Fan with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to a pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. You're looking for that cutout of Zach By. Scan the QR code on ZB. That's it. That's how you get registered. For more information and a list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. That's denversports.com/golf. Let's go. I'd love for somebody from our show to win.
It's our guy Jordan
prize.
Dizon walking by. I think that's Bo Lowry over there. We're going to talk to Bo Lowry today. I'm going to introduce you to Bo Lowry today.
We already put in the request.
Yeah.
To get Bo Lowry. One of the great trainers came over and said, love this show. We ended up talking to him for a second. He said it's his last year. He's going to retire after the year. He's been here forever. I've seen him every year for 13 years. You've been here longer. And then we're like, what are you going to do? And he said, I got a boat waiting for me in the Caribbean. I'm living on that thing.
That's
what a life.
That's the life right there.
He's living your life, dude.
There you go.
That's what you're going to do in, well, give me like 20 more years. If
All
you
right.
can,
All right.
We'll
Got
keep
you.
doing this thing. All right. Let's keep this conversation going. Heard from Quinn Miners there. How about we hear from one of the new guys in Hufunga? The teammates call him Huff. I like that nickname, so that's what we're going to call him. The ex-49er. This is fun, Cease. He's got his eye on a certain ex-teammate when the two teams meet for joint practices in a couple of weeks. Hear who Huff's looking for coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
We're into hour number 2, quarter number 2, live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Want to hear from you guys today, Broncos country. What's on your mind? What do you want us to keep our eyeballs on? And report back. 303-713-1043 is where you can send that information. Go ahead and put your name at the end of your text so we can give you a shout out on the show, especially if you got a good question, comment. We'll certainly hook you up. Cecil, what's in front of us right now is a wall of giant men. And the Broncos are still practicing, but taking our view away just a bit, but it looks like we got some 2s versus 2 action going on right now.
Yeah, 2s versus 2 action and a little bit of that team period. So you love to see the pace of practice with Sean Payton is always good because in this jam-packed time, you're going to get a lot of work in. And I've seen Mike Shanahan practices, Josh McDaniels, John Fox, Gary Kubiak, unfortunately Nathaniel Hackett, Vic Fangio. I've seen them all. The pace for Payton is Shanahan-like.
Really?
But Shanahan's day, they'd have 120 guys, and they'd just run through 30 guys that get hurt. They didn't care. Like, they didn't even bring out the cart. Be like, you're...
Scrape them off. Bring in another.
Yeah, Riverside. There you go. So this has a Shanahan feel and pace. It always has with Sean Payton, and it's refreshing.
Yeah, love seeing it. Love seeing the work being put in here. I do want to hear a little bit from Huff, as his teammates call him, the new addition, the new starting safety opposite Brandon Jones coming over from San Francisco, which is fun to say. Huff talking about the joint practices that are going to go down now. I think you're going to like this because you know who Trent Williams is too. And I think a lot of people in the NFL world know who Trent Williams is. D-A-W-G is Trent Williams, but Huff is going to seek out his old teammate.
Man, it's going to be blessed, man. I'm very grateful for the opportunity they gave me. My first 4 years there was special. You know, I had a lot of great moments, a lot of moments of injuries, as you talked about. But for me, it was a special place in my heart. I always joke around. I told Trent, or I'm going to tell Trent that I'm going to start a fight with him just for fun. Probably the last person you guys want to fight. I'm going to tell you guys that right now. Trent Williams is not the one. Trent, if you see this, I'm so sorry. I got to do it. So, but all jokes aside, man, I'm very blessed and excited to be there.
It was really cool hearing from Hufanga. Just his, all these guys are professional athletes, but the way he kind of carrying himself, new dude, but kind of opening up like that. And, yeah, Trent Williams is not the one, but I kind of like that he wants to go at him for fun.
Yeah, I like that as well because that's what you do with your boys, and that's what you do to kind of set the tone, man. You've got to set the tone in this league, and that's what Hufanga is here to do. Huff's going to do that. Dre Greenlaw is going to do that as well. The defense making plays out here. This has been an even matchup, which I think shows the strength, not only of the Broncos defense, but how this offense, usually the defense is ahead of the offense. But just in the brief team period that we saw a defensive play that was an interception. I did not see who threw it.
It was, I don't know who threw it, but Quentin Newsom who came up with it. He is a second-year player here out of Nebraska.
Okay, so, we saw defensive play, but we also saw plenty of offense, get it done, and kind of move the chains in the team period. So a balanced attack, and I think that speaks to the strength on both sides of the ball.
And by the way, it was Ellinger that threw it.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't I actually haven't seen Jared do much. I've seen Bo take plenty of reps. I've seen Sam take a couple.
It's weird because Ellinger's wearing Jarrett's old number, so I'm like, oh, Jarrett, what's he doing? And then it's not Jarrett.
It's not Jarrett.
It's Ellinger.
Okay. So, yeah, now it looks like going to break off and do some position group work. Looks like we're going to have some cornerbacks in front of us and some defensive players. No, that's the wide receiver group. Excuse me. So we'll see some wide receiver work right in front of us and let you know what we are seeing. I also thought this was interesting coming from Hufanga here, talking about the what makes a team successful? And the core that he talks about, here's his answer, and then I want to talk about the core that is on the Broncos.
I think the common thing I would say is having your core group of guys, because your core group of guys leads the guys, the rookies, the new guys, and that was something that they had there. When I came in, it was like you had a guy like Fred Warner, a guy like Nick Bosa, and it leads. And then you come in here, place that has a quarterback that's on the rise, that is taking that step to lead. That's a core guy right there. You know, you got Garrett Bowles offensively, Evan Ingham, it's a guy that's a core guy. And you're bringing that defense along with Alex Singleton and all these Passatan. Those are core guys, and I think that's what leads to building the right way. It's a fresh start every year. Don't matter, and we got to take this fresh start, and we got to prove it to ourselves that we can do it.
I want to dive deep into that. I want to talk about core guys that we're watching out here. We'll do that at 11:30. ZB, Zach By.
He's a core guy.
What's up, boys? He's a core guy for
thank
sure.
You. Thank you. Sean Payton's here, and Zach By's here.
That's exactly right.
Sean comes over, Zach's here.
Zach, I'm playing on Aurora Golf Course later, and I'm going to draw stuff on your face.
Oh, sweet.
I just wanted you to know.
Yes, please send it to me after you do. Where are you playing?
Hills.
Awesome.
Hills, yeah.
Awesome.
Looking forward to that and fired up for it. But, ZB, you've been out here every day so far, and then coming back and reporting. Love hearing you guys talk about it, break it down. We've talked about, really today, we talked about McGlinchey not being out here.
Yeah.
Big deal. I mean, he's the starting right tackle. We saw what it was without him in a game last year. I assume we're going to find out today why, right?
Yeah, it's going to be one of the first questions to Sean, no doubt. And, you know, in years past, I would say, man, there's probably no bigger deal. You know, between Orlando Franklin and Mike McGlinchey, no position turned over more than right tackle. I mean, even more than quarterback, which is hard to believe, but it's true. But now, because of Alex Pacheski, and look, you're going to want Mike McGlinchey. I'm just saying for the here and the now, Paucho does a great job.
Oh, yeah.
He filled in very admirably last year during the regular season, and you feel comfortable. I mean, for the first time in a decade, the Broncos have depth. I mean, it's from the cornerback position to the offensive line. It's one thing to return your entire offensive line year over year. That's awesome. But it's another thing to return your entire two deep. I mean, that is just unusual that every backup came back as well, as the Broncos are number one retention rate team in the entire NFL. So he needs to get right. If you're going to want Mike McGlinchey out there, but because Paucho can sort of fill that gap even in regular season games. And guys, by the way, he might just be the succession plan. He might just be, Alex Pacheski just might be the succession plan at right tackle, and you would save a ton of money here. You know, I'm talking about beyond this year,
sure.
Right? You've developed this guy, and he might be stepping into those shoes maybe as soon as next year, depending on when, you know, what the dead cap situation is.
McGlinchey reworked his deal, so he's going to be there a while. So you got to keep Paucho, though. In my opinion, I think he could be a starter somewhere else. You were here for the 2 acclimation days. Is the pace of play different? Because I really like the pace today.
It's very similar. Yeah, I was shocked. I heard Stokley say this too, like just how much they were doing over the first 2 days.
Yeah.
It was way more than I thought. I thought it was going to be more strength conditioning walkthroughs. They had the longest walkthrough that we've seen earlier today. They got to it earlier in the first 2 days of acclimation period, which would feel like it would be the complete opposite. But that's just the way that it's fallen for whatever reason. And Sean, you know, and we're going to talk a little bit about this later. Sean is a teacher. In that first hour of practice, they weren't going full speed. They were walking through everything and then maybe half-speed stuff. And then in the second half of practice, what we believe is we're going to see the same stuff that we saw through the first hour. And they're doing it while they're warming up. So they're doing a warm-up and a sort of a jog through. And then, so, I mean, it's cool to see Sean teach. He's got a great coaching staff, and it's a unique way to do it, because even Phil's saying, like, hey, typically you're 50 minutes into practice, you're going a little bit more, but the emphasis is on the teaching right now.
I love hearing you guys talk about the running backs, and obviously with Phil's knowledge at that, you guys have been breaking down who's getting the reps, who's getting the majority of the work. Sounds like JK got that in the first couple of days, and he got it here again today to start.
Yeah, and you know, it's not, you know, written on tablets of stone, but at the same time, you go through the first 3 days and he's getting the first carries. That's the vision. These coaches are not, you know, I know we have fun with the rep stuff in the morning, but like these coaches aren't screwing around with these reps.
No.
This is the vision. This is the early, you know, peek at what they they hope it to be. So, yeah, this is 3 straight days now. So unless something changes, whether an injury or Dobbins really falls on his face or RJ just takes the job by force in preseason games and joint practices, this will probably be the setup moving forward.
We talked about it yesterday. I don't know if we asked you this, but how do you expect Sean to use JK and RJ specifically in preseason games?
That's a great question, man, and we're going to spend some time talking about that because I want to know, like, with a guy with his injury history, how do you handle him? What's the plan in preseason games? I would imagine it's like 3 to 5 reps for J.K. Dobbins, 7 to 12 for R.J. Harvey, and then you have a full room there that you can divide up through the last 3 quarters of the game. But that's what I believe it'll look like here for probably the first 2 preseason games. That's just a guess.
My hot take and final one for you, ZB. We appreciate your time so we can get you out of here and back to practice.
Definitely.
I don't think Dobbins plays at all in the preseason.
Oh.
Give me a name that nobody's talking, like Joaquin Davis right here, number 80.
Yeah.
The dude is amazing.
Yes.
Freak athlete.
Yes.
He's going to be a practice squad guy, but this is amazing upside. Give me a name nobody's talking about that's standing out for you today that you just want to hype up a little bit, because everyone gets these camp darlings, and I think 80, Joaquin Davis is going to be high on everybody's list.
Yeah, we talked about him in mandatory minicamp and OTAs. He's an absolute freak. Like, if that alien came down and you didn't know who was who and you were just looking at the body types, you're like, who is that? He looks closer to Cortland Sutton than anyone else. You got these raw athletic scores. He's a 9.5 out of 10. Like literally from an athletic standpoint, like close to Megatron. Literally. 42-inch vert like a basketball player trying to play football. We don't know if he can play football. He produced, okay at the FCS level. But I would say I would put my chips on Q Robinson, and it's an accumulative over the last 3 days.
He's done it all.
He's done it all. He continues to flash. He's another one of these guys, to a lesser degree than Davis, is that they drafted him more based on his athleticism and his twitch, not his tape. Right. Now, that can be a scary proposition because you're going more based off forecast and talent than production, but the Broncos have taken that gamble with him, and through OTAs, minicamp, and now the first 3 days, I'm wondering, is this guy more than a special teamer in year one?
Wow.
Even with this front, is he more? And maybe we see him if the Broncos are up 2 scores against Tennessee. Maybe we see him in the second half against Tennessee. But he's someone, along with Savion Jones, Tillman, that I'm really keeping my eye on as these potential succession plans and depth pieces.
I like that we've all concluded the Broncos are going to kill the Titans.
yes, which is scary, but it's the largest spread in the NFL in Week 1 against a rookie quarterback against this defense. So I wish I hit the number when it first popped because it's already moved to 3 or 4 points. So. But yeah, it should be a really fun summer.
ZV, great stuff. Thanks for swinging by over here. Can't wait to hear from you later on the drive.
Absolutely. Cheers, boys.
There he is, Zach Bye. We'll take a timeout. I do want to come back and answer that question. Huff talked about what makes teams successful are the core pieces. Who are those for the Broncos? We'll answer that next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach Bye and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Brandon Stokley here for Embers Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens. You get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, free breakfast burritos, golf balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers Golf gift card. 2-man teams. Register today at embersgolf.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs. So use Revive now.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's answer that question about core pieces.
Okay.
Talanoa Hafunga said that about good teams, successful teams. He came from the San Francisco 49ers. That's a good and successful team. Can't get over the hump, but a good and successful team. Now, how does that translate to the Denver Broncos? And what Huff said was it's about core pieces. And then he started to list some of those core pieces. Cecil, I wanted to go over some of those names and what core pieces could exactly look like for the Denver Broncos. Is Adam Troutman a core piece? I think we know the answer to that.
Well, to Sean Payton's heart he is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Davis might end up being a core piece here. Another play made by him right there. But I listed out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players. And a couple of them I put little question marks too because, contract stuff. Let's see if the team believes that they're core players. Obviously, Bo is the easiest one. I think GB is one, right? Core guy, been here, going to be here. Quinn is obviously one. Patrick Surtain is obviously one. They paid Jonathan Cooper a year ago. I think they look at him as a core
piece
guy.
For sure, yeah.
And then Sutton, Benito, Allen. I believe that they are. Let's see how the team views them by the way that they pay them or do not pay them.
Yeah, and the conversation with Benito is, do they see him as more than just an edge? Do they see him as more than just a situational pass rusher? And last year he didn't have to play situational. He had to play more. This year he could be a situational pass rusher. I don't know if that's what he wants to do, and certainly it's going to limit the number of dollars that he's allowed to get. I mean, he's not going to get Karlaftis money because Karlaftis can stay on the field every single down, stuff the run, turn the run inside. Benito is much better at that than he used to be. So I want to see the opportunity for him to be able to do that, because that's going to lead to more money for him.
Let me ask you this real quick while you say that. Him learning, or maybe learning, being better at stuffing the run takes away how much of his pin my ears back, I'm going to go kill a quarterback.
Well, it takes away the fact that you're going to run right at him. If you're an opponent, and that's where the test comes in. Philadelphia game. It's on and you're not circling at Quinn Miners, but the Philadelphia game. I'm sending Saquon Barkley right at Nick Benito 15 times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's what he has to prove, because you can't run at Cooper, and you can't go to the other side. You're not going to run up the middle with Zach Allen. You're going to run to his side, and you've got to be able to stop that. And Benito's been much better at that than he was as a younger player. But I think, why are we talking about old stuff? I think that the Broncos, as a franchise, might be looking at him as that, edge specialist, rusher specialist, and I think he could be more.
I mean,
he was last year.
Yeah, the untapped potential, I think, is something.
Have we seen the best of blank?
Yeah, there we go.
Have we seen the best of Nick Benito? The answer is no.
I mean, how can it if he can't stop the run? You know what I mean? He got to
right.
be the part of the job description at that position. Something else that Huff talked about was the Broncos D-line, and we've talked about how good they were a year ago with 63 sacks. It's never been done. For this franchise, at least, and they did it a year ago. Neither of us expect them to get to 63 sacks again, but we did put the number somewhere between 50 and 55. I also thought it was interesting hearing Huff talk about that, saying, hey, of course the defensive line is going to help us out. We need to help them out by, stacking coverage so they get a little bit of extra time. That's a great catch. That's a great catch made by number 81 right there.
Yeah, Jerron Newton.
Couple of plays made by Newton today.
Okay, there you go. Toledo kid.
Jerron, I like that name.
Even Bo Nix ran down to congratulate him.
Yeah,
look at that. Because that was an Ellinger throw.
Oh, all right. All right. That's actually a pretty damn good throw then.
Yeah, it was a good throw.
Sam Ellinger. But the comment by Huff about the defensive line helping out the secondary and then vice versa, the secondary helping out the D-line. We've talked a lot about the 63 sacks. 15 interceptions a year ago. You think that number stays the same, goes up, goes down, one or two each way? Where you're looking at INTs.
Rush and cover, it means that the interceptions could go up for this team. So, we're not going to get outlandish and 30 or whatever, but, I believe that you're not going to throw at Surtain. You're going to really test Jahdae Barron. You're going to test Riley Moss. You're going to test Chris Abrams-Drain, and those guys are going to respond. So you're going to avoid Pat Surtain still to this day. That's just smart football. But the other guys are so good with the rush that will be better, and the rush that comes in waves. You think it never stops. So the waves of rushes will be there, and that's where the interceptions can come from.
Yeah, they were still, I looked it up last night, and off the top of my head, I think they were 7th or 8th tied in the league. There were a bunch of teams with, 3 teams with 16 and then a handful of teams with 15, which is where the Broncos left. But, nobody's going out there and getting 25, 30 interceptions a season. Can that number go from 15 to 17? And that's a pretty damn big jump. The Broncos would have last year gone from tied for 7th or whatever it was to 4th in the NFL with just 2 more interceptions.
Well, against Tennessee, they'd probably get 3 or 4. So there's a good start, right?
Dude, we're just crapping all over Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans.
Come on.
And it's July 26th.
It's a Super Bowl contender versus a team that had the number 1 pick overall because they were not good.
It's – what's going to be the score of – by the time we actually get to the game, we're going to have the Broncos winning 49-0. And the starters won't even play the second half.
Yeah. It's a Jarrett Stidham fourth quarter, everybody.
That's exactly what it's going to be. All right, text lines 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Oh, look at this. Still got a couple people weighing in on Tribe Roll Call. Oh, nice. Man. Mikey from Arvada just got home from the hospital. Had to have foot reconstruction, and I just want to say thank you guys for giving me something to look forward to every week. Dude, this is the guy that ripped his heel off in the motorcycle accident.
Oh,
remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, Mikey.
Mikey, be good.
Dude.
Be good, buddy.
Yeah, stay off the feet, put that heel up, and just stream DenverSports.com all day, every day, or watch live right here on YouTube. So, Mikey, hopefully that heel heals up sooner rather than later. All right, Cease, I want to continue talking some foosball. We'll look around the league a little bit, tell folks what we're learning here in real time as some drills start to change over. while we do that, I also want to talk about more proof out there that once you're in the club for life. We'll talk about Nathaniel Hackett's next gig coming up next.
How much pressure is Sean Payton under this season?
This year's lineup here, man, he has hit it out of the park in his first 2 years. He has flipped this roster over with George Payton. They went from 7 wins to 10 wins. We haven't even been close. We finally got to the playoffs. We have a winning record. No, I'm not letting y'all do that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that X.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, it's time to check our X, something we do at 11:45 every single day. And this might be the first time we have a guest to check our X together. Because he came over here to tell us about a move that was made that's all over social media right now. Jake Shapiro of DenverSports.com. The dude does everything. Covering hoops, covering some NFL action here, live out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. And I actually want to talk to you about baseball, Jake. The Yankees are requiring Ryan McMahon from the Colorado Rockies. The Rockies will receive 2 prospects in return. So RMAC gets a chance to go play real big club baseball. Jake, what do you think of the move?
Yeah, this is a nice move from the Rockies just to get something back from Ryan. He had worn out his time in Colorado, I would say. He is legitimately one of the better Rockies of all time. I mean, if you look at the all-time WAR rankings, I think he's like 14th in WAR in Major League in the Rockies' history. So he's a guy who'd been here for 9 years. He was, I think, the longest-tenured Rocky with Herman Marquez. I think those are the 2 longest-tenured Rockies. If you count guys that were around for the 17-18 playoff teams, I think Senzatella and Freeland are the only ones left as well from those playoff teams. I'll always remember Ryan for that giant walk-off home run he had against the Dodgers early on in his career. The last couple of years, he's kind of petered out. He was an all-star in 2024. That was cool. Now he'll get a chance to help the Yankees, who he is taking, by the way, DJ LeMahieu's job, who they just released a couple weeks ago.
Wow, okay, there we go. And with McMahon, I believe he's under contract through 2027. Very manageable deal for the Yankees, and it's smart for the Rockies. You're not going anywhere. Build us hope for the future, and I believe that's what this move helps to do.
Well, and if you look at the Rockies system right now, obviously everyone's excited about Ethan Holiday, who's projected to play the left side of the infield, preferably at shortstop. But you look at who's playing shortstop for the Rockies. Ezekiel Tovar signed for a long, long time. Okay, so maybe you put Holiday over at third. You were going to need to clear out McMahon's spot eventually. And, oh, by the way, your first-round pick from last year, Charlie Condon, is a third baseman as well.
Right.
So these were a lot of moving parts with your prize prospects moving forward. It makes a lot of sense for the Rockies to, hopefully, we don't know the return yet, get some maybe more pitching in the organization. That's what they desperately need. And for the Yankees, they pick up a really, really valuable piece because he's a left-handed bat that throws right-handed. He's a utility infielder. Those are very rare things, a left-handed bat that's a utility infielder, because left-handers don't play third, short, and second, right? So that's a valuable piece for a team that is fighting for positioning in the AL East between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Boston Red Sox right now.
Jake, are they done? What else, I guess, I'm sure they'd love to make a move. Do they have other players that teams are going to call on?
You know, this is the most significant piece the Rockies have moved at the deadline, maybe going back to when they acquired Sangwon Oh in 2017. Like, they don't make moves like this at the deadline. So this is an indication that we might see some more. There are relievers like Jake Bird, who's had a really good season but a bad last month, who could be on the move. There was a report today that even a younger guy like Victor Vodnik could be on the move, or Seth Halverson, who are 2 really young relievers, but they're volatile. Do you want to sell high on your reliever now or play it out and maybe see if they are productive and 4 years when you maybe might be competing? We don't even know if 4 years is enough for them to get back in contention. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Rockies actually traded a couple more relievers. They have a dilemma right now, I would say, with former first overall pick Mickey Moniak, who is playing really, really well for the Rockies. Do you sell high on him a way he's never played before at the major league level, or do you think you found something on a young man who has struggled before in his past stops? I don't know. It's an interesting decision.
Okay, Shaz, because you're here, and it is Check Your X. On X was the Bleacher Report article about Michael Porter Jr. and how now he could maybe even leave the NBA in scoring and how much he's going to put it in the net this year. I don't think Nuggets fans took issue. Do you think that, Dover?
I didn't.
I didn't take issue with what MPJ was saying. I've worked hard. I'm working harder now than ever before. You weren't offended by his comments, were you?
I wasn't offended that he said the truth, which is the Nets have a practice facility and the Nuggets don't. Like,
he said, wow, you guys got 2 courts?
Whoa. Like, wow. I mean, this is a real professional organization going on over here. No, man, like, and you know, it's fun to think that a guy coming in that shoots like that can lead the league in scoring. You know, they've got another guy on that roster that could lead the league in scoring too, Cam Thomas. because neither of those guys pass. Like, that's why
That's
that
my
could
kind
happen.
of basketball, Jake.
Right. So you're going to see a lot of my turn, your turn over in Brooklyn this year. And I just wonder if the Brooklyn Nets front office, the Marks that runs it, I always forget between Sean and Bobby which Marks brother runs the Nets front office. Has he seen Michael Porter Jr. create a shot for himself? Because I haven't.
Me neither.
It doesn't exist.
Right. So I don't think you're going to be able to lead the league in scoring when there's literally no one on the team to pass it to you and you can't create your own shot.
We've talked about it before. I'm not sure he dribbles. Can he dribble the basketball is something I'd like to see. You know what else I'd like to hear your response on is something that was on Twitter yesterday. I always forget the other guy on TNT that fills in for Ernie.
Oh, Adam Lefkoe?
Adam Lefkoe. And I like him. I should know his name. I actually think he does a good job, and he's kind of funny at times. But he has this podcast, and he's hanging out with Shaq, and then the Morris Bros are on it. And then he brings up the Jokic brothers and how tough they are. And that leads to this.
I'll just say that I'm terrified of Jokic's brother.
Wow.
That one dude looks so enormous.
He's
with like the mohawk and
the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Hey.
We big too.
Yeah. That's true.
I'm 6'10", 270. It ain't like I'm a small guy. I'm bigger than them.
We can arrange this.
Yeah, for sure.
Really?
Please.
One of them is a MMA fighter.
Oh, so he'd have to he'd be wanting
grabbing all that. Yeah, if he can't do that, we can get it on.
So only boxing.
Only boxing, yeah.
This could be done. We are in Vegas. Shaq?
I'm going with the Philly boys.
No, I wasn't asking who you're. I'm just saying you should. You own everything. I feel like you could set this up.
I'm not setting that up. How old are y'all?
35.
Oh, okay. Y'all still young, man. So I may set it up.
You would not.
I know. I know who y'all are.
We just don't talk about it.
I know who y'all are. Y'all beat motherfuckers up for taking your mama to Applebee's.
All right, so they're having a little bit of fun with it. And then at the end there, I'm like, they beat up a guy at Applebee's. So a 5'9" guy hammered off dollar margs couldn't hang with the 6'10" Morris Bros. I totally get that. But as I tweeted it out, Jake and Cecil, I will pay. You name the price, I will pay it, and then I will bet my mortgage, Cecil's mortgage, and yours that the Jokic Bros dominate those fools.
Well, Josh, I don't think me, you, Cecil, and Richie Carney are going to be able to fight the Morris brothers. That is true.
Probably not. Yeah.
Yes.
But there's a reason why they said boxing, because Strahinja was an MMA fighter. Do you guys know Strahinja's boxing record or his MMA record?
No.
3-0.
Whoa, really?
Do you know how he won all three of those fights?
KO.
By knockout. So you're going to take on the Jokic brother that's a professional MMA fighter that's 3-0 with all knockouts, and then the other one who is the scariest looking guy on the planet. There is not a scarier guy looking on the planet with the mohawk and the big burly shoulders. So, it's fun to me, and I wrote this for DenverSports.com yesterday. It's fun to me that these guys haven't learned their lesson because they took on the least crazy of the Jokic brothers, Nikola. And Markieff Morris's NBA career ended the night he took on Nikola Jokic. He has not been the same player since Jokic gave him that forearm shiver.
So do the Jokic brothers respond? Do they fire up Jokic Bros in Twitter account again, or?
I would do anything for that Twitter account to come back. So you're putting the mortgage on the fight. I just want the Twitter account back, man. Like, that was awesome. I don't think anything needs to be said. Like, they've done enough talking, right? Like, they've backed it up. Like, why would you keep talking when you are the one that has proven it? Like, the Morris brothers can get out here chirping. Shaq can say he's got in their corner. I want to know what Shaq would say about whose corner he's in if the Jokic brothers pulled up into that podcast.
Yeah, if they were there.
He'd be in their corner.
Yeah.
All right, one more quick one here. And this, I don't know how this isn't just a rule. Mike Kliss tweeted this out. We see the fans in the stands behind us. One of the Broncos facility under construction training camp adjustments. Only kids that are 5 to 15 years old can get autographs. You're going to get a wristband from the designated kid zone for access to player autographs post-practice. I think this is how it should be at all times. I've seen it. I've heard people complain about it, and I don't mess with it. If you're over the age of 15 and you're in the way of a child getting an autograph, you're a bad person. I'm not going to stand away from that. You're a bad person.
They're a little over the top. So what I thought when I read Kliss's tweet is some 5 to 15-year-old is going to make like $100. Because some autograph hound's going to see the wristband and be like, hey, kid.
That is the most
$100.
Cecil Lammy thought. Like, how can I hustle out of this situation?
I like that, Cecil.
You know, I feel bad for the 16-year-olds, honestly. And if you're smart as a 16-year-old, you're pretending you're 15.
I don't have an ID.
Look, I didn't have a driver's license until I was 19. I didn't look like I was 16 until I was 27. Like, so I would have been out here. I would have been on the Cecil Lammy game plan of hustling. Like, I would have been out here in my mid-20s hustling.
Yep.
So, honestly, like, I'm surprised, I guess, you didn't see our text thread yesterday because you're bringing this up to me. I was the only one on our text thread against it because
Really?
This is your one time as a fan to interact and get autographs with the players. You come out, you watch them practice. There isn't really much to watch, honestly. And you don't have that big of a payoff. Like, it's not like the Broncos win, you're excited, or your parlays hit or whatever, you gets your gears going. I don't know. Your time to meet the athletes is right now. Your time to interact with someone you care about so much that you come to a practice in the scorching heat with no shade.
Yeah.
This is your time to interact with them. So I kind of go against that a little bit. If you want an autograph, you want a selfie with your favorite player, I'm not going to sink your boat.
And I'll go back to the Greeley days. Greeley, they had not only the ropes, but they also had a building you could go in and get autographs from players sitting at tables.
Oh, wow.
So you got a point there.
I'm sure the players loved that. I'm sure they absolutely loved that.
When they were signing my fantasy football yearbook in like 1998, they're like, what is fantasy football, and why are you a 30-year-old guy looking at me like this?
Do you remember when Jokic missed the game with right wrist soreness because he signed too many autographs? It's a thing that happened.
And look, I'm not against older folks getting their autograph. Just kids first. Kids first.
Kids first.
That's it.
Got it.
All right, we're checking our X with Jake Shapiro. Great
Thanks,
work, Jake. Appreciate you stopping by. We're going to get into our lunch hour. It looks like practice is coming to an end, Cecil. So what we're going to do is talk about the things that we've learned this afternoon. And then, of course, hear from head coach Sean Payton. If he takes to the podium coming up here sooner rather than later, we will do that coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or 2 half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention golf lovers. The city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hills slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. And we appreciate you doing it. Dover and Cecil hanging out live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Cease practice has come to an end. We got players going over to VIP. Those aren't even tents. I mean, they're full-on stands over there.
Yeah.
And then some folks lining up to sign autographs. We were just talking about the new rule. They do have it. It's not that far from us. I walked down there a little bit to see what was going down. It is all kids. So, look like they're from ages 5 to 15. Parents hanging out with the younger ones. And no adult line down there. We'll see who they send over. Does Bo have to sign autographs every day? Everybody wants Bo's autograph, right?
Yeah, he'll pick a day. Maybe it is today because it's opening day. But, yeah, that's once in a while.
Okay.
Once in a while. I think Russell Wilson did it every day. And Peyton Manning did it like maybe twice during training camp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Russell Wilson needed to check that box. That's called fulfilling an insecurity, and that's what Russell Wilson was doing. What we learned out here today, I hate that we're going to call it the biggest story without knowing. We're about to find out with Sean Payton. But
right.
I think Mike McGlinchey not being here for a second straight day, I think that's a pretty big deal when you don't have your starting right tackle for 2 straight days.
Yeah, and when he's one of the best players that you have, saying back Monday, Kev, is that right? Is that what we heard now?
Yeah, Sean Payton said he's at the podium right now. He said he'll be back Monday as well as pads on Monday.
Okay, nice.
There we go. Pads on Monday. Stuff gets serious. So McGlinchey back Monday. That makes you feel good about it. And then that takes it away from being the story of the day. I think the story of the day for me, getting eyes on this team for the first time since rookie minicamp, is the fact that Evan Ingram's going to be a playmaker. I mean, just an absolute playmaker, much more than maybe even people realize, and not necessarily from the tight end position.
No.
Again, we can't tell you what they're doing, but you can just imagine how creative you can be with a guy like Evan Ingram. And if 69 is the total number of catches that I have projected for Evan Ingram, my target projection might have to go up. My catches might have to go up. I don't really want to move off that number, but my targets and catches might have to go up for Ingram just based off one day. Maybe that's an overreaction. But he's everywhere, and he's always involved and very tough to match up against.
Well, and even what we talked about a little bit earlier I'm watching him bring a safety down. I'm watching him bring an inside corner with him through the middle of the field. And then I'm watching the quarterback, whomever it may be, there go, all right, there he goes, took him with him. I'm going the opposite side because I have one-on-one over there.
Right.
And then, all right, how many times does a safety or that inside corner let that happen before they go, I'm not doing that anymore? And then now you have Evan one-on-one with one of those inside linebackers or a safety trying to come down from his spot, which is going to be a little bit too late, and Bo can find a guy like Evan in the middle of the field.
With all of these weapons, the most dangerous one might be Evan Ingram because he's the most versatile one. You know, R.J. Harvey, perhaps you split him out sometimes, perhaps not. J.K. Dobbins, you don't really do that with. Cortland Sutton's pretty much been on one side of the field, although they have, done some things differently, again, with Court, being careful with what I can say. And then Marvin Mims. I'd say Marvin Mims and Evan Ingram. Who's more versatile?
Wow, that's a great question.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's pretty close because Mims you can do pretty much anything with. And Evan Ingram, a very impressive opener for training camp from Ingram today. Just fantastic the way that they're using him.
I think, it's not like he made these giant plays, and it was Newton that caught the one-handed ball here on the sideline, which is going to stand out. But
yeah.
Even without, I know there's no box score from practice, but I don't think we'd look at, oh, man, Evan Ingram had 4 catches today, and they were outstanding, and one went for 40 yards. I don't even think it's about that. It's just what we talked about, his declaration of influence to steal your turn.
Yeah, yep, and that's what you get with that guy, and that's what you get with Sean Payton now, unveiling more of his offense, unveiling more of the wrinkles that you can get, more of the concepts that you with Sean Payton. This is an exciting first day, and I don't feel last year was different for many reasons, but I feel last year it was, is Bo the guy, who's the guy, competition, counting reps. This year we know Bo's the guy, except Mike Evans, who still questions if Bo's the guy. I don't know why. Mike, what's in your water bottle, Evans? I want to know. But, we know Bo's the guy. But now there's more creativity with this offense. I'm not saying it was paint by numbers last year, but it wasn't the Sean Payton offense. When I watched film on this team, I was like, where's the New Orleans offense? This is Sean Payton dealing with the rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
And you saw a little bit more as Bo got better and the season went on, struggle, improve, excel. You saw that with Bo Nix. Well, this year, I think you can just come out on a weekly basis and have a customized game plan based on what your opponent doesn't do well and how Bo can do more and more and more, and certainly more than he did as a rookie.
Before we keep breaking down what we saw today, I saw Frank Crumb's child again. Last year, he was 2 years old and could beat my ass. It's a year later. Somehow the kid's 5 and has doubled in size.
All right, there you go.
That Crumb DNA, there's something going on.
Well, his little brother, the Crumb family, is 3-generational at University of Wyoming.
Look at him. That's a monster of a human being.
Yeah.
And he's got that long, beautiful, flowing hair.
So Frank's little brother is going to play at UW as well.
Oh, he hasn't even started yet?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's in high school still. I'll talk to Frank here as soon as I can, but so his family, 3-generation Cowboys. 3.
Damn.
And then now going to be 4. Well, it's his brother, so it's same generation, but still and maybe there is a 4th with Frank Crumb's child.
I'm telling you, I'm not breaking a tackle from Frank Crumb's child right now. I'll look like Jaleel McLaughlin out there. I'm just going down.
Oh, my God, Jaleel catching L's today.
By the way, I did watch Jaleel a couple of times. They were doing this little – they weren't kicking the football to return, but it was kind of that setup.
Yes.
And I watched Jaleel try to beat somebody to the outside and could not do it.
Okay.
That's just one example. One example.
Right. One day, one example. We'll continue to see how that grows. I saw Tyler Bidet working back there. So I think there's this competition. I still have Jaleel McLaughlin in Penn. I'm not going to change that based off one day.
No.
But in seeing that return drill, Bidet was as good as McLaughlin. Maybe even better than McLaughlin as a returner.
Do you
is
think
that the final edge to go, okay, you're our practice squad guy, you're our 53 guy. Bidet, I trust you more. Maybe you're 53. And Jaleel, listen, I know everybody loves him. You could sneak Jaleel through to the practice squad.
You can.
You could, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, running back's a young man's game.
Yeah.
This class is so thick and so full, if you needed to, you could. I still have him in Penn on the 53, but there's going to be decisions that are made, and those return plays that you and I both saw right in front of us, that's going to be part of the deciding factor. I think Bidet, McLaughlin, Estime, who did not do those return drills, of course, those 3 are competing for one spot, and then you got to divvy up the practice squad. You can get Bidet on the practice squad, no problem. But maybe he's so good you want him on the 53.
We didn't even talk about Bidet as a potential special teams guy, returner type.
Right.
Because it's – I mean, you know what? Marvin Mims is going to be there. I don't know how they look at Sherfield, the guy that came over supposed to be the gunner type. But
Yeah.
his body's actually a little bit bigger. Might put my eyeballs on it than I had initially thought and seen him just like on the internet.
Yes.
So maybe that's an option there. But I think Tyler Bidet is a fun. Let me push Jaleel McLaughlin. Hey, as you said, it's not written in pen. It's not in stone. Sean doesn't want any of these guys believing that right now on unofficial day number 1. So I like the fact that they're giving other guys opportunities to push a dude like Jaleel McLaughlin because he needs it right now.
I like the fact that they're going to just kind of have everyone compete. There's no favorites. Well, there's some favorites. Adam Troutman.
Yeah.
Michael Burton. You know what I mean? There's some favorites
Yeah.
out there for Sean, but everyone else, you're just competing out there. Is that Pat Bryant catching more on the judge machine? Holy cow.
That is.
So here we go. I mean, that's all you do, right? You put in the work, you put in the extra work, and you love to see it because that's a young man that wants to make plays. The running back position is going to come down to special teams, which is weird that we have to say that because we already know J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, done, right? They're the guys. They're the top 2. Now we have to go, who's 3? And is there going to be a 4th when you have a fullback and Michael Burton, who also might be a practice squad? They did that last year with Michael to activate him, get him the number so he can get paid as a vested veteran. Sean Payton's very good at that. Michael Burton's making this team. I just don't know, is there a crunch at running back that makes you go, Burton's going to be a practice squad? Is that crunch at running back? You have a crunch at running back. You have a crunch at tight end. You have a crunch on the offensive line.
Don't you think back into the receiver room a little bit?
I think you have a ton. I mean, Joaquin Davis should be on the 53, and he's probably not going to be because how many receivers are you going to keep? You
Exactly.
mentioned Sherfield there. Sherfield's a receiver.
But he's their top gunner on
Yeah,
special.
so are you keeping 6? Right? Because you're keeping 6. You have Sutton, you have Pat Bryant, you have Marvin Mims, you have Troy Franklin.
Bailey.
You have Devon Bailey. There's 5. And then Sherfield 6. Well, Joaquin Davis, sorry, that's not you, right?
Yeah.
So you look at the situation and the guys that really stood out today, and you say, okay, maybe there is room. Well, Kyrie's Rowan.
Yeah, but
that's
apparently he
kid.
changed his last name.
It's Kyrie's Davis.
Yeah.
So Rowan, I'm looking at his new name now. So the Utah State kid, he's a player that's making plays. So, you have a crunch here, but that's a good problem to have. Good problem to have. I saw my guy Jordan Dizon, and he's the pro scout. He'll be scouting other teams' practice squads. But, man alive, you come preseason, if I'm a pro scout for another team, I'm looking at the Broncos going, I can get some talent there if they try to sneak somebody through.
Oh, you're monitoring the waiver
Oh,
wire.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like that.
big time.
That's a great problem to have. I mean, talk about a transition from what it was a couple years ago. They were the team going like, we got to watch other teams.
We got to get everybody.
We don't have spots here. And now it's in role reversals. You said his name earlier, and somebody had asked us on the RamosLaw.com text line. You always want to hit us up there, 303-713-1043. They asked us about Audric Estime. They said, is Audric out there kind of moping around? The Drive had told us that the body language wasn't great
Phil said that.
with Audric Estime. And when they said the text and then you said his name just now, I was like, what numbers did I miss Audric Estime today? I didn't see anything out of Audric Estime today.
Yeah. I don't have my notebook out because I'm on the air, so I'm not taking copious practice notes. Mace is. So I'll look at Mace's notes. But if I were to have my notebook out, Audric Estime wouldn't make it. He wouldn't make it in the notebook. And I'm very curious. Like, again, I said today to lead off the show, I think they're going to do a lot of passing drills. They did a lot of passing drills. So let's get the pads on. This is when Estime can shine. Come Monday, the pads come on. That's where Audric Estime, the best part, the part that nobody else can do. If he runs with the power that he has, Dobbins can't do that. Harvey can't do that. Jaleel can't do that. Don't laugh. But, like, Estime's power game can be shown when the pads come on just by thudding. There's no live tackling, but thudding guys. So until then, we just kind of have to wait and see with Audric Estime.
And look, today it was, again, and we talked about it with Zach Bias. He's been taking the notes and monitoring the days that we couldn't be here. JK on the first day of acclimation, JK on the second day of acclimation. Here we are over the acclimation period and the first taste of what real practice might look like. And guess who it was again, taking first-team reps and the majority of those carries? It was J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins is the guy. He's going to be the guy going forward, and R.J. Harvey's going to work in. And as the season goes on, another good problem to have is, like, How do you get so many touches for these guys when you've got two really good ones at the top of your depth chart? R.J. Harvey is as advertised, no question. J.K. Dobbins with that great catch over here on the sidelines that we saw, that Bo put it in the spot where it had to be. It was a lower throw, but it had to be there because of coverage. Dobbins had no problem scooping that thing up.
No.
So you love the receiving ability that both of those backs have. And if RJ can prove himself in pass protection, that's a guy that doesn't come off the field because JK doesn't come off the field.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about this, something you said earlier about, like, Sean, opening things up. You save something for post-bye week. You save something for the second time you play those division opponents.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. How much can you play into that with bringing a new running back in? You know what I mean? I'm thinking of, like, all right, you're going to play the Chargers really early in this season, and JK's going to get a lot of that work. Then by the time you get back to the Chargers that second time around at Mile High Stadium, it could be a lot of RJ that you get, which I'm not saying it changes everything that Sean does, but you open up a certain, here's this little subcategory of plays that's like, oh, this kind of running back is there for this kind of running back there for that. Just the split that we think is coming between these two is going to open things up
and
for
then
Sean.
You can go back to JK.
Right.
You get to the postseason. Postseason football is where this team is bound. They're bound for the playoffs, okay? How far do they go? Do they win the division? These are all the questions. But I'll tell you this. Postseason football is about running the ball, playing great defense. We know that they can play great defense. We have a good feeling that they can run the ball with J.K. Dobbins. So keep him healthy, keep him fresh, and keep doing those change-ups where on a week-to-week basis you don't know, is this a Sutton week? Is it an Ingram week? Is it an R.J. week? Is it a J.K. week? You have all of these assets so that on a week-by-week basis you can attack defenses in multiple different ways. In playoff time, you're going to have J.K. Dobbins available if you want to go as far as you want to go. And I'm saying this on July 25th. If the Broncos want to go to that end game, to that Super Bowl, they have to do it with J.K. Dobbins. They cannot do it without J.K. Dobbins. No. And I don't mean to be hyperbolic and put a little kibosh on everyone's excitement, but your key to the Super Bowl is the health status and then usage of J.K. Dobbins in the playoffs.
Well, I remember when he signed here, and you and Phil had kind of gone back and forth in some of the crosstalk about, we said, what's the number of games that you have to play? And Phil put a number on it. I think we all put a number on it, but you're like, it's not even really about that. It's availability timeline.
Yeah.
Start the season. Always wishing for 1 through 17. Right?
Of course,
that would be great and available for the postseason, but that's few and far between. Like, can he be available? And then when I say available, I'm not like 90%. Can you be who you are to start this season when you're going to play that wild card weekend, be it hosting somebody or having to make a trip?
Or maybe you get a first-round bye.
Oh, I like where your head's at there. Maybe you do get a bit of a
I mean, I know it's day one of training camp, and it's all about getting excited and overly excited, but, number one seed in the AFC, why are we not talking about that?
Well, because
why are we not talking? I don't want to genuflect to Buffalo all the time. I don't want to genuflect to Baltimore all the time. I'm saying if J.K. Dobbins – if J.K. Dobbins is healthy, this team, he's the key to everything. RJ's not there yet. Maybe he can as the year goes on, and you can see R.J. Harvey's the man. But right now, J.K. is that for this team. That is a three-down player that doesn't need to come off the field, that can run with some power, can run with speed, can catch out of the backfield. That's something that you can build a playoff team around. So, yeah, wild card round, divisional round, AFC Championship, Super Bowl, bring it on. But J.K. is that key. You love what you see. If you were an alien, I'll steal Zach Bye's term.
I like when he says
and you
that.
came down a year ago, and you're like, let me check in. Like, oh, this place is crazy. Yeah. These guys, that 33 out there, that's a running back? That's what you – okay. Then you leave Earth, and then you come back, and you see J.K. That's a running back.
Yep.
You would say, did they change the rules? Mm-hmm. You're allowed to have more than 3 yards of carry now? Is that a thing? So the Broncos will look so much different. This is why the film thing, it's lame, it's weak, it's a weak argument. I won't get personal, as perhaps I did. It's terrible. It's terrible. Worst thing ever to say. The film thing. The film, automatically, this team looks so much different to me with J.K. Dobbins. Automatically, this team looks so much differently to me with Evan Ingram. Automatically, with Marvin Mims, you see that hook route? Marvin Mims on a hook and go. This is a guy that's developing as a receiver. The film you had is old film. It's like playing the old version of Madden.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you may be good at Madden 15, But what about Madden 26, girl? Like, it's different. So the film study from last year, that's great. You could know that. You could study New Orleans. These guys could be better than the best Saints team that Sean Payton had.
The other thing, and you brought his name up there, is Courtland Sutton. And obviously we learned from the first day, Zach and Phil had it first. Hey, he participated in some individuals. You saw him working against PS2. That's always fun. But then when it came to team activities, he took a little bit of time off. Did more yesterday, and I didn't see him take any time off here today. It looked like he was, and again, I'm not following him around.
Right.
But it looked like he was about as close to 100% participation that we have heard Courtland Sutton do in the first 2 days.
And with Audric Estime and the questions about body language, and that's from Phillip Lindsay, so don't at me, bro. I mean, if Phillip Lindsay is saying that, you better listen. That's a guy that showed up. He grinded. I was here at Phillip Lindsay's first training camp. He's wearing the number 2. He had the Afro Thunder was his nickname, so he had the afro. He had the afro sticking out of the helmet. He was wearing number 2. He was carrying pads. He doing everything.
Well, who was he was telling people? Who was the player that said, "Yeah, this little guy keeps coming up to people and says, I'm Phillip Lindsay. Was born in Colorado.
Oh, that was Domata Pecco.
Yeah, Pecco.
I'm from Phillip Lindsay, from Colorado. Went to Colorado. That was the quote. Yeah, because they had to stand up and tell you who they were.
Yeah, that's right.
At training camp, and Phil did that. So that was great when Domata said that. Phillip Lindsay was that grinder with that body language. If Audric Estime's body language is a concern from Phillip Lindsay, the red flags, alarms are going off, right? With Audric Estime. What's going on? Pads come on Monday. That's where I expect a big day from Estime. But I'm here to tell you this. Courtland Sutton's body language was like that of a young, engaged player. This isn't a veteran sitting on his ass over there grabbing a Gatorade. Helmet's not a chair, son. Helmet's not a chair. Did you ever get that drilled into your head? So, like that, you didn't see Sutton doing any of that. Wasn't on extra Gatorade breaks.
Yeah.
I remember when Brandon Lloyd, I think that's BK's best friend, but when Brandon Lloyd would like run around, or Ashley Lee specifically, and I went on ESPN Hawaii, and then they never had me back because I said Ashley Lee would run around.
He went to Hawaii, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I forgot, and I have a big mouth. He would run a route, go grab a Gatorade, and then stay out of the rest of the drill. He'd run one route.
Wow.
And then go get a Gatorade. So with Sutton, you see him engaged. He's locked in. He's high-fiving with Bo. Like, he's in. Even when he's not in, he's still in. Like, mentally he's in. He's looking at the rep. He's talking with Bo. He's talking to the coaching staff. So you love that with Sutton. With all this stuff, and I think it is a distraction. There is no doubt not paying Courtland Sutton. This is a distraction. It's not distracting him.
No.
So maybe it's us. Maybe it's me. I don't know. But, like,
you do love him.
I mean, I'm a de facto agent. I don't work for Milk and Honey Sports.
You and
but
Phil.
Me and Phil, we're trying to get in with Court's deal. But, like, it's not a distraction for him. He's very engaged out here.
In fact, it was from Bo, and it was a little in front of Courtland. And, I mean, in a game, maybe Courtland dives for that.
Yeah,
Probably not going to do that on July 25th here.
Right.
But the fact that he couldn't get his arms extended and catch it, he did like an oh shucks kind of thing.
Gosh darn
Dang it, why didn't I catch that football? So, yeah, certainly engaged, upset with himself in that one moment. And it was honestly the one mistake I saw Bo make today. That was probably it right there, a little ahead of Courtland Sutton.
Yeah, a little ahead, and that's just a timing thing. That's just a – summer break, you come back, first day of school, you're like, hey, what'd you do? Did you do that one thing? Did you go see that movie? Like, whatever. That's this opportunity we're getting right here on the field. But it is so great to see from this team that Courtland Sutton is that engaged, and that the rest of these young receivers, as I see our guy Marvin Mims doing a TV interview over there, like Marvin coming through as a receiver. You've got Joaquin Davis making plays, multiple plays as a receiver. Evan Ingram essentially is a receiver.
He's not a tight end. Can
we say that? Can we just tell everybody that? Like, there's TE next to his name. That's not it.
That's not
that ain't
what his
it.
position
That is not the guy. Like, the number 2 wide receiver, the number 2 receiver on this team is Evan Ingram, and hell, he might be the number 1.
He is. I am so impressed with usage. It's our first day.
Yeah.
So impressed how
I might have to
looked.
move off that 69 number, which I'm hesitant to do because I work a lot on these projections. Projections take me a long time.
You want to join me in the 800 club? 800 yards?
We're getting there.
All right.
We're getting there for sure. Yeah, it's not 700 yards anymore. It's 800 yards.
Okay.
I was like, 800 club. What is some sort of new lingo that I don't know?
It's a 900 club for skateboarders, but I'm not in it, and
Okay.
I never will be. So.
Mile High Club?
No. But
Really?
I'm young, We'll see what happens.
That's surprising. You're a pilot. You couldn't put it on autopilot and then have a little fun?
No, the planes I flew didn't have autopilot.
You could just let it coast, right? I played PUBG. You just get in the back of the plane and you let it coast.
It's a little different.
Fire off some shots. You could do the same thing.
I'm not sure my flight instructor, Brian, would have been thrilled with some decisions you want me to make.
I did see a service, and I am a scoundrel, so I hesitate admitting this on air, but I did see a service that would let you do that,
Really?
Like, yeah, so like we're going to fly you up there, and there's a curtain, and,
there was a hot air balloon company that would do the same.
Weird.
I feel like that's better.
Hot air balloon?
There's so much more room.
In a basket?
Kidneys. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, no. Hot air balloons, no.
Really?
No.
I've always kind of wanted to do that. It's kind of been on the list.
Let's get back to training camp. I'm sorry I brought up the Mile High Club.
Yeah, that was your fault.
Sorry, I apologize.
I
apologize. My mind goes.
We are getting some questions about some of the defensive players and how they looked here. Our first chance getting eyes on guys like Jade Barron. Well, Sean Payton talked a little bit about what he's done, and it sounds like he may get a little more added on to his plate as we get further and further into training camp. We're going to talk about the rookie, first pick by the Broncos, Jade Barron, coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers! And then it's money for a school field trip, and of course spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, practice is over. A wrap on day number 1. Acclimation period over. Felt a little bit more like football out here today than it has based on, I guess, just some of the stuff that Cecil and I had been hearing because it's our first day out here.
Right.
We're both going to be out here tomorrow, along with our guy, Kevin Kistner. We're going to crew up and hang out together, and it should be a day where things get a little bit more.
And by the way,
Bo Nix will be talking.
Alert people, we are going to have a tribe meetup.
Oh, that's right.
One of these days, I think we might have talked about like a Monday or something.
We're
about like
for a Monday.
We will announce when we're going to do another tribe meetup, just like we did at Nuggets games, where you can come out, hang out with us. We're going to pick a spot over to Chipotle or whatever.
Something close.
We're going to hang out with y'all, and we want to see you out here because tribe members shouting at us in the crowd. We love that. We appreciate you guys. And we thank everyone for listening to this show and strengthening our audience. Tell a friend, man. Dover and Cecil, we're here to give you the best Broncos information.
And by the way, maybe we do a couple, like a Monday and a Friday, because
something like
people
that
on Friday enjoying the rest of the afternoon. So we'll certainly let you know, but we'd love to see you guys out and about for one of our tribe meetups coming up here.
We got to do one when Kistner can do it as well, because how many times we'd be at Nuggets games?
That's the only question people ask.
Was Kevin here? Or is Kevin here? And who was it? Oh, Anilo. I think Anilo. And someone's like, "Are you Chicken Fingers?"
Yeah.
Like, have you ever seen Chicken Fingers? Anilo and Chicken Fingers are probably the polar opposite in terms of like one's short with dark hair, one's tall with red hair, like totally different. So
one wears sneakers every day, the other wears boots every day.
Exactly. There you go.
Got my boots on right
There's
now.
our guy AP right now.
Kevin fired up. We're fired up for tomorrow. I mentioned talking about Jade Barron a little bit. It was one of our texts coming in on the RamosLaw.com text line from an Iowa texter. Says, who started the day at CB2? Well, Riley Moss continues to get those opportunities, Cecil, but as Sean Payton put it just a few minutes ago, that Jade Barron starting off camp playing the inside cornerback position, but Sean says he has the flexibility to move outside. He's got the flexibility to be a safety, inside, outside out. You want him to play in the middle of the field as a linebacker, depending on personnel on the other side. He could do that too.
Texas called it the star. It's basically a joker or a rover on defense. And that just means a movable piece, right? And a lot of colleges will do it. Texas does it, and there's one star. And Jade Barron is that, for sure. He's a player kind of like an Evan Ingram, where you could just, I don't know where he's at, but he's dangerous wherever he's on the field. So with Jade Barron, we'll continue to watch that. I believe, and I could be wrong, it's first day of training camp, I believe that CB2 job is Riley Moss. That's him. It's his job. Barron's going to push him. He's a first-round pick. He's going to push him. And then I almost would prefer that. One, I need to see Riley Moss healthy.
Yeah.
Full season.
And remain, yeah.
Yeah, full season healthy. Need to see him there. He'll get paid a lot of money if he stays healthy because his contract will be coming up as, third-year player, top of my head, with Riley Moss.
Yeah.
So with Jade Barron, you look at him and you say, okay, this is a guy that even if he's not a starter, quote-unquote, he's a sub-package player that can play anywhere. I love that for the Broncos. I love that versatility and availability. And it's versatility. I love Riley Moss, but it's versatility Moss doesn't bring to the field.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, it might be unfair, but if you prove for a second year in a row that you can't play in 17 or not miss a month of football the way he did. Yeah, you'll lose your job because of that.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, and it might be unfair, but them's the rules.
Football's unfair.
Yeah, life's unfair, right? That's just the way it goes. So, yeah, Barron is certainly flexible. I'm really intrigued to see Barron with pads on because he can move around. I mean, they all can, but he can move around here. Let's see if that translates to full pads, and then not that he's the biggest thumper, but the IQ level of being in position to bat balls away or just come up with the interception itself, that's where I think he's going to shine.
Yeah, that's where he's going to shine, and that's where the interception number can go up this year because you have a player that's very heady. Think about the smarts that this team has. I said it earlier, safety's the smartest position on the field, not named quarterback. Think of the safety knowledge that you have. Brandon Jones, Hufanga, P.J. Locke, very bright. Think of the football intelligence you have at the cornerback position. PS2, he's a genius. Riley Moss, very smart. Jahdae Barron there as well. You don't have any guys that rely on their athleticism. Football is an interesting game because if you are a super athlete, you can make it to a certain point.
Yeah.
But if you're athletic, super athletic, and you've got that high football intelligence the way that Jahdae Barron does, that means he's not out of position. That means he doesn't have to worry about his recovery speed. Somebody goes by him, he's got his hip swivel. I start talking about his oily hips, swinging my hips. You don't need to worry about that because he's in position and he usually keeps the play in front of him. And when Barron was picked, I did say, and I stick by it today, I stick by my story, he's better when the play's in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
But he usually keeps the play in front of him because he's so damn smart.
Yeah. And he had himself a guitar case. That might be my favorite line from the whole movie.
Yeah,
right
there's so many.
I'm also seeing a tweet here. It looks like Evan Ingram took to the podium over there and was asked about run blocking. Are we going to do this again? Are we going to do this stupid song and dance with tight ends blocking? Are we going to continue? His job is not to block.
Yeah.
Can we stop asking him about blocking? His job is to catch the damn ball and score touchdowns. If Adam Troutman, Nate Atkins, and Michael Burton are going to be on this freaking team, stop asking Evan Ingram about blocking, please.
I want to know who asked so I can publicly shame them.
I'd love that.
Unless it's one of our guys, then I'm like, no, it's great.
No, I'll double down.
Well, hey, if it's one of your boys, right?
Yeah, I can rip those guys.
Yeah, it's like how we can rip on our boys that said Todd McShay knew what he was talking about with Bo Nix. Yeah. Hey, we'll rip on you.
How'd that work?
Because that was a terrible take.
But you know what I'm saying? I'm like,
I don't need to know.
Why?
I don't need to know.
He wasn't signed to block.
He's not in a position to block. I can't reveal. I feel silly when I do this, so I apologize. Here's Lammy talking about what he can't say. Ooh, big flex, bro. It's Broncos media policy. If I were to tell you everything that Evan Ingram was doing,
that question would be, you'd be as mad as we were.
Exactly. If I could tell you everything Evan Ingram was doing, we would never talk about blocking at all, ever, in the history of mankind. Like, he's not here to block, everybody.
No.
Stop.
I will say.
R.J. Harvey needs to block.
Yeah, ask that question to him.
Yes.
Ask him that question.
Yes.
Now, Evan handled it the right way, and I'm seeing one of his main quote here is after the run block nonsense. Quote, "I'm just addicted to getting better at football." End quote. Is that not the home run answer?
Nice.
Sean Payton's going to come down and slap a gold star on his locker for that answer right there.
He might slap him on the fanny. You never know. Like, hey, good job, right? That's a football thing.
Isn't that what we're...
Basketball players don't do that necessarily, right? You and I have watched a lot of hoops. Our guy AP's here. Like, football players, good job, slap on a fanny. Basketball, it's more like maybe fist bump, maybe chest bump, high five.
You'll do a little slap on the fanny.
Is there a fanny slap?
Not as much as football, but you'll get it in from time to time.
Okay, football is a fanny slapping sport.
You know what I do a lot at the house with my lady? I'll always tell her, especially like if she's on one side of the living room and I'm on the other, I'll be like, babe, we just scored a touchdown. Let's chest bump. Sorry, Brian. And then we just run at each other and full-on chest bump.
We're going to get our fanny slap now, too. So
what?
We got
no.
We're talking fanny slapping over here. Everyone's getting excited.
Right,
yeah, exactly. So I think football, you're going to see that out here as this team works to get better. So hey, fanny slapping abounds here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
That's 100%.
Who knew the reaction of fanny slapping
gets people fired up?
I guess so, man.
I always wanted to do when we were doing those family photos on the beach whenever I was on vacation. I asked there's 20 of us, and I'm like, you guys all played the basketball game double dribble, and 3 people were like, yeah. And I was like, in slow motion when they do that high five?
Yeah.
I'm like, let's do that for a photo.
Right.
And the photographer thought I was an idiot.
Didn't they do that on Tecmo Bowl as well?
Yeah.
Where they did
And it was like the slow-mo. Yeah.
Yeah, high five. High five.
And never on Double Dribble. It's like in black and white and slow motion.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Oh, what a great bat. I just love saying Double Dribble. That's
Double
the
dribble.
way the guy said it at
If
the
you
beginning
know,
of it.
you know.
All right, we're having some fun out here. Do want to remind you guys about our partnership with the City of Aurora. We're trying to give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to one of the pro shops in any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. You're looking for this cutout of Zach By. Find the big fella and scan the QR code on ZB's cutout. That'll get you registered. It's that simple. For more information and to find the list of golf course locations where Zach By's cutout is, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Again, that is DenverSports.com/golf.
You can go fanny slap Zach By's cardboard cutout.
Oh, that's
I think our guy Scooter wants us to slap his fanny. I don't know.
I will.
I don't know what's going on.
Great.
It's all love, baby.
Yeah, that's
it's all
exactly
love.
right. I know I can't. They'd probably kick me out and Zach would be mad. But how awesome would it be if I just Goldberg speared the cardboard cutout? And it's on video. You know what I mean?
Is it life size? I saw his picture. It seems like it's life
It's pretty
size.
close. Like, Zach's a tall dude.
He is a tall
He's
dude.
a tall drink
Yeah.
of water, that Zach.
Yeah,
By.
he is.
And the cardboard cutout's maybe a couple inches smaller.
Okay.
That's what I should do. I should take it and dunk all over him. My mini hoop at the house.
Oh, I guess
that's the only time I'm going to dunk on Zach.
If Tyler played basketball against the Zach By cutout, he'd actually score a point.
Win, yeah.
No, not win. He'd score a point.
You're right,
He wouldn't win. Zach By's cardboard cutout is a better basketball player than most other people out there.
I didn't beat Zach either, so I can't say much, but I did score
I
points.
told ZB if I played him, I'd score because, who can't score? But I wouldn't beat him.
Yeah. I mean, if you're getting skunked at some point, you just kick him in the nuts and take a layup, don't you? That's what I would do.
You should.
And apologize afterwards. All right, let's get down to the podium. We're several yards away from it, but Sean Payton was there. Let's check in with Coach coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, 12:44. We're into our third quarter, approaching quarter number 4. We play 4 quarters every single day, and then the drive takes over. From 2 to 6, those boys will get you home. We've got you second shifters covered with Denver Sports Tonight. We are live. We are local. We're talking all things Denver sports, and our bosses don't tell us what to do. We're doing that here every day on The Fan from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. So we appreciate you guys being a part of the program. You want to hit us up, ask us questions, pick our brains on what we saw today, do so on the RamosLaw.com text line and put your name on it so we can give you a shout-out on the show. 303-713-1043, powered by Ramos Law. All right, Sean Payton took to the podium. We also got a chance to hear from Jonathan Cooper and Evan Ingram. Let's start with a little Sean Payton here, Kevin. Sean talking about going back to installation on Monday when they put the pads on.
Our first day with third down, we'll go back through starting Monday with the installations that we've gone through in the on-ramp period when we have pads on.
All right, so short and sweet there for Sean. Still not.
That was interesting.
Still not grumpy. I got to say, I'm a little disappointed.
Wait till he talks to me tomorrow.
That's when he'll get it. He's saving it. He's like, where's that long-haired fella, Cecil Lammy?
Where's that lady with the beard?
Who's going to ask me about Lucas Kroll? Come on, somebody give me some. But, yeah, they're going to get into third down. They're going to put the pads on. I think tomorrow is going to be a fun day because, one, we get to be out in here and kind of be more about practice and less about the radio show, although we love it. Get to keep our eyes on what's going on, and you're going to hear from Bo Nix. So I'm excited for tomorrow, but Monday, it's going to really feel like football.
Yeah, you're going to hear the thumping of the pads. Is there any better sound in sports? Is there any better sound? Like, seriously, just hear that thumping of the pads, right?
Thumping of the pads. Swish of the net.
Yes.
I've got
the crack of a home run. You can hear a home run before you see it. You can hear a home run.
I like the sound of a golf ball falling into a hole. That's a new noise. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's a good one.
Okay.
Puck hitting pipe in a hockey rink. I guess it's good if it's your team.
If it's your team,
the goal.
I would say the horn from a goal, horn, right? Yeah.
I liked that hockey player when he kept saying, bang, bang, and he was punching that guy in the face. That was a good sound, too.
I think that's a Canadian thing.
Oh.
When we get in a fight out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, we got to say that. Bang, bang. We're not fighting anybody. Somebody. Everyone calm down, please.
Let's see what happens. We're here a while. Sean continued to talk about flexibility with the players that they have in the secondary.
And I think there's a handful of guys that are going to dual train, and then there's a handful that would be outside. Makes sense. And then every once in a while you have a corner that can go to safety. So, but there's a vision with each player relative to where we see him at. The flexibility certainly helps, especially on third down.
All right. I mean, I think he's complimenting his roster there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of guys that are flexible. We have visions for every single player that we've drafted or brought in free agency, but it's maybe I'm speculating or adding on to this, but it's a pleasant surprise to learn that there are more options with these guys.
Yeah, more options and versatility, I think. Maybe that's we can't change our camp T-shirts now, but like versatility camp. Seriously, yeah. Evan Ingram is not a tight end. He's everywhere, okay, and not giving anything away. But, like, he's a wide receiver, tight end, H-back, whatever. He's everything. You look at Marvin Mims. He's everything. Defensively is what Sean Payton was talking about there. Jahdae Barron is, I don't know, nickel safety. He's a nickel corner. He's playing sub-package.
Right.
He's starting on the outside. Like, he can be everywhere with this thing. So you love to see it because it gives you the options and the flexibility to give an opponent different looks. It's declaration of influence. But that's from the offense looking at the defense. If you're on the defensive side, you're just trying to influence them the wrong way.
Right.
Is Barron, and think about how Barron, right? And you go, what is Barron right now? Where is he at? If you're a quarterback, you're going to be looking at Barron being like, okay, I got to pay attention to that guy. I know where PS2's at, and I ain't throwing over there. But this Barron kid, is he playing safety? What is he showing? Is it inside leverage? Is it outside leverage? Like, is he outside corner instead of Moss? You have a ton of versatility with this team, and it just complicates things for Broncos opponents.
Sean Payton also talked about, and we mentioned this earlier, let's hear how Sean breaks it down, when Mike McGlinchey will return.
He should be returning, I'm going to say, either tomorrow or Monday. We'll keep you posted.
Oh, that's it? Short and sweet. Any update as to what was going on there with a guy like Kevin? I know you listened through some of this. I'm kind of going through clips in real time here. Did he give a reason as to what Mike McGlinchey's doing?
No, he never really gave a reason.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the regular season. It doesn't need to.
He doesn't have to.
Yeah, all these injuries in training camp, they're all undisclosed.
Okay.
Undisclosed injury.
Should we speculate wildly? Maybe not with injuries.
No. Just glad that he's back. Glad that he's back, and glad that a guy like Palcho's here to get those extra reps. Team can continue to build confidence. Palczewski just needs to stay healthy.
Yeah.
He's a great player. I think he's a starter eventually. And I know that we had our guy ZB on earlier, and he's talking about, like, next year. And I would just say, look at Mike McGlinchey's contract. He's not leaving for a while.
Well, there's some money.
By a while, I mean like 3 years.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, you have him locked in this year, the year after that, the year after that. When he reworked his deal, he extended his deal, and he got some more money because of that.
Okay.
So if you just go based off of you don't want to eat a bunch of dead money, I believe, could be wrong, I believe Mike McGlinchey is your starting right tackle for the next 3 years, period.
Wow.
Period. Doesn't matter. So, Palcho's a guy.
That's a big runway for development.
It may be one of those things. You go, man, Palcho, we love you, but we're going to have to let you go because someone's going to offer you more, and you can be a starter with the Bears or whoever. That's what you're facing with Palcho. But I believe because of McGlinchey's deal, it really, really locks him in.
Okay. Well, and look, with Mike McGlinchey, do you want him here? Of course. Continuity matters. This offensive line is the most they have the most continuity on this entire football team with what they've done the last 3 years. But if you told me, hey, you have to pick one guy that's going to miss some time early on, I'd probably say, Mike McGlinchey. Does he need days 1, 2, 3, and 4 at training camp in July? Probably not. But you know who does? Alex Palczewski.
Yes.
He needs it. So almost to your take from a couple of days ago, make some mistakes out here, Bo. That's what this is for. Again, time for Palcho and Mike getting right. Yeah. This is exactly the right time.
Well, and you mentioned the mistake from Bo was overthrowing Cortland Sutton on the one play, and that was about it.
That literally, that's the only thing I saw.
That was about it. There are guys out here putting out perfect performances. I believe Joaquin Davis was one of those. Bo Nix, yeah, he overthrew one pass. Other than that, a fantastic day.
The only thing I think he might have done wrong is, even though he's no longer a rookie, I'd still make Sam Ellinger carry my pads. And I saw him carrying his own pads today. I'm like, come on, Bo. Make Sam.
Bo was carrying his own pads?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was.
He's the ultimate grinder, man. He's a man of the people. I love him.
Sean also talked about, Troy Franklin. Will he take a step here in year 2?
We just started, but do I think he has a chance to? I felt like we began to see that towards the latter part of last season. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's had a real good offseason.
That's still a little bit of that snark. Like, what are you doing asking me
right,
this?
We just started.
Today's the real first day.
Right.
And it's interesting, though, that Sean does say he started to come on in the latter part of the season. Everybody remembers the Buffalo touchdown, and maybe that's what he's trying to associate it with. But I don't know that Sean would go out and say that if it were one play that he's referencing.
Right.
And so I think there's moments, and this is something maybe we don't even get. You watch more film than I do, so maybe you have seen it. Troy does create separation. Now, like I said, I like Troy Franklin. I just don't like his hands.
Right.
Have the hands got better so that he can capitalize on the moments of separation.
So they can pay off, right?
Yeah,
That's what you're looking for.
But maybe that's what Sean has seen, and that's what he's referencing.
Well, and that's accurate because Franklin has zero problem getting open. And it's open with speed. It's not open with guile yet. You're expecting him to continue to run a further developed route tree. Right now, Troy Franklin runs really fast in a straight line.
Yeah.
So I like him on a go, which is just a straight line, and I like him on a stop, which means you look like you're going to run in a straight line, and then you stop and turn around to the ball. So it's a very limited route tree right now, but it's one that he has no problem getting open. We'll see if he can learn the development that Marvin Mims has. Mims used to be a guy that was a two-route guy, basically, and now we saw him out here running more of a full route tree. I think one of the most exciting things from today's practice is the Evan Ingram thing, Cortland Sutton's excitement, and then Marvin Mims looks like a real wide receiver, not a gadget guy. I kind of think that's an insult to a player, like, oh, well, you're just a gadget guy. Well, no. I believe Mims can be much more than that this year.
Well, it's like, you're all right. I mean, that's what that says.
You got a great personality.
You can do a couple of things, and that's not what you want to be told.
Yeah, not at all.
Not what you want to be told. So it was a nice first day out here. Like I said, I think we're going to see a bunch more tomorrow. Our eyeballs are going to be able to follow a lot more closely and then be able to report back. And then Monday, as Sean said, the pads will be on. It'll be our first chance to really get, hey, what's this running back look like? How's RJ look between the tackles there? And what role does a guy like Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet play?
Yeah.
We'll go learn a lot more about the running game on Monday.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot more about that because then the pads are on and there's going to be some thudding out there. And that's where if you're Jaleel McLaughlin, you keep your feet. If you have contact, even though it's not a tackle, someone's going to give you a shoulder. And if you get a shoulder, you can't just fly off the screen like it's some sort of special effect. Like, by the way, you need to go see Fantastic Four.
Oh, yeah.
You said
awesome.
You might do that.
We might go to the theater to do it.
Yeah, I believe you should see it in IMAX as well.
Really?
Not to tell you how to spend your money, but it was fantastic. But the special effects really good. That's why I brought up Jaleel McLaughlin. The special effect is usually him flying away. Like, he's pulled out from some tractor beam.
Mm-hmm.
No. You need that guy to keep his feet, to continue on with that speed. And with Audric Estime, this is your time to shine. Monday is his day. Monday, Estime can make the statement. Right now, he's on the outside looking in my opinion.
He did absolutely
Where was he?
Nothing today.
Where was he?
He was
out there. He was out there.
Yeah.
We know he was out there, but almost nothing came from his
Nothing.
day.
Nothing at all. And look, I'm not rich by any means, but I got IMAX money. I think I can swing that. I think I can impress my lady. My lady! With a little IMAX action.
We're going to see it, but in IMAX.
Yeah, that's right.
There you go.
All
it's affording the popcorn. It's not the ticket. It's the popcorn that's expensive.
Exactly right. Do people sneak snacks into movie theaters like they do on the golf course?
I totally don't do that at all in my flask.
Nobody would do that. All right, let's get into quarter number 4. I want to continue talking about this offense. Sean Payton talked about some of the wide receivers, what he's seen so far from newcomer Pat Bryant, and what he's going to see and likes out of second-year player Devon Bailey. We're going to hear that from Coach coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here for Embers Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens. You get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, free breakfast burritos, golf balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers Golf gift card. 2-man teams. Register today at embersgolf.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking and the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
All right, we're into hour 4.
Can I kick it?
Quarter number 4 on a Friday.
Can I kick it?
I always like to tell folks, your work week's pretty much done. It's Friday. It's 1 o'clock. You leave work right now. Leave your laptop up and a light on in the office. Nobody's going to be more the wiser. You can just leave. go play a little golf, maybe go do a little shopping, have a little late lunch, little wine. I don't know, whatever you're into.
You just don't want Lumberg to catch you on the way out and be like, we're going to need to work Sunday as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Watch out for Lundberg.
We're playing a little catch-up.
All right, I want to hear a bit more from Sean Payton. We're going to get to some wide receiver talk, but yeah, let's hear him talk about Malcolm Roach.
There's a optimism and a positive energy with him. As soon as you find yourself maybe, all right, it's a hot day, he just has that energy and adds a lot to a room. It's kind of contagious, and you kind of feel his presence. And to your point, sometimes you hear him before you see him, and I don't mind that with him.
Sometimes you hear him before you see him. That's never a bad thing. I mean, this is how deep they are. Like Sean Payton's getting asked about the backup defensive lineman.
All right.
That matters. Malcolm Roach and a guy like DJ Jones mattered to this football team moving forward. Again, it speaks to the depth, and really a kudos to George Payton, who's built this roster.
Is it a surprise cut if Malcolm Roach doesn't make this team?
Oh, yeah. I think that's a big surprise.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
You don't?
No, not at all. Savion Jones, man. Savion Jones.
yeah.
I look at Jordan Jackson, who made some plays last year, the Air Force kid, and then I look at Savion Jones, the draft pick this year. Like that defensive line, if we go tackle and maybe some guys that are like tackle edges, ends, whatever, the defensive line is very, very packed with talent. Again, lots of tough decisions. Your tough decision, and Malcolm Roach wants a new deal, he may get a new deal from another team.
Wow.
Like that's just so packed here. And it doesn't say anything about Malcolm and his lack of whatever. No. He came in as a run stuffer and got penetration as a rusher.
Yeah.
So it was almost like John Franklin Meyer came in with the reputation of getting penetration and then was really good against the run while still being a penetrator. Roach came in with the reputation of you can't even move him. He's a run stuffer. But he could get penetration as a rusher as well. So you love to see it, but not everything's meant to last forever. And that means Malcolm Roach might be on that bubble without us even really talking about it. I don't think he's a guy in Penn.
I mean, you make good points about why he wouldn't be. I just looked at it as it's Malcolm Roach and it's John Franklin Myers last year on the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
That's kind of how I look at it. And like, hey, you're going to go all in with this current group. Not that the departure of those two gentlemen will knock the Broncos off the tracks that they're currently running on, but they are key cogs. I just think, as you mentioned, they're drafting guys that they're unsure of whether or not they can pay.
Yes.
And they're looking for their replacement. And because they've been so good in the draft, it just might come sooner rather than later.
It might come sooner rather than later, and that's a great problem to have. It's what George Payton has built this team to be, and it's one of those things like, hey, when you're a veteran and you get up there and you're out of years on your contract, you're out of that guaranteed money, that's a situation you don't want to be in because this is a young man's game. Yeah. It's not just running back. When I talk about, hey, running back's flooded, I know Mike Kliss, who we love, wear your chain tomorrow.
Yeah, that was my bad.
And so we can take that picture with Klissy Poo. He said, oh, you don't cut your draft pick after a year with Estime. Yeah, you do.
Well, if it's more of what we saw today, and what we saw today was absolutely nothing.
He was a ghost.
Yeah.
I mean, he was there, but he didn't make any plays of note. Monday's that day for him. So I look at Malcolm Roach in a similar way, even though he's a veteran and Estime's a second-year guy, of like, yeah, I'm sorry, this league is cruel, but those young cats, those new guys, that Jordan Jackson, that Savion Jones, these young guys are here to take jobs. Mm-hmm. They're really good too, and they're cheaper.
Which matters a lot in this sport.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Sean, now on the offensive side. Sean, what have you seen from your draft pick here as a wide receiver in Pat Bryant?
The transition into all the little things, the splits. He's smart, and it's just getting him in position so that these plays, and for most of the rookie class, it's the same, that their acclimation to it, they're behind. So, but he's a quick study.
All right, so he's talking high on Pat Bryant. Again, we saw him over here catching balls from the jugs machine after practice. He looks like a damn monster with the uniform on and the helmet on. Monday he's going to look even bigger with all those pads on. Pat Bryant, as he said, they're a rookie, you're behind the 8 ball, and you're going to be for a few months. But Pat Bryant, if they can put him in the position and then just use your football IQ, athleticism, and agility, I think it's going to be, I don't want to say difficult, but he's going to put Sean Payton in positions to go, I got to get 13 out on the field.
Yeah, he's got to find a way to get even a package of plays in for Pat Bryant because he's clutch. Think of a basketball player that I saw a reverse shot of the shot on Elo. We all remember Jordan against the Cavs and doing the shot on Elo. The only game-winning shot in a playoff series.
For Michael.
For NBA.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So I saw the reverse angle of it. I was like, that's interesting. So clutch. We think of clutch in terms of basketball, right? Think of clutch in terms of Pat Bryant. He's a guy that when the chips are down, I want him in on third down. He's a damn rookie. I want him in on third down when they have to have it. I want him in, the Bengals got you. The Bengals, I can't believe these guys are getting it. I mean, it's tough. It's Chase, it's Higgins, whatever. And you need that touchdown. And there's less than 2 minutes to go. Bo Nix is driving down the field, and guess what? Pat Bryant comes on as that clutch gene.
Yep.
He will catch it when others can't. He will do the impossible. He will make it possible. He will come through. He will hit the sideline. He will use the 2 feet down in the back of the end zone. He will work and touch the pylon. Like everything that he does, he may not be fast, but you saw him. He's physical.
He's huge.
Absolutely physical. So give me that guy with the clutch gene in the moments that you need him the most. That's what Pat Bryant's here for.
He's a year ahead of Pat Bryant, but Sean Payton also talked about what he likes out of second-year wide receiver Devon Vele.
Look, he's strong in traffic. He's got good hands, and he's someone that I think he picks things up real quickly. It comes easy to him.
All right, yeah, it's definitely strong in traffic. That's something, honestly, Cecil, last year, that was the biggest jump off the, not screen, but right here in front of me, Devon Vele. 2-3 guys around him, he's coming up with a football.
Yeah, for sure, and that's exactly what he's there to do. And it's, I think, Saturday, folks who are out here with the ticket, you guys are going to have a hell of a showing.
Saturday's going to be a whole lot of
fun.
We're going to continue to tell you, when you're out here, follow number 1 around and see how much fun that dude's going to have as a Denver Bronco. Number 1 is Evan Ingram, and we're going to hear from him coming up next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Courtland Sutton?
Do we realize that Courtland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Auto. Always know where to go.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're into our fourth quarter, and practice has come to an end today. Fields are clear, landscapers are out, just doing some work here, buttoning up some things before they come back out here a little later this afternoon and then get ready for a full day of work on Saturday. If you're just joining us, they did not have pads on today. That's going to come up on Monday. Mike Kliss was back. Not back today, but according to Sean Payton, will be around either tomorrow or on Monday, as they will have an off day coming up on Sunday.
Probably just hold them out until Monday, in my opinion,
Just
because
be safe, right?
with that off day, and this is why Saturday is going to be a show, because the day before you have an off day, Sean's going to work you a little bit. He's going to work you a little bit.
Hell
so
yeah.
I think in that case, in that instant, let's Poucho play at right tackle another day, and then allow 2 more days of rest essentially for Mike Kliss. Get him ready for pads on Monday. I think that's the best plan that the Broncos could have, and I feel like we're bartenders after closing time.
Oh, that's
right?
cool.
We're just
yeah.
kind of hanging out, washing some glasses, looking around.
I like that analogy.
Yeah. Closing time.
All right, I do want to hear a bit from Evan Ingram. Well, first up, Evan was asked, hey, how's the reception been? How's Broncos country treating you?
Oh, the best. Honestly, the best. The fans have been great, especially in social media and just the outreach, and even my family is getting a lot of support. I'm just very blessed to be here in a great organization and be a part of a great fan base, and looking forward to giving them a great product on the field as a whole team.
I mean, if it's anything like I saw today, he ain't lying. So, yeah, definitely. I mean, when he leaned into it with the Joker gif, I think that's all Broncos country needed to see, right?
Yeah, and then seeing him out here, if you were blessed to have a ticket to get out here today, you saw that Joker roll in full effect. So, and, get as offended as you like at Jacksonville. He comes from Jacksonville. They had to put a pool in their stadium because nobody wanted to go.
Well, and the quarterback throwing the ball this time around is actually a real deal quarterback, not Trevor Lawrence.
Well, I mean, Broncos fans are saying stuff like incomplete, and Jaguars fans are saying weird stuff like Duval.
That was actually the coach being weird, not even the fans.
Way to go, Liam Cohen.
Evan also was asked about Bo, what he's seen from Bo, and learning about Bo, the way he goes about his football business.
Attention to detail. His focus, his drive to get 1% better every day. Just his camaraderie with his teammates. He's not afraid to speak up. He's not afraid to challenge you. And he challenges himself at the highest level. So that gives him ground to challenge others. So I'm very impressed with him. Very, very blessed to be, a part of his team and be his teammate. And the sky's the limit with that type of mentality. The way he works, the talent will take care of itself.
Man, I'm going to steal the Zach By analogy again, too, right here, of like they bring down an alien. And you say, how does a guy handle himself at quarterback? That's Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And then I would tell you, he's about to start his second year as a professional. And you'd go, how? Everyone says that. He's focused. I hadn't heard he's trying to get 1% better every day. I'd assume that's something Bo's telling his teammates, let's get 1% better today, 1% better today. In fact, I will say when he was on the top 100 list and that video popped of him being at number 64, a couple of moments of him being mic'd up, and there was some more that I didn't even see last year of him like, let's go, getting in Cortland's face after a big play of like celebrating. He's much more vocal even in year one than I had thought he had been.
And that shows a comfort level and a confidence level from a true leader. That's the level that he has. And my favorite part of that clip from the top 100 is when he went over, he's like, they think we're doing this, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
And like, we got him. Like those type of things, the excitement for this game. I mean, how blessed is Bo Nix? You know what I mean? And I think all of us need to count our blessings wherever we're at in life, but this is a guy that saw his father be an absolute legend in college at Auburn, followed in his footsteps, high school phenom, Auburn failure. Oregon, tremendous success, first-round pick, playoffs as a rookie. Like, he understands, and he loves it. You mentioned yesterday, and oh boy, we could have some conversations about this, about in our business of people that like they don't love it, but I guess they're good at it or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like in football you get that same thing of like, well, this guy doesn't love it, but he's really good at it and well paid, whatever. There is zero doubt that Bo Nix absolutely loves football. He loves leadership. He loves the fellas and being the leader of this team. And the quarterback of the Denver Broncos, it is something now, the standard returning, because it's something that some young guys never got. They never picked it up. You're the quarterback of the Denver Broncos, and in Denver, in this state, in this region, that means so much. You need to embrace that and never shy away from that. You got those mountains over there? Look at those beautiful Rocky Mountains. You know what else that is? You have the shadow of John Elway and the shadow of Peyton Manning.
Dude.
Guys like Jake Plummer never shied away from that. Jake fit right in. He understood what it meant to be a Broncos quarterback, even though I know he flipped off the fans one time. But, like, that's Jake. Well, that's Jake, right? That's our bad. That's us. Jake's my dude.
Nobody bats 1,000.
I love Jake. I absolutely love Jake. But you saw other quarterbacks along the way. I feel even Drew, and I, became a little bit closer with Andy Locke, his father, who's now passed. But I felt like Drew was never fully embracing that. As much as the fans loved him and he puts it on for his city and all that, like Teddy Bridgewater, I don't think he fully embraced that. Case Keenum didn't embrace it. Joe Flacco didn't care to embrace it. Right? So we go through this, and it's guys that embrace the pressure, the monumental history, the great shadow of quarterback that is upon the Mile High City. I think Bo Nix in a year embraced that.
I would 100% agree. All right, Evan Ingram, talking about Bo Nix. Now, what's it like, Evan, for you to work with Sean Payton?
Yeah, it's been awesome, really. I feel really at home in this offense. I feel like my strengths are being used at the highest level, and it also challenges me to be sharp with my tools and be sharp with my details and the little things that I need to clean up and get better at. It challenges me every single day, and just the different ways that they're planning to use me, and I'm also just the mentality that they have and I want to have in the run game as well. To make that entire thing universal. I think I'm just really excited to be in his scheme and excited to work with him throughout the season to help his team the best way I can.
All right, so he even mentions the running game there, which I think is a little interesting.
Right.
And in my mind, I want to pretend that Sean Payton said, hey, when you're up there, talk about the run game a little bit. Throw people off.
Tell everybody how much I'm going to run the ball this year.
But I also think there's maybe a little bit of shot what was going on in Jacksonville there of like, hey, I'm being utilized. They're actually utilizing my skill set, taking advantage of what I can do, and then teaching me a little bit about what I just don't know.
Well, and a coaching staff in Jacksonville that didn't really use Ingram in the way that he used to be used. A quarterback situation with Trevor Lawrence where it was like, I don't. Is Trevor Lawrence a bust? I mean, he kind of looks a little
Feels like it.
busty. Not busty that way, but like he's a little busty, kind of angling towards the bust.
Yeah.
Something like that. You got a real deal franchise quarterback here. Like, no question, no doubt. Bo Nix in 1 year has put together better film than Trevor Lawrence in 4 years, whatever the number is. So, yeah, I mean, I look at it and I go, Evan Ingram's got to feel like he's home.
Yeah.
Because Denver, in this home that they prepared for him, and they prepared this role that they greatly need. They need Evan Ingram in a bad, bad way. I mentioned it earlier. They don't get to a Super Bowl without J.K. Dobbins being healthy and being a big part. I could say the same thing about Ingram.
Especially after what we saw today.
You just absolutely crush this team in terms of what they can do and the versatility schematically that you can use if you don't have Evan Ingram.
Yeah, you're 100% right. By the way, can I talk about something that just happened in front of us?
What's that?
So the grounds crew's out, and you know, they do great work. The field looks outstanding. I wonder if I could hire them for my backyard. There's like a weird stain in front of us. You see that? The grounds guy walks by it, rubs his hand in it, then smelled his hand to figure out what it was, and then walked away.
What could it possibly be?
I kind of want to smell it. But what if it's bad?
Yeah, exactly.
What would have happened there?
It's not Deebo Samuel. Barf. I was going to say, it's not Cam Scatterboo barfing on the field.
Right.
It's not Deebo Samuel being fat and, having to throw up a little bit on the sidelines. Like, I don't know.
So many questions. He just rubbed it, gave it the smell check, and walked away.
Okay. Yeah. Scratch and sniff. You a scratch and sniff guy?
I have been, yeah.
Yeah. I think all of us, you take a little scratch, and then you get a little sniff, and you just kind of, what's going on down there? What's going on? Did you see that former NBA player? Did you see that former NBA player that did the stink palm?
Oh no!
At an elevator, look it up. It's on Check Your X. But Ryan McMahon got traded, so we talked about that. So he went down the back of his pants and scratched his crack. And then wiped it on the wall.
Oh
in a
my
hotel.
gosh! And it's on camera.
It's on camera because he's at a hotel.
God!
And so he's waiting for the elevator. He sniffs. And then he wipes his hand on the wall.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know that
AP, you saw that on Twitter, right? I'll tell you what player it was.
I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. That is unbelievable.
Yeah. Be a scratch and sniff guy, but don't be a scratch and sniff and wipe guy.
Yeah, some people are just really, really disgusting. All right, let's continue hearing a bit from Evan Ingram. I like this. Let's hear the player perspective, the player being Evan Ingram, as far as what he thinks the difference will be over these first couple of days without pads, and then what changes Monday with pads. Let's hear how Evan answered that next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's continue to hear from Evan Ingram. He's not only number one in your programs, he might be number one in our hearts.
He's literally number one in your program.
By the time this season actually starts. He was very impressive today, and we talked about it, did a little video on our socials. If you go find Denver Sports, we're all over that. Talking
Shout
about
out AP, man.
Evan Ingram. Yeah, that dude's a grinder right there. And Anilo's one of us. Worker, 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 more work. That's what Anilo does, and it's all good stuff. So we appreciate him being out here, helping out with everything. Kev holding it down back at the shop, as well as Drew Spivak. Appreciate all you fellas. All right, let's continue to hear from Evan Ingram from a player's perspective. What's going to be the difference over these, of course, the acclimation period, obviously that's a little different, but today and tomorrow, it's real life practice, just not in pads. So Evan Ingram going to tell us what the difference will be Monday when they put the pads on.
As I get a little older, I want to get a little head start on the full pass thing, for sure. I'm just really really anal about a lot of things, especially just running around in shorts. There's a difference when you put the pads on. There's knee pads and thigh pads, and the pants are a little tighter, and the stride might be a little bit more restricted. It's just some things I just want to work on. I just try to get down to every single detail to perfect my craft. And we're in full pads in a couple days, so I just kind of want to get a jump on it. I do it every year. As soon as the shells come on, just get in the full pads, and it just forces me to open up, make sure my stride stays long, my body language while I'm running. It's definitely different going from shorts to pants. So just want to get a little head start on that.
All right, he really dove into that,
yeah,
talking about what the difference is there, and I like that. It's attention to detail, it's the focus, it's the stuff he talked about Bo having and him having it there just
he is anal retentive.
Pad conversation. Yeah, you could tell from that answer.
Exactly. He said it himself, and we're all 12 because when he said it, I had a chuckle. But, yeah, okay, well, maniacal, I think, is the word that I will use. so don't get in trouble. But maniacal is the word that you'd have with Sean Payton. It's the word you'd have with Bo Nix. It's certainly the word you have with Evan Ingram, and I love that sort of answer on such a kind of simple question.
Yeah.
You know, it's thorough, it's thought out, and it just shows you the level of detail that he's going to bring to this facility.
He also was asked, and I can't wait to hear this answer, what he thinks the joker position is.
I definitely think, the fans and you guys are having a lot more fun with it. Whatever you guys want to perceive it as, like, you guys have that for sure. I just see that as being reliable, being clutch, making plays, and just doing my job at the highest level. Whatever that's asked to do, in the run game, in the pass game, in the locker room, in the weight room, just doing my job at the highest level. And I think, with doing that and the work, the results will come, and then, the fun, we can have more fun with it as we go. So.
All right, so I kind of like that answer too, because this is what I told you, Cecil. I think when you tell a Broncos fan, Sean Payton has found his joker. And if you're a Broncos fan that's plugged in and you guys are all super smart when it comes to the Broncos and football, you go, oh, damn, that position he's been talking about literally since moment of arrival, and now they've got that to check that box. It's easy to make the correlation of, like, home run, going to figure it out. You're going to see Evan Ingram all over the field. And then, like we said, today he was very, very impressive. But it's easy to go, you've got the joker, he's going to be all over the field, and he's going to score 10 touchdowns and catch for 900 yards.
Yeah, it's easy to say that, and it's difficult to do when you don't have that proper talent, but it's clear that Evan Ingram does have that proper talent. And what is the joker? Whatever you want him to be. That's the thing. It can line up in line. He can line up in the backfield, and I'm not saying he did all these things, but, like, you can put him out wide as a receiver. You can put him in the slot. He's the ultimate versatile weapon to attack defenses and to make them think twice. This is only going to open up things for Cortland Sutton. It's only going to open up things for Marvin Mims. It's going to open up your rushing attack because your middle of the field, point blank period, you kind of wanted to avoid the middle of the field last year as a runner because it was all clogged up. Mm-hmm. You stacked the line to stuff the run and dare Bo Nix to beat you. Morgan Freeman voice, Bo Nix could beat you. Now he can beat you even more.
Well, and it's also that you see guys, running backs, trying to dance on the outside when they're not supposed to dance on the outside because of what was happening in the middle of the field.
Right.
That log jam, that clog, should be addressed by Evan Ingram.
And the great thing about J.K. is he's a jumper. He's not a dancer, so he'll have some jump cuts there. R.J. Harvey, a little dance, little much there. We'll see how that shapes up. My good buddy Matt Harmon, who does reception perception, which tells you the success rate of every route that every receiver runs in the league. Every receiver.
That guy's got some time on his hands.
Matt's maniacal.
Wow.
He's crazy, and he's a great, great friend. He's doing that for running backs now. And with R.J. Harvey in college, I believe it was like 78% of his success rate came outside the tackles. That can't work in the pros. You can't take it to the corner store all the time. R.J. Harvey, J.K. can already do it. R.J. Harvey will need to learn that the middle is where you attack, get to the linebacker level, then bounce it outside. Okay. And with Evan Ingram taking away that attention in the middle, your middle's going to be open. It's going to be a softer underbelly, if you will, for your running game to attack.
Evan Ingram, we know, coming over from Jacksonville, culture there, it's probably up in the air every single year. But what's he learned coming to the Broncos and about the culture here?
That's probably my favorite thing about being a Bronco right now. Just the way that this team connects, the way they push each other, the way they challenge each other, the way that we've bonded, just the standard that we have for ourselves, the camaraderie we have, the laughs that we have. Like it's an incredible locker room. A lot of great leaders. I tell people, all my family, like it's hard to be the first one in the building. I'm used to being the first one in Jacksonville. I was always the first one. It was really easy. And here it's kind of tough. A lot of guys, doing it at the highest level. It's just a contagious environment, and we all want to get better, and we all have high standards that we all want to achieve together.
That's the second time he's crapped on the Jacksonville side.
I mean, Jacksonville, they kind of suck. Now. Everyone's late, whatever.
It's like I showed up at 8:30 a couple times. First guy in the building. It's unbelievable.
My God. Oh, wow.
But just speaking on that, you know what? As he was talking, and you remember I spent a bunch of time with the Denver Nuggets and was around that team when they won the NBA championship.
Oh, yeah.
It's so much. I'm kind of going apples to oranges here because the season is so long. But these things that he's saying, and I'm now going to kind of monitor this while I'm here, it's like in August and September when the team started to get together when they won the NBA championship, that kind of stuff was being said then, and then the Nuggets turned that into an NBA championship of everyone knows their job, guys are holding each other accountable, but we're also still in a position where we can have fun, we can bust chops, we can hold each other accountable by kind of calling you out and making it not playful is maybe lack of a better term, but not making it contentious by being like, what the are you doing? You know what I mean?
Right.
You can talk to somebody about it. I heard the Denver Nuggets have these same conversations the year they won the NBA championship.
I think that's very important to say. It's a very important observation because that type of cohesion, the connective tissue that you have as a team is exactly what this team has right now. And Evan Ingram's the new guy, and he can pick up on that. And the final part of that answer after he got done busting on how terrible Jacksonville is when he said, like, hey, everyone's getting it done at the highest level. He's not going to say that if he sees someone slacking off. He's not going to say that if he sees something that's not falling in line. And the great thing is, and this goes into your Nuggets conversation, the players police themselves.
Exactly.
When Vic Fangio took away Von Miller's speaker from his locker because he was playing the hippity-hop too loud, and Ray Jackson had to go to him and say, Vic, that's another man's property, and the locker room is sacred.
That's for the players.
Right? That's Vic policing his players. What are you doing playing this loud music, you young players?
Yeah.
No. The players are the ones who are like, what are you doing, man? Come on, we need you. Let's step it up. You know, it's that type of thing. It's similar to, well, how we run our show. We have a 4-man show, right? It's Spivak, it's Kistner, it's Dover, it's Cecil. So, like, we hold each other accountable. With the Broncos, you see the same sort of thing where they're not going to let anything slide. And, yeah, stuff gets a little contentious, stuff gets a little happy-go-lucky, like it's whatever. It's all love. It's all love because love will get you to that ultimate destination. It's the ultimate energy. It only took me 3.5 hours to get crunchy. The ultimate energy in the universe is love. These guys love each other.
Mm-hmm.
I love that, dude.
Yeah, and as he was talking, I'm literally like, I heard Joker say this. Jeff Green was saying that. You know what I mean? Like, this is –
You were there.
It's
you were
what
there.
Was going on.
You were behind the scenes. You saw it all.
And it's – again, we're going to learn a lot more tomorrow when our eyes are on it full time. But that answer was very, very impressive right there. Last one from Evan Ingram here, who talked a little bit more about that, the chirping that goes on back and forth between the offense and the defense.
Oh yeah, I think you know when the pass come on, it's going to even go up a little bit. I just think that's just a mark of a really competitive team. You want guys that want to win every rep. You want guys that want to play confident. And I think that's going to just push us to practice harder and make each other better, and truly iron sharpens iron.
And that, again, going back to some of that stuff, it's never about what other guys are doing or what other teams are doing or where they're at in that process.
Right.
Can you come out here and get better every single day and challenge the guy to the left, the right of you, or standing right in front of you?
Yep.
Man, what Sean has done here in 3 years is absolutely incredible. Hearing stuff like this from a new player that you fit in or you fall out. And we've seen that from Sean Payton in the first 3 years. And if you fit in, you have an opportunity to be a part of something special, specifically what this fan base has got to see from the Broncos.
It's not Sean's way or the highway. People think that, but that's not the truth. The truth isn't meant to make you feel good, and it's merely this. This is the Broncos way now. This is who they used to be. Again, this is my 21st training camp. Credentialed media member. I used to go to Greeley. I used to cut out of work so I could sneak out. I was doing the Office Space thing, like trying to sneak out before Bob, stupid Chiefs fan, saw me and left. I'm still mad at Bob because he asked me one time. I would take every Friday off to do an hour of radio in my boss's office with Stink. Thank God for Mark Schlereth. And Bob looked at me one time. I was at my toolbox, and he goes, like, what the hell are you doing? I was like, I want my own radio show someday. And he's like, that's never gonna happen. Like, get your ass back to work.
Ooh.
So, how's that? How you feeling now, Bob?
Yeah, suck it, Bob.
Anyway, but it's that sort of like love, connectivity, and it's Sean's way, and it's the Broncos' way. This is who they used to be. It's like seeing an old friend. I am seeing what I used to see with Mike Shanahan. Mm-hmm. I am seeing what I used to see with John Fox. I am seeing what I used to see with Gary Kubiak.
It feels Broncos again.
Woo!
And it hasn't in a long time. It feels Broncos again, and that's a great feeling. All right, let's come back, wrap this thing up, put a big bow on it, tell you everything we learned today out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, DenverSports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here for Embers Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens. You get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, free breakfast burritos, golf balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers Golf gift card. 2-man teams. Register today at embersgolf.com.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
There we go, Cease.
That's my theme song, Henchman Ride. That's what we're doing, riding down to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. I got to shout out my guy Kevin.
Yeah, tell the people
Not
what
Kevin
happened.
Kistner.
Kevin.
I always shout out Kevin Kistner, but our guy Kevin that works security. I go park in the wrong spot, right? Because I'm a moron. I'm a tool bag, and I park in the wrong spot. And Kevin very politely says, "Hey, man, you can't park there." Very, very politely.
Yeah.
And I didn't cuss out him. I was cussing out myself. And I was cussing, and I got my car, and I found the right spot I was supposed to park in. It's first day, right? It's first day.
We're all learning.
And I'm old, and I'm grumpy, and I didn't want to be late, right? I hate being late. It's the worst thing ever. And so I kind of cuss at myself, but I'm audibly cussing, and I felt like I showed up, and I told you. I'm like, dude, I feel like such a jerk. I'm like, I just cussed out a parking attendant. I was throwing around F-bombs. So we go to use the facilities real quick, and we're watching the gate, and they're doing a shift change. It goes from a nice lady to then Kevin. And I recognize him because he's got a unique look. He looks like a metalhead like me.
You're like, that's a face I cussed out earlier.
And when his boss leaves, I go, "Hey, are you the guy who was a big jerk to?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "I am so sorry." I shook his hand. I did the double handshake thing where I put my other hand on his hand. I was like, "Dude, I am so sorry. I'm a jerk. I'm a moron." And I said, "I want you to know I was cussing at myself.
Yeah.
I wasn't cussing at you. I was just like in a hurry, and I'm on air at 10 because I'm super important or whatever. Like, not really, but I felt so bad. So I'm so glad I was able to apologize to him as a man, because you shouldn't act that way.
Well, and
You
he
know
was
what I
actually
mean?
really cool. I went to the restroom, but I come back, and he's like, "Man, don't even worry about it. I get it. You're looking for your spot. It's all good." And I'm like, yeah, this guy gets it. Kevin gets it.
Yeah, and if I could actually read, then I would know where to park.
Kid can't even read good.
I didn't learn how to read. So thank you, Kevin, for being a gracious soul, and I apologize for being a jerk.
And by the way, I don't think either of you went yet, but the media, I think it's the media, the little trailer bathroom, it's top-notch stuff. Greg Penner doesn't skimp on even the bathroom.
If it's like last year, don't they have a little AC in there?
Dude,
like
little
a
AC.
Cool...
There's like a urinal.
Is there a bidet?
No, but there's two stalls. Like, you could go and poop in privacy. It's a pretty good setup, man.
Why did Brian look funny when I said bidet? Bidets are awesome.
Yeah. Plus, he might be the main punt returner here on the team, depending on what happens with Jaleel McLaughlin. Who knows, man?
Okay, there we go.
is possible.
The show can get weird. We can go off the rails, so thank
It's hot,
God.
it's late, it's
exactly,
Friday.
Right,
You know?
I'm running out of water. No, we're good. We're good, baby. And shout out to the Broncos. Thank you all very much for this. There was a time when Josh McDaniels was here. They put us over where the ambulance, the amber lamps are over there.
That was the only year it's been like that.
And we saw the third field. We couldn't even see these two fields.
Yeah.
And the Broncos, Greg Penner, very gracious to have these tents set up for all of us to broadcast out here, not just us. We're the ones that matter. But, it's just, it's so good to be here, to be on site and on scene, and we appreciate him. And I just wanted to shout out the Broncos, the PR staff, and Emma and Megan, of course, and Tyler, Patrick, my man Shuby there.
Saw Shuby today.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. So we appreciate them all. We thank them for letting us be out here as we kind of close up shop here.
Yeah. And by the way, I think the fans' perspective, if you didn't get to be here today and you're coming, you guys are in for a treat. It's a really nice setup. Like, if you've come out here before and been on the hill, quick alert, they urinate over there. Secondly, that advantage, that your view, this is so much better.
Yeah.
The bleachers are so much better. You're like looking down onto the field where you just get more of a perspective. So I think it's set up beautifully. It's my first time getting my eyes on this construction. I don't know exactly what the hell they're doing, but they are building the biggest practice facility I have ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty incredible. They're taking it and they're stepping up their game, man. It's awesome. And, of course, it's the Walton Penner Group. It's going to be awesome. So we thank the Broncos for letting us be out here. It's been a great day.
Yes, it has. This team means so much to the city, and Greg's aware of that. And, we do get to kind of speak for the fans. And I hope you guys know we don't take that privilege. That's what it is, a privilege, lightly in any way. All right, I do got to tell you about something going down in about a month on Monday, August 25th. You can join us for the fan golf tournament that benefits the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado. It's happening on Monday, August 25th. You're going to kick off at 1:30 over at the club at Inverness. So don't miss this 4-person scramble followed by a little dinner. How about some awards and a live auction. I've always wanted to be a part of a live auction. All the proceeds are going to benefit the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado, so book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. DenverSports.com/club. All right, Cease, we're going to do this every day as we kind of wrap up and wind down things we learned today. What were a couple of your big takeaways?
Yeah, a couple of my big takeaways is the energy from Courtland Sutton was infectious, because here's a guy and sending a message to his teammates just with his availability, almost his spirit, really. I mean, you look at the way Sutton was out there engaged in everything that was going on. Even when he wasn't in the plays, he was still out there talking to Bo, talking to his teammates, breaking things down, giving little pointers out. And if you're a guy like Pat Bryant, we often talk about resources, like how Drew Brees is a resource for Bo Nix.
Yep.
You're Pat Bryant. You're out here Jugs Machine before, Jugs Machine after. And I'm sure a guy like Courtland Sutton's telling you everything, saying, hey, young buck, this is what you can do. Because Pat Bryant is, perhaps your Courtland Sutton replacement eventually. I'm talking about in 2 years. And that's great to see. It's absolutely fun to see Courtland Sutton operate at the highest level. Phil, who knows him well, and Phil and I are his co-agents, he said, I know when Court is mad based on the way he walks.
Wow.
Court wasn't mad today. That body language was on the point, on the money. This guy's ready to go.
Yeah, he looked really good. I'm going to take away what we've been talking about a lot, but we got to reset it. Evan Ingram. I am so impressed with what I seen out of Evan Ingram today. And like I said, if there was somebody, and I know some folks do this, you're like keeping stats of what happens at training camp. Nobody would be blown away by his catches today or the yardage that he accumulated via those catches. But if you are watching Evan Ingram play football, you would be blown away the same way I'm blown away right now. His declaration of influence, to steal your term, it was something that, I mean, I'll be honest, I watched Julius Thomas and Peyton Manning play, and it was such a threat, a dynamic threat just to get him the ball. I don't know that even Julius had that same sort of impact on what the defense is going to do down in and down out that I saw from Evan Ingram. And this is the first day, dude.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm underselling it.
Mm-hmm.
Evan Ingram was absolutely beautiful today playing football for the Denver Broncos. I mean, like an A++ home run. What I saw today out of Evan Ingram, if that happens for the majority of this season, watch the hell out, man.
You just went snowball on us. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. It is a beautiful thing, man, to see Evan Ingram out there doing his thing and what he can bring to the field. I don't know. We did. And check your ex, Ryan McMahon was traded. That was announced today from Colorado Rockies to the New York Yankees. So I didn't get to bring up the J.J. Watt tweet, which was just bagging on people that take training camp stats.
Oh, really?
He's like, I used to think it was like made up. He's like, you have no idea what that rep was about. You have no idea what the meaning of that rep was.
Yeah.
So maybe there's some people taking training camp stats. I hope not, because at the end of the day, you're not sure what they were trying to do. So let's watch it. Let's get a kind of a feel for everything. But I don't need to know that, like, Bo Nix was 7 of 10 for 55 yards and blah, 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 blah. Like, no. That doesn't matter. All I know, Bo Nix, sharp, precise, leading out there, arm strength on display, receivers coming through in a big way. Marvin Mims, shout out to him as always. This team looks like a Super Bowl contender.
Tomorrow, I want us to both remember a couple things and keep our eyes on. Audric Estime. Will he do anything at all? I guess it's on him a little bit. Will he give us a reason to put our eyes on number 23? Or will it be like today where we're watching a bit more of even Tyler Bidet than we are of Audric Estime? So I want to see that. Obviously, will Mike McGlinchey be back? And then do we get some more of that beautiful football production out of number 1, Evan Ingram?
Yeah, where's that beautiful bean footage rolling on Evan Ingram everywhere, all over the place? And defensively, Jahdae Barron going to continue to watch at CB2, Riley Moss versus Barron. This is a competition. I don't want anyone out there, and I mean anyone, on social networking, on the radio, on YouTube, wherever, to say this is a boring camp. This is going to be an incredible, incredible camp, star-studded, abound, and playmakers, maybe some young playmakers that people get to know this year. But do not doubt one bit, they've got playmakers all over this roster.
Our boy D in Denver hit me up and
What
he
up,
said,
D?
and you guys went from, in one segment today, you went from football to the Mile High Club to a hot air balloon and then right back to football. Don't get that anywhere else. You're not getting that. D, you're right. You're not getting that
Thank you,
anywhere
D.
else.
We appreciate you. That's one of the good guys right there.
That is one of the good guys. We've had some fun here today on KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Again, Cecil, Kevin, myself, we're going to be back out here tomorrow. I'm sure a handful of the guys are going to be out here well represented by the Fan and at Broncos camp. So we are looking forward to it. Again, if you're going to be out here tomorrow, heck, shoot us a tweet. I'm at Joshua Dover. He's at Cecil Lammy. We'd love to make some time to meet you guys. I want to ask you guys what you think about this Broncos team. You always hear what we think about it. Let's hear what you think about it, and we'd love to do that tomorrow, or as Cecil said earlier, in the show, we will be having a tribe meetup maybe as early as Monday when the pads come on, and then I'd like to make some time for a Friday too, because everything hits better on a Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday, man. We're all good to go there. So tribe roll call is amazing, and let us know, man. What do you think after one day of listening to the Fan, the best training camp coverage that there is? I mean, there's
no doubt about that.
Zero doubt about that. So the real information, the honest opinions, the projections for this team, I want you all to know, what do you think? I want to know what you think about what we've said today. Are you hyped up? Are you as excited? Can you get to 13?
Yeah.
Can you get to 13? I'm going to try to get everyone. That's not an unlucky number. Do your research. I'm going to try to get everyone to that number because 10.
What about 11? I said 11.
11, 11. Mike Evans says 11.
Oh,
you want to be riding the fence like Mike Evans with the mom jeans
I don't want to wear mom jeans or ride the fence.
Okay, then let's go over to 11. How about that?
Okay.
Maybe you don't get to 13, but let's talk 12. Let's talk wins. Let's talk AFC Championship game. Let's get this team there, man. Broncos country. I didn't say Super Bowl.
Oh, wait. No, that was a couple years ago. Sorry.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't say that again. Who was it, the new guy that said that? Was it Ingram?
Oh,
said
really?
it on like Twitter or something, and then people are like, "Don't ever say that again."
Those are bad words here.
Yeah, we didn't say that before he got here, and now he's not here doing his Go Big Blue or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he'll get 6 or 7 starts before that experiment comes to an end.
You said it though. Jackson Dart's first throw was a pick six. You said it. It was. This feels like the Broncos.
This is what it's supposed to feel like. I told you this is my 13th year. You're 21st. My first years, even like the Tebow stuff, expectations were still through the roof, and that guy couldn't throw a football.
Right.
And they still had huge expectations. And then that just slowly but surely every year after Super Bowl 50, the culture got worse, and the expectations just died around here. And this is just my first day back, but it feels like it's supposed to feel when you show up at Broncos Park. That's what it feels like. It's a beautiful feeling.
Yeah, I can't wait to feel it again tomorrow. Does that sound weird? I'm not talking about scratch and sniff. I'm not talking about fanny slapping.
Somebody said it was Dante Jones. Was it Dante Jones?
Was it Dante Jones? Did you see that on the text line?
Yeah, somebody sent it in.
Yeah, it was. I think. It was Dante Jones. Yep. You didn't see the video?
I didn't see it.
Would it be weird if I sent you the video?
No, I'd honestly like to see it.
Oh, okay. Wiping it on the wall.
Because I don't understand how gross. I mean, I understand like if you're a 2-year-old kid.
Yeah.
You know, you wipe, you pick,
so you've never stink palmed anybody?
We always used to do ninja dust.
Okay, yeah.
You know, like
yeah, for sure.
And that was the Hadamios just got. I don't know what's inside of them, but
we're so gross.
It's disgusting.
We're men. We're sorry.
It's very, very disgusting.
You know who's better than us? Phillip, Lindsay, and Zach Bye.
Phillip, Lindsay, Zach Bye. They are the drive. Those boys have been out here every single day so far for camp. Acclimation period is in the books. They've got viewing today, seeing what they were doing. Always love hearing what Phil has to say about these running backs. And we got a chance to talk with Zach Bye a little bit earlier. So let's get out of the way and let's make some room.
See you, boys.
For the drive.
What's going on? What's going on? Now, look, Cease and Josh, they want to leave me all by myself. You know, you have Zach Bye that's kissing babies and ready to roll. Uh-oh, here we go. My boy Zach. What's going on, baby? Coming in late. As always, I love it. I love it.
As always?
As always. Not late to the show, but usually you come walking in and creeping in while Cease and Josh kind of talk, and then all of a sudden, you're ready to roll.
Yeah. What's up, man? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, man. How you doing?
Dude, I'm doing great. Fresh off of being out there with you.
Yeah.
Wrapping up a week, the first week of training camp. We have lucked out in such a major way weather-wise. I mean, it is we're talking about like mid-70s?
Yes, maybe 80, 85 at the most. But for some reason, we're being blessed by the sun when it comes to the shade as well.
Yes.
We're out there.
Yes, 3 days in a row. That's going to change next week. I mean, it's going to be in the upper 90s here in the next couple days.
Good, you're going to get another tan.
Yeah.
A shade darker.
I have a decent tan going right now. I have a decent tan. This is about as dark as I get. But we are out there once again and taking a million notes. We're going to hear from someone like Evan Ingram. We're going to hear from someone like Jonathan Cooper. Of course, hear from the head coach, Sean Payton, who, and I guess let's just start here. Let's start the show the way that they started practice. Now, I know Cecil and Josh have been saying, hey, this was really the first day of training camp, but they weren't able to be out there.
Yeah.
The last 2 days, the quote-unquote acclimation period, way more similar to today than you would imagine if you hadn't been out there.
No, it's a buildup, and you are right. The first 2 days that we were out there, they were competing.
Oh, yeah.
They were going through 7-on-7. They were going through team. They were going through drills. Now, it feels a little bit different because you have the fans out there now.
Right.
It feels a little bit different because it's officially camp time.
Yeah.
But it was no different the last 2 days.
No.
Now, of course, it was longer practice.
Yep.
So they went through a couple more team periods, a couple more special team periods, and they're actually getting after it a little bit more where they're more aggressive. But that is it. Sean has been on it from the start that it's like, hey, we are setting the tone right now that we're here to compete, that we're here to get better, that we're here to be a lot more physical this year. And it starts day 1, and now we're in day 3.
Yeah, and what was interesting about it is, you know what it reminded me of? The sequence from OTAs to mandatory minicamp. Whereas, like, okay, OTAs, and then it's like, but then there's mandatory minicamp. And then we went out to mandatory minicamp. It's like, oh, this is the same exact thing as OTAs. Very similar to that from the quote-unquote acclimation period to the, quote-unquote first official day of training camp. In fact, it was almost not bizarre, but I just found it interesting that the first hour of today's practice, the first hour, you had 2 hours out there. The first half of practice was basically teaching and walkthrough. And if you showed me the 3 practices like in a row and I didn't know what day was which, I would have thought today's practice was actually the acclimation period comparatively to how they started. Now, they ended up competing in the back half of practice like they were the 2 days, first 2 days.
That is what you want. That is what you want. We sat there and we talked about it today, and the 4 teams that I have been on, 3 teams, 4 teams or 3 teams I have been on, usually you go and you warm up, you might go through a walkthrough, and then you're ready to roll. They're ready to go one-on-ones. They're ready to go team right off the bat. But not Sean. Sean's like, hey, let's ease into it. Let's have a practice within a practice. Let's go through the motions. Let's get all the plays down, whether it's during a walkthrough during a team, whether you're going through your drills. We're always going through the plays. And it's a built-in way. It's a smart way. It's a built-in way to get more reps in without it looking like a team period or a 7-on-7 period. So, for example, right before you break to regular practice, they do a walkthrough. But then they do a situation, Zach, where you're doing drills like you're a running back and you're doing the run plays. But then you're building
like half speed, right?
Half speed. Everything is half speed.
Yeah.
But then you're building in the run plays with the tight end. So now it's like, okay, we're going to do some run plays, but then we're going to work on our play action. So now everybody is getting work done. And then the receivers will come along and it's like, okay, we're going to do some run plays, and then we're going to do play action with the tight ends, and then we're going to incorporate some more pass plays for the receivers. So you're getting so many reps, and you're going through the plays that you're going to play and practice that day.
Right.
You're doing it at least 2 or 3 times before you go out there and do team periods.
So
very smart.
So they're doing the same sort of practice 2 to 3 times over the course of an hour. And then in the back half of practice, that second hour, you're just seeing all the stuff that you already did in the first hour, just full speed.
Yes, and the thing is, right, practice starts at 10 o'clock. The players are in the building by 8:30. My guessing meetings start. You're going through all the installs.
Yeah.
Maybe it's install 1, 2, and 3 today. So you may go through all the installs as a team. Then you're going to break into individual groups. And then you're going to be in more depth with it with your running back room, with your receiving room. And you're going to go through the install again.
Yep.
Well, hey, they may do a walkthrough before or after practice. My guessing is they're going to do their walkthrough later on today.
Yeah, later on they'll come back out. Sure.
Correction.
Sure.
But for me, it was like, we're going to do a walkthrough first. Then you guys are going to come in, eat, come back out, practice. And then you're going to do more walkthroughs on the same plays. And then guess what? It's team. But by that time, you've done the walkthrough and you've done these plays 3 or 4 times. You have done the install.
Right.
2 or 3 times. You have went over it in detail. That's helping these rookies out, and that's why it looks so crisp out there, Zach. That's why it looks so clean and so fast, because you have rookies that understand it because, hey, I've done this play 4 times today. Now it's all about attention to detail, and that's something that Sean has done a great job of with this unit. Even last year and the year before that is just harping on detail.
Yes.
Detail.
Yes, and in your experience, you played for 4 different teams in the NFL, right? Yeah. It's not like that everywhere. It's not like that everywhere where the focus on the details is so, and we'll just continue to use the word teaching, and Sean used it earlier in the week.
He's a teacher.
Yes, and he said when you're a teacher, you always have to be evolving or you get left behind. But truly, like he is, that's where he sort of like gets in his bag a little bit, just as a football mind, and you get to see him. But also, like, this was a day for Sean Payton that there was some points in practice that man was not in the mood.
He was agitated.
He was.
And he wasn't for the bull crap. There was a play with Sherfield.
Yes, Trent Sherfield Sr.
Yep.
Yeah, who's like a special teams wide receiver.
Exactly, but he's going to be a really good special team wide receiver, but he forgot to motion. And instead of like restarting the play and giving him another opportunity, he said, get out. The next one in. And, and the rookie came in.
Yanked him right out of the drill.
Exactly. And then the rookie was able to do it the right way. Well, guess what? You earned yourself some more playing time because of that. When you're not ready and you're a vet and you don't do the right things and they pull you out, that's embarrassing too. That rookie saying, okay, I have an opportunity. And when that rookie goes in there and does a good job, give him more reps. Give him more reps. And when you talk about detail, there's only one coach that was really detailed with us, and he got fired in Miami.
That you're saying one coach that you played for?
That I played for. And it's Flores.
Yeah, Brian Flores.
Brian Flores.
Miami.
And before he got fired, he used to be so detailed with his practices, and we would go through walkthroughs, and he would ask us, why do you think I'm doing this? And then he would explain why. Well, then you go into the game, and you know exactly what he's talking about. And that's just about being attention to detail. And for these players, a lot of these players and myself, we're visual learners.
Sure.
We're visual learners, so
sure.
You have to see it. You have to go through it. You have to walk through it. It's a muscle memory thing.
Yep.
And you're better off that way. And it's just, I'm so amazed of what Sean Payton has done and what he's doing with this team. And they just look clean.
Yeah, it looks clean, operationally, just all around. And that's a great first sign that it's the 3rd day of training camp and things do. Now, that's not to say it was perfect. There was a time where Sean killed a play before it ever started. Because their shift and their motion was happening at the same time. And he's like, get back to the top. And he said, it starts at the top. It starts at the top. Like, get back in the huddle. And he was not happy. He was not happy. I thought he was going to go turn around and take it out on the media the way that he has in the past. Yes. But he was pretty decent. He was pretty decent for the most part. Now, it wasn't who he was on that first day. But he was pretty good. And we'll go through some of his thoughtful answers a little bit later in the show. But, first day with fans, all right, but a really slow start for those fans who were out there for the first time. That was probably a really slow first hour.
When you're looking at the fans, they're fanning themselves.
Correct.
They're already hot.
Yes.
Like, okay, Sean, give them something to latch on to now. You've done enough walkthrough.
Yeah.
We're ready for the real thing.
I knew they were thirsty for something when it was like a literal walkthrough, and Bo tucked it and like jogged like 6 or 7 steps up the field like he was going to run it, and they were like, yeah,
let's go, touchdown.
You got to give these guys something there.
Now for the fans, like, start doing the wave, start doing something, be creative.
Well, it'll be a short wave. It's just a short little stanchion there that
will die down fast.
Yes, very quickly. Okay, so we have a ton of player observations to get through today, but let's start with Chapter 3 of what we saw in this story with Cortland Sutton. That's where we'll pick up coming up next.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
How much pressure is Sean Payton under this season?
This year's lanyap year, man, he has hit it out of the park in his first 2 years. He has flipped this roster over with George Payton. They went from 7 wins to 10 wins where we haven't even been close. We finally got to the playoffs. We have a winning record. No, I'm not letting y'all do that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Great news! It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out on a Friday, reacting to Broncos training camp. And we have a lot to get to here today. But because we have been really following closely the Cortland Sutton story and sort of like almost like putting it in story form, like chapter 1, chapter 2, today's chapter 3. I thought that today was an appropriate place to start, and some of the observations that you'll hear about Cortland, they could vary a little bit. They could vary a little bit, just depending on who you are, what vantage point you had or didn't have. Because again, guys, we've stressed this since OTAs.
Yeah.
There is 90 guys. There is so much going on out there that if you're not focused on one thing or the other, a central focus to start a play with a secondary focus, you're just naturally gonna miss a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, no doubt, Zach. And it comes down to this: is what do you want to see? Do you want to see everything, or are you obeying your eyes, or are you just seeing a couple things and running with it? Like Cortland's out there. He really is. He's out there.
He is out there.
He's running around. He's doing the drills. He's talking to his teammates. They're in 7-on-7 team. You may see him out there once, maybe twice.
Right.
Very quiet.
Right.
And then it's kind of like, okay, where are you at?
Now, that's not to say, when we say very quiet, it's not to say that he didn't talk to anyone out there. Of course he did. He had a longer session of communication, just going back and forth, trying to get on the same page with Bo Nix. And I mention that to say because I don't want to discredit anyone else's observations. We just know what we know from where we were standing, and we're able to, in our position, move around, with the play, with the specific sequences. So if they're doing something on the 20-yard line opposite of the fans, we can be on the 20-yard line opposite of the fans, and vice versa. So I just wanted to get that sort of disclaimer out of the way. It continues to be sort of a hybrid, and I've been using that for the last 72 hours, like this hybrid hold-in. So is Cortland out there? Yes. Is he participating in a lot of the stuff? Yes, but it's very limited, the same way that it's been. And in some cases, including the last team period, Cortland did not participate at all, like at all.
Well,
you can take that to the bank.
Tell me this, Zach. If a guy goes out there for one play and then you don't see him the rest of the time, the rest of that period, or you see him sparingly.
Yes.
But also there's other starters out there
Correct.
that are going multiple times
Correct.
in a row or just
Correct.
out there more.
Correct.
What is that? When your star player, or on offense at least, your captain, he goes out there one time and then you don't see him for a little while. What do you call that?
Right. And that's why I keep saying hybrid. Because did Sutton participate in most of the team periods? Now, again, I'm going to emphasize, he did not do the last team period at all, okay? Did he participate in most periods? Yes, but it is so sparingly. And when I say sparingly, I'll use the same word as you just did, sparingly. He will go out for a play, and then that's it. So, and here's proof positive of why that is the case. Sutton didn't make a play at all.
No.
Sutton hasn't made a play in training camp so far.
The last 3 days, we have not talked about Cortland Sutton making a play.
No.
And that's unusual.
It is.
The first time that we stepped foot during OTAs, when we were allowed out there, during OTAs, there were two things that we saw.
Oh, yeah.
We saw Evan Ingram, the first play, and he did great. That next play, it was a deep ball to Cortland Sutton that Bo Nix was able to connect with for like a 45-yard gain. That's something that's like, okay, we're used to seeing that.
Right, and we would come in here and be like, Cortland is definitively the best receiver the Broncos have, right? Like we would have those conversations.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even close. I remember those from mandatory minicamp and OTAs. Cortland Sutton's the best receiver the Broncos have. It's not close. Yet, that is still the truth, but we're 3 days in and he doesn't have a catch.
And Bo's out there. Bo is out there for at least 5 reps in a row.
Oh, yeah.
At least that's usually what happens with the number ones. They'll get 5 or 6 reps. Number twos will get 5 to 4 reps, and then threes will get the rest. So if you have Bo Nix in there, if you have Marvin Mims and Bailey, who seem to be the starters, but yet Cortland Sutton only goes in for one play when you know you still need to build this chemistry up, it's unusual.
It is unusual. It is.
And I'll tell you this, okay, and this is just common sense. When you have one of your best players out there, you're going to feed him the ball.
Of course.
All right, Bo is not a dummy. Bo knows, like, okay, if Cortland's out there one-on-one, I'm giving him that opportunity. But you have to be out there to get that opportunity.
Right. So it's not like Sutton doesn't have a catch yet so far in camp in a team period because he's somehow a worse player than he was in OTAs where he looked dominant and the clear definitive number one. There's just a lack of sample size. You're talking Sutton in team and 7-on-7 probably played how many plays today? 4?
Maybe 4.
5?
Maybe 4.
Something like that.
If it was 5, like we weren't paying attention, it was a run play.
Yeah, right.
We're running off a defender.
Right.
But there was one play out there when Cortland was on the football field.
It's true.
And Zach, was it the first play?
It was the first play.
Okay.
So it was the first play of team period. Sutton's out there, and what did Bo do? He targeted Sutton.
Why? Because it was the right decision. Bo did a great job diagnosing the play call from the defense, saying, okay, look, it looks like man. Who do you go to on a 50-50 ball? Your best player. Court's out there. He's doing his thing, okay? And Bo, I want to say, they weren't on the same page. They weren't on the same page, it didn't look like. After that, Cortland kind of walked to the ball, okay? In his body demeanor to me. And I've been around Court for a while.
Oh, come on. He was frustrated.
Zach.
Hey, no, Phil, I don't have to be around Cortland nearly as much as you, and he was frustrated.
He was frustrated.
Because he beat Riley Moss down the left sideline, and the ball came in loopy, as it would be like dropped in a bucket per se, and Sutton was saying, no, he's beat. Give it to me on a line.
You remember what he said, right? His words was, hey, up, down, up, down. And what that means, guys, out there in general, it's just like for Bo, it's like they got to get on the same page. When Cortland beats a guy off the line, he wants the ball right away, which makes sense. And so how do you get that cleaned up? You got to be out there more. And if Cortland Sutton's not out there more, you're going to have plays like this where you're not on the same page. Because I guarantee that if Cortland was out there the next 2 plays, Bo Nix would have hit him. Because it's like, let's get this right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, let's try it again.
This is practice.
Yeah.
It's just like observations like that. That's like, hey, you can take it for what it is. But we know what we're seeing out there.
Yep.
And Cortland's not out there consistently like Marvin Mims, like Vele.
Yeah, he's just not. He's just not. So and again, we're just passing you along the information. We had an incredible vantage point. We watched every rep for all 2 hours, and again, we're just relaying what happened. That again, I'm going to just repeat myself from yesterday. We're not telling you what's going to happen tomorrow. We're just telling you what happened today, and it is very similar. All right, and it just is what it is. It just is what it is. And I know, I see on the RamosLaw.com text line, 2 to 6, here comes the doom and gloom show. And it's like, come on, dude. Like, how can you listen to us the last 3 days? We're like beaming with positivity and all the silver linings.
That we talk about
yes.
today,
Oh my gosh. But we're telling you what it was for 2 hours on Friday, July 25th. And if you have a different opinion, and again, we're not talking about routes on air. We're not talking about the warm-ups and the drills, right? Because I think Sutton might have even caught like a touchdown in individuals routes on air.
Yeah.
We're talking about when there's a defender. Okay, Cortland Sutton participated in around 5 plays today. That's all. It's just the facts. And again, I will continue to believe the fact that he is willing to even participate to that degree.
Something has to be going in the right direction.
Contract has to be close. It's got to be close. And mark my words, when he is out there, to the extent that Pat Bryan is, Marvin Mims is, Troy Franklin, Evan Ingram, Sutton will be making plays. But you can't point to like Sutton plays after 3 days because he's just not out there enough.
And when he is out there, the game changes for everybody else around him. The receivers are just different. They're going to have opportunities. They're going to have those one-on-one opportunities to beat a defender because you're worried about Cortland. Even in practice, because you have Hufanga, you have PS2, like they're trying to get better. So their eyes are always on Cortland Sutton. Why? Because Bo Nix is going to want to get his number 1 receiver going. So you'll see the offense change dramatically when Cortland's out there consistently.
Yep. All right. Good conversation, good start. There is someone else who plays the same position as Sutton who is starting to pop. That's next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information motivation during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Phillip, Lindsay here. And fellas, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're just like these guys, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And fellas, I'm here to tell you that the sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. All you need to do is take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so it's fast. Then, you'll schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And I'm here to tell you guys that there are 5 locations out there that can serve you. All right, so there are no excuses about it's too far or I don't know where to go, because you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So go and get your low T treated. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Ready, set, Cube. Starting July 11th, First Bank will pop up in front of local businesses to offer surprise giveaways and more. Support the places that make your neighborhood yours. Follow First Bank's social channels for clues every Thursday. Learn more at efirstbank.com/cube. First Bank. Banking for good. No purchase or payment of any kind is necessary to enter or win. Member FDIC. These events have limited spots available. First come, first served while supplies last. Promotion ends September 5th. Certain restrictions and requirements apply.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm gonna have to find a new genius. Or 2 half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world.
All right, reacting to Training Camp Day 3 and hanging out with you on a Friday.
It's definitely not the end of the world right now for us.
No. And it's not the end of the world with the Sutton stuff.
It's not.
And look, again, seeing on the RamosLaw.com text line, hey, someone else watched the same practice. They had a different. I'm just telling you what we were there, locked in, and we're mobile. And we're just telling you what it is.
And Zach, you want to know why it's not the end of the world with the Sutton thing, and why I feel like both of us have faith that things are getting done and it's moving in the right direction. When you have your owner and your general manager out there roaming around,
yeah,
and they look like they're okay.
Yeah.
When you're in situations like you are, and I've been in some, one that was really it was bad, and it was the Deshaun Watson and Nick Caserio one.
Yeah.
And that one right there, Nick was never around because he was trying to deal with Deshaun all the time. And it wasn't until Deshaun Watson was told to not come to practice that you started to see Nick Caserio come back around, and he's very hands-on. And that's because he was always talking with the agent. He was always having to deal with it. Well, when you're always having to deal with some kind of drama, you can't be available on that field to walk around. But George and Greg Penner, both the owner and the general manager, they're walking around watching practice. Why? Because they're getting something done.
Yeah.
At least there's talks out there, positive talks, to where both of them can just be outside. And that's with all of them. That's with Zach Allen. That's with Nick Benito, Cortland Sutton. Something is going to get done here soon between one of them, or maybe there's more than one. But it's like when you have your general manager walking around and seeming like he's happy,
yeah,
it's because it's positive talks, and he's able to be out there.
Yep, and I would just go back to it, and then we're going to move on here. I would just go back to if Cortland Sutton's a full participant, why doesn't he have a catching team after 3 days? So just it speaks for itself.
Yeah,
it just speaks for itself. Another player at the same position, and dare I say two players.
We were excited now
at the same position. All right, we'll talk about Troy Franklin first. Hard to have a better day than Troy Franklin had. Hard to have a better day, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you, he dominated practice start to finish, but Troy Franklin was impactful.
I don't know, Zach. From start to finish, when I was watching Troy Franklin, and both of us had our eyes on Troy Franklin a lot today, he was dominating. He was getting that separation.
Yeah, he was.
He was looking confident.
I'm saying I don't want to make it sound like he had like 13 catches.
No. It wasn't like that. But sometimes it's not just about the catches. Last year when we were talking about Troy Franklin, it was the body demeanor.
Yes.
It was like finishing plays.
Yes.
It was like, hey, when I don't have the ball, what are you doing? Are you running off a defender, or are you just sitting there? It was a totally different Troy Franklin out there today. And that was like, hey, I'm getting separation when I'm running my routes. When I catch the ball, I'm finishing to the end zone. When I don't have the ball, all right, I'm still working on my craft. He seems like he's confident and understands the plays. And now it's about going out there and playing fast. Knowledge equals confidence equals playing fast. When you know what you're doing, now you're confident. And when you're confident, you can just play football like you're a little kid again.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like.
Well, and when you're dropping the ball as often as he did a year ago, like 1 year ago, his camp was already off to a disastrous start. And then it continued throughout the summer, and then it continued throughout the season. But you would have to think, if you're a wide receiver and you dropped as many balls as he did, and they were, the one of them, you remember, this is going back last summer, it doesn't matter, but the defender went down, he was wide open in the end zone, and he just dropped the ball, and it was just like, holy moly, like I would expect a sophomore, at Mullen High School to catch that.
No concentration, it's like where is your head at? That's what I kept asking. Where is your head at?
And that's what I was thinking, like maybe he was just overwhelmed and thinking too much, and when you're thinking, you're not playing free. And so, but you saw that dude today. He caught what is probably the play of the day, top 3 play of the day. It's probably number 1.
In my eyes, it was number 1.
It was a bomb from Jarrett Stidham where he beat, it was Damari Mathis and Key
Yep.
down the field, and the separation was so real. Now, full context, Stidham might have been sacked on the play. He might have been. I'm not sure. He might.
By yours truly. I want to say it was Tillman.
What was it, Tillman?
It was Tillman.
Okay, I personally didn't see.
No, yeah. I want to say
who
it was Tillman that was going upfield. It was the tight end loner that wasn't able to get a hold of the block.
Okay.
And that's something that is like, guys, like when you think of Caleb Lohner, he's huge, athletic, but as a tight end, you have to be able to block.
Yeah.
And that's something he's not ready for. We all know that.
Yep.
Tillman was able to find a way to maneuver around Lohner, got pushed on the ground, and probably would have made a sack if we were playing in a game.
Yeah, if it was a real game.
If we're going to be real.
But it was close enough where they didn't blow it dead. The play continued, and Troy Franklin just got vertical on 2 other pro athletes and made them look like regular folks.
You want to know what's so insane about that play? It was a cover 2. That means you have a safety over the top, and the safety cannot get beat. The safety got beat, and the separation was insane. So what I'm saying is Troy Franklin has some speed, but he also ran a skinnier post, so his routes were really crisp and was able to get the separation in time. And I would believe it was Jarrett Stidham, Sparky, that was able to complete the pass.
It was
to Troy Franklin for a monster gain. It would have probably been a touchdown in a regular game as long as Caleb Lohner would have held on to the block.
Yeah.
It would have been an explosive play, and it would look like the Buffalo Bill game.
It would have looked like the Bills game. Yes, it was a very similar play. And it was just, it's just so encouraging because here's the thing. In this practice, he wasn't just a one-hit wonder because he caught a 25-yard crossing route on Jahdae Barron in the final team period that was one of the more impactful passing plays of the day as well. So you're seeing this young man who struggled mightily and deserved the criticism that came his way bounce back. And you remember from OTAs and mandatory minicamp, Sean Payton saying he's had a really good summer. This kid's had a great offseason, or no, he didn't say summer. He's had a really good OTAs, really good offseason, and here he is continuing that momentum into the summer. And, I mean, Sean Payton was asked about it. He didn't want to go take a victory lap, but this is what he said.
We just started, so, but do I think he has a chance to? I felt like we began to see that towards the latter part of last season. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's had a real good offseason.
Real good offseason, and it's encouraging because he's got something that is unique.
I'm excited. And I know last year we were down on Troy Franklin, but like we were obeying our eyes.
Correct.
Like, Troy was not ready for these moments.
Correct.
But this year so far, buckle up. This man is going to compete for a starting spot, Zach. He is going to compete with Vele because right now the receiver 2 is up in the air. And when you have speed like Troy Franklin, and now Troy Franklin's putting it all together, and let's not forget that he still had connections with Bo at Oregon, and now you start to have that feel again. Bo's like, okay, you're coming around.
Got that old thing back.
Oh, let's go. Like, it's fun to watch Troy Franklin out there. And I know someone's out there, well, you were bagging on Troy Franklin. No.
Our tone is a reflection of what we see.
I'm just saying this. What I saw today, I was excited. I was like, okay,
it was exciting,
Sean,
Phil.
this is what you're talking about. But there's pressure on Troy. And I know we're going to talk about another man that's going to put pressure on Troy as well. But there's pressure on Troy because of what he did last year, what he did not do last year at the beginning of the year. There's pressure on Sean to say, okay, the reason why I drafted this man so high and I moved up 19 spots to get him is because I believe in him. So now you're seeing it all put together of like, Troy, you got to go out there and have a great year. You have to be more consistent. You have to be more all in. Mentally, you have to be there. And right now in the 3 days, Troy Franklin seems like he's all in.
Yeah. So we have this texter who texts in all the time, and he's feels like a 24/7 listener. And
Shout out.
And he texts in all the time. And a lot of it's negative. And
Shout out.
And his name's Oregon Trey. And he goes, tunes from you two chumps are changing quick. Tutty Troy 2025. Hey, no, again,
I would love it.
Again,
Come on.
You don't think we want to see that? And again, what we were telling you all summer last summer showed up in the season, right? He was a frustrating player last year. That was true, all right? But two things can be true at the same time. That was his rookie year where he struggled. Looks like he's figuring it out in year 2.
That was then. This is now.
Yeah, that's the
Teddy Troy.
Tuddy Troy.
All right.
Tuddy Troy 25. Bring it on.
Let's go.
Really good day from Troy Franklin, but he was not alone in that room, and I knew he'd be coming. And we'll talk about who and why next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you love the game of golf? Because I am obsessed right now. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. And Aurora Golf has improved my game this season. The facilities and customer service are top-notch at all 5 of their courses. But their executive course, Spring Hill, is a hidden gem. Give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Foundation Chevrolet is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive that Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, flying through hour number one here, giving our observations from Broncos training camp day 3. We just talked about really the exciting potential emergence of Troy Franklin, who had good OTAs, good mandatory minicamp. Sean Payton, he started to come on at the end of last year.
Yes.
We saw it in the playoff game, the only points that were scored from the Broncos, and he had his, and I can say this unequivocally, it was his best training camp practice he's ever had.
Out of everybody that was out there, you knew Troy Franklin's name. You felt his speed. He was making plays. And if it wasn't long plays, right, stretching the football field for a 70-yard touchdown, he was able to pick up the first down. It was third down day. So there was a situation with Bo where it's like 3rd and 6, and he's hitting Troy Franklin for an 8-yard gain for a first down. So it's not just about Troy Franklin's speed right now. He's running good routes and getting open and getting that separation, even with the short to mid-range routes. That's what you want to see.
That's what you want to see.
Continue to pick up the route tree, be consistent, be comfortable doing your job consistently.
Did he change his number?
11. He was
he 16 last year?
Yeah, he was 16. Now he's 11.
Okay, because Anthony on the RamosLaw.com text line is saying 16 was bad juju. Tutty Troy is number 11.
Oh, okay.
So
all right, new year, new him.
Yeah, I guess
I like
so.
it. Go and get your. I want to say that was his college number, 11.
I think it was.
Yeah, go back to your college number.
I think
go back
it was.
To how you feel when you were in college. I'm all for it.
Okay. He was not the only wide receiver out there that flashed today. All right, and the guy that we're about to bring up, I am incredibly bullish on, not necessarily for just this year, but the next 5 years of him as a Denver Bronco. He was prioritized in the draft in a way that not many people saw coming. That in some circles, the Broncos were laughed at for taking a guy this early.
People were confused.
They were confused. Similarly to the way that folks in some circles were laughing at the Bo Nix selection a year ago, right? So good history with this working out. We're talking about the Illinois wide receiver, Pat Bryant, the 74th overall selection there in this past draft, 3rd rounder. He had his best practice so far when you're looking at minicamp, OTAs, and the first
2 days.
Yeah.
First 2 days until today.
Phil, he's going to be a really good football player, man. He's going to be, and I'll go back to what I would say after OTAs and really taking a dive, because Pat Bryant was not on our radar at all.
He was really quiet during OTAs.
He was. And he wasn't on our radar going into the draft.
Oh, no.
Like, we were not talking about Pat Bryant. So after,
was?
No one.
If someone says they were, they're lying.
Yeah,
they're lying.
He was listed as like a 5th and by some folks 6th round pick. Broncos took him in the 3rd round. And it was like, whoa, holy overdraft. What is the Broncos doing? But when you take a look at him, he just has a really high floor, I believe. I don't know, and I'm repeating myself from 3 months ago. I don't know if he's ever going to be some 1,000-yard Pro Bowl wide receiver. But I'm very, very, very comfortable that this guy is going to be a long-time Bronco, very productive, very high floor, and it showed up today.
Well, there's 2 things that stand out about Pat Bryant. One, the ability to get off the line of scrimmage. Well, I'm going to put 3 in. You know, I'm not good with math. Let's go with 3 things. He can get off the line of scrimmage. 2, he does a really good job of filling out the hole, right? If it's a zone coverage, just sitting right there looking for the ball and not overplaying his hand or not overrunning the play where a defender can latch onto you. It's like, if there's a hole right there, let Bo Nix find you.
Sure.
And that's something that as time goes on, as a vet, that's you learn to do that. He's doing that as a rookie right now in day 3. That's something that, like, okay, I see you.
Yeah.
And the 3rd one is he's catching with his hands.
He is.
Strong catch.
Very strong hands. Point of attack.
You love you some hands,
I
right?
do love me some hands.
So he's catching the ball right in front of his face so that other defenders cannot knock it out of his hands. He's tucking it and he's running. He's doing everything right as a rookie, right off the bat. Like that's insane. Now, as time goes on, how does he look when the plays start to add up?
Yep.
How does it look when you start to become the number 1 target in the practice where they're looking for you to get separation? but you're going to see more of Pat Bryant because he's doing the right things all the time so far.
Yeah, and he's just I feel like he's going to be a steady hand. Like the way that I refer to or currently refer to Devon Vele and do the Uber driver analogy. He's got 4.8 out of 5 stars.
Yeah.
If he's on his way to get me, I know I'm going to make my flight in time. Pat Bryant, I think, is going to be that. Now, how much his rookie year, I don't know, and we can have that conversation. But like when you're seeing these signs on the 3rd day of training camp as a rookie player, and Sean already, his heart goes pitter patter for this dude anyway. So
you compared him to Michael Thomas
out of the gate.
Out of the gate.
Out of the gate.
Now I will say this: we were watching a play, and it was with Troy Franklin, and it was Pat Bryant. And remember, we were talking about it, and I was like, okay, they're going to try to get Troy the ball, but if Troy is not available, they're going to try to get Pat Bryant across the field.
Yep, and you did call this in real time.
They go across field. You have the corner and the safety that go with Troy, which that's great. They're scared of his speed. Pat Bryant's sitting there wide open, misses that opportunity. Right? Nobody's around him. He drops that ball. Those are the things that you have to do when you're a rookie.
Yep.
Because Sean needs to be able to trust you. So when you're wide open for a 10 to 15-yard gain and you're able to toe tap and use those strong hands that Zach Bye loves so much, you got to do it.
Yeah.
Because you may not get another opportunity during practice to show that you can do it.
And that was near the end of practice.
Yes.
And that was his last opportunity. Now, he had a good practice.
No, definitely.
But that's the way that it finished.
You leave with that lasting impression like, okay,
Yep.
I didn't finish it.
Yep. And guess who? And I was listening to Cecil and Dover. Guess who was one of the last guys off the field working on the jugs machine? Was Pat Bryant.
Good.
So the way that he had that man had himself a really good practice, but it ended with a negative play that he could have had, and he responds by putting the work in immediately.
Maturity, knowing that I'm in a camp battle. I am in a battle. I want to be a part of this mix. I don't want to be the 4th receiver on the depth chart. I want to be looked at as the 3rd or 2nd. So what does Pat Bryant do, like you just said? Get on the jug machine. Don't let it happen again tomorrow. They're going to come back to you with that same exact play.
Sure.
And when you have that same exact play going to you, take advantage of it. And now the coach is like, okay, one snap and clear. You were right. You were able to take that play, that negative play yesterday or today, and put it into a positive. That's what I want to see. I want to see growth. And I believe Pat Bryant's going to be growing up here sooner rather than later. And every camp, every day, he's going to get better and better and better.
Yeah, and I am really, really curious to watch this summer for Pat Bryant. And Pat Bryant, I'm going to make a really imperfect analogy, okay, really imperfect. When you have a guy like Justin Jefferson, which, by the way, you see here, he hurt his hamstring today.
I didn't see that.
Justin Jefferson hurt his hamstring in Minnesota.
Yeah. He had an interview yesterday that was really, really cool for his quarterback. I didn't see that he hurt himself today.
Yeah, he it was the most he participated in any offseason with the Vikings, and then he turns around and gets hurt on day 3. So like Justin Jefferson is a Apple stock in 1985. Like that thing's going to the moon. Like Pat Bryant feels like more of like a mutual fund where it's like it may not get you rich, but man, it's almost guaranteed growth over time. And I just will bet on that young man's floor. I will bet. I don't know if he's ever going to be the number 1 receiver, but he feels like he could be a 8 to 10 year Bronco that is anywhere between 750 and 999 yards over the next handful of years.
Tell me this. After 3 days of camp, do you think that there's a receiver 2 emerging?
We'll talk about that. Let's put a pin in that.
You think long and hard.
Let's
you think long and hard on that one, buddy.
Let's roll it over because it could actually organically, the answer to that question could be organically where we're going anyway with another new Bronco. And we'll pick up that conversation coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Catch a ride with Evie and Otto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
Evie and Otto always know where to go.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
Oh, hanging out with you on a Friday. Breaking down training camp, practice number 3. Woo! And having fun with it, man. Appreciate you guys being with us. You've
been hydrating. I can't have you.
Dude, you see
having
me?
another cramp.
Dude, I'm the only guy at camp that has an extra large water bottle.
I did notice that.
Like I'm nonstop, dude. I'm nonstop because I wake up in the morning. First thing I do is drink a full glass of water with a daily immune support emergency.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's every morning, and then just get into the water. And I have my first coffee here with you. But yeah, oftentimes like to have a cocktail at night. So I'm trying to get back to that neutral there in the morning.
Yeah, you got to replenish the body.
Yes.
There's IVs in there, right? They got liquid IV.
Liquid IV,
We'll get some liquid IV.
Yes. We have so much to get to still. Hour number 1 just flew by quicker than a New York minute. And, we were just having the conversation. It was a really encouraging day for 2 Denver Bronco wide receivers, Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant. And they both played well. Troy Franklin, probably the play of the day, especially for a name that Broncos country would know. There's another player, too, that maybe we should get to know that name. We'll talk about that here in just a little bit, maybe in the 3 count. We're going to check in with Mike Kliss at 3:45 and try to get the latest on the Courtland Sutton contract situation, maybe check in on what his eyes saw out at training camp. But we were really encouraged what we saw from Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant for the reasons that we just discussed. And you said going into the last break, are we seeing a wide receiver to emerge? And
I know it's day 3, but
yes,
come on, there's some great stuff going on out there.
Yeah,
you got Vele battling, Marvin Mims, Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin.
Yep. And as always, I'll give the disclaimer, we're just reacting to the first 3 days. We're not telling you this is what it's going to look like in 2025 or 2026 or week 4 or week 1. It's just what we've seen through 3 days. But guess what? We're not going to apologize because we wait a long time for training camp. So we're going to react in, I think, proportionally to where we're at in the calendar. But we can allow ourselves to be excited, and you should allow yourself to be excited. The Broncos are coming into a season with expectations, legit expectations for the first time in a very long time. And so to answer your question, is a wide receiver emerging? I think that they are, okay? I think that they are. I just think he's got a TE next to his name because Evan Ingram of the first 3 days had his best practice today, and it is just so encouraging. And when I see him, I don't really see the traditional body of a tight end. He doesn't do work with the tight ends. He is a pass-catching player. Label him whatever you want. He's a pass catcher.
Well, he's a joker.
I thought he had his best day today.
He had a great day. He's moving around. He's fast.
He is fast.
And I think what people are going to have to understand, and some may, Evan Ingram can run routes.
Yes, he can.
Big body,
yes, he can.
But he gets in and out of his breaks fast. He's a big target. I just said the big body. That's easier for Bo Nix to see. And when it comes to not just opening and stretching the football field, but it's being able to take a 5-yard hitch route. You're sitting there waiting for the ball, and then creating a little bit of momentum for yourself and getting another 5, 6, 7 yards. Evan Ingram's going to be able to do that this year. Why? Because Sean Payton's going to be creative with him. Because he's going to spread the football field out, and now defenses are going to have to worry about Courtland Sutton and Vele and Troy Franklin and their speed. And then there you go. Evan Ingram one-on-one with a slower linebacker, one-on-one with a small nickel. And that's what you're looking for is mismatches, right? Trying to get Evan Ingram in the open field so that he can utilize his speed, the God-given talent. And that's why we're all excited. Evan Ingram had a great day, and that was just the beginning. They're going to start being so creative with this man, it's not even going to be funny.
Well, he had a great day out there making plays in the pass game. He spoke, so we'll hear from him here in just a little bit. But he can break you off, man. He can break you off. And once upon a time, and I know he's he's 30 years old right now, right? Once upon a time, that guy ran a 4.4 240. Now he's probably not that fast anymore. But you go back and look at him. I mean, there's some plays out there that, like, I remember he's with the Giants and they're playing the Buccaneers, 75-yard touchdown catch and run. He can get, if he gets the ball in space, he can be a yard after the catch guy in this offense. And I thought it was really interesting because and by the way, let's just answer your question first before we move on to some of the anecdotes from Ingram's day. Do you think Evan Ingram can be forget the position, just pass catcher number 2
Yes, and I believe, Zach, and I don't want to pat myself on the back. I think a couple months ago, maybe a month ago, we had a segment like this, and I said who could be the question was who could be the number 2 receiver on this team, and I said Evan Ingram.
Yep.
And
You did. I'll give you credit on that.
You better give me credit on that.
Yep.
The belt would have came out.
You were on it. You said it's not going to be a wide receiver. It's Evan Ingram.
But now we're out there and we're watching Evan Ingram, and even myself, I'm surprised of how fast this man is and how he looks. Because you are right. He doesn't look like a tight end. He looks like a receiver playing the tight end position. He's fast in and out of his breaks like I just got done talking about. Why wouldn't he be an option to be a number 2 target, number 2 receiver? Because not only can Evan Ingram be a guy that can get the dirty yards for you, get the 5, 6, 7 yard gains, but he also could stretch the football field out. He's also able to move his body to a way where there's certain routes he's going to be able to run like a receiver.
Yeah.
For example, they call it the choice route. It's not just out of the backfield. A running back gets to run a choice route. You have a tight end that can run a choice route on a nickel or a inside linebacker and give him the opportunity to go inside, outside, or sit it over the top because they're playing zone. That's just another weapon. And now Bo Nix is getting the ball out of his hands faster because he's not waiting for a receiver to go downfield. It's just right in front of him.
And we saw that today.
And we saw that a couple times today. And we saw the separation with Evan Ingram going across the football field. He's going to be a nightmare for inside linebackers. They're going to have to change their defense to hang with Evan Ingram. This is where it's like, okay, Sean, I see where you're going with this. There are so many weapons out there and so much more speed this year that's like, Sean, now it's your turn. Have fun. Be creative. Put these players in the right situations to be successful. And that's what it looked like in day 3 for Evan Ingram. He was put in situations to be successful. He was making the right decisions when it was zone and man. And now it's making Bo Nix's job a lot easier when it's like catch and run. Get the ball out of your hands.
We had a comp today for Evan Ingram that I was not expecting. So a large chunk of today's practice, you and I watched with former Denver Bronco Benny Fowler.
Shout out.
All right, shout out Benny Fowler, man. I really like Benny. He is a good dude.
Great dude.
And was in the NFL for a number of years. He was here with the Broncos 2014, 15, 16, 17.
So smart.
He really is, man. He really is. And he's like I say, he's just a good dude. Very easy to be around, very easy to talk to. So we ended up like organically hanging out for, an hour or so. And Benny threw out a comp for Evan Ingram that I didn't see coming. Demaryius Thomas.
DT.
And when he first said it, I'm like, wait, what? Like DT? He's like, yes. Like the way that he runs slant routes. You look at someone like Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram is 6'3", 235, 240. DT was 6'3", 225, 230. And so they're like, if they were standing next to each other, they're a lot more similar from a physical profile than you would think.
And even like muscle wise and like they look similar. And for me, it didn't hit me until I really started looking. And now for Benny got to be with Demaryius Thomas and Emmanuel when they were in their prime.
Yes.
I was with Emmanuel, and although Emmanuel was still really good, I was with Emmanuel and Demaryius Thomas towards the end of their career when they got traded. And so the hunger wasn't there like it was when they were with Benny.
Yes.
And when I started to really look at him, I'm like, okay, yes, the comp is there. They are so similar.
And Benny played with DT in his prime.
Yes.
And played for multiple years with DT in his prime, and then played with Evan Ingram for multiple years with the New York Giants. So he saw both guys. And I just, I'm so used to seeing that TE next to Ingram's name. I wouldn't necessarily think to make a wide receiver comp, but it's the body type. It's the way that they get off the line of scrimmage with these big galloping steps.
Yeah.
Like almost like they're lifting their knees and their and their gait it's not choppy. It's
they
long
get to point
strides.
A to point B so fast.
Yes.
Because they are so long and their stride is so long.
And when you see him run slant routes, it's like, damn, was he on to something? It really made me think. But whether you agree or disagree with the comp, I found it just really interesting. And this is a guy who has unique perspective on both players.
Yes. And then you start to think, okay, what's one thing Sean loves to do? What route does Sean love to do the most? And we haven't seen it in 2 years yet.
Yeah, not enough slants.
That's not enough slants. We have not seen the slant route ran enough. Well, now you have two guys in the building. You hope that Pat Bryant can evolve into that slant route runner.
And
like
I think he will, and I think he will.
But then the next guy, all right, and it's tight ends. Tight ends do a lot of slants as well. It's Evan Ingram, that big body, who's fast, who can be able to get the separation, the 3-step, the 5-step slants. Evan Ingram could be really good with that. The choice routes. And then it opens up the playbook to where now he can stretch the football field. So this is where the joker role comes to play. The joker role is for Evan Ingram to do so many different routes in the route tree that you don't know what he's going to do. You can't get a beat on it, so that when you're game planning, it's not just like, hey, this guy's going to do these 3 sets of routes. It's no, you have to watch him do all kind of different routes.
Right.
The slant, the wheel, the dig, whatever the case may be, he can do. And he's just a dangerous receiver now / tight end because he can do so many different routes.
Yep. And how we've been saying, hey, the Broncos should be the best team that they've had in a decade. Well, the same sentence should apply for Evan Ingram in the tight end position here in Denver. He should be the best tight end that the Broncos have had since, I'm not even going to put a name to it. I'll say 10 years. If you want to say Julius Thomas or someone like that,
yeah.
you can. But this is Evan Ingram from a little bit earlier today talking about working with head coach Sean Payton.
Yeah, it's been awesome, really. I feel really at home in this offense. I feel like my strengths are being used at the highest level, and it also challenges me to be sharp with my tools and be sharp with my details and the little things that I need to clean up and get better at. It challenges me every single day, and just the different ways that they're planning to use me, and I'm also just the mentality that they have and I want to have in the run game as well. To make that entire thing universal. I think I'm just really excited to be in his scheme and excited to work with him throughout the season to help this team the best way I can.
You know what's exciting is that Evan Ingram has been a good tight end in the NFL. For a couple of years, he was a really good tight end.
Yeah.
Probably somewhere between like 8th, 9th, and 10th best tight end in the NFL when
he couldn't stay healthy at some point.
Couldn't stay healthy. But there's the 1 year where he has 90 catches and 900 and something yards, and it's almost a tease because he's so talented. He's got such natural talent. That's why he was a first-round pick. But this will be the best coach he's ever played for. It'll be the best coach he's ever played for, the best play designer that he's ever played for. So he was with the New York Giants 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21. Then he's with the Jags for the last 2 seasons. Now, physically, he might not be that 23, 24-year-old version of himself at age 30.
But see, Sean's not asking for that.
No.
What Sean's asking for is for you to trust me. Trust the plays that I have for you. Trust the setup plays that will be put in the game for you. For example, maybe a screen. We saw that during walkthroughs where Evan Ingram was catching a screen and being more creative with him. This is what I'm talking about when I'm like, hey, Sean, now it's time for you to open up the playbook because you're confident in Bo, and now you have the weapons around Bo to be successful. And so for Evan Ingram, what I'm hearing from Evan Ingram when I'm listening to him is a guy that's excited to be here because there's a vision for him. A guy that's excited to be here because he's wanted.
Yep.
That's what a player wants. A player wants to be wanted. Not just on a team, like, okay, like try to make the team. But no, we have a vision for you, and we're going to make sure you are successful, but you have to go out and do your part. And Evan Ingram knows that he's put in a great position, that he's loved in the building, that the fan base loves him, that he has this joker role, and he has a nickname for himself already. And so now there's a pressure put on him, but it's great pressure. Get back to who you are. That's what players want to be, right? You start looking at yourself. I used to do it all the time where it's like, what's going on with me? The last 2 years, I went back-to-back 1,000-yard years, and then all of a sudden, I go from 1,000 yards to 500. What do I need to get back to doing? But also, you have to have the right people around you that believe in you, that put you in good situations, that say, hey, we're going to be a lot better because we're going to tailor things towards you. That's something that it seems like Sean's willing to do with Evan Ingram, and that's why, to answer your question, he could be the receiver 2 this year.
Yeah.
He will get so many opportunities. He will be on that football field more times than not to be that receiver 2. Now it's time for Evan Ingram to take advantage of it. Stay healthy, be explosive, break some tackles, and you can become the receiver 2.
And if you look at the coaches that Evan Ingram has played for in his career, You're talking about a career that starts with Pat Shurmur as your head coach.
Ooh.
Okay. Then Joe Judge is your head coach. And then Doug Peterson's your head coach. And I know Doug Peterson has had a little bit more success than the other two, out of a job now. But Sean Payton's just, with all due respect to those guys, Sean Payton's just in a different class as a play caller. And that had to be part of the reason that Ingram's here. That had to be part of the reason that, like, man, I'm 30. Like, I need to join this guy. And so he was sold on the Joker role.
Zach, I'm telling you guys, I really wanted to be a part of Sean Payton's team with the Saints. Because when you're looking around about the Alvin Kamara, you're looking around with Michael Thomas, and look what they were doing. It wasn't just like hey, 3 wide and a running back. No, they were creative. Sometimes they had 2 running backs in the backfield. Sometimes they went empty. Sometimes they had the running back out there looking like a tight end, then he motions back in. Sometimes they had the running back as a fullback that motions as a receiver. Like, they were so creative that it was hard to get a beat on them. It was hard to kind of game plan against the Saints. And if the Denver Broncos can go back to being like the Saints of 2007, 2006, when they were able to have some success, we're going to be hard to beat. We're going to be able to stay on the football field as an offense, and the defense is going to help us out. And our punter's going to help us out. He's booming things, too.
He was booming things today. He was. So it's really encouraging. Like, when you think of the conversations that we've been having here for the last, hour or so. Pat Bryant, great day, emerging young player. Troy Franklin, already a year-over-year correction, bounce back, however you want to put it. Evan Ingram, we saw it on the first day of OTAs. We're seeing it day 3 of training camp, him just be super impactful. This could be a very diversified offense in the way that we had hoped and talked about, coming into training camp. And what's happening here is it's not, and we've been talking about this for the last 3 days, it's not just that the Broncos have acquired better football players. It's not just that. There is something culturally that is morphing here into something that has not lived around here in quite some time. And Evan Ingram was asked about that Broncos culture that he has walked into.
That's probably my favorite thing about being a Bronco right now. Just the way that this team connects, the way they push each other, the way they challenge each other, the way that we've bonded, just the standard that we have for ourselves, the camaraderie we have, the laughs that we have. Like, it's an incredible locker room. A lot of great leaders. I tell people, all my family, like, it's hard to be the first one in the building. I'm used to being the first one in Jacksonville. I was always the first one. It was really easy. And here it's kind of tough. A lot of guys, doing it at the highest level. It's just a contagious environment, and we all want to get better, and we all have high standards that we all want to achieve together.
A contagious environment, and you heard
shots fired.
There was a bit of a shot, and was it a shot, or was it just the organic truth when he said, it's hard for me to be the first guy in the building. In Jacksonville, it wasn't hard; it was easy. I was always the first guy in the building. And, like, if we were doing this job in Jacksonville and we heard that, much like Michael Porter Jr. is like, man, this is the hardest I've ever worked. And we're here in Denver like, wait, what? Wait, what? It'd be one of those things like, wow.
I finally broke a sweat.
Yeah, right? If you're doing this job in Jacksonville, it's like, wow, Ingram, you just sort of like, crapped on the work ethic of the team.
When you look at their record and what's going on over there and why they were able to get the number 2 pick in the NFL draft, Travis Hunter, it's telling you everything you need to know. They weren't working as hard. And here, it is going to be hard because there's one guy that you're not going to beat in there every day.
Oh, God.
You're not going to beat Jalil in there every day.
No, you're not.
And maybe following from Jalil, maybe it is Bo Nix.
Yeah.
I guarantee Bo Nix is probably like top 5.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to being the first one in the building.
Yep.
My question is, who's the last one to leave? Who's the last one to leave?
That's a good question.
Like, who's going to be the last one to walk out the door? And they probably battle. Like, here, go walk out real fast so I can say I was the last one.
That gets less talked about than first in. First in gets talked about. Who's the last guy there? Sometimes I think that stuff can get a little bit, blown out of proportion where, It's like if you're smart with and it's more with the coaches and the players. Like these coaches talking about you're sleeping in the office and stuff. It's like, dude, if you're being smart with your time, like, do you really need to be working, 17 hours a day and not see your family?
So you don't work hard.
And see, but
you don't work hard.
This is what it turns into. It's like, man, you got to sleep in the office, man. It's like, not really. Like you coach a sport.
No, for sure.
Like you're not building a rocket
but
ship.
You know how poking fun of it. You don't work hard, but in that environment, it pushes you. That's something that I feel like when I was with the Buffs, me and Chidobe Awuzie, we would go back and forth. And it would be something small like, oh, you didn't finish that rep. Like, you don't want to be great.
Yeah.
And it piss you off. It's like, all right, I got you. But it's pushing each other. And that's something that I feel like is in that building. They're poking fun, but they're being serious. Like, oh, you're not doing that last rep, or oh, you're leaving a little early, huh?
No, I understand.
No, I understand.
I just think some of these coaches
you
just
want to be lazy. I get you.
No, that's just like I used to cover this coach, Division I basketball coach. He would literally sleep in his office on the couch. And I'm like,
well, that's because his old lady kicked him out the house.
I was just gonna say, it's like, are you really, busting your hump, or you not want to be home? But no, it's all really healthy. It's all really, really healthy stuff. And you hear, we're just getting to know Evan Ingram, right? Like, we know him because he was a draft pick and was a good college player, and you see him with the Giants and Jags, and maybe have him in fantasy or go up against them. But we're getting to know him. And when you hear him talk about the culture and him valuing the culture, and that being the biggest difference for him personally, you went from Jacksonville to a revamped Broncos team under Sean Payton. Those two things are not the same.
I mean, you went from the Giants to Jacksonville, or Giants to Jacksonville to Denver.
Right,
that's night and day.
And think about that. You went from Pat Shurmur and Joe Judge in New York to Doug Peterson in Jacksonville to now under Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos.
The guru.
It's just and now again, maybe if he came here 3 years ago or something, maybe it would feel similar to but this is different. They've hit the reset button, and the fact that he's this is actually my favorite part. This is my favorite part about being here is the different, culturally, work ethic. And then you hear answers like this about him always trying to get better.
Yeah, I'm just addicted to getting better. I never want to put a ceiling or a limit on the evolving of my game. There's always something I want to improve. I'm constantly chasing perfection, and obviously, perfection is impossible. But the closer I can get, the harder it is to beat me. The more I help my team. So that's just the mentality I have, and I'm constantly want to learn. I want to be a great leader, but also I can be led as well. And I'm just in a great place here. Just the mentality that we have here, getting better every single day, 1% better. It's just the way I am, and it just feels good to be in a place that matches that.
Well, it does seem like a match.
Yeah.
To take his word there.
Well spoken, man. Perfection is impossible. Wow. Unlike me though, when I look in the mirror, I'm like, it can't get any better than this. Damn.
Wow, that's what your mirror tells you. It's one of those funny mirrors. It's one of those funhouse mirrors.
Like, damn.
Yeah.
Put a wink out there. Ooh.
Oh my goodness, look at this guy. All right, if you want to react to any of those conversations, you can hit us up, ramoslaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. Did my eyes fool me, all right, or did I see Phillip Lindsay getting FaceTime with the owner of the Denver Broncos? We'll do a little investigation coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, where he'll answer the tough questions. Can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? What does the IRS do to tax protesters? And could I possibly go to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your spot now at advancedtaxsolutions.com. The Fan. That's advancedtaxsolutions.com/The Fan.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1. All righty. So, did my eyes deceive me? And I don't think that they did.
Usually you have some good eyes.
You know, we were walking through. So, how they have it set up this year, and it's for the first time that they've ever done this, at least in my 9 training camps here. They have this huge middle section of the sideline for the media blocked off so players can get in and out of the building. But it's probably like 25 yards wide. It's pretty wide.
Yeah.
But you can walk through it to get to the other side of the field if you want to change your positions. So this area basically stays pretty vacant unless someone's walking back and forth. And they were doing some wide receiver drills, and I said, hey, let's shift down there and see if I can get a video of these guys catching passes. So we walked through, but there, right in the middle there was Greg Penner and George Payton. All right, and Penner was out there yesterday with his wife as well. He's there nearly every single day, and we've talked about this for the last 2 years. But we were walking through, and Greg, and maybe he's just being nice and shaking a hand of someone who goes by, but he turned around.
Come on, Zach. There's a bunch of people that walk by there.
And he's like, hey there. He's like, hey, good to see you. And so I shook his hand and shook George's hand, and I just kept it moving. All good. But you were behind me, and I look back. I go to say something to you, and there I saw you sitting down there with Greg Penner and George Payton for a few minutes.
I asked them if they wanted a coffee, let's sit down and talk.
Yes.
Come on, George.
Way to know your place.
You're funny. It's a great conversation to be able to talk to Mr. Penner and just let him know that everything he's doing is a great job. One question he did ask, he said, hey, guys, the hockey talk.
Yeah.
The hockey talk. How do you guys do it? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, man, I love watching hockey when I'm at the game.
Yeah, live.
But when I'm sitting there on the TV, I just can't do it. And I said, hey, it's hard to do. And I'm getting better at it every single day. Zach's great at it. We go back and forth. One thing I will tell you, that if you get the terminology wrong,
yeah,
buddy,
hockey fan.
Hockey fans are going to go after you.
Oh, yeah.
So he starts giggling and laughing. Yeah. So then George kind of starts talking. And now you had Greg Penner ask George a question. He said, hey, George, what do they call,
He's like tugging on his shirt.
And George says, you know what, a jersey? And he says, nuh-uh. It's a sweater.
Yes.
Said, okay, Greg Penner, I see you.
Yeah.
So we started giggling, laughing. But what they're doing is it's phenomenal right now. And from what it sounds like and feels like, they feel great about this team. Greg Penner said he was excited about this year. George said he was excited about this year.
Yeah, it should be.
And what's funny is I brought this up earlier, Zach. It's like when you have a bunch of contracts going on, sometimes your owner and your general manager, they can get frustrated, or they may not be out there because they want to get something done. But they're both out there right now.
Yep.
That's a great sign. That means that there are good, healthy talks going on with the players that have contracts up. That means that, hey, maybe they're not worried about court as much as we are, because they're in the building with him. They're talking with him and his agent all the time.
But we both think it's close, though, even with
we
court.
do think it's close. So it was just a great vibe to just be able to talk to Mr. Penner and George.
Yeah.
And just catch up a little bit.
And I'll say this, too, man. George was under a lot of heat. And when you step into a role like that, you have a huge spotlight on you. And it couldn't have been a worse start, right? It's the hiring of Nathaniel Hackett. It's the Russell Wilson, a mega deal. And it was bad, right? And so we have to be critical. We have to be real. But I'm glad for George and this entire operation that the tone on conversations around George Payton has shifted here. gradually. It wasn't overnight. It's taken a couple years here in this build and a couple good draft picks, and then you look back, it's like, wait a second, now we've got to give him some credit. Jonathan Cooper, Nick Benito,
He's
Pat
done a
Surtain.
great job, and that's actually something that I did talk about with George. George asked, like, how are things going when you have to talk about these players? And I said, it was rough at the beginning, George. It was. I have so many teammates at the beginning on this team, and I would get text messages talking about, like, hey, what? Like, I thought you're on my side.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm trying to do my job, and Greg Penner and George understood that, and I had a little joke with George saying, hey, no hard feelings when we had to talk about you, buddy. And he started laughing and saying, man, you do your job.
Yep, that's it. Here's Sean Payton earlier today, how nice it is to have Greg Penner out there every day.
Yeah, he's out here a lot. I really enjoy it. I mean, there was a little gap here in the off-season where we didn't see each other, but yeah, it's we communicate daily, and it's nice. It's good to have when your owner is in the building and very present, and I think both he and Kerry are. We're fortunate that way.
And the Broncos are fortunate that way. That means the fans, Broncos country, are fortunate that way. And it's just the same sort of theme. This isn't breaking news. This is just sort of the same theme continuing through the years. But what it was not, is like, hey, for this first year we got to be around a lot, and then we can sort of go back to stirring all these different pots.
No, they're there every single year.
This is now years. And they are ever present. It's good to see. Next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, Ryan McMahon, a stalwart for years at third base in a really dark era of Rockies baseball, albeit, but still solid player, good player, one of the better players, one of the faces of the team, traded to the New York Yankees for 2 minor league pitchers, all right? The number 8 prospect, a left-hander named Griffin Herring, all right, and the 21st pitching prospect, a right-hander named Josh Groves. And I think as much as I enjoyed Ryan McMahon's time here in Denver, I think this is a smart move from the organization. This is about the future. You have to ask yourself, will Ryan McMahon be on the next great Rockies team? If it ever comes?
Yeah, no.
No, he won't be. So act accordingly, and they did.
But and also, it's like doing him a favor, saying, hey, thanks for hanging on. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Now you get to be with the Yankees. Like, literally. Like, you wake up and you go to bed and you're like, damn, I'm on the Rockies. We lose. We're sucking right now. You wake up the next morning and now you're winning. You have an opportunity to go to the World Series. Like, that has to be a great feeling. That was something that happened with me with the Houston Texans with one of my former teammates, Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram and I, we were suffering together. We were 1-8. The next day, Mark Ingram got traded to the Saints, and he called me. He was like, man, I went to bed 1-8, woke up
whatever.
7-1.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, that has to feel good.
Yeah, I remember that happening. It happened to DJ LeMahieu when the wheels started to fall off from the Rockies. He got moved to the Yankees, won the batting title, and I'm pretty sure he was the only player ever to win the batting title in the NL and the AL, if I'm not mistaken. DJ LeMahieu, unless I don't think I'm mistaken. But he woke up a New York Yankee. And it was, do you remember the name, the linebacker, Kenny Young?
I do. Remember playing against him, UCLA.
Okay, so you played against him in college.
In college, yes.
Well, he was with the Rams when the Rams were like forming a Super Bowl team, and I'm pretty sure he was involved in the Von Miller trade when Von got moved out to the Rams, and he woke up like 7-1 or whatever the record was, and he came to Denver, and I remember that first press conference, and a Broncos team that was going to go like 6-10, 7-9, and the look on his face.
It's a defeat.
It was.
Like, why am I here?
It was, and it was just like, damn. And that team goes on to win the Super Bowl, right, with Von Miller. So that's, I don't know what is next for the Yankees, but Ryan McMahon waking up as a member of the Colorado Rockies and falling asleep as a member of the New York Yankees is about a sharpest contrast as you're going to find in sports.
A great dream to have, and it's not a dream, buddy. It's a reality now.
Yeah, wow. All right, let's finish this up real quick.
1, 2, 3.
So ESPN's Ryan McGee, he ranked college football mascots in different categories, and they had a live mascot, top 5. Ralphie came in at number 2.
Let's go.
Does Ralphie now that is a proper amount of respect? It was the Georgia Bulldog was number 1. Fair to be second to What do they call? What do they call a dog? It's like a UGA for like UGA.
Yeah, UGA.
What do you? Is that fair that UGA was first?
I guess it's fair because Georgia is Georgia. They're dominant. Right? The dog's always being looked at. They're always having videos of UGA. But Ralphie is right there. It's a she.
Yes.
Guys, it's a she. She could be number one, but we have to win more. You win more, you end up becoming number one. It's just how it goes.
Yep, I think that's fair. All right,
come on, man.
UGA. We will check in with our Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, coming up next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Courtland Sutton?
Do we realize that Courtland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Stoke here for my friends at Embers Golf. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens and free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, breakfast burritos, balls, hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers gift card. You can't beat it. It's 2-man teams. You can register today at embersgolf.com. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs. They're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For Kitchens Done Right, our forte is custom kitchens, but also ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
Not only do apprenticeships allow workers to earn while they learn, They also provide businesses with a pipeline of talented employees. Now Colorado employers in healthcare, IT, and other emerging industries can earn tax credits for adopting apprenticeship programs. Find out how to get started at apprenticeship.colorado.gov and strengthen Colorado's workforce today. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Do you love the game of golf? Because I am obsessed right now. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. And Aurora Golf has improved my game this season. The facilities and customer service are top-notch at all 5 of their courses. But their executive course, Spring Hill, is a hidden gem. Give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, joining us here on a Friday like he typically does. Mike, I've taken a few Fridays off in a row, so I haven't talked to you on the air in a very long time, actually, about a month. So welcome back.
I've noticed.
Yeah, yes. But I talk to you every day out there at training camp, and let's start with the Sutton stuff, okay?
Sure.
Do you think this is close? Because he's out there, he's in most of the drills, most of them. He didn't participate in the last team period today. Okay. He's out there and he's sort of dipping his toe in the water where he might go into a team period and do a play. And so he's checking the boxes, but he's not out there in wholesale fashion. But in my interpretation of it, if he's out there and he's doing what he's doing, and I'm speculating, it feels like the contract is close for him to be doing what he's doing. Do you think I'm interpreting that right?
You weren't overly moved by the 2-yard catch he had for his first camp reception?
No.
Of the week. He had that in the first. I think they're talking. I don't. What I understand is the two sides are talking. They're going back and forth. Whether they're close or not, I do think they'll get it done. And I would be surprised if they don't get it done sooner rather than later. You hate to pigeon yourself into a date or a target date or anything like that, but I think they're working on it. And they do, both sides are motivated. There's still a little bit of giving and taking that they have to do. I think from Cortland's perspective, at the minimum, you're looking at Jerry Jeudy, who he was better than. Cortland was number 1, Jeudy was number 2, a distant number 2, and last year with the Browns he got $17.5 million a year. Cortland's making $14 this year. On the other hand, Jerry Jeudy was coming off his rookie contract, and Cortland is finishing up his second contract.
Yeah.
And how many 29-year-old receivers going into their third, have good third contracts? Generally speaking, you don't want those to be real lengthy.
Right.
I think a key to this, guys, might be, the length of guarantee. You guarantee this year, you got to guarantee next year, but then, if you're the Broncos, you're probably balking at guaranteeing 2027. And Cortland's reps, no doubt, want 2027 guaranteed. So there's the money per year. That's one factor. And then there's the guarantee, how long the guarantee, 2 years or 3 years. And so, both sides are going to have to move. I think both sides will move. And I do think they'll get it done. I just I'm not sure how much longer this goes. I would, first preseason game, I would think it's done by then.
Mike, now, so Zach said it's like a hybrid hold in, which I like it. When we're out there and you're out there as well, I see Cortland participating. I see him out there, and maybe it's for one play. And for some of our listeners, like, well, if somebody else out there is telling us that he's participating, he's out there playing, he's out there being a leader and being vocal and talking, and I see it a little differently. When you're out there, what do you see from court?
Yeah, I'm kind of not paying it. I'm just kind of paying attention play by play and who is making plays. And you're right. I mean, I'm not watching his body language. I've heard this show. I've listened to you guys. I've enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Frankly, you guys have had some observations that I wasn't paying attention to, because there's so much to watch out there.
Yeah.
And like today, I was watching Troy Franklin make plays, and Evan Ingram made plays, and the running back rotation, and Bo looks pretty good, and Jarrett Stidham looks pretty good, and those type of things. And so I'm watching the ball and I'm watching the plays, and I'm not watching Cortland's body language out there. I think he's fine. I think, to be honest, there's all kinds of strategies on how to do this, and you've seen, like Terry McLaren is making $19.6 this year, and he's holding out. He's taking on the $50,000 a day fine. I think it's kind of promising, really, all in all, that Cortland's even out there, and he is participating in practice. When guys of his ilk, other guys of his ilk, Micah Parsons, I don't think is practicing. He's out there, but I don't think he's practicing. You've got Trey Hendrickson not reporting, and so maybe it's not full Cortland yet. But if he had a brand new contract that paid him $22 million a year, do you want him out there running around on the first day of training camp? No, we saw Tim Patrick get hurt on the first day of training camp 2 years in a row. So maybe there's just some holding Cortland back just because he is an older type of receiver, and then maybe he's being held back because of the contract situation. I'm not sure what percentage applies to what.
Yeah, my guess is he's holding his own self back. It's not the team holding him back. That's just me. But it did look like today Troy Franklin maybe had his best practice as a Denver Bronco. He's picking up sort of where he left off in Buffalo, an incredible over-the-top touchdown today from Jarrett Stidham. Do you think that Troy Franklin could be in the mix for wide receiver number 2? Is there? We still have all summer here, or do you think that someone else is holding that spot in Sean's mind?
Yeah, I think it looks to me like he's going to use Pat Bryant. It looks like Pat Bryant. The fact that he's running as much as he is with the ones and catching passes already from Knicks, it looks like Pat Bryant's in line for 35 catches as a rookie. It looks like Devon Bailey's going to have 45 catches in year 2. It looks like Ingram's going to have 50 catches. It looks like Troy Franklin's going to have 45 catches. And then, Cortland with 60 to 65. It just looks like there's going to be more instead of Cortland having 82 right off the bat, and this is how it looked in minicamp too. Minicamp and OTAs, it looks like there's going to be more, and then you got Marvin Mims too. You're going to have 4 or 5 guys with 40 to 50 catches.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way. And who the number 2 is, I'm not sure. But Troy Franklin's he's going to have a bigger role. There's no doubt. They're working him. What's the key on Troy Franklin is that they're, playing him a little bit more in the slot so far. And if you're in the slot, you're going to get catches, and not just the deep ball. So I think there's no doubt Troy Franklin's going to have a bigger role this year.
90 seconds less, Mike. 90 seconds left, excuse me. Me and Phillip have been talking about for the last 3 days. There seems to be a very serious tone with these Denver Broncos, like a bit of mature, like a mature group. You hear PS2 go up there, Quinn Miners talk. You hear Evan Ingram go to the podium and talk. These guys like Mike McGlinchey. There's a lot of veterans on this team, and it's not like they're not having fun, because of course they're going to be in the locker room having fun. But there seems to be a maturity and a seriousness collectively from this group of Broncos that I don't know if I have personally been around in the last 9 training camps. Are you feeling some of that for yourself?
That's exactly what I've been feeling. You know, it is a very serious business-like tone. I think, you know, and you almost wonder if they're just a tad uptight, you know. You say they're having fun. You don't see a whole lot of that.
No. I'm saying I'm sure they're having fun in the locker room, but we don't see it out there on the field.
Not one person's dancing.
Yeah, and I think it kind of reflects Bo a little bit. You know, I mean, Bo's he's a serious dude, man. He's all in on the craft. He's not really a guy who, I mean, he'll give you a zinger once in a while, but he's not really a jokester.
Nope.
You know, Sean Payton himself. I mean, both those guys they're wound tight sometimes. I don't know if Bo's wound tight, but the coach is wound tight, and they seem to be reflecting that personality a little bit. I think they know that they're good, and they're supposed to be good, and they're expected to be good, and they're getting down to work to make sure that it all comes together.
All right, that's a great place to leave it, Mike, us agreeing on that serious tone, that CEO energy, as I've been calling it with Bo Nix. Great stuff, Mike. We'll see you out there at camp tomorrow, and we'll do this again next week.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, there he goes. That's our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. It's 4 o'clock on a Friday. That means we're playing trivia coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friend Troy Hansford. Hey, listen, if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to do it. Sell your house, get top dollar. Believe it or not, my boy Troy still offered his $5,000 guarantee. If he can't sell your house at the price you guys agree upon, plus the timeline you agree upon, get this, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is nobody. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a boatload of money marketing his listings. Got 100 families or so right now, as I speak, approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and dial him up. 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
Evie and Auto. always know where to go.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, it's 4 o'clock on a Friday, and so we'll pause from our training camp comprehensive coverage here and have a little fun. Now, before we start, Dante Gomez is not here today, so we have Colin Zanker behind the glass with us on the ones and twos, a.k.a. Light Switch. And now, Dante, so there's a little backstory here before we play. Last week, I wasn't here, all right? I was on a little golf trip in Banff, Canada. But Dante got ripped by Mike Evans for the difficulty of his questions.
Well, you weren't here for 2 Fridays.
I wasn't here for the last couple Fridays.
Yeah. So Dante had to do. I think it was the last Friday that he got ripped. If I want to say, the last Friday was it was bad.
And Mike was like, "You need to change the play caller," and da-da-da.
Yeah, they said they needed to cut him.
Now, and Dante got kind of shooken up by that. He was disturbed by the level, and I'm only half joking, by the level of criticism that he received, to the point where, so we forgot to do questions on Wednesday because we're coming from training camp. We're trying to stay on top of all this stuff. So we get to the last hour. It's like, oh crap, we haven't done trivia questions. We're like, okay, we have an hour. We'll figure it out. Well, guess what? We didn't figure it out. So Dante's here after the show doing trivia questions, and when you're doing it quick like that, it's just not going. They're not well thought out. Yeah. But then he took it so far to say yesterday off the air. He's like, hey, I really dialed it back with the morning show. He's like, they were complaining so much that I really wanted to give them really easier questions,
digestible questions. I'm like, no,
and then, come on. So the morning show goes 4-0, and then Dante doesn't show up to help the team. So it's like you teed him up to go 4-0. Because you took the criticism so personally, and then you left us. So,
we can't take shots. Dante took a shot at you too.
So okay, then I can take a shot at Dante.
Because Dante took a shot. Dante took a shot at you when they started complaining because you weren't there.
Yeah, what was he's like? You can't do the questions if you're not here.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
And so it's like, all right, guys, what are we doing here?
Yes, a lot of finger pointing, a lot of dissension. So let's come together here. Let's try to rally, all right, overcome the odds that Dante set forth for us, and play a little trivia. Light switch.
Another shot.
Hit the music. Fire away.
Who was the Nuggets head coach for Carmelo Anthony's rookie season?
Obviously, it's not George Karl.
It's not going to be George Karl.
Mike D'Antoni is the first name that comes to mind. Was he still here in 2003?
He did was he one that got fired midway through the season?
I mean, well, it wouldn't even matter because if he's there for that rookie year, I don't think D'Antoni got fired in the middle of Melo's rookie season because it was a good season. Remember, he led them to the playoffs right out of the gate. Pretty sure.
What about Jeff Bezdelik?
That's the name I was thinking
one.
of.
Yeah, that I like that one more than D'Antoni.
Mm-hmm. The other name that comes to mind is Brian Shaw, but that was later on.
No, that was later on. I think it was Jeff Bezdelik. D'Antoni is too far in the rear view.
I think so too. Yeah.
And George Karl got hired during
Because when was George? Like
Melo.
04, 05, something like that? I think he came
Something
in?
like that. And I remember Melo telling the story, like when George gets hired, he came in and it's like, oh yeah, you can be way better. And it was like, whoa,
yeah,
I'm an all-star. What do you mean? It's just bad tone for, even though George was right. Is there another Nuggets coach that we're missing during like that sort of era?
Not that I can think of. I mean, those two, the first two, Bizdelic and D'Antoni, are the two that just popped to mind. I can't think of another one. Dan Issel, I know, had some time, but I don't think it was during that time. I think it was before that.
Yeah, before that.
When Dan was there. I feel good about Bizdelic.
Let's go with Jeff Bizdelic. Let's go, Jeff Bizdelic, final answer, send it in, Jerome.
Send it in, Jerome!
The answer is Jeff Bizdelic.
All right. Good start. Good start.
Hey, I like this right now. This is working.
It's good. It's good synergy here. It's good synergy. All right.
Take notes, Dante.
Let's hear another question, Light Switch.
Tiger Woods held all 4 major championships at the same time in 2000 and 2001. The streak ended at the 2001 Open. Who won that tournament? Was it Sergio Garcia, Phil Mickelson, Retief Goosen, or David Duval?
Okay.
I don't think it was Phil.
I don't think it was Phil either.
No.
Phil won his Open later on.
Yeah, it was much later.
I lean towards either Goosen or Duval.
Goosen.
Not Sergio?
No, I think that was too early.
Just too early, right?
Yeah.
What was the year that he gave?
2001.
Yeah, that's too early.
The 2001 British Open.
So what do you know about Duval?
He was really good during that time.
Sure.
Number 1 player in the world from Colorado.
Sure.
Yeah.
And what was it? So if we don't think it was Phil, that was too early. Sergio Garcia was too early. Duval is definitely an option. And who was the other one? Retief Goosen.
And you just said Duval has a tie to Colorado.
He does. And Duval was the number 1 player in the world at one point in time.
Could that be like a little like red herring and get us off the scent of Retief?
I think it could be. I actually really do like Retief Goosen.
You like that one?
I do.
Yeah.
I just feel like they like to play head game.
They do.
But when you don't know what's a head game and what's not, it's
right.
like, which is the point of the head game.
Exactly.
I think I like Retief Goosen.
Yeah, let's go with it.
Okay, you comfortable with that, Phil?
I like Duval, but I'm going with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
did he try to separate himself from
I
the
think
group
he
a
did.
little bit?
I like Duval, but I'm going to go ahead and let you guys take the
I just
sword
like
on
the
this one.
Colorado tie. That's it.
Okay,
That's
okay.
it.
All right, let's go Retief Goosen. Final answer, send it in.
Send it in, Jerome!
The answer is Retief Goosen.
All right, yo,
Let's go. Guaranteed 500 going to the weekend.
Good job, Drew.
Let's go.
Zach, let's go.
All right, fire away, Light Switch.
Who is the Rockies' all-time leader in wins for a pitcher?
Damn, no.
Is it Ubaldo Jimenez,
No.
Kyle Freeland, Jeff Francis, Jorge De La Rosa, or Aaron Cook?
Didn't we get this question like a few months back from them?
I think it was a different question. I don't think it was wins. I want to say it might have been strikeouts.
Maybe, yeah.
But I believe are the Light Switch are the answer options separate from the question?
No, those
it's all okay. I believe it's De La Rosa or Aaron Cook. I want to say.
I agree.
It's not Kyle.
Nope. It's not Ubaldo.
It's not Ubaldo. He burned bright, but not long enough.
He had about a year and a half where he was really good, and
Yes.
after that, just kind of flamed out.
Yes. Who was the third one?
Jeff Francis.
Jeff Francis. I don't think that's
He was pretty good, but he was not
Francis
the
was
level.
here for a while,
He
though.
was here for a while, but I don't think he had the career that Jorge and Aaron Cook did. I lean towards Jorge. I think it might be De La Rosa.
I like that one.
Hip hip Jorge.
Oh man.
You think it's Cook, Zach?
I'm confident it's one of those two.
Okay.
It's Jorge or Aaron Cook. I'm gonna lean on you here, Drew.
I'll take it. Let's go. I'm 2 for 2 so far. Let's.
And you think it's Jorge?
I do think it's Jorge.
I like it.
Okay. Okay. Part of being a teamate is trust. We'll go.
No pressure.
Jorge. No, that's a good teammate. We're empowering him.
You don't feel too confident in that.
Or putting pressure on him, like, hey, well, part of being a teammate is letting somebody else
take
a
the fall,
shot.
yeah.
I feel
Like, take a
great it's
shot.
one of those. I feel great it's one of those two guys. So we've eliminated 3/5 of the field.
Yeah.
So let's go with Jorge. Final answer. Send it in.
Send it in, Jerome!
The answer is Jorge De La Rosa with 86.
Let's go, Drew. They weren't with you shooting in the gym.
I'm not gonna lie, you made me a little nervous after that. I was like, man, maybe it is Eric Cook. I just felt like Jorge had like the longer tenure.
Good job, man.
I love it. All right, 3-0. Let's try to finish up and see if we can finish up right now here, Light Switch. Go ahead.
The Fantastic Four were created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby.
Oh, boy.
Name the other two superhero teams the duo created.
Oh, man.
The superhero teams.
So the Fantastic Four is one of them.
Maybe X-Men?
X-Men's, yeah. I was going to say, was he a Marvel too? No, Marvel, isn't Fantastic Four part of Marvel?
Yes, yes.
So you got Fantastic Four, X-Men.
You got the Avengers.
Could it be the Avengers? I'm not good at this stuff.
No,
I'm not.
This is not my wheelhouse
I'm
either, so I
not
don't
a
know.
big superhero.
I'm trying to think of like the groups. Avengers would be another big group. X-Men for sure.
This is a tie question.
Definitely a tie
This is a tie question.
Yeah.
Avengers.
Avengers, you like
Yes,
Avengers?
Yeah, Avengers.
I think X-Men's
Do you
definitely
like
one of them.
X-Men?
Yes.
We're running short on time. Is there anything else that one of us can think of here?
It's not the Avengers.
I know, Rich is just back here mumbling off. We got our fifth player.
Yeah, because we're normally
round numbered.
We're a man down.
Yeah.
We're trying to kill the penalty.
Yeah.
Because they play with 5, we play with 4. So we're looping Richie in because they went 4-0.
They did get a layup this week, so.
I don't know, guys.
I don't either. I think
How many
Avengers
did
and
they say?
X-Men.
Yeah, let's go with Avengers.
I think
and
so,
X-Men.
yeah. Because I don't have a better answer.
All right, let's go Avengers and X-Men. Screw it.
The answer is the Avengers and the X-Men.
Let's go!
Let's go.
4-0.
Let's go.
And they're gonna complain.
Let's go.
And those weren't easy either.
Let's go. No, those weren't as easy.
Let's go.
Let's go. Great job, guys. Great job. Proud of everyone
Wow,
here.
it's a lot lighter right now.
Proud of everyone. All right, we will talk about Chapter 3 of Cortland Sutton's training camp story coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Phillip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And guys, if you're looking for a new timepiece or you just want to upgrade to something nicer, Williams Jewelers is here to help you out. I actually went there to find a new watch, and thanks to them, now I have a beautiful Tudor watch on my wrist. They treated me just like family the minute I walked through those doors, and I was able to ask questions without feeling dumb. They truly made me feel comfortable and didn't pressure me at all, and that's why I feel really good about the decision I made. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So why wouldn't you want to shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? When you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family. Because they are family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So treat yourself or someone you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. Also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Apprenticeships allow workers to earn while they learn and provide businesses with a pipeline of talented employees. Colorado employers in emerging industries can earn tax credits for apprenticeship programs. Learn more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable all summer long for quality work done right the first time. Trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, day 3, Broncos training camp. We're out there start to finish.
Yes, we are.
And we still have observations that we haven't quite got to, and we will change that here in the back half of the show. Bottom half of hour number 3, we're on the doorstep of. The Sutton story, the Cortland Sutton story, okay? And through the first 2 days, definitively a hybrid hold-in. We weren't sure how day 3 was going to go, chapter 3 of this story, as he waits for his new deal, and finding some middle ground between not showing up, but not being a full-blown hold-in, doing some stuff, not everything. And when and today the trend continued when he checked into a period. Whether it would he does all the warm-ups, he does all the individual drills, the routes on air, like he does all that stuff.
He's moving around like Mike Kliss said earlier. There's so many players on this football field. There's 90 players on this football field. That when you watch Cortland, he's going through the motions. He's out there participating, and you kind of get lost in the shuffle with him, where it's like, okay, like I know he's out there, so let me pay attention to somebody else. I understand it. I get it.
Today, he didn't do a whole heck of a lot, and we're just going to pass along the information. Very similar to yesterday. Do you think it was more today or the same as yesterday?
I'm going to say it was the same. He had more opportunities today.
He did.
Like he had an opportunity to make a big catch that would have highlighted him, and then everybody would have said, "See, he's out there participating." But because he didn't come down with the catch, he went ghost mode. After that, you didn't see him out there on the football field.
No,
he kind of went to the back, and just sat there or just watched.
Yeah,
I should say.
they had another team period to finish practice. He didn't participate in it at all. It was the same as yesterday. He'll check in for a play, so on paper you'd be able to say yes, Sutton participated in this team period, but he didn't get nearly as much work as the Marvin Mimses of the world. He just didn't. And the proof positive of that is here we are 3 days into training camp. Like when we were out there at OTAs, he participated in everything.
Oh, he was out there.
And what would we be coming back in here saying?
Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton are connecting like he's the true number one. Like you see it, like he's getting better. Bo's getting better because of him. We were talking about it.
Yeah, it wasn't even a debate. It's like, guys, Sutton's the number one receiver on this team. There's a big drop-off, and then there's the group of guys. I believe we would be saying the same thing if Sutton was participating in everything, but it's just not the case. To the point where Sutton hasn't really made a play in 3 days of training camp. Not because he's not capable. Of course he is. His sample size is not appropriate.
Well, he's not playing enough. When you're watching these practices and you're watching the team period, Bailey, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, they're out there numerous times. They're out there not just one time and subbing out. They're out there 3 times in a row, right? 3 plays in a row. Bo is out there 5 plays in a row because he's the quarterback. Cortland's out there 1 play, and then you don't see him again.
Yeah.
And don't you think that if Cortland was out there 3 plays in a row, that Bo Nix would target his number one receiver so they can continue to get on the same page? Because the target that was thrown Cortland's way was right in front of our faces.
It was, and it was the first play.
First play of team period. It was a one-on-one opportunity. They were playing man. So, of course, Bo is going to his 50-50 guy, his best receiver. They weren't able to come down with it. Riley Moss had great coverage.
He did have tight coverage.
Now, I will say this. Cortland was a little upset with Bo in the sense of like, hey, he wanted it a different way. He wanted Bo to get the ball up and then down. So just kind of like get it to him as fast as possible and don't put so much air on it.
Yeah, he tried to drop it in.
Yeah, because Cortland already he beat Riley Moss off the line. So he had a little space.
He did.
And then with Riley Moss's athletic ability, his speed, he was able to catch up and defend the pass well. And so you don't think that if Cortland was playing that next play or the play after that Bo wouldn't go back to him? Like they're trying to get this, they're trying to establish this relationship still in year 2. So you want to get your best receiver involved even in practice. That wasn't the case because Cortland wasn't out there long enough.
Yeah, and that's just what happened. Again, I'll repeat myself from yesterday. Not telling you that this is going to be what happens tomorrow on a Saturday or Monday when the pads come on, but this is what happened today. He's just not getting a lot of work. He's just not. He did have a lengthy conversation with Bo there, in between periods, trying to get on the same page. But and look, everyone is looking for different stuff. Everyone's vantage point is not quite the same. All right, so if you are like in the tent, you can't quite see, where you and we have the freedom to move up and down the field, however we want, and we're pretty focused on the Cortland thing, because we think it's it's important, right? It's important. He's the best offensive pass catcher that the Broncos have, and he doesn't really have a catch through 3 days of camp because he's just not playing a lot to the point where our buddy Kliss came on and was like, oh, you didn't, that 2-yard catch and, it didn't excite you. So that's just sort of where we're at. Now, I will continue to believe. I think that they have to be pretty close on something for Cortland to be doing what he's doing, which isn't a whole lot.
No, for sure. But if Cortland is out there competing, which he was for that one play where he was trying to make a catch, it was a fade route, and he even fell on the ground. So there was some kind of a physical contact, right? So Cortland's out there. He wants to be out there. And if he wants to be out there and he's out there, that's because they're having positive talks behind the scenes, his agent and George.
You'd like to think so.
But then you also have to start peeping when you're out there. You're looking around at the body language of not just the players, but the general manager himself. He's out there. He seems like he's happy. You got the owner, Greg Pinner. He's out there. He seems like he's happy. You have 3 contracts that need to be done. They're out there. So, obviously, everybody's on the same page. Now, I don't know when these contracts will get done and who is going to get done. Is it going to be John Franklin Myers, Nick Benito, Zach Allen, and Cortland Sutton, or is it just going to be 1 or 2 of them? But I do know that everybody is out there, and it seems like everybody is positive. And so That's why we're not trying to be dramatic, but we're seeing with our eyes. We're obeying our eyes, and Cortland's not out there with the ones every single play.
No.
And that's something he wants to be a part of.
Oh, yes. I mean, I've seen Cortland in training camps past where, like, he's bumping someone in line to get back up and get more reps.
I've seen Cortland, when was on the team, tell the coach, like, hey, I want to be in every single play with the ones. Like, I want to get the work in. And he was adamant that he was with the ones and that he was getting his work in.
And I'm sure that's still how he feels, but he's just going about things differently. And if I were to guess, it's like, I am not getting hurt. I'm not going out there because, like, the amount of times that he's got reps 7-on-7 and team periods against a defender, you can count them on both hands, and we're 3 days into training camp.
Right, and he has social media. Wasn't there a receiver, Zach, that just got hurt, just got banged up?
Yes. Justin Jefferson just pulled his hamstring today.
Right, so Cortland's looking at that like, okay, like, look, it just started. I'm not going to be this guy because if I get hurt now, is the contract going to get done? I end up being the guy that they talk about last because I'm hurt. So for Court, it is smart for him not to do as much. And it's okay. He'll be ready for the season. He's out there.
It's still early.
But he's also like, I'm not going to be in on every single play, giving you all my effort when the money doesn't seem right to me. And that's just where we're at with things.
Yeah. A storyline that we'll be watching all summer long is the order of operations at cornerback and what they do with first-round pick Jahdae Barron. We'll update you on how it went down today, coming up next.
How much pressure is Sean Payton under this season?
This year's lineup here, man, he has hit it out of the park in his first 2 years. He has flipped this roster over with George Payton. They went from 7 wins to 10 wins. We haven't even been close. We finally got to the playoffs. We have a winning record. No, I'm not letting y'all do that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's Zach here to tell you that the city of Aurora is home to 5 incredible golf courses that you need to play this summer. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. You got Spring Hill, an executive course, but you'll still use every club in your bag. How about Aurora Hills, the OG Aurora course? Then you have Meadow Hills, former country club with tree-lined fairways. And I also love Saddle Rock, guys. It's like a mountain course in the city. I mean, incredible views of Pikes Peak. And then lastly, you have Murphy Creek, a Prairie Links layout. Guys, go play golf in Aurora this summer. Don't overpay for tee times, all right? For more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and go ahead and find them on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Again, for more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced and security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive the Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Auto always know where to go.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
We're hiring at Don's Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at donsgaragedoors.com.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, so one of the larger storylines to follow this summer is what happens with Jahdae Barron. Okay? What happens with Jahdae Barron? So you on paper, they did not need a cornerback. They did not need a cornerback. It caught people off guard. I mean, majorly so. Majorly so on draft night.
If it caught us off guard, it probably caught Riley Moss in the cornerback unit other than Pat Surtain off guard as well.
Right.
Like, okay, what are we doing wrong?
Right.
I thought that we were going in the right direction. Everybody's excited about us, and all of a sudden, you draft a cornerback in the first round, and you call him a crystal. Let's not forget that. Sean said he's not passing up on a crystal for a blender.
Right.
Dang, Sean. You think the running back position's a blender?
You know he did. You know that's who he was thinking of.
Come on, man.
So you draft him. But Riley was pretty good. Now, it wasn't God's gift.
He was good.
But he was good.
Up until the Bengals game.
Up until the Bengals game. And that was a rough day, but we all have rough days.
We do.
You know, and T. Higgins is tough. T. Higgins is a tough cover. All right? And so he had a long day. He did.
I get you.
But what do you mean, look at me?
He had a rough day.
Didn't he?
He did.
Did he have a good
did.
day? It was a rough day. It was a
No.
long day. It was a long, rough day.
day at the office.
It was. It was. But in general, here after, 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Riley Moss has been a pretty good player, and he looked like he was ascending. Competitive, rangy, good athlete.
Yeah, he got hurt.
He got hurt.
And I'm still believe till this day, he rushed back. And when you rush back and you're not ready and you're going up against a really good receiver in T. Higgins, you're not going to look good.
No.
And so hopefully he learned his lesson. Like, hey, if you're hurt, you're hurt. Don't go in there just because they want you to go in there.
Right. So how is this going to go down this summer between Riley Moss, Jahdae Barron, and Jaquan McMillan? Because he's a part of this too. So today, in the first team period, it was Riley Moss opposite of Pat Surtain. You go back to the first day, it was Jahdae Barron opposite PS2. Yesterday was Riley again.
Yeah.
So here, a second consecutive day, at least at the start of the first team period, it looked like it was Riley opposite of PS2, and it was Jahdae Barron inside. And then during that team period, they subbed Jahdae Barron out, and McMillan came in. And then in the final team period, it was Jaquan McMillan inside, and once again, Riley on the outside opposite PS2. So how do you interpret what's happening here in the early stages of training camp?
From what it looks like in the early stages is they want Riley Moss on the outside. They want to keep Riley there, but also they want Riley to understand that, you have not arrived. In that if you don't come to play and you don't practice the right way, you can have your spot taken. I believe that their vision right now, the Denver Broncos, VJ, Sean, their vision for Jahdae Barron is to be the nickel. And I believe it's between McMillan and Jahdae Barron. And it comes down to who can cover the bigger tight ends, who can cover these shifty slot receivers. And over time, we're gonna see where Jahdae Barron's at. Now, yesterday, when Jahdae Barron was lined up on Marvin Mims in the slot, Marvin Mims got the best of him.
He did.
And so now it's like, okay, can you learn from that mistake? Can you go back out there? Because he has all the talent. He has all the speed. But you have to be able to hang with these shiftier receivers. So their vision is to have Jahdae Barron in the mix, which he will be, and have Riley on the outside because Riley plays the outside well, and he's getting better every single year. As you guys see, he's still young.
Yep.
That's the thing about Riley is still young, and it was his first year starting and actually playing in a football game defensively. He was on special teams his first year, and he was banged up. Then in his second year in the league, he got the start, and he was getting better every single game before he got hurt. And so now it's like, don't mess with a man that has the confidence and he's getting better. And then you have someone like McMillan who struggled at the end of the year.
He did.
And so you see where it's like, okay, the vision is for Jahdae Barron to be there with Riley Moss and PS2.
Yeah, but he's not like he's splitting time. He just is. He's splitting time. Here was Sean Payton talking about the flexibility with players in the secondary.
And I think there's a handful of guys that are going to dual train, and then there's a handful that would be outside. Makes sense. And then every once in a while you have a corner that can go to safety. So, but there's a vision with each player relative to where we see him at. The flexibility certainly helps, especially on third down.
And especially on third down, for sure. And he said dual training.
Yeah.
We have some guys getting dual training. Not like Travis Hunter flip-flopping in Jacksonville, but flipping inside, outside at the NFL level. And I know he's done both a lot, talking about Jahdae Barron. But this is a different beast. And it looks like, to me anyway, they're bringing him along a little bit slowly.
Well, Zach, he's the only one that's flip-flopping from the inside outside. Riley Moss isn't getting that opportunity to play inside. Riley Moss, every time he steps foot on the field, whether it's with the first unit or the second unit, he's on the outside.
Yeah.
So this is just all about Jahdae Barron. It's about figuring out where he fits in the best right now and then moving on from there. And they have the luxury to place him in a situation to succeed. Because if he's not ready, you can have Jaquan McMillan there and he's ready to play and he has experience. But if Barron is ready to play, you just place him at the nickel. And then there's going to be situations where you play dime. And guys, what dime means is there's more DBs, more cornerbacks on the football field. And so in that situation, you're going to have McMillan and Jahdae Barron in there.
Yep.
So they can be so much more creative, and they'll be able to be more flexible because they have so much depth at the position.
Yep. Here is Sean talking about Jahdae Barron specifically starting on the inside and having that flexibility. Listen to this.
The first thing is he's a smart player. We're not going to add too much if we feel like that's a problem. We see him starting off competing inside, but he's got flexibility to go out.
Okay, so he's sort of telling you right there, the vision. We see him starting on the inside.
Yeah.
All right, but he's got the flexibility to pop out. Okay, but here's what I would say. It's early, okay? It's the third day of training camp. It's July 25th. But I'll tell you, when that first game comes up, and it's Sunday, September 7th, at 2:05 Mountain at Empower Field at Mile High against the Tennessee Titans, Jahdae Barron will be playing nickel.
Oh.
Jahdae Barron will be starting for the starting nickel for the Denver Broncos.
You're so confident about that because, one, of course, he's a first-round draft pick. But also, is it because of who we're playing? Because tell me this. Would you have that same energy?
The same energy. That same energy.
He will be starting week 1.
Phil?
If that was the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly, would you have that same energy if we're in camp and he's not being as consistent?
Well, have we seen that yet? I mean,
Well,
you just painted a scenario. If you're game one in Philly and he's not consistent in camp, then we're probably going with Jaquan McMillan.
But in this situation, you just got done stating to the world that he will be starting.
Yes.
And it's only been day 3, so I'm asking you, would that be the same energy even if it's day 3 if you knew that we were playing the Philadelphia Eagles week 1?
With him struggling the way that you said?
No, just now.
Okay. If they were playing the Philadelphia Eagles on September 7th at Lincoln Financial Field, Jahdae Barron would be the starting corner.
Zach, I'm not ready to say that just yet. It's day 3.
Here's what I'm ready to say.
Open up.
Here's what I'm ready to say. Hold on. Here's what I'm ready to say. The first rounder's going to play.
Oh, okay.
The first rounder's going to play.
Do you know this year is a serious year? This is our year. All right? What I saw from Jahdae Barron yesterday against Marvin Mims, I wasn't too happy about.
He's not perfect. It was his second day.
I'm not saying he has to be perfect.
Yeah.
But I'm not ready to claim that he's going to be the starter week 1. Earn that right.
He will. And yes, I'm forecasting. But
what but?
The first rounder is going to play.
Oh, okay.
The first rounder, Jahdae Barron, is going to be your starting nickel. It's going to be Riley Moss opposite of Pat Surtain, Jahdae Barron inside. I would be
even
very
if he struggles,
surprised.
Will he be out there?
Well, I mean, if he struggled, we will go from there. But
because there's a bunch of first rounders that struggle. You're going to struggle.
Yes. And we've seen number 1 picks at quarterback not play to start the season. It is. And we talked about this yesterday that there's a scenario where Jaquan McMillan, as a veteran player with simply more time on task, gives you a 3% better chance to win the football game from his position.
Yeah.
But unless it's drastic, this is the same thing we talked about with Bo. When you were advocating for Stidham.
Here you go. I'm on about the win, baby. We lost that first game.
That's true.
We lost the first game.
But if it's close, I think it would have to be as much separation as Troy Franklin had on Key today. It would have to be. It would have to be.
He had a lot of separation.
It would have to be legit separation because if it's close, I believe.
Like a divorce out there.
yes. Oh, gotta keep them separated. If it's close, I think the first rounder is gonna play.
All right.
So, and I'm saying that to say.
I just want to see more. I like yesterday. Hey, if it wasn't for the Hufanga being over the top, buddy, he would have had a 70-yard touchdown.
It's true.
It's true. Jahdae Barron.
It's true. It's true.
That's it. It's just it's a different game. I'm expecting the first rounder to find a way to be dominant and grow into his position.
Sure.
It's day 3.
It's day 3. It's early.
It's day 3.
If I were to guess, the first rounder will play. So we'll see how long they keep up.
I like how you changed your tone on that one. If I were to guess. The even Steven, and if that's the plan, at a certain point, toss out the even Steven, get that young man ready to play because he still does have a ways to go. Did we see a Denver Bronco pass catcher today go from frustrating to flashing? That's next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the moon comes off, till the lights go out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA. weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Just as I thought it was going all right, I found out I'm wrong when I thought I was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. I could say day and you'd say night. Tell me it's black when I know that it's white. Always the same, it's just a shame, and that's all.
All right, reacting to Broncos training camp practice number 3. All right, we are going to cover a lot of ground here over the next 35 minutes of commercial-free sports talk here on Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan. Phil and I have been out there for every rep for all 3 days. That will continue to be the case throughout this summer. All right, so we got it locked front to back. We are your eyes and ears. Speaking of which, real quick. Real quick.
What's going on?
Speaking of ears. Speaking of ears. Yesterday.
You cleaned yours today?
I did clean my ears today.
Actually, I did before we showed up to the show.
Did you?
Yeah, I was like, man, I have to.
Were you getting out of the shower?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So yesterday at about 5:30, we got to a random conversation based on something that was said like a week ago on the morning show, where somehow Q-tips came up, and Stokley was like, "Hey, you know, some people like use those Q-tips on their ears after every shower," and Mike was like, "Okay," and like made it sound like super weird that you would want to keep your ears clean.
Yeah.
So one, I want to see Mike's ears. Okay, I want to see inside Mike's ears.
You probably don't.
And then it also that conversation evolved to, how often do you clean your belly button? Because I saw a social media video like a year or two ago that I can't get out of my head that, dude, that's stuff that builds up in there. If you're not like proactive, like every couple days at least,
it stinks.
And it literally will stink. So think about it. Like, you have a hole on your body that stinks when you don't clean it in the front.
It just sits there.
In the front, right?
It just sits there.
And so I watched this video. Now I clean my belly button like 3 to 4 days a week. Okay. And so we're leaving camp. And we're walking out, and the last guy we see, he's watching from the corner of the field, is team president, Damani Leach.
Yeah.
Broncos team president. We're walking by, say, have a good day. And he goes, did you boys clean your belly buttons today?
Yeah, why?
I was like, okay, he's listening. He's listening. Yeah, no, definitely
really
shout
good
out.
Dude, man. But then, I know I don't want to drag this on, but it got me thinking a little bit too. I'm a weirdo. Like when everybody has an order of operation when they shower, or they take a bath, right? When they're cleaning their body.
Yeah.
Is it? Because I feel like I wash my hair every day.
Yeah, I do as well.
And
you're told not to, though. It's almost like washing your jeans after everywhere.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do that.
But I wash my jeans every day.
I know you do. I know. Well,
or every time I wear them.
Levi's, the official site, says you should wear them up to 10 times before you wash them. Now I'm just like, that sounds like a lot.
I'm not listening to them.
Yeah.
So I wash my hair, and I think a lot of it's because I always had the football helmet on. So, it was always like washing my hair.
Sure.
So I'm like, okay, like how do people do their routine? Do they wash their hair first, then their face, then their body?
So I wash my hair first.
Okay.
Body second. Feet third. Face and ears last. And take a washcloth, put my pinky in the washcloth, and then drag it through the curves and behind my ears.
Those ears are so clean, you probably could eat out of them as much as you clean them. Okay, so like my thing is I'm here. All right, then I wash that off. I'm face, then I'm body, because I'm the type like I'm not using a loofah. All right, I'm gonna wash.
You use the bar.
Yes.
So I use the bar as well, but I will say this: I use the bar, and then about every week to 10 days, I will soap my whole body I'll literally shut off the water, soap my whole body, and then take a washcloth and wash my whole body with a washcloth because dead skin is going to form on
that's what
your...
they say, dead skin. So, when I was at football, I did the loofah. But at home, I'm not doing that, but I'm going to clean really well. I clean every single day.
Yes. I used to use the loofah, but what they say is that it can gain bacteria because it's in a warm, moist environment.
But see the thing, the reason why, all right, so if you don't do the loofah, but you say you do face last.
I do face last.
After you have to get in some of the toes, the ass, everything else.
Yeah.
And then you put it on your face.
No. I'm only using a washcloth every shower on my face and ears.
Okay.
Yeah, about a week to every 10 days, I will do my whole body. with the washcloth.
Hey, some people are different.
Yes.
Some people are. I don't like the loofah has bacteria, but I'm always washing.
I used to love the loofah, but they say it's not healthy. Once, twice, 3 times.
Research. Do your research, guys.
All right. So, did a wide receiver today? Is he going from frustrating to flashing? And we're talking about Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin, guys, had his best practice as a Denver Bronco today that we've been able to see. And we were out at OTAs, we were out at minicamp, first 3 days of training camp. But plus, we have a year already banked with Troy Franklin in all 3 of those categories, OTAs, mandatory minicamp, and then training camp. Plus, we saw how the season unfolded. He was a very frustrating player.
He was. Now, he shined towards the end of the year, and you saw flashes. And you saw the separation, a couple touchdowns, a touchdown at the end of the year in the playoffs against the Buffalo Bills. A would-have-been touchdown where Bo Nix and Sean get into it. You remember that one where Bo changes the play up.
Yes.
Troy Franklin sitting wide open, drops the pass.
Yeah.
So those are 2 different situations where you're happy, but also it's like, come on, you're wide open, and you're dropping a pass.
Right. And but that was the continuation of the whole summer, though.
Yeah.
There was a moment in last year's training camp where they're doing one-on-ones and his defender fell down. He is standing alone in the end zone the way that you were standing alone at that 5th birthday party. It's just by yourself. No one else was there. And he dropped the pass. He dropped it. Sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. And if you missed that story yesterday, Phil said he doesn't do anything for his birthday because at his 5th birthday, no one came to the party and it scarred him for life.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, good times.
Good times.
It was good times.
But
quiet times. Think a lot.
Quiet times. Plenty of time to think about my birthday. And it was Phil's birthday yesterday, so we wished him a big happy birthday. That was like a summary of Troy Franklin's summer. It was just like, man, pull your hair out type of stuff. Like
very inconsistent.
Very inconsistent. And if anything, he was consistent at falling short of expectations.
And even when it wasn't just the play on the field, like during camp, it was his body language. It was like not finishing through and seeming like he was confused. And was it the coach's name, Morton?
Johnny Morton, the pass coordinator. He's now the OC in Detroit.
Yeah, he used to be on his
tail
yeah, all the time. Where it was like a Troy Franklin show. Every time you step foot on the football field for practice, you had a coach yelling at you about what you're not doing right. This year is just a different Troy Franklin, though, guys. We sat there and we've been honest about him, and I wasn't too keyed in on Troy Franklin.
Well, how could you be a year ago?
I'm just obeying my eyes.
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
But this year, so far, especially today, where I do believe that he was the best player on that football field, offensively and defensively.
Oh, both?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Now, if you want to go in pass rushers, you could probably say that.
Okay.
Q Robinson made some plays. I know that's your boy.
Yep. He
Tillman.
Again, Tillman and Robinson again. But I thought Evan Ingram had a great day.
Evan Ingram, but when you talk about feeling the speed, feeling the presence, that was Troy Franklin. And Zach, so a lot of people got to see, all right, guys, he had an explosive play today that was insane in my eyes. When I'm watching Troy Franklin, and it was with Stedham, and he beat the cornerback off the line. The cornerback stuck with him. But that wasn't the impressive part. It was a skinny post, and there was a guy. There's a guy over the top, right? Because they're in cover 2.
Yep, it was Key and Mathis.
And Troy Franklin was able to get separation on a corner and a safety that had leverage on him.
Right.
That means you have so much speed, it's not funny. That means that you have so much speed that people will fear you. this year, if Troy Franklin can put fear in corners and safeties, that he can open it up and stretch the football field, it is going to open the interior. It's going to open the mid passes, and Cortland's going to have fun because he's not going to have as much pressure put on him.
Yeah.
That's what I saw from Troy Franklin today when he had an explosive play, a skinny post, that he was able to get separation from 2 defenders and score a 70-yard touchdown. Can you be consistent like that every single day? Like tomorrow, can you do it again? You may not get the ball. Like, for example, again.
That happened today.
What happened today with that? Go ahead and explain it.
Yes. It was a team period, all right? And Troy Franklin just flat out beat. This is when he was on the left side, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like almost in front of us. And I forget who the DB was, so forgive me. But you talk about just getting flat beat.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Getting flat beat.
We should have known it was because you should see the back of the jersey.
Right,
the DB's jersey.
right. There's just so much going on. I just forgot. But and he didn't get the ball.
He didn't.
And I believe he was with the ones in that period.
Yeah,
I believe.
He was.
So it was Bo. And that's like, man, what a shot play. You had him open streaking down the left side. But again, he didn't get the ball, okay. But he's showing you again, like, I can win. I can win with my speed.
You go back and you watch film. Bo's looking at him like, oh, okay. I'm my bad. I missed you. I won't miss you again. Because now I know you can do it. Like, in their teammates, the guys, they were teammates at Oregon. So they did have that connection. But now it seems like Troy Franklin is turning the page on what he did last year, and he's a lot more mature. He's a lot more bought into, like, what's going on and more serious. He looks great so far.
He does.
But can you stay consistent?
Right.
That's all I'm looking for. If he can do that, that's a bad boy.
Yep.
And he has so much speed, it's not even funny. My take, he is the fastest receiver out there.
Even more than Mims?
Yes, because he has stride.
I would love to see those two race each other.
But for Troy is taller than
he
him.
is.
And so, like, that stride will take over over some time.
Sure.
Mims is still fast, and we got to still talk about him because he's real detailed. He's a lot more detailed so far than he was last year. But for Troy, it's just the speed. And now I'm like, okay, I understand where Sean's at with this and why he was so excited to add him to this group. But now it's for Troy to show everybody that Sean was right. And that's just by being consistent. And it's not just about stretching the field. There was a couple plays today by Troy Franklin where he was just able to just get separation down the middle of the field against Jahdae Barron.
Yes.
For, was it 20?
Yeah, it was like 25 yards.
25 yards. There's another one where it's third down day, and it's 3rd and 6, 3rd and 5. Troy Franklin's able to get 8 yards, get some separation and get 8 yards and move the chains. That's what you want to see from him.
Well, it's encouraging because we have like a 70-yard touchdown where you're beating a corner and a safety where you didn't have leverage and your God-given ability outrace those guys. You're beating another DB off the line of scrimmage that has you tearing your hair out because he didn't get an opportunity to catch that ball, which would have been another touchdown. Then you have a 25-yard completion in a final team period of practice. So it's not just one thing. It's not just one thing. He's sort of putting it together slowly but surely. And this was Sean Payton talking about Troy Franklin taking a step in year 2.
We just started, but I think do I think he has a chance to? I felt like we began to see that towards the latter part of last season. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's had a real good offseason.
Real good offseason. He ended his rookie year by being the only touchdown scorer in that playoff game against the Buffalo Bills. He has sort of parlayed it through the offseason. We heard about that at OTAs, and now we're seeing it validated with our own eyes at his second training camp. Really encouraging. But he was not the only wide receiver or pass catcher, for that matter, that started to flash today on day 3. We'll talk about who that was. But first, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. Passing along our observations from training camp day 3. Troy Franklin, a really good start to year number 2 after a disjointed rookie season.
You didn't agree with me, it seemed like, when I said Troy Franklin had the best day. I'm a little hurt by that.
Well, honestly, it's a healthy pushback because there was a handful of Broncos offensively that had success today where it was lacking in the first 2 days, where defense was largely in control. Yeah. And in the first day, and you pointed this out, it was a run-heavy day, that first day. So it was nice to see the ball being distributed offensively against one of the league's best defenses and have pushback of maybe it wasn't Troy. Now, it probably was at the end of the day. But
yeah, you tried to push back. It was a baby pushback. I'll look at you like, man, you okay, little man?
Yeah, and honestly, I do think Troy had the best day. But I think it's debatable because I thought Evan Ingram had a great day. For the first time so far in training camp, we saw it in OTAs, but in training camp of like seeing the vision of like, oh, that's what this can look like. Because he doesn't look like a tight end. He really doesn't. And we were hanging out with a buddy of ours, great dude, Benny Fowler, former pass catcher in the NFL, and he made an interesting comp to Evan Ingram that I know I personally didn't see coming, but it really made me think. And Benny is uniquely qualified to give the comp. He said, you know who Evan Ingram reminds me of? Demaryius Thomas. And at first, it kind of hits your ear the wrong way. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, what you talking about, Benny?
Yeah. And if you think about it, though, first of all, stature-wise, Evan Ingram, 6'3", 235, 240.
Yep.
DT, 6'3", 225, 230. And he talked about the way that they both get off the line of scrimmage. They're longer strides off the line of scrimmage. It's not choppy the way that you would maybe think of some wide receivers. It's a longer galloping gait right off the line, and also the way that they both run slants. It was just an interesting comp, and Benny's uniquely qualified to give that comp because he played with DT in his prime for a few years, and he played with Evan Ingram in his 20s as a member of the New York Giants for a couple years.
It's a great comp, and when I was looking at it at first, I was like, what are you talking about? And see, Benny has a different point of view on DT because he was with DT, like you just said, Zach, in his prime when he was moving around fast and he had a hunger. When I got there, it was at the end of DT's career where DT was shipped off and traded to the Houston Texans in the middle of the season, and the hunger was just not there anymore with him because he was just older. That's just how it goes in the league, and it's a great comp because now you have someone like Evan Ingram in this offense as a tight end / another receiver that you can put in situations where he's on an inside linebacker who he's faster than and he's taller than, or he's on the nickel that he's bigger than. Like, he's just a mismatch waiting to happen, and now it's time for Sean to be creative with his new joker and put him in great situations to be successful.
Yeah, and Ingram spoke today at the podium, and he talked about working with Sean Payton for the very first time.
Yeah, it's been awesome, really. I feel really at home in this offense. I feel like my strengths are being used at the highest level, and it also challenges me to be sharp with my tools and be sharp with my details and the little things that I need to clean up and get better at. It challenges me. It challenges me every single day, and just the different ways that they're planning to use me, and I'm also just the mentality that they have, and I want to have in the run game as well. To make that entire thing universal. I think I'm just really excited to be in his scheme and excited to work with him throughout the season to help his team the best way I can.
And he should be excited because if you look at his career, he's had a really good career, Evan Ingram has. All right, now he's not going to the Hall of Fame, all right, but he has been a good tight end, all right, multiple-time Pro Bowl player in 2020 and 2023. But he has yet to play for a coach like Sean Payton. He's played for 3 coaches in his career. Pat Shurmur, Joe Judge, and Doug Peterson.
And Doug wasn't bad. Now, he was probably the best one before Sean.
Yes, and his best days were in Philly, but he was unable to figure it out with Jacksonville. None of those guys I just mentioned have a job. And now he's going to come and job in the NFL, head coach, I mean. Now he's going to come play for Sean Payton. And I would like to think that Sean, and maybe it won't show up like statistically with 90 catches and 900-something yards.
Well, why wouldn't it? Why, like because to me, how it looks out there when we're watching this man run around, and what it seems like Sean, the vision Sean has for him, because all he did on this podium is express and explain what Sean explained to him, the vision and why he should be excited. And that he's going to put him in different situations to be successful, and he's going to let him grow as a receiver and let him just thrive doing that, not necessarily be a tight end where you have to go in there and block. Now, of course, you're going to have to block sometimes, but that's not why we're paying you the big bucks.
Right.
We're paying you the big bucks to make explosive plays. We're paying you a lot of money to make touchdowns in the red zone and keep Bo Nix healthy. Why? Because you have to get open. And if you can get open up fast enough and Bo can hit a tight end for a 7-8 yard dump off, you're moving the chains and Bo Nix is staying healthy.
Well, the reason that I said, well, I don't know if he's going to have the,
change that tone, Zach.
Well, the tone is drawing from substance here.
All right.
Because I don't think Evan Ingram is getting 143 targets the way that he did in 2023. That is an absurd amount of targets.
It really is.
But I'll say this, the way that he can make up for the yardage production and maybe even the touchdown production without as many targets is when he was in Jacksonville, he was doing a ton of underneath stuff. Not to say that he won't do some underneath stuff, but he has an opportunity to maybe make some more plays downfield.
Well, we saw that.
We did.
We saw a little bit of Evan Ingram doing some underneath stuff still, of course. Like that's part of the plan to hit the middle of the field, but also stretching the defense with real routes from the tight end position and just being creative. I believe he can get up to 90 catches, Zach, because he's not going to just be running tight end plays. He's going to be running choice routes where he has an opportunity to go left, right, or sit it down if it's zone. He's going to have the opportunity to run that seam route that we saw day 2 and Adam Troutman had a really good catch. Now imagine if that's Evan Ingram with the separation.
Right.
He's going to have the opportunity to sit in a zone, catch a 5-6 yard pass, and then break a tackle. Now, some people might say, well, he doesn't break tackles. Well, it's easier when everybody is spread out. It's easier when you don't have these inside linebackers just keyed in on the tight end and they have to spread out because it's like, okay, do I have to guard this running back? Or you have Cortland Sutton. Now you have someone like Troy Franklin that's stretching the football field. It's a lot going on. Now it's easier because it lightens the load and lightens the box. And now you have a big tight end like Evan Ingram breaking one tackle, and now he moves for another 15, 20 yards.
Yeah, and with his speed, and that guy once upon a time ran a 4.4 240, it could be curtains for the defense. If it lines up right. The way that you sort of just described with this vacant space.
If the hamstrings are juiced up, it could be lights out.
It could be. I remember him years ago watching him with the Giants, a game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Dude, he caught and I know Noah had a very similar play like this that we referenced against Cleveland, but Ingram caught a pass and ran 70 yards with it for a touchdown. And just no one could catch him. And so he's a really good athlete. I'm not sure he has that same type of speed at age 30, but he should be the best tight end that the Broncos have had around here in just about a decade. So it should be really exciting to see. Do you believe, if you were going to put your chips on one Denver Bronco pass catcher to have the second most yards and second most receptions after Sutton, would you be putting it on Evan Ingram?
We had a segment a month ago, Zach, and I want to pat myself on the back, but I am, because I know you won't usually. And I said that Evan Ingram could be the number 2 target here, the number 2 receiver / tight end.
That's aging pretty well from what we know right now. Yeah.
3 days in the camp, him being in that joker role, him having the opportunities to go out there and prove us all right, or you and I right, because I think that you kind of.
I could see it.
I
could see it. Yep.
So yeah, I'm still sticking with it. At the end of this year, Bo Nix is going to utilize Evan Ingram a lot more than what people are thinking. He could be the number 2 target on this team. Last year, the number 2 target was Javonte Williams.
Right. Isn't that crazy?
It is when you start to think about it. Like, now give that to Evan Ingram. What does that look like? More yards. You're staying in the field longer. Maybe it's a couple more touchdowns. Like, we should all be excited because Evan Ingram is in the building, because Sean Payton has a joker that now he can be creative with. And it starts during camp, and it started today when Evan Ingram was able to do a couple choice routes, when he was able to get across field for a 15-yard gain. And that's just the beginning. So I'm excited, man. He definitely could be the number 2 target here.
You know what Evan Ingram said his favorite thing was about being in Denver? His favorite thing. What he said was his favorite thing turned into my favorite response from him. Because for me, it shows me that his head and heart is in the right place here. He was asked about the Broncos culture that he is stepping into, and this is what he said.
That's probably my favorite thing about being a Bronco right now. Just the way that this team connects, the way they push each other, the way they challenge each other, the way that we've bonded, just the standard that we have for ourselves. Just the camaraderie we have, the laughs that we have, like it's an incredible locker room. A lot of great leaders. I tell people, all my family, like it's hard to be the first one in the building. I'm used to being the first one in Jacksonville. I was always the first one. It was really easy. And here it's kind of tough. A lot of guys, doing it at the highest level. It's just a contagious environment, and we all want to get better, and we all have high standards that we all want to achieve together.
Says it's contagious, and it's hard for me to be the first guy in the building. Wow. Jacksonville is kind of easy.
Shots fired.
If we're doing that job down in Duval.
That's cringeworthy.
It is. But if we're doing that job down there in Jacksonville, which, fun fact, is the largest city in Florida, right? Not Miami, not Tampa Bay, it's Jacksonville. If we're doing that job, we're doing this job down in Jacksonville, we're kind of doing what we did with Michael Porter Jr. It's like, wait, he said this is now the hardest he's working is in Brooklyn?
Yeah, like, come on, MPJ.
Like, what happened the last half decade here? But when he says, because it's one thing just to say it, man, I love the culture, it's my favorite thing. But when you know you're coming from the New York Giants under Pat Shurmur and Joe Judge, and then you transition to Jacksonville, and then you walk through Dove Valley, the doors of Dove Valley, with Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos, it is probably shocking to the system a little bit.
No, in
a
really
good way.
Is. No, it is. And on top of that, it comes down to like being wanted. Like every player wants to be wanted.
Totally.
And like having a vision for them. And that was the pitch. That was the pitch for Sean. Hey, look, we have a vision for you. You can stay healthy. You're going to get a lot of balls and you're going to be targeted a lot. Why would you not want to be here? You have a young quarterback that's getting better every single day. You have a great defense. And so now you come here and you bring your presence. You bring your style of play. You bring your leadership in the locker room, and that's how we win. It's a perfect fit. Sean is putting the perfect roster together, not just on the football field, but just the characters in the building, the characters in the locker room that can hold each other accountable. When things kind of get loose, it's like, okay, let's tighten up. Because it is kind of tight out there.
Well, you know what?
It's a little tight. Butts are tight like this.
I like it. I like it. We've been talking about it for 3 straight days now. There is a seriousness.
I should have known when you cut your hair that you liked it. Like that military style.
I did shave my head, but I'm growing it back out. It's kind of back.
It's back.
There's a seriousness about this group. I think it's healthy. And I think the root of the seriousness and a seed that was planted a year ago that is blossoming before our eyes, I think that the tone-setting nature of this football team comes from Bo Nix. And I do believe it's his football team. I think it's his team, and the way that Bo is, we've been talking about it since last summer. Mm-hmm. And I say that phrase, CEO energy.
Yeah.
Bo carries himself in a serious manner. And I think quarterback for him is a lifestyle. And I think he feels the responsibility and the weight, and I just think it's his natural personality. Not to say that he doesn't have a little fun, because he does, and he will, and he should. But in general, with a broad stroke on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, but but tell me this, Zach. What if it feels like, and it does feel good right now, but it feels like so serious. I feel like I'm the Joker. Why so serious? To where it's like
but do you think it's that serious? Where it's
I mean, come on, like have you seen a guy out there
like dancing
at all, or just like being like really really vocal, like to the point where it's like they're having fun but they're not, they're battling?
No,
usually you go back and forth.
I do think that's coming when they put the pads on and get chirping. I do.
Yes,
I think
like chirping, at least chirping.
Yes, but it is just a very dialed in, focused group that is
You know why? Now you think it's Bo Nix, and I can agree with you, but there's a lot more competition out there. And there's a lot more players battling for starting jobs or second-string jobs, or some of them that may be out the door. For example, the running back room.
Sure.
You see the difference between Jalil now and where he was last year, where he felt a little bit more comfortable. Now he feels pressure. All right, you have someone like Audric Esme. Yeah,
let's talk about him real quick, and we can just transition to the running backs.
No, for sure. Audric Esme is another one where it's like you don't see him loosey-goosey. You kind of see him just sitting there quiet, J.K. Dobbins is new, so I think that he's kind of like trying to feel and figure things out. It seems like R.J. Harvey's a quiet guy anyway. But it's just like when there's competition and people that are battling with you, you're focused. Because the minute you mess up, that may open the door for the guy behind you to come up and get in front of you.
Yeah.
So everybody is so serious because Sean has created competition. He has created this atmosphere where it's like we want the best players on the football field. And I'm going to be honest with you. One thing about Sean is he's always going to be honest. He's going to let you know where you stand.
Yep.
And now it's like, hey, you're having conversations with these players. Maybe you're walking in the hallway and Sean's like, hey, dude, you better pick it up. That used to happen a lot where there's players that are like, they feel like they arrived and the coach staff or somebody's walking and they kind of pull them to the side and say, hey, like what they're saying upstairs, like, man, like if you don't turn things around, you may be out of here. It's a wake-up call.
You know what? A part of why I think, and this is part of a broader conversation on the heels of what you just said, who's won on this football team? Who's won? Bo Nix hasn't won. Sutton hasn't won. Mims hasn't won. Vele hasn't won. Ingram hasn't won. Bowles hasn't won. Powers hasn't won. Quinn Miners hasn't won. McGlinchey was on a winning team, but hasn't won here.
Hufanga is the same way, on a winning team, but
yeah,
you know,
Zach Allen hasn't won. Nick Bonito hasn't won. Jonathan Cooper hasn't won. PS2 hasn't won. Brandon Jones, Riley Moss, Jade Barron, like these are guys who all like have a point to prove. And sometimes, and I'm gonna tell you this: when I first started covering this football team in 2017, training camp was my first training camp, and there was a lot of players who had done stuff and were on the Super Bowl 50 team and had pelts on the wall and equity. And to whether it was talk back or like, I'm going to do this my way.
Yeah.
And doesn't mean they weren't. And there was. And it doesn't mean they weren't great players because they were. But like when you've accomplished it all and you've been to the mountaintop and you have a first-time head coach, like you can maybe have the license to have your guard down. You know you're going to make the team. You've already won a Super Bowl. You've been an All-Pro. And I'm not talking about I'm not saying this is necessarily like a death sentence or something. But when you have guys like Aqib was fun. Emmanuel could have fun. Vaughn was the definition of having fun.
They were characters, but they've done a lot and they had a lot of money tied to them where they weren't going anywhere.
They did. The Broncos don't have a lot of guys like that. So I think you have a bunch of guys who want to make the football team, and the guys who we know they're going to make the football team haven't, reached the pinnacle of the sport.
And also, here's another thing: there's 4 guys out there that want a contract. You don't want to mess this up right now. So, like, if I'm George, if I'm Sean and all them, like, do we really want to give these contracts out just yet? Because the moment that you give out a contract, things change. Because you have these other players like, well, I want the same thing, and I'm upset. But right now, it seems like everybody's focused. Because you're having good talks, and it seems like they're having good talks with all of them, and now everybody's willing to be out there, willing to compete, and they want to show. Someone like Nick Bonito, he wants to get paid more than my man from the Chiefs.
Carl Aftis.
Carl Aftis.
Yeah.
So now he's serious. He's like, this is my year. I have an opportunity right in front of me where it's like I'm starting. Nobody to blame but myself. And so I have to be locked in. Like, everybody feels that way when you know it's a contract year. McMillan's another one.
Sure.
I may not start this year. I may be traded because of Jade Barron. I need to be all in. I need to be locked in. Audric Esme, I'm hearing, for him, he's like, I'm hearing Phil and Zach talk about I may be on the bubble. I need to be all locked in. So it just a lot of competition.
Yep.
A lot of unknown of like, hey, where am I going to go? Am I going to be here? Am I going to be a starter? Which now puts fear in everybody to do the best that they can.
Yeah.
And now you're striving for greatness, and that's when you end up winning a lot of games because everybody's on the same page, and that's working.
Well, hopefully, we are looking back after the Broncos are in the playoffs, maybe winning a game, maybe winning 2 games, maybe losing in the AFC title game. I mean, these, is it likely? Probably not, that last scenario, AFC title game, but it's within the realm of possibility. And hopefully when they surpass expectations again, we're looking back 7 months retroactively to conversations like these when we were saying, hey, Phil, do you remember, man? It was the first week of training camp, and we were showing up and saying, damn, Look at these veterans. Look at the maturity. Look at the seriousness of the group. Look at the focus of the group.
Yeah.
Because it's real. And when we bounced it off Mike Kliss, because we've been talking about it for 3 days, we hadn't checked in with Mike. I said, hey, is this the way you're seeing it? He said, that's the exact way that I'm seeing it. And you listen to these guys. Just think about the guys that we've heard talk this week. Sean, Mike McGlinchey, Quinn Miners,
PS2,
Jonathan Cooper, PS2, Evan Ingram. It's like these guys are serious about their craft. They're serious about the season to the point where it got to be light with Quinn Miners. Like, hey, you cut your hair. How's the short case? Like, hey, you guys got football questions or what?
Ooh, mic drop.
I think it's healthy. From where this program is trying to come from, I think it's healthy.
I'm just saying every single day. Like, is that healthy to be like that every single day? And now you're going to get the pads on. To me, you know what this feels like? There's going to be a fight.
Yeah, I think so too.
There's going to be a fight.
I think so too.
You may not want to be a part of that, Zach.
Oh,
I don't know if you're ready for it. I don't know. I heard about you. I don't know if you're ready for it. You like to
used to
run.
like to mix it up a little bit. Used to like to mix it up a little bit.
You know, for some reason, you like to run when fights happen. The hamstrings look good.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I think these are healthy conversations.
Yeah.
And hopefully they're productive conversations. Who's a candidate to get in the first fight?
I think it's going to be Zach Allen and Quinn Miners. I think that people they see him and he's like this big teddy bear.
Who? Which one?
Quinn Miners.
Okay.
And I think that at some point there's some dog in him, obviously. And, like, he gets very aggressive and mean. I mean, and he's setting the tone by people asking him about his dreads. And he's like, do we have a football question?
Yeah.
And he wants to prove to the unit that, hey, we can be number one. Like, we're talking about this team, and we talked about actually out there, Zach, about how, like, this unit, could be number one, the offensive line.
Yeah, they could be.
But there's a couple other ones out there that are fighting for that number one spot, too. So now you know that. If you're a unit, you know that. And you're like, we have to put our best foot forward every single day. And we have to protect each other. We got to protect that man behind us. And if we have to fight a couple times because this defense thinks they're number one, then so be it. So I can't wait. That battle in the trenches is going to be a fight. That's something I like. That's something I would be mixed in there with them.
I got Bowles and Jonathan Cooper.
Bowles and Jay Coop.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You must have saw something today.
I'll go Bowles and Jay Coop. We'll see how it ages. I remember Bowles versus Bradley Chubb. The whole team trying to separate him.
Okay, what about Dre Greenlaw? It's Dre Greenlaw.
You know, I don't know.
I can see Dre Greenlaw and Bowles.
Okay.
I can see that.
Okay.
Two vocal guys.
Yeah.
Like big personalities.
When Bowles fought Chubb, I remember him taking his helmet and throwing it into the equipment, bin and marching in the building, and George Payton had to go in and fetch him out. So we talked about Evan Ingram had a really nice day. Troy Franklin flashed, probably had his best practice as a Denver Bronco. But there's one other guy who I think is on the scene. We'll talk about him coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Great news. It's $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Only on Friday, get a large, thin-crust pepperoni sausage or cheese pizza for only $5. That's right, just $5. Best deal in town. Pick up a few today only at Papa Murphy's.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
So reacting to day 3 of Broncos training camp, we talked about Troy Franklin, who was one of the stars of the day, for sure. All right? But also, Evan Ingram, you know, I thought had a case, not as good as Troy's, I don't think. I will say this. Evan Ingram, it's not like he had a bunch of opportunities to really open up, but he was able to get across the field on a couple shallow routes, choice route, and then that was kind of his day. Yeah. So there was another pass catcher, though. There's another pass catcher that I'm pretty excited about. You've been excited about this guy for a little while now. I have. I was not excited about him before the draft because he was just not on my radar, flat out. But after doing the deep dive following his selection, 74th overall in the 3rd round, Pat Bryant, I remember saying here a few months ago, man, I don't know if this guy's ever going to be some all-pro, some 1,000-yard guy, but I love his floor. I love his floor, and I think this guy is just a good football player. Is he a great player? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens in time. Time will tell. But Pat Bryant had his best day from any OTA, mandatory minicamp, or the first 2 days of training camp. He was out there making plays. Now, it wasn't perfect, but it was his best day yet. And one of the highlights of it, and Bo Nix was a big part of it, Bo is rolling right, and he's running as fast as he can. So think about it. Right-hander rolling right, and you have Pat Bryant dragging across the field, going right to left, and Bo had the arm strength and the accuracy to be rolling right at full speed and throw it across his body. Call it 17 yards. Yeah, no, it was a beautiful pass. But when you're adding up that dynamic and 17 yards, that's a healthy chunk. It was very impressive. And that man Bo put it on time, on target. Pat Bryant swallowed that thing up. And who was covering him? Jahdae Barron. First rounder Jahdae Barron. And it was one of the plays of the day, probably the play of the day for Bo, I would say. Yeah. Nah, don't get used to that, Bo. I guarantee you when you go on the film, Sean's like, hey, like let's not make this a thing. Because throwing across your body, usually that's getting picked off playing against a really good team. Playing against the Philadelphia Eagles, you can't do that. But I do love it. I want to cramp his style because it was great pass, great awareness, and it was just about making a play. And Bo made that play. And so did Pat Bryant. And he had a handful of other plays that he made throughout the day in the pass game, his best day yet. And unfortunately, his practice didn't end on a high note. It was in the final team period. You called the play before it happened. Literally, Phillip Lindsay called the play before it happened. It was with Troy Franklin. Yeah. Yes, you said the first look is going to be to Troy here. And if that's not open, he's going to go to Pat Bryant. And Troy took off, stretched the defense, pulled some defenders, created some space, but he wasn't open. Bo moved on to hit Pat Bryant in stride. He just dropped the ball. Pat Bryant was butt naked, wide open, just sitting right there for a 15, 16-yard gain. Yep. All he had to do is use those strong, beautiful hands. Zach, you love hands. They are strong. Pat Bryant's hands are strong. He catches with his hands, not his body. Yep. It looks good when he does. But on that play, whether it was losing focus, not being aware, Pat Bryant did not come down with that pass. And it's a big thing, and I know it's day 3, but when you're in a battle and you're a rookie and you're trying to prove that you deserve more time, you have to catch balls from Bo. And when Bo puts one on you and it's a beautiful pass and you're wide open, that right there can be the difference of, hey, 3rd and whatever and we're moving the chains, or 4th down. Yep. And now you're sitting there, and now you're not getting another opportunity, and you lose a game because of that. Yep. I will tell you this. He historically, in his college career at Illinois, and by the way, keep your eye on Illinois football. And I know no one cares. Illini, right? The Fighting Illini. Okay. Brett Bielema. I'm telling you, keep your eye on that football team. People don't like talking about Illinois. They're not sexy. I'm telling you, that team is well built, experience at quarterback, roster top to bottom, just keep your eye on that football team. Remember who said it back in July.
Well, you said that for SMU, too. I think you're just going down the line for all the schools.
Well, I did it at SMU, and then what happened? I said keep it. You did. Before week 1 of the college season, I said Kirk Cignetti at Indiana is going to be a smash hit, and they won 10 games for the first time ever. So, yeah, both good track record here. So just keep your eye on Illinois. But his track record doesn't suggest that drops have been a problem. He did drop that football at the end of the practice. It was unfortunate because he had a really good day. And then I'm like, that would have been it would have been a great day, from a really good day to a great day.
Icing on the cake.
And then I'm driving home, and I'm listening to Cecil and Dover say that one guy was staying after practice and working on the jugs machine, and it was Pat Bryant, who I'm speculating was frustrated at that he let that happen.
See, and that's what you love about this young man. He's mature, in that he knows that he can't lose those opportunities. Like, hey, it's right there for you, so keep working on it. And so what do? You get on the jug machine. You focus on the ball more, and he will have another opportunity with the same type of play, probably tomorrow.
Maybe so.
And Bo's going to go to him again, because now it's like, hey, I gotta trust you. Now, if you drop it again, maybe I don't go to another time because I can't trust you now. But there's going to be an opportunity for Pat Bryant to make up for that.
Totally.
And now when you do make up for it, the coaching staff's like, okay, yeah, you're all right. One snap and clear. You're doing a good job of that. You're not going to always be perfect, but that next play, it has to be better than the last one. And if you can do that more times than not, you'll be on this football field. So it's all about consistency, and that's what I want to see from Pat Bryant moving forward, is just continue to be consistent. You have all the tangibles. Now go out there and put it all together every single day of practice, and then let it bleed into the preseason.
We will get to the micro observations that maybe couldn't carry a whole segment, but we will clean out our notes from training camp day 3 for the Denver Broncos coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men as you're headed into the weekend. You know, the weekend oftentimes is where we leave the stress of work right where it is, and you let your hair down a little bit at home, and oftentimes that's when maybe you bump into your partner, hang out a little bit, one thing leads to another, bada bing, bada boom, do not duck that smoke, because you're suffering from erectile dysfunction. Now, if you are, you're in good company. ED is pretty common, but it's a medical condition. And like most other medical conditions, it's treatable. And treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic have success rates well over 90%. They're not new. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you. So schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. That initial visit is just $99. That includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. Guys, it's real simple. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. There's no downside, so call them at 720-440-7900 or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Apprenticeships allow workers to earn while they learn and provide businesses with a pipeline of talented employees. Colorado employers in emerging industries can earn tax credits for apprenticeship programs. Learn more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, here to put a bow on day number 3 of Broncos training camp. Really fun show, really fun week.
Put a bow on bow.
What else here? We talked about the running backs. Dobbins, for a third consecutive day, got the first carries. The writing's on the wall. Unless R.J. Harvey, goes superstar mode and just takes the job by force, it's probably going to be J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, and that's okay. All right, J.K. Dobbins being the starter, it's going to help R.J. Harvey kind of develop into the right player. Don't put a lot of pressure on him just yet. Make him earn his way on the football field and make him sweat a little bit. Go out there and produce and then become the starting running back. And for J.K., this is your opportunity, man. Take it and run with it.
We did have a Drew Sanders sighting who swallowed up R.J. Harvey at the line of scrimmage.
Exactly like that. He was jumping up and down.
I root for Drew Sanders.
Are you part of the Denver cheerleading bunch or what?
There was a couple cheerleaders.
Drew.
Yeah.
There were a couple.
I'm hopeful for Drew Sanders. I'm hopeful.
We all should be. He was a third-round draft pick. George spent a lot of time evaluating him, and if he's healthy, he's a great asset to have. But he has to stay healthy.
Loner, my guy Caleb Loner, blew some sort of assignment today. He's just maybe a little bit over his head in terms of the blocking game. And Estime on the same play looked like he just took a bad read, Phil.
Yeah, he did, Zach. And it was a play where Estime, instead of just cramming up in there, and he's a big body getting 2, 3, maybe 4 yards because you can break a tackle, he stopped his feet, hesitates, and then goes to the outside. What in the world are you doing when you're 230 pounds and you don't have the speed like that to bounce to the outside right now? Don't do that. You're in a battle right now for your job. Cram it up in there because Sean wants you to be more that heavy, hard-running running back for the Denver Broncos. Let the little running backs do the rest. So that's something that when pads come on, we'll get a better picture of.
Sure, and that'll be Monday. All right, so our next show on Monday, we're going to be reacting to the first padded practice. You know who deserves a huge hat tip, and I feel bad that I waited so long to get there, but we're talking about some of these other larger themes for the
Hopefully
Broncos.
we're on the same page, because if we're not, I'm getting my belt out on you.
It's Lavelle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
It was a really good day for Lavelle Bailey. It was a really bad day for Lucas Kroll and Cecil Lammey. Kroll.
Come on.
Of course, I'm kidding. But, well, not about Kroll.
No, you're not kidding about both, because you're right.
Because Kroll, man, he had a pass thrown his way, and I brought him up earlier in the week, if you remember, with Routes on Air. Bo threw him a pass, he just dropped it.
Yeah.
Not a big deal, right? It was the first day of training camp, Routes on Air. But it's also like, dude, you can't afford these little micro negative moments, because you have to overachieve to be a part of the vision this year.
Well, there were two negative moments.
There was. So the first one is Kroll bobbled the pass, and Lavelle Bailey, it'll be ruled as an interception, but basically it was one of those, Kroll was bobbling it, and Lavelle Bailey came in and took the football right out of his chest. And then later in practice, in the last team period, Kroll had a pass broken up by Bailey in a way that was like defense hooting and hollering. It was,
And Kroll bobbled that ball as well.
He did. It was ready-made for him, ready-baked, and he couldn't handle it. So both negative Kroll plays, on the other end of that was Lavelle Bailey.
And you don't want to know why that name, get used to that name, because there's a battle on our hands. Lavelle Bailey and Drew Sanders. Somebody's making the team and somebody's not. Who can make more plays during camp? Who can make more plays during the preseason games? Somebody is going to be on this team, and somebody will not. And it's either going to be Bailey or Sanders.
Well, Lavelle Bailey, in his fourth year out of Fresno State, he had himself a day. He had himself a day. One of the stars of the day. What else here? We talked about Jahdae Barron getting a lot of action inside. Riley Moss for a second consecutive day. Opposite PS2 on the outside.
Jeremy Crawshaw had a better day.
He did.
Punting the ball,
Yep.
directionally, he was placing it right where Sean wanted it to be placed. It was high enough where I wish I had my timer to see how high it was hanging in the air, because
Yes.
that matters.
Yep.
But he was a lot better today. I don't think he shanked one.
No, I
think he
didn't.
shanked one.
I didn't see one. I didn't
There
see
we
one.
go.
I believe the Denver Broncos, and I brought this young man up in OTAs and mandatory minicamp. They need to continue to develop this young rookie player named Joaquin Davis, the wide receiver out of North Carolina Central. Played for HBCU. We talked about him in the preseason, because this dude athletically, just as an athlete, he's one of the best athletes on the Denver Broncos. No joke. A lot of his combine, he wasn't invited to the combine, so you can't say it, but a lot of his like pre-draft combine-esque raw athleticism
He would have led in
numbers,
a lot of categories.
he would have led in a lot. And it's actually, and you're going to, you probably bristle at this, but just as an athlete, not a football player, a lot of his numbers were flirting with Megatrons. And he wasn't a great player at North Carolina Central. He produced enough to be in a position like this. He's a better athlete than football player, but he was out there making a play today, and it's just, he's intriguing enough as a raw piece of clay for a sculptor like Sean Payton.
And Sean's all about developing. I mean, Caleb Lohner right now, for instance, he's a guy that you draft to develop. Well, in the case of the receiver, you have time. If he can find a way on your practice squad, he's only going to get better. He made a couple plays today. For sure, one from Sam Ehlinger was able to give him a fade ball, and you saw the athletic ability, him being able to jump, and nobody else could even get close to the ball.
Yeah, he's got an over 40-inch vertical.
And so imagine if you can put that all together and learn this system. Like, he can be a tough receiver to guard, but it's just going to take time.
All right. Another guy you may have never heard of until this moment, but Jerjuan Newton. We were just talking about number 80, Jaquan Davis. Jerjuan Newton, number 81, had one of the catches of the day in double coverage down the right sideline. He's a wide receiver, a rookie out of Toledo. Doesn't have great size, but it was one of the 3 or 4 best plays of the day.
Zach, to me, Troy Franklin had the best day out of everybody, but the catch of the day was that young man.
I think you're right.
And it came down to that. Now, Sam Ehlinger was the quarterback, and he didn't throw a good ball. Like for Sam, that was not a good read. It was in double coverage. It was too high, and the receiver was able to come down in between two defenders with a great catch to move the chains, and that's what you're looking for. If you want to make this team as an undrafted free agent, you got to make plays like this every day. Something we have to be able to talk about you every day, like we have talked about Tillman.
Yep, that's right. Or last year, Vele.
Or Vele,
getting the moniker one-a-day Vele. And then if you remember, this Jerjuan Newton kid, rookie out of Toledo, had one of the last plays of practice in the team period where it looked like someone was even early on defensive pass interference, and he absorbed the contact, made the play. His teammates were hooting and hollering, so he had the catch of the day and also another effective catch to move the chains in the team period. So maybe a name to put in your back pocket, Jerjuan Newton, rookie out of Toledo. And then, again, near the end of practice, Q Robinson continues to, like, once a day, get into the backfield. And it looked like I hadn't seen him do a spin to the outside yet so far at camp. Probably working a little bit on that move.
Yeah, working on his craft. It was once a day Vele. This one's hopefully he could do something every day. So it's once a day. You can't keep Q away.
Yeah, you can't keep Q away. Cue his music, and he didn't get to the quarterback, but it was one of these things where he spun off and Stidham saw him. Was like, oh, I got to get away from here, and stepped up in the pocket. So just adding a little bit of pressure. So hey, really good stuff, man. Really, really good stuff. It was a fun week, okay, and I think we're just getting started here. The pads come on Monday. It's going to be a really interesting show. We are going to be out there taking copious notes and being your guys' eyes and ears if you're not one of the 800 people that are lucky enough to be out at camp.
The details. It's all about the details, and we'll give you all the details we can.
All right, guys, have a great weekend, everyone. Be kind to one another. We'll be back at Monday at 2 o'clock. We have Denver Sports Tonight with Mike Rice coming up next.